Chapter 1. The Reversal of Time. Brother, upon your return, you must procreate abundantly. Remember, you must strive to multiply. On a ravaged earth, only two men remain, one with black hair, Chen Hao, and the other with white hair, Zhou Ting, who were the closest of friends. Yet now, Zhou Ting's time is nearly at an end. Thus, in the future world, only Chen Hao shall remain. Silently, Chen Hao gazes upon this aquatic realm, a world devoid of land, submerged in endless ocean. In the year 2047, a catastrophic meteorite struck the Earth. However, the true horror of this meteorite lay not in its hardness, but rather in its composition of the softest substance in existence, water. When a water sphere the size of the moon came crashing down upon the Earth's surface, all of humanity's technological advancements appeared trivial and powerless. The sea levels surged rapidly, and relentless torrential rains fell for 3 continuous months, creating floods that could engulf buildings up to 20 stories high. Amidst such terrifying environmental mutations, cities across the globe were submerged. The extinction rate of species soared to an astonishing 97%. The population plummeted to less than 100 million. Yet, even more dreadful events were yet to unfold. For within this water meteorite lay vast amounts of radioactive materials, directly causing a cataclysmic mutation of living beings. Thus, the remaining humans were perpetually hunted by these mutated creatures, leaving only Chen Hao and Zhou Ting as survivors. Fortunately, it was not only other beings that mutated. Chen Hao and Zhou Ting did as well. Chen Hao awakened spatial abilities. Zhou Ting, on the other hand, awakened temporal powers. With increasingly feeble breaths, Zhou Ting said, "Haozi, I speak earnestly. Upon your return, you must procreate abundantly. Only by bearing sufficient allies can you alter this dire situation." Is it truly so simple? Chen Hao chuckled bitterly. You know as well as I that the stronger the ability, the lower the fertility rate. That is precisely why I urge you to procreate. If you attempt enough times, you are bound to birth a few potent abilities. Together, we can reshape the future of humanity's extinction. Zhou Ting's fervor grew, but in his excitement, he suddenly coughed up blood. Chen Hao understood. Zhou Ting's time was running out, so he acquiesced to his friend's plea. Very well, I shall remember. Upon my return, I will endeavor to procreate abundantly, until I have enough allies to change the course of humanity's extinction. The future of humanity rests in your hands. Upon hearing Chen Hao finally agree to procreate abundantly, Zhou Ting smiled knowingly and opened the temporal domain, unleashing its full power. He intended to send Chen Hao back to 1 month prior to the calamity. Haozi, remember that due to the reversal of time, your abilities will regress. However, I will assist you in retaining the state of your awakened powers. You will need to redevelop them. It matters not. I'm not entirely satisfied with my current abilities, and a fresh development may render them even stronger. And above all, you must live well. In this life, you have endured too much suffering. Therefore, in the next, you must live splendidly. Agreed, I promise you. Moreover, do not pursue my sister. If you must, do ensure she does not suffer. If given the choice, I shall refrain from pursuing her. Are you implying you look down upon my sister? I simply respect her. Very well. In any case, I entrust everything to you, Haozi. Indeed, all shall be entrusted to me. Chen Hao offered Zhou Ting a gentle smile. Zhou Ting returned the gesture with a salute. Then, under the erosion of the temporal river, his form gradually faded into the void until he dissipated completely. Such is the cost of reversing time. A sacrifice of life. A feat that can be executed only once in a lifetime. Thus, Chen Hao understood that this return must be a success. He could not afford to fail. Is this the river of time? Chen Hao observed the shimmering shadows retreating before him. These flickering images were the chronicles of his life. Growing up amidst the abuse of his foster parents, struggling for survival within the clutches of predatory neighbors, and evolving amidst the traps of other ability users, until he ultimately ascended to become the most powerful of all. Yet, he suddenly realized that apart from himself, no other humans remained in this world. Chen Hao jolted awake. In his own bed, he stared bewilderedly at everything in the room. This sensation felt akin to awakening from an afternoon nap, as if transported to another realm. What was happening? Chun Hao's heart raced, yet his body felt as though it were nailed to the bed, unable to rise for a moment. It was not until 30 seconds later that he finally managed to sit up, drenched in sweat. What has happened? Was that all merely a dream? Holding his forehead, Chun Hao gasped for breath, due to the reversal of time. He was momentarily unable to discern whether his experiences were dreams or had truly transpired. But soon, he was convinced that all he had lived through was no mere dream, for the torment remained vividly etched in his memory. No, it was not a dream. I remember distinctly. In the absence of water, my foster parents treated me as if I were merely a can of beverage. Each day, they drained my blood to drink. And when I finally managed to escape, those predatory neighbors sought to consume me, employing every method to hunt me down, leaving me battered and bruised. Had I not awakened my abilities and successfully fled, I would have long since become someone else's meal. Such painful experiences could never be false. Chun Hao roared in anguish. The mere thought of the torment he had endured at their hands ignited a fierce flame of vengeance within him. Yet he did not forget. The apocalypse. It was imminent. Thus, he must prepare himself for the oncoming cataclysm. For only by surviving and bearing sufficiently powerful offspring could he hope to alter the fate of humanity's extinction. To honor Zhou Ting's dying wish. Today is August 7th, 1 month until the apocalypse. Chun Hao entered the living room and retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, gulping it down greedily. After the onset of the apocalypse, all of the world's water sources would be contaminated. Therefore, even 100 million could not procure a single bottle of cola. Refreshing. Chun Hao drained the entire bottle in one go, feeling slightly calmer as he sat on the sofa to contemplate his next course of action. I recall that my current identity is that of an employee at a yacht rental company, and my financial situation is far from favorable. With this thought, Chun Hao furrowed his brow. In his previous life, owing to the aspirations of his foster parents to marry their biological daughter, Lin Yushan, into wealth, they had compelled Chun Hao to work at a yacht rental company. After all, those who could afford to rent yachts were invariably wealthy. Yet, despite mingling with the affluent elite, Chun Hao's own salary was meager, merely 3,000 yuan per month, with commissions being his primary source of income. Thus, presently, his living situation involved renting a home. His mobile phone was on an installment plan, and the electric scooter parked downstairs was secondhand. Even my savings amount to a mere 5 digits, starting with a 2. Gazing at the paltry sum in his bank account, Chun Hao felt an overwhelming urge to slap his former self. For in those years, the more he was disregarded by the Lin family, the more he sought their approval. In those years, Chun Hao toiled relentlessly to amass wealth, purchasing both houses and cars for the Lin family. Yet, with a mere phrase, your brother is getting married, and your sister-in-law says it's inconvenient for you to stay at home, the Lin family cast him aside unceremoniously. Poor Chun Hao, still clinging to a thread of affection, deliberately chose to rent an apartment within the same community. However, the Lin family's attitude remained unchanged. Remember to pay our property fees and utilities. Oh, and next month, our family is going on vacation. Make sure to transfer 20,000 yuan to us. Don't forget to take the dog out for its business. His standing was even inferior to that of the family pet. Chun Hao could only chuckle bitterly. Fortunately, my year-end bonus was only issued yesterday. Otherwise, even this last 20,000 yuan in my account would have gone to that bunch of scoundrels from the Lin family. Yet, with such a meager sum, any plans for preparation are rendered futile. He lamented. Moreover, this apartment cannot accommodate much. Chun Hao cast a resigned glance at the rented space. Situated on the top floor, it consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, perfectly aligning with the requirement of being cool in summer and warm in winter. Had it not been for his part-time endeavor in writing novels, he would have settled for an even smaller unit. With a mere 80 square meters, even if filled to the brim, it would only sustain me for a few months. For the first time, Chun Hao felt that residing alone in a 2-bedroom apartment was not indulgent, but rather a poignant reflection of his struggles. He truly ought to seek a more spacious abode. What should I do now? Must I spend money to rent a larger place? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly slapped his forehead. How foolish of me! The passage of time has truly befuddled me. I am an awakened spatial ability user. Why should I fret over storage issues? Chapter 2. The Creation Space. Chunhao immediately opened his boundless space, capable of containing all things. This was a result of the cosmic radiation embedded within the meteorite in his previous life, which led to mutations in humanity, a frail species. However, only a fraction of individuals underwent such transformations. The vast majority perished. Even those who mutated ultimately could not escape the clutches of death. Though they had transformed, their strength remained insufficient, leaving them to succumb to the hands of mutated creatures. Yet I, possessing the strongest abilities, managed to survive until the end. Chunhao smiled with confidence. If it were merely an ordinary spatial ability, it would hardly be deemed the strongest. However, what if Chunhao's spatial prowess could also create? Anything placed within could be perfectly replicated. This was a divine power reserved for the creator. Thus, Chunhao calmly tossed a bottle of cola into the creation space. With merely a gentle thought, the single bottle instantaneously transformed into two. Such a miraculous ability only required the expenditure of his physical and mental energy. Excellent. The proficiency of my abilities remains intact, though their potency has reverted to its initial state. A mere re-exploration will suffice. Moreover, awakening these powers at this moment is exceedingly fortuitous. For in my previous life, my abilities manifested only after the onset of the apocalypse. Developing the creation function was a matter that arose much later during the cataclysm. Consequently, despite possessing a vast space, it was devoid of any contents, rendering it nearly ornamental. In this life, however, I awakened my powers a month prior to the apocalypse, granting me 30 days to amass a considerable stockpile of resources. First and foremost, I must ensure the essentials of sustenance, followed by entertainment. The order of priorities cannot be mistaken. One must recognize that, with the apocalyptic downpour, the cosmic radiation from the meteorite infiltrated the global water cycle, resulting in polluted and lifeless land incapable of yielding produce. In such a context, as time progresses, resources dwindle, and competition grows increasingly frenzied. It has even reached a point where a single bottle of water could incite murder and theft. Thus, whoever possesses abundant resources shall reign supreme. With sufficient ambition, even becoming a global dominator is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet Chunhao held little interest in such pursuits, for even if he achieved world supremacy, it would ultimately not alter the fate of human extinction. Therefore, seeking out numerous quality goddesses to bear powerful offspring together was the only viable solution for the salvation of humanity. However, this process could take decades. Hence, ensuring a quality of life is imperative. Otherwise, existence would be excessively mundane. Chunhao pondered thoughtfully. After all, humans crave novelty. If each day consisted solely of bland rice, what significance would 1,000 years of life hold? Indeed, he concluded, he must devise a plan to amass wealth. Otherwise, he would be condemned to a life as miserable as that of his previous existence. Chunhao furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Without hesitation, he dashed frantically to the lottery station within his community. How many scratch-off tickets do you have? I want them all. The young girl selling lottery tickets was startled by him. All of them? Yes, I want them all. $5 and $10 tickets. I want them all. That amounts to several tens of thousands. I want them all. Chunhao directly scanned the QR code to make the payment. Not enough money. He promptly opened his borrowing app, extracting the entire limit to purchase scratch-off tickets. However, Chunhao was not acting irrationally. In his previous life, he had seen a sensational post in the community group revealing that someone in the neighborhood had won a $5 million scratch-off ticket at the lottery station. Although it is commonly understood that scratch-off tickets are merely attacks on intelligence, and that substantial prizes are unlikely to materialize, inexplicably, a $5 million prize had indeed surfaced. Speculation arose that perhaps an employee involved in producing the tickets had made a mistake, resulting in this $5 million winning ticket. Yet, this sensational story was only the beginning. On the very night that this individual won $5 million, a discreet red luxury sedan quietly entered their neighborhood and located the winner, offering $8 million to purchase the winning ticket. $8 million for a $5 million ticket? Moreover, after taxes, the actual amount would dwindle to no more than $4 million. The implications were clear: money laundering. Such matters were not unfamiliar to Chunhao, who worked within the circles of the wealthy elite. Therefore, he felt compelled to acquire this scratch-off ticket, even if it required spending $50,000 or $100,000. To outsiders, however, Chunhao's actions seemed undeniably erratic. Wow, what's that person doing? Buying tens of thousands of scratch-offs all at once. Crazy. He must be live-streaming to attract attention. Didn't he see him live-streaming? If he isn't, then he must truly be mad. At least live-streaming could earn him some money. Exactly. Hey, Yushan, isn't that your brother Chunhao? Outside the lottery station, two elegantly dressed girls passed by, their figures curvaceous and adorned in luxurious brands, embodying the essence of urban goddesses. Upon hearing the name Chun Hao, Lin Yushan, who possessed an appearance rated at 80 out of 100, immediately wore a look of disdain. What brother? That's just a dog from my family. Hee hee. Although he's a dog from your family, he's a dog that can earn money, and he's rather handsome too. Should we go over and say hello? Remarked her friend Wang Qian, who had a score of only 75. Over the years of accompanying Lin Yushan, Wang Qian had reaped numerous benefits, having drained quite a bit from Chen Hao. Thus, she was always looking for an opportunity to connect with him directly, hoping to extract even more without Lin Yushan taking a cut. Not a virtuous person indeed. However, Lin Yushan outright rejected the idea, for in her eyes, how could a master greet a dog? Forget greeting him. Damn it. He hasn't introduced me to a rich second generation even after all this time. Let us go? I can't be bothered with him. Lin Yushan grumbled as she turned to leave with Wang Qian. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from the lottery station. Ha ha. 5 million. I've won. Upon hearing this exclamation, Lin Yushan felt as if her feet were glued to the ground. 5 million, while not an insignificant amount, it certainly exceeded the lifetime earnings of an ordinary person, including both Lin Yushan and Wang Qian. With her eyes gleaming with excitement, Lin Yushan exclaimed, "Quick, let us go. I need to greet my brother and get that 5 million. Chapter 3. Teasing Lin Yushan. Ha ha. 5 million. I truly have won 5 million. Chen Hao laughed heartily, showing no inclination towards humility. In reality, his exuberance was deliberate. After all, winning 5 million from a scratch-off ticket was not comparable to smaller prizes of 50 or 100 yuan that one could simply redeem at the lottery station. The process for such a significant win required the lottery station to report it to the distributor, who would then notify the local regulatory body. This entire procedure would take at least half a month. Chen Hao could hardly wait. Hence his intention to spread the news of his victory to those eager to purchase such tickets. Chen Hao, what is you in such high spirits? Lin Yushan feigned casualness as she strolled by, completely oblivious, accompanied by her close friend Wang Qian to greet Chen Hao. Wang Qian, with her forthright nature, played the perfect accomplice. Oh, Chen Hao, just a moment ago, Yushan spotted you from afar and insisted I bring her over to you. When I hesitated, she even seemed upset with me. Isn't that amusing? Oh, is that so? Chen Hao replied, his tone lacking warmth, not even deigning to glance at Lin Yushan. He had unfinished business with this woman and the Lin family, a reckoning that he wished to savor. After all, a swift conclusion bore little satisfaction. It was far more gratifying to slowly build tension and ultimately deliver a decisive blow at the peak of anticipation. However, Chen Hao's indifferent demeanor instantly instilled a sense of urgency in Lin Yushan. In the past, if she messaged him at 2:30 in the morning, he would respond instantly, displaying all the traits of an eager admirer. What had changed today? Thus, Lin Yushan casually tossed her hair and said, "Brother, it's been ages since we last dined together, hasn't he it? How about we go out for a meal tonight?" With a confident smirk. She was well aware of how to manipulate Chen Hao after 20 years of acquaintance. A simple call of brother could compel him to do her bidding. Unfortunately, what once worked had now become a mere jest. "I'm busy," Chen Hao replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan's expression soured immediately. She could not fathom that Chen Hao would dare to speak to her in such a manner. How audacious! Yet, mindful of the 5 million still out of reach, she suppressed her frustration and adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Brother, why are you so harsh? Don't you like me anymore? Don't you want me as your sister?" "Oh, I am neither your brother nor are you my sister," Chen Hao remarked with a face twisted in disgust, contemplating the individuals who had manipulated his genuine affection, treating him as a fool. The mere thought repulsed him. Realizing that Chen Hao, this lucrative asset, was about to run off with 5 million in tow, Lin Yushan felt a surge of urgency. Yet, as a goddess, how could she personally descend to engage in a quarrel with Chen Hao? Such an act would tarnish her esteemed image, especially since she aspired to marry into a wealthy family. Thus, Lin Yushan swiftly cast a glance at Wang Qian, who instantly grasped the situation. After all, their relationship was defined by Wang Qian taking on the role of the outspoken defender while Lin Yushan indulged in the luxuries of dining and paying the bill. One maintained an ethereal presence, while the other enjoyed complimentary meals, each fulfilling their own needs. Consequently, Wang Qian promptly adopted the demeanor of a loyal friend standing up for her companion. "Chen Hao, what is this attitude? Do you believe that having 5 million allows you to forsake your parents, your brothers, and even your sisters? Have you lost your humanity?" "Qian Qian, please stop," Lin Yushan interjected, feigning a sorrowful expression as she tugged at Wang Qian's sleeve, imploring her to cease defending her. Instantly, attention from those around them shifted towards the unfolding drama. Given the prevailing disdain for the wealthy, the sight of a scandalous revelation only fueled their disdain further. Indeed, this young man has just won a lottery and is already disavowing his family. He is truly devoid of character. What does wealth matter if one's integrity is lacking? Sooner or later, fate will exact its toll. Money acquired through luck will inevitably be squandered through lack of merit. Young man, we shall witness your downfall. The cacophony of accusations and insults was overwhelming, enough to render any individual unable to hold their head high. Meanwhile, Lin Yushan and Wang Qian reveled secretly in their triumph. Let us see how you continue to act so arrogantly. If you wish to avoid a lifetime of ridicule, you ought to bow your head and comply. However, such moral coercion held no sway over Chun Hao, a man who had faced death once. With an air of calm, he raised the scratch-off lottery ticket in his hand, waving it provocatively before the faces of the onlookers. Indeed, my character may be flawed, yet I have won 5 million. Do you possess such wealth? You pride yourselves on virtue. But do you have 5 million? Do you? Do you? You. The older individuals were left fuming, their faces contorted in anger, yet they had no counter-argument. For they truly lacked the 5 million. But the spectacle was far from over. Chun Hao approached Lin Yushan with a grin, his demeanor unfaltering. Lin Yushan, not a single cent of this 5 million will be yours, unless what? Lin Yushan inquired, her anxiety palpable, for she genuinely coveted the 5 million. Even the slightest chance of obtaining it. With a devilish smile, Chun Hao replied, I sense a distinct displeasure towards your friend. Should you deliver a few resounding slaps to her, perhaps I might be inclined to generously bestow upon you a portion of this fortune. What? Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had merely intended to play the supportive role, not to be humiliated publicly. Yet, upon hearing Chun Hao's proposal, Lin Yushan nearly burst into laughter. You nearly scared me to death. I initially believed that I would have to learn to bark like a dog to earn my reward. It turns out that simply striking Wang Qian would suffice. After all, one shouldn't sacrifice 5 million for the sake of a close friend. Nevertheless, Lin Yushan prudently sought confirmation. Brother Chun Hao, please don't tease her. How could she possibly hit someone? I speak the truth. Strike her, and I shall reward you. Those present can testify to it. Chun Hao declared with unwavering conviction. This prompted Lin Yushan to glance immediately at Wang Qian. Qian, what you just said was rather excessive. It is only right that Brother Chun Hao wishes to teach you a lesson. No, I shall. Qian, rest assured, I will only give you a few light taps. Once I receive the money, I promise to share 10% with you. Lin Yushan whispered as she grasped Wang Qian's arm. However, Wang Qian outright declined. For being publicly slapped would inflict both physical and emotional wounds, warranting additional compensation. No way. 10% is far too little. At least 50%. Lin Yushan grew anxious. At most 20%. It truly cannot be more. 40%, that is my absolute bottom line. Otherwise, none of us shall see this money. 30%. If you refuse, then I shall forfeit my share. Very well. 30% it is. The two women swiftly negotiated their terms. Then, with a resounding slap, Lin Yushan struck Wang Qian across the face. The force was not excessive, yet it carried a hint of personal emotion. How dare you negotiate with me? Chun Hao, observing the seemingly light slap, merely wore a half-smile, saying nothing. Lin Yushan, feeling the urgency, concluded that the slap had not been sufficient. With another swift motion, she struck Wang Qian again, causing her to see stars and blood to trickle from her lip. Yet Chun Hao maintained that enigmatic smile. Lin Yushan grew even more frantic. Is that still not enough? Then I shall give it my all. As long as I make him happy, the money will soon be mine. She disregarded her image, swinging her arm with all her might. However, Wang Qian was no fool. The previous slap had already drawn blood, and this one promised to be even more potent. Would it not risk a concussion? Thus, she swiftly dodged. The missed slap nearly caused Lin Yushan to strain her back. Anger surged within her. Why are you dodging? Damn it. If you don't stop, I might just end up seriously injured. Wang Qian exclaimed, clearly flustered by the altercation. Yet Lin Yushan remained equally agitated. She was eager to please Chun Hao and secure her share of the reward. No, did we not agree? I would give you 30% for allowing me to hit you. You're full of nonsense. You said you would go easy on me. Is this your idea of going easy? I feel like my teeth might be knocked out. Don't think I'm unaware. You simply cannot bear to part with that 30%, hoping to hit me enough to recoup your losses. What do you want now? What do I want? I no longer desire that 30%. I only wish to return the favor with these slaps. What do you intend to do? With a resounding slap. A vivid crimson imprint of 5 fingers appeared on Lin Yushan's face. Unable to endure such an affront to her carefully cultivated image, she immediately charged at Wang Qian, exclaiming, I will not back down. In an instant, these two once refined urban goddesses became embroiled in a chaotic brawl, pulling hair and tearing clothes, descending into the fray like two shrewish women. Onlookers, including various uncles and aunts, discreetly retrieved their phones, capturing the spectacle while chuckling to themselves. After all, with Chun Hao's 5 million at stake, who could resist the allure of two women clashing? Indeed, in the eyes of the crowd, a fight between women held even greater appeal. Thus, the question of Chun Hao's questionable character faded into obscurity. It's a case of dogs biting dogs, isn't it? Chunhao remarked with a mischievous grin. It is well known that human attention is fleeting when one is besmirched by rumors and slander rather than engaging in futile explanations. It is far more effective to create an even larger spectacle to divert the public's gaze. This approach would not only shift the attention of the onlookers, but also serve as a hearty lesson for Lin Yushan. Why not embrace such an opportunity? With a sense of satisfaction, Chunhao stretched lazily, nonchalantly turning to leave with the 5 million in hand. Amidst the brawl, with blood streaming from her nose, Lin Yushan, upon noticing Chunhao's departure, fervently clutched Wang Qian's hair and shouted, "Wait, Brother Chunhao, you promised to give me money. Where are you going? Are you off to claim your prize? Take me with you." "Take you where? I never intended to share my winnings with you," Chunhao replied, arms crossed defiantly. Lin Yushan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Did you not say that everyone here could attest that if I fought her, you would reward me?" "Indeed. But my character is lacking, and my words are not to be trusted. Everyone present can confirm that." Chunhao laughed heartily as he sauntered away, disregarding the significance of his image. After all, with the world nearing its end, did such trivialities truly matter? Yet, Lin Yushan was left utterly stunned. Was this truly Chunhao, the once earnest man who diligently worked for his earnings and catered to her every whim? This was an entirely different person. Disoriented, she became vulnerable, allowing Wang Qian to kick her a few more times, and it finally dawned on her. She had been played by Chunhao. In that moment, she realized she had lost her best friend, her reputation was in tatters, and most importantly, she had received not a single cent of the 5 million. In a fit of despair, Lin Yushan cried out, Chunhao, how dare you deceive me? I will make you pay for this." However, Chunhao paid her no mind. At that moment, he was preoccupied with waiting at home for a certain individual, the one who would purchase the scratch-off lottery tickets. If his assumptions were correct, this person possessed significant influence and would provide him with a crucial survival tool for the impending apocalypse. Chapter 4. The First Handgun. At 8 p.m., Chunhao sat quietly in his room, number 3202. He did not indulge in extravagant revelry. It is well known that many individuals, upon winning a prize, are quick to liberate themselves from restraint, often desiring to spend every last penny of their newfound fortune in a single night of celebration. However, Chunhao was acutely aware that an impending cataclysm loomed, thus prioritizing survival above all else. He glanced at the time on his phone and continued to wait on the sofa in the living room. In a manner akin to magic, a scratch card would appear in his hand one moment, only to vanish the next. This was Chunhao's method of cultivating his creative space. Just as with firearms, frequent practice naturally enhances one's proficiency, yet possessing a weapon without its use renders one powerless when action is required. After a while, a low, resonant knocking echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. A faint smile graced Chunhao's lips. He recognized that the person he awaited had arrived. Nevertheless, he inquired, "Who is it?" He moved to peer through the peephole, assessing the number of visitors. Should they attempt to leverage their numbers to seize his scratch card, he would ensure they would never locate it again, for this creative space belonged solely to him. To his relief, there was only one individual at the door. "Hello. I am Li Hua, the chairman of Dahua Group, here to discuss a business proposition with you." Li Hua. Chunhao was somewhat taken aback, for this Li Hua was no ordinary man. He was a billionaire at the age of 30, one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in Tianshi City, and a renowned philanthropic pioneer. Most notably, he had risen from humble beginnings, emerging from a farming family to become a self-made billionaire. It seemed the notion of having no background deserved a reconsideration. Thus, Chunhao opened the door. "Mr. Li, what brings you here? If you wish to rent a yacht, you could simply message me on WeChat." Indeed, Li Hua was also a client of their yacht rental company, and a distinguished VIP at that. Upon seeing Chunhao, Li Hua appeared unfazed and calmly remarked, "Chunhao, let us discuss inside. It is not convenient to talk here." "Very well," Chunhao replied, stepping aside to invite Li Hua to take a seat on the living room sofa. "Let us get straight to the point. I am aware that you won 5 million from a scratch card, and I wish to purchase it from you for 8 million. Clearly, Li Hua was not one to engage in idle chatter, presenting an offer that was difficult to refuse. Alas for Chunhao, who understood that the end of the world was near, the allure of 8 million was diminished. It held appeal, yet was not substantial enough. Thus, Chunhao calmly responded, "Mr. Li, I would be willing to sell you my scratch card for 8 million, but I have one additional condition." "Oh," Li Hua was slightly taken aback, as he believed that 8 million for a scratch card that could ultimately yield only 4 million was more than sufficient. Regrettably, had it been someone else, they would have readily acquiesced. However, Chunhao is not that person. He comprehends the true value of this scratch-off ticket and is acutely aware of Li Hua's background. Li Hua is undoubtedly a front for a significant figure. Thus, he is merely acting as a financier for the powerful individual behind him. Of course, the benefactor behind him is not lacking in funds. Rather, he seeks clean money. Scratch-off tickets, being nameless purchases, signify that whoever possesses them can claim the prize. This represents the purest and most ideal form of legitimate income. Hence, Chun Hao made his request. I require a firearm and 20 bullets. Once he obtains the first gun and the initial bullet, with the aid of his creative space, Chun Hao can continuously produce firearms and ammunition. He could even establish an armory. In a predatory apocalypse, this is the greatest assurance. Yet, this stipulation posed a slight dilemma for Li Hua. Chun Hao, you must understand that firearms are prohibited in our country. No one is permitted to privately possess weapons. He did not agree nor refuse, but awaited a reasonable justification for Chun Hao's request for a firearm. Chun Hao, of course, understood the implication. Mr. Li, you should also be aware of my background. I was trafficked and sold. To be frank, I feel quite insecure. Hence, I seek a gun merely for a sense of safety, particularly as I am about to come into possession of 8 million. By specifying 8 million rather than 5 million, Chun Hao had indicated his intent to collaborate. Li Hua couldn't help but smile, a smile that conveyed 3 parts admiration and 7 parts understanding. Coming from a rural background with nothing to his name, he too felt an absence of security. This is why he willingly became a front for a powerful individual. Thus, he could empathize with Chun Hao's apprehension. Chun Hao had calculated this very point, revealing his own history. Oftentimes, to sway others, especially those already in positions of power, one must rely not solely on interests but also on emotions and shared experiences. Consequently, Li Hua reached into his bag and produced a handgun, pointing it at Chun Hao. Mr. Li, what is the meaning of this? Chun Hao inquired calmly, betting that Li Hua would not dare to pull the trigger. Even if he did, Chun Hao possessed his creative space, capable of absorbing the bullet. Observing Chun Hao's composed demeanor, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Hua's eyes. Most individuals would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of a gun. How could you remain unafraid? I trust that you, Mr. Li, would not resort to gunfire. Why? You are a businessman, not an assassin. Therefore, such trivial matters as murder do not necessitate your direct involvement. His words were quite eloquent. Li Hua's admiration for Chun Hao grew further. He then handed the gun to Chun Hao, saying, "Give it a try." "Thank you, Mr. Li." Chun Hao responded, taking the handgun, which felt heavy yet light in the grip, evidently lacking a full complement of bullets. Li Hua did not conceal this fact. Within this firearm lie but 5 bullets, sufficient for self-defense. However, if one harbors intentions of taking a life. Li Hua retrieved a cylindrical object from his bag and placed it upon the coffee table. It was a silencer. Chun Hao nodded, forgoing any further negotiation, and extracted a scratch-off lottery ticket from his pocket, setting it down on the table as well. This demeanor pleased Li Hua immensely, for he detested men who sought to gain more than they deserved. Consequently, Li Hua pocketed the lottery ticket and declared, 8 million. I shall arrange for it to be deposited into your account. This matter shall remain a secret between you and me. Thank you, Mr. Li. Furthermore, during our next encounter, I hope it is not under circumstances where you require my assistance in extricating you from trouble. Li Hua smiled faintly as he departed with his bag. Chun Hao returned a knowing smile, comprehending Li Hua's unspoken warning to refrain from misusing firearms and causing him trouble. Of course, Li Hua had not explicitly stated that he would not assist in rescuing Chun Hao. This indicated that Li Hua held a favorable view of him, perhaps even intending to involve him in future endeavors, thereby elevating him to a position of significance. Alas, if only these were peaceful times. It would undoubtedly be an extraordinary opportunity for me to ascend the ranks of power. However, we are on the brink of an apocalypse. Thus, this prospect pales in comparison to the practicality of possessing this gun. Chun Hao grinned wickedly at the firearm in his hand. With this first gun, he could continuously manufacture weaponry. Consequently, Chun Hao eagerly cast the gun into his creation space. Chapter 5. Establishing an armory. Chun Hao's handgun was a Type 92 pistol, with a caliber of 5.8 mm and a magazine capacity of 20 rounds. Its advantages included minimal recoil and the use of steel core projectiles, making it particularly suitable for novices. The downside, however, was its short lifespan, as it would require replacement after firing approximately 3,000 rounds. Yet, for Chun Hao, who possessed a creation space, was this truly a problem? He could replicate it endlessly. Duplicating a handgun took around 5 minutes, but producing a single bullet required merely 3 seconds. Observing the 5 additional handguns and 200 rounds of ammunition within his creation space, Chun Hao smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. With ample ammunition at his disposal, Chun Hao even felt emboldened, confident that he could make even Sadako limp away in retreat. Nevertheless, the power of the handgun felt somewhat inadequate. If only he could replicate heavier weaponry, such as tanks, aircraft, or even aircraft carriers. His eyes sparkled at the thought. One must consider that the future world would be dominated by oceans rather than land. Thus, if he were to possess an aircraft carrier, or even a fleet of them, global supremacy would not be beyond reach. Just as Chun Hao pondered where he might acquire an aircraft carrier, a knock echoed through the room. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Chun Hao lazily inquired. A sweet voice responded from outside. It's Anna. At once, Chun Hao felt his bones turn to jelly. Anna is no ordinary woman. Her figure surpasses that of any average person. Her ample bosom resembles a plump pomelo, perfectly rounded and full, and behind her, her curvaceous posterior mirrors the same delightful fullness. Yet, her waist remains quite slender, just the right size to embrace. A pure embodiment of delicate branches bearing luscious fruit. Consequently, Anna has become the dream goddess of every man in the neighborhood. And what kind of dream is it? Certainly, one that brings immense pleasure. It seems that Anna is a widow, having lost her husband just a year after their marriage, perhaps worn out by the trials of life. Since then, she has remained alone, claiming she seeks a connection, yet no such bond has materialized. It turns out what she truly seeks is not merely affection, but wealth. One can surmise that Anna was lured by the prospect of 5 million. Chun Hao, having experienced death, has altered his perspective on relationships. Shifting from seeking a lifelong partner to embracing a more carefree philosophy. Do not initiate. Do not refuse. Do not take responsibility. Moreover, he bears the weighty mission of saving humanity by fostering a new generation of strong offspring. Thus, Chun Hao leisurely approached the door. Sister Anna, what brings you here so late? If word gets out, it could tarnish my reputation. I have important matters to discuss with you. Chun Hao, please open the door and let me in. Anna replied, her demeanor a blend of shyness and urgency. Indeed, her haste stemmed from a desire for financial gain. For time is money. Whoever secures Chun Hao first will have access to his 5 million. Recognizing her eagerness, a mischievous grin spread across Chun Hao's face. Is he a paragon of virtue? Certainly not. Sister Anna, if you have something to say, please do so. It's freezing out here. Must I stand at the door? Anna said with an alluring charm. But who is Chun Hao? He is a man who has faced death. Thus, in his rebirth, his willpower exceeds that of ordinary individuals. He understands that he must not appear desperate. Otherwise, Anna might perceive him as easily manipulable, believing she can simply sweet-talk him into handing over money. Feigning a desire to close the door tightly, he declared, Sister Anna, if you do not speak, I shall close the door. Wait, please don't close the door. Anna exclaimed, visibly flustered. The thing is, I have my eye on a handbag, priced over 10,000. I was hoping you could help me purchase it. Anna is no fool. She recognizes that most men are sensitive to the topic of money. If she were to directly ask for cash, she would immediately lose several points in their eyes, as it would evoke the impression of selling herself. However, requesting a handbag aligns perfectly with the playful nature of women, while simultaneously appealing to a man's sense of pride. As for repayment, no money? Then other means must be employed to settle the debt, and thus, an enticing connection is forged. Are you saying you want a handbag? Chun Hao confirmed to himself, pondering if such a stroke of fortune truly existed. It must be noted that his creation space had the remarkable ability to replicate items infinitely. He could purchase the bag, replicate it, and subsequently return it, effectively costing him nothing. Thus, when Anna requested only the bag without any monetary exchange, it felt as though she was granting him a free gift. Yet, Chun Hao merely sought clarification. However, Anna misconstrued his inquiry as a request for repayment. She elegantly twisted her body, showcasing a graceful S-curve. Chun Hao was genuinely interested. Moreover, she would not shortchange him. All right then, my dear, I shall take my leave, but remember my bag. I will bring it to you tomorrow. Yes, I shall come by then. Anna replied, joyfully swaying her slender waist as she limped away. Chun Hao, unaffected, closed the door and prepared to resume his slumber. Just as he was about to drift off, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Chun Hao inquired, wondering if Anna had forgotten something. However, upon peering through the peephole, he was startled to find 3 burly men standing outside. Chapter 6. The Sister of a Good Brother, What is the Situation? Observing the trio of imposing figures outside, Chun Hao curiously stroked his chin, contemplating who had sent them. Yet, it mattered little who had summoned them. Chun Hao possessed a firearm, more than sufficient to handle a few troublesome individuals. Thus, he calmly opened the door. Who are you looking for? To his surprise, the 3 large men appeared taken aback upon seeing Chun Hao. The leader, a bald man, stretched his neck and shouted into the room. Don't think that hiding away means you can escape unscathed. We know you reside here. Chun Hao felt a surge of amusement at this revelation. It seemed they had the wrong address. He then remarked, you might want to check again. I live in 3201. And I'm the only one here. Surely, you must be mistaken? No mistake, my apologies. It seems we have erred. We apologize for the disturbance. The bald man surprisingly exhibited politeness, even assisting Chun Hao in closing the door. Chun Hao shook his head in disbelief, stretched lazily, and intended to return to his bed for a brief nap. However, He soon heard the bald man and his companions shouting at the door of 3202. Zhou Xiaoxiao, we know you are home. Come out quickly. Otherwise, we will resort to vandalizing your door with paint. They continued. Today, we will paint your door. Tomorrow, we shall visit your workplace to do the same. Don't think we are unaware of your internship at the municipal hospital. You'll be disgraced, unable to continue as a doctor or even as a student. Upon hearing the bald man utter Zhou Xiaoxiao's name, Chen Hao could not help but exclaim, what the hell? Xiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao shared a special bond with Chen Hao, as her brother, Zhou Ting, was his close friend from before the apocalypse. It was precisely because Chen Hao resided in 3202 that Zhou Ting had brought his sister to live in the opposite 3201. Regrettably, more than half a year ago, Zhou Ting succumbed to a tragic accident. Although Zhou Ting would later be resurrected, at this moment, she is undeniably deceased. This serves as a poignant foreshadowing. In a desperate bid to save her brother, Zhou Xiaoxiao resorted to borrowing substantial sums from online lenders and loan sharks. Chen Hao had previously aided in repaying over 200,000 yuan, which consequently delayed his ability to purchase a car for Lin Yushan, resulting in scathing reproaches directed at him. However, high-interest loans are akin to an insatiable abyss. Once borrowed, repayment seems an impossible endeavor, unless one resorts to brute force. As a mere student, Zhou Xiaoxiao found herself utterly powerless, forced to hide and evade her pursuers, clinging to the hope of evasion for another day. Yet, how long could she continue to conceal herself? In her past life, after being doused in paint at the hospital, she could no longer fulfill her role as a student or a doctor. Ultimately, she chose to end her own life. Driven to despair by those who coerced her into unspeakable acts, Zhou Xiaoxiao would rather perish than acquiesce to their demands. At that time, the apocalypse was merely 3 days away. Had she been able to endure just a bit longer, the burden of debt would have vanished in the face of the impending calamity, rendering the loan sharks insignificant. Chen Hao sighed deeply, lamenting his inability to protect his brother's sister, a profound regret from his previous existence. Thus, in this life, he vowed never to allow such a tragedy to unfold again. On the other side of 3202, upon hearing the intent to douse her in paint at the hospital, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt she had no choice but to open the door. While she could evade such a fate at home, there was no sanctuary within the hospital's walls. Several brothers, I implore you, grant me a little more time. In just a few days, I will certainly repay this month's interest. The university student Zhou Xiaoxiao pleaded, her face ashen with fear. However, the trio of bald men merely chuckled mockingly at her words. The lead bald man retorted, what interest? What we seek now is the principal. Our manager has stated that your debt has lingered for far too long. Now, both principal and interest must be settled at once. What? Wasn't Manager Lu saying that I could repay over 2 years? Zhou Xiaoxiao stammered in disbelief. That was then, this is now. The total amount, including principal and interest, is 516,000 yuan, and you must repay it today. The bald man pressed, causing Zhou Xiaoxiao's already pale complexion to drain further of color. Tears welled in her eyes as she protested. How could it have escalated to over 500,000? I only borrowed 200,000 from you, and I only received 180,000. That is of no concern to us. If you do not repay today, we will commence our paint dousing at your doorstep and proceed to the hospital tomorrow, continuing until you settle your debt. Where am I to find such a vast sum? Zhou Xiaoxiao uttered weakly, unrepentant for having borrowed to save her brother, yet tormented by her inability to contend with these unscrupulous lenders. Upon hearing her despairing words, the lead bald man leered at Zhou Xiaoxiao, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. It is important to note that Zhou Xiaoxiao is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, possessing a striking figure that far surpasses those of the so-called technological beauties. Countless men would be willing to lavish extravagant sums, yearning for but a fleeting moment of her company. When we arrived, Manager Lu had already informed us that if you were to accompany him for a single evening, he would grant you an extension of 1 week. 2 nights would earn you 2 weeks, and if you were to stay for 3 nights, you would receive an additional week, amassing a total of 1 month. How absurd! Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately retorted with indignation. Though she may appear delicate, her spirit is unyieldingly fierce. She would rather perish than sell herself. The trio of bald men, taken aback by her fierce rebuke, grew furious, as they anticipated benefiting from Manager Lu's indulgences. How dare you? If you refuse to entertain Manager Lu, then repay the debt. If you cannot, we shall force you into the profession. They threatened. The bald man, in his frustration, reached out to seize Zhou Xiaoxiao's arm, eager to thrust her into a side job. Yet, a girl alone could scarcely withstand the might of 3 imposing men. Just as they prepared to overpower her, Chen Hao intervened with decisive action. In less than 5 seconds, he had incapacitated all 3 assailants, leaving the bald man wailing in pain. Mind your own business, he shouted in anger. What did you say? Chen Hao responded with a sinister grin, cracking his knuckles in a manner that silenced the man with fear. It is worth noting that Chun Hao, having grown up with a profound sense of insecurity, had honed his combat skills to perfection in order to bolster his confidence. Upon seeing him, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her, quickly followed by a blush. For one does not wish to be seen in a demeaning predicament by someone they admire. Xiaoxiao, do not fear. I am here, Chun Hao reassured her. The bald man, undeterred, retorted, if you possess such prowess, why not repay her debt? Otherwise, we shall continue to cause a ruckus, and it will only escalate. How much does she owe you? Chun Hao inquired. 520,000. Quite a sum, isn't it? Is that all? WeChat or Alipay? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Payment received, 520,000 yuan. The bald man was left in a state of disbelief. Such a substantial amount could not possibly be transferred so effortlessly. Yet, Chun Hao would never engage in a losing venture. He intended to hoard resources, and losing even a single penny was unacceptable if he could reclaim 10 in return. Hence, with a disdainful smile, he declared, is this trifling amount worth disturbing me at dawn? Next time, remember to address matters in the afternoon. Soliciting funds in the morning is simply inauspicious. The bald men glared at Chun Hao in dissatisfaction, yet they were powerless to retaliate. With no other recourse, they could only retreat with the money to report back. Wait. As the group of bald men prepared to leave, Chun Hao called out to them, causing their faces to pale in fear as they expected another beating. What do you want? One of them exclaimed. Let me remind you that we live in a society governed by law, and fighting carries legal consequences. Oh, how astute you are regarding the law. Chun Hao retorted, unimpressed. It's rather amusing to hear such words from a ruffian. He then raised his chin and continued, you are moneylenders, correct? I happen to need a sum of money for a bridge loan. Surely you can assist with that. Of course we can. The bald men exclaimed, their enthusiasm palpable, akin to eager hounds securing a deal. They were aware that a transaction with Chun Hao, who was asking for 520,000, would yield a substantial commission. With a smirk, Chun Hao inquired, what guarantees do you require? A house? A car? A watch? Upon mentioning the last item, their expressions soured. Brother, don't jest with me. How much could a watch possibly be worth? One of the bald men lamented. Chun Hao remained silent, merely extending a finger. 10,000. The bald man suggested weakly. Chun Hao disdainfully shook his head. 100,000? He proposed, only to receive an even more dismissive gesture. The bald man, now visibly anxious, ventured. It can't be 1,000,000, can it? Chun Hao's disdain deepened. Surely, you must have heard of Vacheron Constantine? If not, perhaps it's time for you to broaden your horizons beyond mere Rolexes. Flustered by Chun Hao's derision, the bald man sheepishly scratched his head, reflecting, a 10 million watch? I wouldn't dare dream of purchasing such a thing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he finally conceded. I must discuss this with my manager and will add you on WeChat. The use of you indicated that he was thoroughly intimidated by Chun Hao. Leaning back nonchalantly, Chun Hao replied, make sure to have a thorough discussion with your manager, and remember, do not bully my sister again, or I will not hesitate to make things difficult for you. Absolutely, absolutely. The bald men nodded vigorously, visibly shaken as they departed. From Chun Hao's demeanor, they sensed an undeniable message. He was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao was completely taken aback by Chun Hao's display of financial prowess. Brother Hao, where did you acquire such wealth? Being a close friend of the family, she was well aware of Chun Hao's situation. His meager salary barely sufficed to cover the mortgage for Lin Yushan's family, alongside their utilities and television subscription fees. He lived frugally, akin to a beggar. No, perhaps even worse. Yet, Chun Hao simply patted Zhou Xiaoxiao on the head and said, silly girl, I won 5 million and you still don't know? Brother Hao, you have won 5 million. Zhou Xiaoxiao first erupted with joy, only to be followed by a wave of melancholy. But if you give me the money, Lin Yushan's family will certainly be displeased, and they will scold you. Fear not. I, your brother Hao, have already found clarity. From this moment on, they are they, and I am I. We are entirely unrelated. Is that truly the case? Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. For a long time, she had quietly harbored feelings for Chun Hao, but regrettably, his world had always revolved around that family. Now that Chun Hao stood alone, could she perhaps become his new family? And you, silly girl, why haven't you confided in me? I treat you like a dear sister. Do not let this happen again. Chun Hao admonished her with an elder brother's tone. Zhou Xiaoxiao, incensed, retorted, you odious Chun Hao. Huh, no. I meant, what is the story behind that 10 million watch? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Chun Hao with curiosity. Even if one won 5 million, it would be utterly irrational to purchase a 10 million watch, right? Moreover, one wouldn't have enough funds. They wouldn't even sell it to you. Yet Chun Hao merely smiled. Silly girl, I was deceiving them. If I didn't do this, wouldn't they continue to harass you? We must make them believe we are wealthy and influential. So that is how it is, brother Hao. You are truly brilliant." Zhou Xiaoxiao exclaimed with admiration. Chen Hao basked in her praise, smiling contentedly. In truth, he currently possessed no 10 million watch, but that might soon change. This idea was inspired by that alluring woman, Anna. Just thinking of her ignited a spark within Chen Hao. After all, his creation space could replicate anything, whether it be a $10,000 handbag or a $10 million watch. Why not replicate them both? Moreover, what I most lack now is cash for immediate purchases. So using a 10 million watch as collateral to borrow 10 million in cash seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Chen Hao chuckled mischievously. In the apocalypse, what use would a 10 million watch serve? It would be worth less than a bond. However, currently, 10 million can procure a plethora of resources. And once the apocalypse strikes, those resources will be unattainable, no matter how much one possesses. Thus, Chen Hao changed into a new outfit and made his way to the most opulent shopping center in Tiannan City, targeting the Vacheron Constantine boutique. Yet, just as he approached the entrance, a beautiful female manager emerged and inadvertently halted his steps. With a smile, the manager said, "I apologize, sir, but this is a high-end brand store, and proper attire is required for shopping." Her words raised the bar significantly. The underlying message was clear: "Poor soul. Keep out." "Thank you." However, Chen Hao said nothing. He simply picked up his phone, pressed a few buttons, and then set it down again. 3 seconds later, Chen Hao's phone emitted a notification sound. "Alipay has credited your account. 1 million yuan. In an instant, the beautiful manager's expression transformed through 3 stages: shock, disbelief, and ecstatic joy. Then, she bent over like a devoted servant, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize for the oversight. For a distinguished patron such as yourself, there is no need to don formal attire to enter and shop. After all, rules are merely designed to impede the impoverished, not to obstruct the affluent." Pleased, Chen Hao affectionately ruffled the beautiful manager's hair. Lead the way. In Chapter 8, titled A Generous Offering. If it had been an ordinary individual who had dared to touch her head, the beautiful manager would have erupted in indignation. However, someone capable of depositing 1 million yuan could hardly be considered ordinary. Thus, she cheerfully responded, "After you," and happily guided him forward. She first led Chen Hao to a section featuring watches priced at over 100,000 yuan. "Sir, please take a look. Do any styles catch your fancy? If you like, I can bring them all for you to try." Yet, upon glancing at the prices, Chen Hao fell silent. His unspoken thoughts indicating that they were far too inexpensive for his taste. Wealthy individuals often seek the most extravagant, rather than simply the best. The beautiful manager instantly grasped his sentiments and promptly ushered him to the section showcasing watches priced at 1 million yuan. "Sir, do have a look at these exquisite styles." Chen Hao merely cast a cursory glance, displaying little interest and even stifling a long yawn. She understood that only the most luxurious timepieces would pique his interest. Thus, she proactively presented a particular watch. "Sir, please consider this model. It is our latest release, currently priced at 18 million yuan. Is there anything more expensive?" Chen Hao absently inquired while idly digging at his ear. The beautiful manager quickly produced a more lavish option. "Then may I present this one, priced at over double the previous model, at 22 million yuan. As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly. In the realm of luxury watch sales, one often goes years without a sale, only to reap rewards for those few transactions. A 5 million yuan watch could yield a commission of 2 to 300,000. At last, Chen Hao extended his hand languidly, instructing the beautiful manager to carefully adorn him with the watch. "It appears quite appealing," he remarked casually, flipping the watch over a few times. Having mingled in affluent circles for years, Chen Hao possessed a degree of discernment regarding luxury items. He recognized that while this watch was indeed impressive, it still fell short of the pinnacle of opulence. "Is there anything even more expensive?" "Indeed. Please hold on." The beautiful manager, suppressing her excitement, endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor as she conversed with Chen Hao. If he dismissed the 5 million yuan watch, the only option left was a 10 million yuan timepiece. The commission from such a sale would be significantly higher, potentially reaching 50,000 yuan. Why the uncertainty? Because they had never encountered a transaction of such magnitude since their inception. "Please consider this watch, priced at 88 million yuan. Let me try it on." After the beautiful manager adorned her wrist with the exquisite watch, Chen Hao leisurely glanced at his own wrist, noting its substantial weight and undeniable quality. It was evident to anyone that this timepiece was a true masterpiece. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction, realizing that this watch must indeed be the most expensive one in their store, perhaps the priciest they would ever offer. After all, the brand would not be foolish enough to showcase a treasure worth 10 million in a single city. Such extravagance would typically be reserved for bespoke orders. Therefore, Chen Hao resolved to replicate this remarkable watch. With a mischievous grin, he beckoned the beautiful manager closer. This was a deal that could earn her 500,000. So she was eager to comply with his every request. Yet, All Chun Hao proposed was, "Let me perform a little show for you, shall we?" "What kind of show?" the manager asked sweetly. Chun Hao chuckled. "Watch closely as I make this watch disappear." The manager, who had been smiling charmingly just moments before, now appeared as though she had descended into despair. Since it was her responsibility to present the watch, its loss would fall squarely on her shoulders. And the magnitude of her potential loss was staggering. Panic-stricken, she exclaimed, "Sir, where's the watch? Where have you hidden it?" "Why, it's hidden on me, of course," Chun Hao replied, deliberately prolonging the moment. His unique ability allowed him to replicate items based solely on their quality, regardless of their craftsmanship. Thus, duplicating a watch would take merely about a minute, even for one valued at 10 million. However, the beautiful manager was genuinely anxious. Every second that passed without seeing the watch heightened her distress. "Sir, please reveal it. Otherwise, I will be in quite a predicament." "Oh, you're in such a hurry? Then perhaps you should search for it yourself," Chun Hao said, spreading his arms wide. With no other option, the manager gritted her teeth and began to meticulously search Chun Hao's clothing, her hands exploring from top to bottom. Yet, her search yielded only firm pectoral muscles, toned abs, and a rather impressive attribute that left her startled. Since his rebirth, Chun Hao had discovered an extraordinary surge of vitality, likely due to his enhanced physical condition. The manager quickly withdrew her hands, flustered. How could such a large watch be so elusive? "I am at your mercy." Calmly, Chun Hao retrieved the watch from his pocket. The moment she laid eyes on it, the manager exhaled in relief, but an unsettling thought struck her. Had she inadvertently offended him? In a rush to make amends, she stammered, "I found your earlier hesitation rather endearing." Chun Hao chuckled, aware that in the luxury retail sector, the sales staff's appeal often outweighed their academic credentials. This beautiful manager, with her commendable looks and slight curves, was certainly a striking presence. Not all affluent individuals preferred the voluptuous, as many favored the slender form. The beautiful manager instantly comprehended the lengths to which some might go for performance. She would not be the first, nor the last. Thus, she offered her own subtle hint. "Mr. Chun, given the opportunity, I shall allow you to witness my coy demeanor once more." "Oh, is that coyness truly sincere?" Mr. Chun replied. "If you are earnest, I shall be earnest. If you are not, then neither shall I be." With a playful gesture, he dismissed her. Consequently, a new contact was added to Chun Hao's phone. He then stretched lazily and decided to leave, promising to return another day. "Take care," he bid her. The beautiful manager felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was expected. A watch worth over 10 million could be purchased by anyone, so why should it be bought from her? Without offering something of value, one could hardly expect to receive a 50,000 commission. She was well aware of this reality. "Mr. Chun, I finish work at 6 this evening. May I invite you to dinner?" Just as Chun Hao stepped outside, he received a message from the beautiful manager. He merely smiled, not paying it much mind. After all, whenever he needed her, even at 2:30 in the morning, she would come running. Thus, he felt free to respond or not as he pleased. His attention shifted to another message, this one from a loan shark with a bald head. "Mr. Chun, our manager mentioned that luxury watches can serve as collateral. Here is our company address. We are known as Datong Business." Below was a location pin. Chun Hao chuckled to himself. "Ah, the money is coming my way." Chapter 9. A windfall of 10 million at no cost. Upon arriving at Datong Business, he was greeted by the bald-headed man, who bore a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Chun, our manager Lu instructed me to escort you directly to his office upon your arrival." Chun Hao merely grunted in acknowledgement, choosing not to engage in excessive dialogue that might diminish his stature. After navigating through several ordinary offices, the bald man ushered Chun Hao to the door of an opulent office and knocked on the glass door. "Manager, Mr. Chun has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong, sporting a slick hairstyle, promptly emerged with an enthusiastic demeanor. "Mr. Chun, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, not daring to leave even for a moment. Please, take a seat." Chun Hao gestured towards the coffee table in the office. Lu Chong nodded vigorously. "Let us sit and talk." After closing the office door and preparing a pot of fine tea, he leisurely transitioned to the matter at hand. "Mr. Chun, I understand you require a bridge loan. May I inquire about the amount you need?" A bridge loan, essentially a short-term borrowing, incurs what is known as a bridge fee. Chun Hao calmly raised a single finger. "This amount, 10 million? Lu Chong's eyes glimmered with a flash of excitement. A 10 million loan represented a significant transaction, yet larger deals bore greater risks. If Chun Hao were to abscond, that sum would be lost. Thus, Lu Chong maintained a smile. "Mr. Chun, as you are aware, we are operating a modest business, and it is not an easy endeavor. Given your request for such a substantial sum, we are certainly hesitant to disburse funds casually." Chun Hao decisively placed the $1 million replica watch onto the coffee table. Although it was a copy, the craftsmanship of the replication was impeccable. Acquiring a loan of 10 million with a replicated watch was akin to obtaining it for free. Upon seeing the watch, Lu Chong's eyes instantly lit up. It was indeed a remarkable item, likely unmatched throughout Tiannan City. Yet Chunhao merely chuckled, stating that not only could he replicate a second piece, but he could also fabricate 100 or even 1,000 should he choose to indulge his leisure. Though Lu Chong admired the watch, he maintained a semblance of rationality. Mr. Chun, while this watch is exquisite, in terms of actual currency, it would only retain about 70% of its value, approximately 7 million. A guarantee of 10 million with merely 7 million? Lu Chong queried. Manager Lu, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Chunhao replied without lifting his eyelids, startling Lu Chong. What do you mean, Mr. Chen? I do not quite comprehend. Examine this watch. It is nearly new. How often do you suppose its owner wears it? It appears to be almost unworn, does it not? Chunhao smirked, causing Lu Chong to break into a cold sweat. Who could possess such luxury yet refrain from showcasing it? Certainly not the affluent, for they are unafraid of flaunting wealth. It must be someone within the system. A powerful figure who fears exposure from the organization. Thus, Lu Chong swiftly concluded that Chunhao was acting on behalf of a significant individual, commonly referred to as a white glove. The reasons for this powerful figure's need for funds were manifold. Perhaps they had misappropriated organizational assets and were now in dire straits, fearful of scrutiny. However, Lu Chong dared not inquire further, lest he jeopardize his own safety. Consequently, Lu Chong's demeanor shifted from one of respect to one of obsequiousness. For even the most formidable loan sharks would not dare oppose the government. Understood. It is an honor to assist Mr. Chun. That's all I need to hear. Chunhao replied, reclining on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. Having long navigated the upper echelons of society, he found such posturing trivial. Yet Lu Chong, pondering further, sought to negotiate for a little incentive. But Mr. Chun, our small company faces challenges as well. This 10 million. Enough. No more dilly-dallying. 10 million. Borrowed for 6 months, and upon maturity, I shall provide you with 5 million as a goodwill gesture. Is that satisfactory? Satisfactory indeed. Lu Chong was taken aback by Chunhao's generosity, realizing that those in power indeed possessed considerable wealth. To offer 5 million without a moment's hesitation was astounding. It would take him 6 months to earn even half that amount through his own efforts. Yet he remained unaware that Chunhao had no intention of repaying the loan. The world was on the brink of collapse. Repayment was a mere illusion. As for the 5 million incentive, it was a smokescreen, a means to deter Lu Chong from seeking him out amidst the impending chaos. Soon, Chunhao's account swelled with a substantial cash influx of 10 million. This is what one commonly refers to as liquidity, readily available for use, unlike assets that require selling a property to realize their value. With an accumulation of 18 million, he could procure any supplies he desired without hesitation. Chunhao chuckled with confidence. Although 18 million may not be deemed excessive, it is essential to recognize that in this world, one need not always purchase to experience certain pleasures. For instance, securing the affection of a beautiful woman might demand a dowry of 600,000, alongside the ownership of a house and car. However, for merely 600, one could enjoy her company for a night. This exemplifies the advantages of short-term rentals. Moreover, with his creative space, he could infinitely replicate any item he acquired. Contemplating this, Chunhao envisioned a promising future. In a post-apocalyptic world where production is stifled, he could consistently produce new items, positioning himself as a creator of a new era. It was time to head to work and revel in the moment. Stretching languidly, he mused about the future. Once sea levels rise, even the most formidable fortresses and secure havens would become submerged tombs. Only a yacht could serve as a truly practical refuge and mode of transportation. Chunhao was aware that within his yacht rental company lay a vessel named the Ark, a veritable marvel amidst an apocalyptic water world. Chapter 10. Musk and the Ark. The backstory of the Ark yacht is rather intriguing. Once, an individual professed indifference to wealth, only to turn around and spend 2 billion on a yacht. Indeed, with the swift evolution of society, the elite no longer indulge in luxury cars and mansions. They now engage with private yachts. Thus, the owner of the Ark is a top-tier magnate, none other than the tech-savvy billionaire, Musk. After launching vehicles into space and sending rockets to Mars, Musk crafted this opulent yacht capable of surviving even the direst circumstances. At a remarkable length of 109 meters, it stands as a pinnacle among private yachts. All operations can be performed in both automated and manual modes, allowing one individual to navigate the entire vessel. However, the most crucial aspect lies in its safety. Reinforced with premier materials, it can withstand even a nuclear blast. You may wonder why such a legendary yacht resides in China, particularly within Chunhao's company. The answer is simple. Musk's whimsy dictates its location. After all, Musk has long been dubbed a mad genius, often eschewing convention and favoring the unexpected. This capricious approach brings him joy, while simultaneously garnering vast attention for his commercial empire, resulting in free advertising that propels his stock prices to new heights. Thus, He placed his luxurious yacht in a modest city within Huaxia and entrusted it to a relatively small yacht rental company for management, astonishing people across the globe. Naturally, the stock prices surged, filling Musk's coffers to the brim. However, little did anyone anticipate that the ultimate beneficiary of this affair would be none other than me. Chun Hao chuckled to himself, for when the deluge arrives, what do stock prices and commercial empires matter compared to the value of a floating fortress? Moreover, let us not forget that Chun Hao possesses a realm of creation. In due time, he would be able to replicate this Noah's Ark yacht infinitely. And even in the absence of an aircraft carrier, he could forge a formidable naval fleet, establishing dominion over the seas. Of course, should Chun Hao choose to avoid complications. For he yearns not for world domination, but rather to indulge in carefree pleasures with a bevy of beauties. Consequently, Chun Hao promptly made his way to his workplace, a yacht rental company named Vast Ocean Yacht Club. At that moment, Zhang Meili, the department head, was fuming at Chun Hao's workstation. Where was he? How could he simply vanish without a word, treating the company as if it were his own to enter and exit at will? As a company catering to the affluent elite, Vast Ocean Yacht Club maintained high standards for its employees, which were neither excessively stringent nor lenient. But they certainly required good looks. Zhang Meili herself was quite attractive, boasting a score of 85 in appearance, along with a captivating figure, embodying allure. Yet, the greatest conflict between her and Chun Hao stemmed not from a hierarchical relationship, but rather from romantic tensions. Indeed, Zhang Meili had once ardently pursued Chun Hao, only to be coldly rebuffed. Chun Hao's reasoning was his preference for women younger than himself, though the truth was that the yacht rental industry was rife with chaos. And he was acutely aware of the lengths to which individuals would go for performance, including intimate encounters with wealthy heirs. Zhang Meili's extensive experiences could easily fill an 8-million-word novel. Following this, Zhang Meili harbored resentment towards Chun Hao, seizing every opportunity to unleash her fury upon him. Were it not for Chun Hao's impressive performance, he would have long since been dismissed. His lack of discipline was increasingly apparent. Today he chose to skip work. Would he tomorrow decide to poach clients as well? Zhang Meili tirelessly criticized him, not hesitating to cast aspersions on his character. Meanwhile, the others in the department did not come to Chun Hao's defense, but rather joined in the condemnation. Supervisor, Chun Hao has gone too far. I propose that today's incident be dealt with severely. Indeed, it must be addressed sternly. I concur. I agree. Yet, this was not a matter of Chun Hao's character. Rather, it was a consequence of his exceptional abilities. Alas, those who excel often attract envy, and thus, the more capable one becomes, the greater the number of those who harbor jealousy. Especially concerning Zhang Meili's most devoted admirer, Zhao Dong. This fellow not only harbors an intense infatuation for Zhang Meili, but also personally drives her to a certain wealthy second-generation's villa in the suburbs, which certainly hints at a rather peculiar inclination. Hence, Zhang Meili rebuked Chun Hao, insisting that Zhao Dong must be supported. Indeed, Chun Hao exhibits a complete lack of discipline, utterly embarrassing our entire department. I propose we expel Chun Hao. However, the moment these words escaped, the previously boisterous department fell into an immediate hush. After all, while one can engage in playful banter, one must not jest with performance. A significant portion of the department's achievements are attributed to Chun Hao. Without him, they would struggle to meet their monthly targets. So, to expel Chun Hao would mean forfeiting the monthly bonuses? Is this a joke? Zhang Meili, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, hastily sought to retract her statement. Very well, let us grant him another chance. Should he fail to cherish it, he must promptly pack his belongings and leave. Yet, scarcely had Zhang Meili's words settled when Chun Hao's voice resonated from the doorway. Cherish what? I am resigning immediately. Chun Hao, what did you just say? You wish to resign? Now it was Zhang Meili's turn to lose her composure. She was acutely aware of Chun Hao's familial circumstances. Knowing he was firmly bound to the Lin family, thus he would not resign lightly. This emboldened her to confront him. However, should Chun Hao indeed depart, the first to suffer would be her. If the department failed to meet its targets, she would inevitably face termination from the company. Thus, Zhang Meili immediately erupted in hysteria. What madness is this? The company has regulations. Do you think you can leave at will? Regulations, you say? Surely, a resignation letter is required. Simple enough. Chun Hao promptly seated himself at his workstation, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, and soon a resignation letter was printed. He tossed it into Zhang Meili's hands. Here you go. Zhang Meili's face twisted in fury. Upon glancing at the reason for the resignation, which indicated her displeasure with the department head, her visage turned pale. Chun Hao. Just as Zhang Meili was about to unleash a furious retort, she suddenly noticed that beneath the resignation letter lay another document. A leasing order. Someone wished to rent the Noah's Ark for 10 days at a rate of 50,000 per day, totaling 500,000. My heavens. Zhang Meili's heart raced, for the market rate for ordinary yachts is merely 5,000 per day, with smaller ones costing around 3,000. Only this Noah's Ark, due to stringent stipulations set by Musk, mandates a minimum of 50,000 per day. Thus, it is rare for anyone to rent it for even a month. Yet now, someone was leasing it for 10 days. This equates to the entire month's performance of their department. Zhang Meili felt a surge of secret glee. Huh, Chen Hao, you seem quite astute ordinarily, yet in a critical moment, you have faltered. Do you believe that after your resignation, you will still receive a share from this order? Huh, it will go directly to me. Just as she was contemplating the commission from this order, a sum of 50,000, envisioning the exquisite handbag she could acquire. Zhang Meili suddenly realized that the salesperson listed on the order was none other than Chen Hao, and the client was also Chen Hao. Huh, am I seeing things? Or is it merely a case of sharing the same name? Upon closer examination, not only were the names identical, but even the identification numbers and contact information matched perfectly. This was an order placed by Chen Hao himself. Zhang Meili's eyes widened in disbelief. However, the revelations did not end there. Given that a yacht is a luxury item, it necessitated proof of assets for assurance. Otherwise, in the event of any damage, an ordinary worker would require 200 years to repay the debt. Therefore, on the subsequent page of the order was a document verifying assets. The Tomato Bank certified that the account holder, Chen Hao, possessed a cash asset of a staggering 18 million yuan. Zhang Meili could hardly believe her eyes. Even after rubbing them, the figure remained unchanged at 18 million. The account holder was still Chen Hao. Observing Zhang Meili's ghostly expression, Chen Hao chuckled. What? Surely you do not intend to undermine my order? Do you possess the audacity for that? Chapter 11. The female supervisor. Haha. Mr. Chen, what jest is this? How could I ever dare to undermine your order? Upon seeing Chen Hao's asset verification, Zhang Meili promptly altered her address to the esteemed Mr. Chen. Why? Simply because Chen Hao is wealthy. 18 million. In cash. Such a client is a valuable asset to any company. Thus, if Chen Hao uttered a word to the boss, Zhang Meili would be dismissed without hesitation. After all, clients with 18 million in assets are rare, while employees as attractive as Zhang Meili could be found in abundance. You are indeed a person of discernment. Therefore, arrange it for me promptly. Certainly, Mr. Chen, Zhang Meili responded, employing her charms to the fullest extent. Yet, Chen Hao remained unaffected, even slightly repulsed by the prospect of driving a car spoiled by a wealthy second generation. Mr. Chen, the Noah is currently undergoing maintenance and is expected to be ready by Sunday. Can I schedule it for next Monday? As Zhang Meili approached with the order, she exerted pressure on her chest, and suddenly, 2 buttons of her blouse popped open, revealing a tantalizing cleavage. This was her signature move, which had captivated countless wealthy heirs. After all, men, when faced with blatant temptation, often prefer these serendipitous small perks. Nevertheless, Chen Hao did not even glance in her direction, calmly confirming the order. Next Monday, is it? Very well, I happen to be busy this week. He then swiftly signed his name on the order and elegantly departed the office, leaving Zhang Meili in disarray. Her tried-and-true allure proving utterly ineffective against Chen Hao. Consequently, her expression twisted in frustration. Chen Hao, you, how dare you? Humph, just wait, I shall have you. Such is the power of wealth. No matter how heartless one may be, those materialistic women will always overlook your faults in the presence of money. As for Chen Hao, upon exiting the company, he felt invigorated. Finally, I can hold my head high. If I had to endure this stifling place for another second, I would have exploded. He chuckled to himself. Moreover, this week provides the perfect opportunity for preparation. Ultimately, the endeavor at hand is to replicate a grand yacht measuring 109 meters in length, a task that demands an immense expenditure of both physical and mental fortitude. Thus, preparation is of the essence. It is imperative to elevate one's own capabilities. Just as in my previous existence, I shall commence with the replication of smaller items. The more I replicate, the swifter the process shall become. A sly smile crept upon Chen Hao's lips. The nature of such extraordinary abilities is akin to the mastery of firearms. The more one practices, the more refined one's technique inevitably becomes. However, neglecting one's skills will lead to a rapid decline in proficiency. Hence, for the ensuing week, Chen Hao's sole focus is the replication of various objects. This serves a dual purpose, to amass resources and to enhance his abilities. Thus, Chen Hao's first task was to make a phone call. Hello, Manager Yu, this is Chen Hao. I wish to rent a BMW 5 Series. You know I am well versed in this field, so do not attempt to deceive me with modified vehicles. I am currently located at. In truth, most rental companies engage in a sleight of hand, leading one to believe they are renting an 8 million yuan Rolls-Royce, when in fact, it is a modified 20,000 yuan Hongqi sedan. You might think you are acquiring a pristine luxury Mercedes, only to discover it is a well-worn vehicle disguised with a new exterior. As for the availability of genuine luxury cars for rent, yes, they exist, but they are exceedingly rare. One must possess significant connections to secure such a vehicle. Coincidentally, Chen Hao is not only a seasoned professional in the rental industry, but also a top seller. Therefore, others dare not mislead him, as they rely on his referrals for clientele. 10 minutes later, a brand new BMW 530 arrived before Chen Hao. Manager Yu, who resembled a plump ball, clambered out of the vehicle and exclaimed, "Brother Hao, the car you requested has arrived, brand new, and this is its first rental today. Is that true? Where did you procure this fresh stock?" Chen Hao inquired, intrigued, for it is indeed rare for a vehicle to make its debut in rental service. Manager Yu chuckled and replied, "There's a driver whose boss just purchased this car. He brought it here for initial break-in, and now it's ours." Interesting. While earning a salary and gas money from his employer, he is also pocketing your commission. Quite the astute fellow. Isn't he worried about damaging his boss's car? Huh. This car is like a wife. If it's not your own, why would you care? Manager Yu replied with a smirk, then gazed at Chen Hao with eager anticipation. In an instant, Chen Hao grasped the situation. The market rate for a BMW 530 is 600 yuan per day. Since this one is brand new, I shall offer 1,000 yuan per day. Fair enough. Wouldn't you agree? Fair enough. Fair enough. But if I am generous, you must also be generous. What? Tomorrow, arrange for a brand new Land Rover to be delivered to me. If I am satisfied, my payment will reflect that. Understood. Understood. Manager Yu, resembling a round ball, instantly smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly squinted shut. As for the BMW rental, Chen Hao paid 1,000 yuan, of which 600 went to the company, while the remaining 400 naturally lined Manager Yu's pockets. The market rate for a Land Rover is 500 yuan per day. Yet Chen Hao would undoubtedly offer an even greater sum. Therefore, how could Manager Yu not be wholeheartedly devoted to such a lucrative venture? He immediately set into motion all of his connections. In the ever-bustling world of social media, a plea was made for a brand new Land Rover, with the promise of compensation, inviting private messages. As for Chen Hao, having acquired the car keys, he settled into a BMW and, with a mere gentle press of the accelerator, realized that the claims of his friend, the rotund Yu, were indeed true. Although Chen Hao could not afford a BMW himself, his years mingling within the circles of the affluent had endowed him with an extraordinary familiarity with luxury automobiles. The idle rich often sought thrills in racing and frequently invited Chen Hao to join them. With his exceptional driving prowess, he had earned the moniker of the God of Curves, a title that spoke to his skill rather than mere charm. After all, how else could he secure so many orders if not through talent? He pondered, how could one resist capturing a photo of such a splendid vehicle? Thus, Chen Hao seized his phone and took a picture, unabashedly showcasing the BMW's emblematic steering wheel. He then shared it with his social circle, pondering a newfound affection for small animals and luxury cars alike, be it BMW, Land Rover, Jaguar, or Hummer. Yet, Chen Hao's post was not concealed from public view. When Lin Yushan encountered this post, she was consumed by rage, feeling that the 5 million he had won should rightfully belong to her. And yet he squandered it without offering her a single penny. How infuriating. The audacity of Chen Hao to spend the money alone. Lin Yushan's face contorted with fury, but then a brilliant idea struck her. If she could not claim the 5 million as a sister, why not pursue it as a wife? Ha ha ha. What a genius I am. Chapter 12. The frantic Lin Yushan with a swift press of the accelerator. Chen Hao propelled the BMW 530 into a thrilling rush. The sensation of speed exhilarating and the driving experience exceptionally comfortable. Indeed, the comfort of a BMW ranks among the finest in the automotive world. Thus it is said, drive a BMW, ride in a Mercedes. He sped into the suburbs, ensuring there were no prying eyes or cameras before alighting from the vehicle, preparing to replicate the BMW 530. Just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw the contact labeled sister, an oversight in his previous note, Lin Yushan. Likely reacting to his social media post, and ready to stir trouble. Having grown weary of his lengthy drive, Chen Hao decided to indulge in some amusement. Hello? Is this my brother? Lin Yushan feigned shyness, her voice dripping with affectation. Chen Hao, unfazed, replied, "What is it? Speak quickly, or I shall hang up." "Well, actually, I like you." "Oh," and then, Chen Hao felt no stirrings within, almost amused by her antics. Yet Lin Yushan seemed deeply entrenched in her role. "Brother, perhaps you haven't grasped my meaning. I don't mean a sibling affection. Rather, I mean the romantic kind." Chen Hao was left speechless, thinking to himself how bold she was. Yet, one cannot sacrifice financial gain for the sake of pride. However, Chen Hao's silence was misinterpreted by Lin Yushan as a sign that her words had struck a chord, filling her with a sense of unwarranted triumph. Possessing such striking beauty and an enviable figure, one must ponder which man could remain unaffected. Thus, Lin Yushan intensified her approach. "If you find it difficult to articulate your feelings for me, then let your actions speak louder," she declared, emphasizing her words for clarity. On the other end of the line, after a brief silence, Chunhao responded affirmatively. All right, come over. I'll be at this location. Upon receiving Chunhao's coordinates, Lin Yushan was instantly filled with elation. Haha, I knew it. Men are creatures driven by their baser instincts. Now I've got him right where I want him. Haha, 5 million is finally within my grasp. In her excitement, Lin Yushan paid little heed to the fact that Chunhao had chosen an isolated suburban area for their rendezvous. She perhaps fancied that he desired a romantic encounter in the wilderness. With a sense of urgency, Lin Yushan summoned a ride, even offering extra to ensure the driver accelerated. She could hardly contain her anticipation for Chunhao. Nay, to be precise, for the 5 million he promised. As the vehicle approached the outskirts and she spotted a BMW 530 parked by the side of a muddy road, she promptly exited the car, eager to approach it. In this setting, an open field, a BMW, a man, and a woman, she already envisioned what was to unfold. 5 million, here I come. However, just as Lin Yushan reached the BMW, the car unexpectedly revved its engine and sped away, leaving behind a trail of smoke as it shot off at a staggering 200 kilometers per hour. Lin Yushan stood there, bewildered. But I haven't even gotten in yet. Flustered, she hurriedly grabbed her phone. Brother, what are you doing? I haven't entered the car. You said you wanted to see my feelings through my actions, didn't you? Indeed, and what I am demonstrating is my indifference towards you. Chunhao retorted before abruptly hanging up. Left alone in the wind, Lin Yushan found herself in a remote area, devoid of any nearby village or shop, making it impossible to hail a taxi. The only option to return was on foot. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. To entice Chunhao, she had dressed as provocatively as possible, high heels, a short skirt, and no tights underneath. Walking back on that muddy road risked her spraining her ankle numerous times. Her expression twisted in frustration, Lin Yushan erupted in a furious outburst. Chunhao, you scoundrel! Scoundrel! Meanwhile, Chunhao, with a spirit akin to the BMW 530 beneath him, sped onto the fast lane. Reveling not only in having outsmarted Lin Yushan, but also in the effortless success of his BMW 530 scheme. In merely half an hour, Chunhao replicated a BMW 530, expending physical energy comparable to a leisurely 10-minute jog. It is worth noting that Chunhao was once a long-distance running champion, having achieved an impressive marathon time of 2 hours and 15 minutes. Thus, a 10-minute run hardly represents his limits, merely serving as a warm-up. This newfound ability significantly boosts his confidence in replicating the Ark of Noah. After all, his endurance remains remarkably robust. With that thought, he decided it was time to stockpile supplies. Chunhao deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and headed towards the city's most opulent buffet, where the average cost per person was a staggering 2,000 yuan, situated within the luxurious 5-star Imperial Hotel. For someone like Chunhao, who possesses the extraordinary ability to replicate any item infinitely, quantity pales in comparison to variety. Dining is akin to dating. Would one not prefer to date 1,000 different women rather than the same one 10,000 times? Upon entering the restaurant, Chunhao commanded, "Reserve a private room for me." "Certainly, sir," replied a sweet-faced waitress, ushering him into a private chamber and presenting him with a menu. In a truly lavish buffet, patrons are not treated like dogs, scurrying about for morsels, nor competing for limited dishes. Instead, one simply selects from the menu, and the kitchen prepares everything to ensure optimal taste and quality. However, Chunhao barely glanced at the menu before declaring, "Bring me 2 of everything." "Pardon?" I said. "Bring me 2 portions of every dish listed on the menu." The waitress was utterly bewildered. It is important to note that their establishment had hosted numerous internet celebrities attempting to consume 50 lobsters, testing the limits of the restaurant's patience. Yet, the business ultimately profited from such spectacles. But a request like Chunhao's, demanding 2 of every dish, was staggering, considering their selection boasted over 500 items, including substantial staples like fried rice, ramen, and stir-fried rice cakes. To suggest that one person could finish such a monumental feast was ludicrous. Even 10 could not possibly consume it all. Thus, the waitress timidly remarked, "Sir, we advocate for the clean plate initiative. If you cannot finish your meal, there is a fine of 100 yuan for every 100 grams wasted." The implication was clear. Ordering such an extravagant amount would likely incur a penalty of several thousand yuan. After all, the establishment prided itself on high-end ingredients such as abalone, lobster, steak, and roasted lamb chops. A fine of 100 yuan per 100 grams might be seen as reasonable in the market. Nonetheless, Chunhao simply chuckled. "If I cannot finish, I shall compensate you 100 yuan for every gram." Enough talk, bring it forth. Chapter 13. Wumi. Under Chunhao's insistence, the waitress, left with no choice, relayed the substantial order to the kitchen. Such a significant request immediately stirred a commotion throughout the restaurant. What is happening? 2 portions of every dish? Surely, this cannot be serious. Who is this divine being? Ordering so much food, it must weigh over 200 jin, heavier than a person. Is he truly capable of finishing it all? Is it yet another influencer seeking attention? When it comes time to settle the bill, they proclaim, "I am an influencer. If you do not waive my charges, I will unleash a social media storm against you." The hushed whispers of the waitstaff drew the attention of the restaurant manager, who hurriedly approached to take command. This manager, named Wu Mi, sported a head of voluminous waves and was clad in a meticulously tailored professional outfit that not only failed to conceal her figure, but accentuated her impressive bosom. Easily a size E, earning her the moniker Big Secret. Yet, beneath her striking appearance lay a formidable managerial prowess. With an air of decisiveness, Wu Mi commanded, "Return to your posts. Anyone who dares to point fingers at a guest will be promptly dismissed." She turned to two staff members, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, instructing them to attend to the guest, insisting they report any developments to her immediately. In an instant, the once lively atmosphere at the private room's entrance fell silent, leaving only Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi bustling in and out with dishes. "Here you are, your supreme shrimp dumplings, crab roast yumai, steamed chicken feet with black bean sauce, and steamed spare ribs," they began to announce, only to find themselves utterly dumbfounded as Chunhao swiftly devoured the numerous dishes they had just served. Chunhao, impatient, urged them on, "Just place it down. Hurry up with the rest while it's hot." "Yes, yes," Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi stammered, feeling intimidated. For the next 2 hours, the trio, Chunhao, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Qi, engaged in a relentless cycle of bringing in dishes and taking away empty plates, without a moment's respite. Such an astounding appetite, despite Wu Mi's strict orders against discussing Chunhao, stirred murmurs among the staff. How can he eat so much? What kind of stomach can hold all that? Who knows? With billions of people, it's only natural to encounter someone with such an extraordinary appetite. Hey, I've heard that men who eat a lot are exceptional in other areas too. If he can consume this much, could it be that he is also remarkable in other aspects? Why not get his WeChat later? A group of staff members whispered amongst themselves. Wu Mi, clicking her heels, approached with a reprimand. "What are you all whispering about? We are service personnel here to cater to our clients, not to judge them. This is your first warning, and your last." Her stern demeanor left the staff feeling disgruntled yet powerless. After all, authority often prevails. They dispersed reluctantly. However, Wu Mi found herself unable to return to her office, having overheard the remark about men who eat a lot being impressive in other ways. Though she was not the type to indulge in frivolity, even the most formidable career woman experiences lonely nights, especially since she had not found anyone appealing in quite some time. Yet, upon Chunhao's entrance, she had noticed not only his handsome features, but also his remarkable physique. Thus, Wu Mi was unbothered by the prospect of being friends with Chunhao, engaging in a relationship that was purely physical, devoid of any emotional entanglements. "Sir, may I inquire about your satisfaction with the flavor of our dishes?" Wu Mi inquired sweetly, attempting to gauge Chunhao's appetite while making a subtle advance. A mere glance at Wu Mi revealed her flirtatious intentions. The plight of handsome men often lies in the attention they garner from women eager to possess them. However, Chunhao had no intention of rebuffing her advances, adhering instead to his principle of neither initiating nor rejecting, and remaining unaccountable for the consequences. He smiled faintly and replied, "It is quite good, though there is room for improvement in the dining experience." "Is that so? How about we add each other on WeChat and select a suitable time for a more in-depth discussion?" Wu Mi suggested. "I believe tonight would be quite fitting. I fear I might forget by tomorrow. I finish work at 7. I shall wait for you downstairs at 7, he responded casually, effortlessly securing Wu Mi's WeChat and her entire evening in the process. "Sir, your dishes have been served. Would you like anything else?" Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi asked timidly, noting that throughout the meal, Chunhao had not shown any signs of fullness. "Oh, is everything here? That will suffice. This is enough," he waved them off, sending the astonished duo away, preparing to continue indulging in his culinary delights. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the final few dishes were quite photogenic, prompting him to post a picture on social media. After all, merely having wealth is insufficient. One must also showcase extravagant spending to incite envy. A simple meal costing 2,000 yuan, which they claimed was the most expensive in their establishment, instantly rendered countless takeaway meals unappealing. This was particularly true for Lin Yushan, who found herself alone in the outskirts, cold and hungry. Just as she contemplated posting a plea for help, she stumbled upon Chunhao's post, which shattered her composure. There she was, trudging along a muddy road, while Chunhao reveled in luxury at a fine dining establishment. "Chunhao, I shall have my revenge. I will make you pay." Lin Yushan shrieked in a fit of rage, startling a kind-hearted driver who had considered offering her a ride, causing him to hastily accelerate away. While men may heroically rescue damsels in distress, a deranged woman is best avoided. Yet, after her fury subsided, Lin Yushan gradually regained her composure. For no amount of anger could equate to 5 million yuan. 5 million. I must acquire that sum. I refuse to settle for a 20 yuan takeaway. I too desire a lavish dinner costing 2,000, or even 20,000. After much contemplation, Lin Yushan resolved that hesitation was no longer an option. She must deploy her most potent weapon, seduction. It was imperative to abandon mere verbal attempts to allure Chun Hao and instead leverage her physical allure. Thus, she made a decisive choice to return home, don her most exquisite makeup, and wear the sexiest attire before knocking on Chun Hao's door that very evening. Chapter 14. Driving Lin Yushan mad. There are nearly 2,000 varieties now. Let us leave it at that for today. After exiting the Imperial Hotel, Chun Hao proceeded to several other 5-star establishments, sampling their entire range of culinary offerings. As for the 4-star restaurants and below, he regrettably found them beneath his notice. It was nearly 7 o'clock, just in time to pick up my wife for the evening. Thus, Chun Hao drove to the entrance of the Imperial Hotel, prepared to collect Wu Mi and return home for a more profound discussion. However, since Chun Hao was driving a BMW 530 and possessed striking good looks, it was inevitable that he attracted the attention of women. "Handsome, your car is stunning. Could you take me for a spin?" A woman, who rated a commendable 75 in appearance and clad in a super short skirt, approached Chun Hao with an alluring sway, confident in her allure. After all, she was not unattractive, and men often found it difficult to refuse overtures from women. Unfortunately, Chun Hao maintained a nonchalant stance, neither proactive nor dismissive. But he did adhere to a fundamental standard. He would not entertain any woman whose physique or beauty fell below an 80. He preferred to indulge in a single slice of cake each week rather than lower his standards for something less desirable. Thus, he chose to disregard her advances. Yet, the woman persisted. "Handsome, don't ignore me. I assure you, I am quite understanding," she proclaimed with an air of significance. Regrettably for her, Chun Hao remained disinterested. "Come now, that's rather excessive. I'm being quite accommodating, and yet you choose to ignore me." The woman, attempting to charm him further, was interrupted by the sound of crisp high heels approaching, compelling her to glance over. A woman, exuding confidence with a figure exceeding 95 and beauty rated at 90, strode towards them with an imperious gait. It was, of course, Wu Mi, clutching a jacket in her left hand. She positioned herself 5 paces away from Chun Hao and the woman in the short skirt, smiling. "Am I interrupting something?" "Not at all. Your timing is impeccable," Chun Hao replied, his gaze deliberately averted from the short-skirted woman, indicating his annoyance. Wu Mi merely smiled and, assuming the role of the lady of the house, took her seat in the passenger seat. In an instant, only the awkwardly flustered woman remained, wishing desperately for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. She had believed herself entitled to linger, only to be decisively outclassed. As for Chun Hao and Wu Mi's subsequent plans, he was not the kind of man devoid of romance who would simply suggest returning home or hastily retreating to a hotel for a quick liaison in the parking lot. Instead, he escorted Wu Mi to a rather exquisite restaurant, the most opulent establishment in the city, where the average expenditure exceeded 30,000 yuan per person. Why choose such a splendid dining venue? Wu Mi was somewhat perplexed, holding a glass of crimson red wine, the authentic 1982 Lafite, which justified its exorbitant price of 30,000 yuan per person. The steak cost 800 yuan per serving, while a bottle of wine was priced at 50,000 yuan. Chun Hao gently swirled his wine glass and smiled slightly. "This is because I am rather superficial," he remarked. "Oh, how so?" Wu Mi inquired. "I tend to measure important people with money. For instance, for someone I do not value, I wouldn't even consider treating them to a 5 yuan fried rice. Yet for someone I genuinely cherish, I would gladly spend 500 yuan to take them to a concert. Oh, so inviting me to enjoy this 50,000 yuan bottle of wine signifies that you hold me in high regard?" "Absolutely correct. Cheers." Chun Hao lifted his glass slightly, and in an instant, half of the wine was consumed. The wine was velvety and delicate, akin to chocolate gliding over the tongue. "Not bad at all. I should stash a bottle of this in the creation space later." Wu Mi also raised her glass, took a gentle sip, and immediately felt a flush on her cheeks. After their meal, Chun Hao invited Wu Mi back to his home, to which she readily agreed. "Please make yourself comfortable. I'll grab some water," Chun Hao said with a smile as he went to the living room to fetch a bottle of water, quenching the thirst that arose from his earlier stroll. Due to the awakening of his special abilities, Chun Hao's physical prowess had significantly heightened, resulting in a greater need for hydration and energy. However, at that moment, a sudden knocking echoed at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, brother." Outside stood Lin Yushan, exuding charm in a bid to win over Chun Hao. Yet, Chun Hao remained unfazed, casually scratching his ear. "I advise you to forget about those 5 million. I will not give it to you. You might as well abandon that hope." "Brother, honestly, I do not desire that 5 million at all." "Oh, what is it that you truly want?" Lin Yushan's gaze was resolute as she stated, "What I really want is you." She was acutely aware that Chun Hao could not resist her pleas, a realization she had come to long ago. Indeed, Chun Hao opened the door, and Lin Yushan thought to herself that she had succeeded and began to step inside. However, Chun Hao merely opened the door without allowing her entry, instead blocking the threshold and nonchalantly scratching his ear while calling out, "Mimi, come help me with something." "All right." Wu Mi emerged, her graceful figure causing Lin Yushan to swallow hard. This was the epitome of a perfect goddess, captivating to both men and women alike. "See that? Someone like you. I have no interest in it all." Chun Hao scoffed, swiftly shutting the door, obliterating the last vestige of Lin Yushan's pride. "Chun Hao, you scoundrel! Scoundrel!" Lin Yushan screamed in a fit of rage, her face contorted with fury and anguish. From her perspective, Chun Hao was merely a dog belonging to the Lin family, while she was the family's little princess. Yet, in her attempts to draw closer to him, she had lowered her head and sacrificed her dignity, only to be met with repeated humiliation from Chun Hao. Thus, Lin Yushan completely concealed her mercenary facade, revealing her true nature, one akin to a ravenous wolf, relentlessly gnawing at every bone. "Chun Hao, do not presume that your 5 million can be securely held. I shall extract every last penny from you. Not a single cent shall remain." Yet, Lin Yushan's impassioned display of fury did not capture Chun Hao's attention for even a second, as he was preoccupied with playfully engaging with Wu Mi. "You seem to have quite a few troubles," Wu Mi remarked with a smile, noticing the second issue at hand. Chun Hao responded with a gentle smile. "Are you feeling jealous?" "Not at all. After all, I consider myself a beauty, surrounded by numerous admirers, some of whom are rather fervent." That might just make me a tad unhappy. Is it because I have admirers?" "Not at all. It's simply because you claim not to feel jealous. Hence, I must give you a good beating." "How rude." Early the next morning, Wu Mi packed her belongings and departed, being a woman with a strong sense of ambition. However, she left a message for Chun Hao. "In a few days, I shall treat you to a meal." This was tantamount to her initiating a meeting with him. What an intriguing woman she is. By day, she presents one persona, while by night, she transforms into another. Chun Hao stretched lazily before heading out to gather provisions, for the end of the world was still some time away, allowing him to stockpile more varieties. To his surprise, upon reaching the ground floor, he was surrounded by a throng of individuals. Chapter 15. Lin Yushan's Revenge. "Ah, you've finally arrived. Hee, I have awaited this day for quite some time." Chun Hao beamed at the 5 individuals before him: his father Lin Dashan, his mother Jiang Suiping, their cherished son Lin Jiawei, and Lin Jiawei's wife Bai Xiaojia. The final member, of course, was Lin Yushan, whose expression was rife with resentment. "Chun Hao, you have forced my hand." Lin Yushan glared at him with venomous eyes, wishing she could inflict mortal harm upon him. As a princess of high standing, it was a privilege for her to engage with Chun Hao, yet he had humiliated her time and again. Thus, Lin Yushan relinquished her initial ambition to claim the 5 million for herself. Indeed, from the outset, she had intended to monopolize the entire sum. To that end, she had tampered with the phones of Lin Dashan and the others, first blocking Chun Hao's social media updates and then erasing any mention of his lottery win. Consequently, it was not until this morning that Lin Yushan disclosed the matter, revealing to her family that Chun Hao had won the 5 million jackpot. "Haoko, how could you do this? For the sake of money, you forsake your family." Jiang Suiping lamented, her heart heavy with sorrow, though in reality, she was often the most severe in punishing Chun Hao. Whether with a stick, a metal hanger, or even a charging cable, akin to a whip, each strike could be life-threatening. More than once, she had nearly beaten him to death. Indeed, Chun Hao, one must possess a sense of conscience. You cannot, for the sake of wealth, treat your parents and us as if we were mere strangers. Bai Xiaojia, ever the instigator, remarked that after Chun Hao toiled tirelessly to purchase a house for the Lin family, Lin Jiawei's first demand upon his engagement to her was to expel Chun Hao. Furthermore, she insisted that her name be inscribed on the property deed, otherwise, the marriage was off the table. However, Jiang Suiping and Bai Xiaojia still put on a facade of familial affection to morally coerce him. Contrarily, Lin Dashan and Lin Jiawei were far less courteous. Lin Dashan, with a menacing demeanor, extended his hand and thundered, "You've gone too far. After winning 5 million, you dare to keep it for yourself? Hand it over immediately, or I'll make you pay dearly for your ingratitude. Indeed, if you don't surrender it, you shall not leave here today." Lin Jiawei echoed, lending his support. Such a tumultuous scene naturally drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Soon, a crowd of spectators gathered, for the allure of Chun Hao's windfall was undeniable. Many coveted his newfound wealth, and thus, his predicament was met with eager anticipation. Upon noticing the gathering crowd, Jiang Suiping promptly broke into tears, exclaiming, "Chun Hao, how can you be so heartless? We provided for your meals and shelter, and even supported your university education. You cannot treat us this way." Despite not being his biological mother, she insisted, "I have never regarded you as an outsider. I am your mother." The onlookers, upon hearing this, began to murmur and point fingers at Chun Hao. His character is appalling. Even if he is not her biological son, she has raised him for so many years. One exclaimed. Indeed, they supported his living expenses, his education. University is so costly nowadays. It costs at least 20,000 a year. How could he be so ungrateful? The crowd's sentiments echoed a common social observation. The less scrupulous one is, the more wealth one seems to amass. Yet, Chunhao remained unfazed by their remarks. In fact, a hint of amusement flickered across his face. What kind of sustenance had he been given throughout his childhood? What kind of living conditions had he endured? Would they dare to speak the truth? Were it not for his robust constitution, subsisting on discarded leftovers, and sleeping on cold, hard concrete floors would have long since claimed his life. As for his university education, it was even more absurd. The moment his acceptance letter arrived, Lin Dashin had tossed it aside, merely because Lin Jiawei had failed his entrance exam. Chunhao had to rummage through the neighborhood's trash bins to retrieve it. Moreover, the tuition fees he finally managed to save through hard labor were squandered by Lin Dashin and Lin Jiawei on their own indulgences, masquerading it as a rite of passage, leaving Chunhao to navigate the burden of debt throughout his university years. In light of such a past, how could they claim he was treated as a son? Was their own son less than a dog? Nonetheless, Chunhao chose not to engage in rebuttals. Such efforts were futile. What truly mattered was retaliation. Thus, he scanned his surroundings and spotted a burly figure, Han Lei, a fitness instructor from the adjacent building, and called out, "Hey, Han Lei, would you like to earn 5,000 effortlessly?" Han Lei, caught off guard, had merely been an innocent bystander until now. How had he suddenly been addressed? Nevertheless, the prospect of 5,000 yuan was indeed tempting. It equated to his monthly salary. Steeling himself, he inquired, "How do I earn it? Is it really that easy?" "Guaranteed to be effortless. Simply give him a slap, and I shall reward you with 5,000 yuan," Chunhao declared, pointing at Lin Dashin. Enraged, Lin Dashin cried out, "You wish for someone to strike me? This is utterly outrageous." However, Han Lei contemplated the situation and glanced at the red banner hanging nearby that read, "Do not fight. Lose the fight and end up in the hospital, win and face imprisonment." He immediately recoiled, shaking his head in refusal. No, this is a society governed by law. I cannot engage in such unlawful conduct." Observing Han Lei's attitude, Lin Dashin's family felt a surge of pride. The more law-abiding society became, the more honest individuals there were, allowing shameless rascals like them to thrive. Yet, they miscalculated one crucial aspect. Under the lure of substantial rewards, there is always a brave soul willing to act. The absence of volunteers merely indicated that the offered sum was insufficient. Thus, with 3 simple phrases, Chunhao swayed the minds of the muscular man and the entire crowd. 1 slap for 5,000, 2 slaps for 10,000, and no upper limit. What? Han Lei was momentarily bewildered, overwhelmed by this unexpected fortune. The first 2 statements were manageable, but what did no upper limit imply? If 2 slaps earned 10,000, then what if 50 slaps? Or 100? That would amount to 300,000. Moreover, it was well known that Chunhao had won 5 million in the scratch-off lottery. He could undoubtedly afford such a sum. With a serious demeanor, Han Lei turned to Chunhao. "You are not jesting, are you? Just 1 slap earns 5,000 yuan, and there is indeed no upper limit?" His earnestness unnerved Lin Dashin. After all, Han Lei was a fitness instructor. A single slap could leave him severely injured. Yet, Lin Jiawei stood resolutely beside Lin Dashin. "Father, no need to fear. You still have me. I will protect you. Good son." Lin Dashin nodded in approval, for it is said that in times of battle, a father and son must stand together. In critical moments, one must rely on their own kin. But the next moment, Lin Dashin heard a dissatisfied voice shout, "Hey, Chunhao, what if I strike Lin Dashin? Would you also reward me? 5,000 for a slap." "Indeed, we can strike too." Han Lei is not the only one with hands. A throng of voices clamored, eager to join in, with Chunhao's nod. They could render Lin Dashin unrecognizable in mere seconds. Lin Dashin was drenched in sweat. Madness. Absolute madness. These people have lost their minds. "Son, we must leave quickly." Yet, when he turned, he discovered Lin Jiawei had already retreated to a safe distance, even distancing himself from Lin Dashin. "Father, they are after you, not me. You ungrateful wretch." Lin Dashin seethed in frustration, inadvertently including himself in his own rebuke. After all, the betrayal of one's own son is a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, what he faced now was merely a psychological blow. The next moment, he would endure a physical one. For, under the gaze of the crowd, Chunhao was about to deliver a response that would send everyone into a frenzy. "Everyone, listen closely. As long as you strike Lin Dashin, you may claim your reward from me. Each slap yields 5,000. Each kick, 10,000. There is no upper limit. Furthermore, do remember to capture the event on video to claim your payment. Do not attempt to take advantage of the situation." Chapter 16. Lin Yushan's madness. After Chunhao's words fell, Lin Dashin was still bewildered, when a flurry of punches rained down upon him, rendering him disoriented. Frantically, Lin Dashin tried to shield his head and escape, but as he crouched low, countless feet soared toward his face, toppling him to the ground, where he was mercilessly surrounded and kicked from all directions. To add insult to injury, he could vaguely see his own son, Lin Jiawei, amidst the crowd, eagerly delivering a few kicks of his own. There was no recourse. After all, Chunhao had proclaimed that anyone who struck Lin Dashin would be rewarded, without stipulating that one's own son was exempt from participation. As for Jiang Cuiping, Bai Xiaojia, and Lin Yushan, they wisely kept their distance, fully aware of the consequences of provoking Chunhao, which Lin Dashin had made abundantly clear. Thus, their gazes toward him were laden with trepidation, dissuading them from seeking further altercations. Damn it, Chunhao, you wretched rabbit, Lin Dashin began to curse, only to be abruptly silenced by a kick to the mouth that forced the remaining words back down his throat. The most infuriating part was that he clearly recognized that the foot delivering the blow belonged to none other than his beloved son, Lin Jiawei. Enraged, Lin Dashin's eyes bulged as he yearned to confront Lin Jiawei about his betrayal. Yet, whether out of guilt or sheer panic, Lin Jiawei clumsily kicked at Lin Dashin's eyes a few more times, leaving him with darkened circles resembling those of a panda, ultimately causing Lin Dashin to faint from the sheer exasperation. Gradually, the crowd regained their composure. Realizing that risking a life for a mere 350,000 was not worth it, a few light blows totaling around 20 or 30,000 would suffice. Meanwhile, Chunhao had already sauntered away with nonchalance, prompting the group to disperse with laughter and chatter. I delivered 5 slaps and 3 kicks. What about you? Alas, there were too many people. I could barely squeeze in and managed only 1 kick before I was completely blocked. What a pity. I just caught sight of Han Lei, gripping Lin Dashin by the collar and slapping him vigorously. He must have landed at least 20 hits. Goodness, that's over 100,000, isn't it? How sly. Indeed. By the way, how do we claim our money from Chunhao? I don't have his WeChat. Just add him in the group. Isn't he in the community chat? Right. Almost forgot. Once most had left, Lin Jiawei and a few others finally approached to help Lin Dashin up, checking for signs of life by placing fingers beneath his nose. To their surprise, Lin Dashin swatted Lin Jiawei's hand away in anger. Father, you're not unconscious, Lin Jiawei exclaimed, covering his face. Lin Dashin was incensed beyond measure. Damn it, if I hadn't feigned unconsciousness, would you have kicked me again? Father, I merely feared that Chunhao would give our 5 million to someone else. Thus, if one can retrieve a little, one should strive to reclaim as much as possible. Damn it, my son dares to strike me, and he believes he has the right. Lin Dashin was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood, thinking to himself, what kind of wretched son have I raised? It was Bai Xiaojia who stepped in to mediate. Jiawei, what you did is wrong. You should apologize to your father. Then, turning to Lin Jiawei, she discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Father's health is his own, but the money belongs to us. Lin Jiawei chuckled. Wife, that is precisely my thought. We truly share a deep connection. However, in contrast to Bai Xiaojia's feigned diplomacy, Lin Yushan harbored nothing but resentment. Resentment, and more resentment. She was resolute in her determination not to rest until she extracted the 5 million from Chunhao. Dad, stop scolding my brother. He is right. That 5 million is ours, not Chunhao's. Lin Dashin fell silent. Though he shared the same sentiment, they were indeed powerless against Chunhao. Yushan, what are your thoughts? We could find someone. We could eliminate Chunhao. What? You want to kill Chunhao? Lin Dashin and Lin Jiawei were all taken aback. Although they had contemplated numerous strategies to reclaim money from Chunhao, they had never considered resorting to murder. Yet, after a few seconds of silence, the Lin family's expression stabilized, even finding Lin Yushan's suggestion somewhat intriguing. Shoo, it's inconvenient to talk outside. Let us discuss this at home. All right. Meanwhile, Chunhao was admiring a large Land Rover, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Among all SUVs, Land Rover has always been the pinnacle, both in comfort and safety. If a Land Rover were to collide with another vehicle, unless the opponent is a tank, it is certain that the Land Rover would prevail. I am very pleased with this vehicle. Chunhao readily transferred funds to Manager Yu and issued instructions for the next day. Tomorrow, procure an excavator for me. And by the way, find me a barely functional Mercedes as well. Remember, it just needs to run. The other conditions can be as poor as they come. Do not hesitate. Manager Yu was left dumbfounded. While requesting an excavator was understandable, the demand for a barely functional Mercedes was perplexing. Yet, considering Chunhao's generous demeanor, Manager Yu promptly gave an approving gesture and then turned to post on social media. Oh, the wonders of social media. Seeking a barely functional Mercedes. I am not joking. Observing Manager Yu's expression of amusement at the extravagance of the wealthy, Chunhao merely smiled calmly. Haha, BMW, Land Rover, excavator. These 3 vehicles were deliberately arranged in ascending order to hone his replication abilities. As for the barely functional Mercedes, this was no jest. It was part of Chun Hao's next testing phase, which involved infusing his personal will into the replicated items. For instance, transforming a barely functional Mercedes into a brand new, outstanding model. With my current abilities, I should be able to accomplish this task, yet to master it with finesse, I must practice several more times to achieve perfection. Chun Hao revealed a mischievous smile. It is worth noting that in his previous life, it was this transformative power that enabled him to rise swiftly to prominence. Why, you may ask? Because after the torrential rains, the majority of resources in the world were rendered useless, ruined by the floodwaters, and left to decay as worthless debris. However, Chun Hao possesses the ability to restore these items to their original state. What does this signify? It equates to having dominion over a vast majority of the world's resources. Such immense wealth. What is happening? At that moment, Chun Hao's phone suddenly vibrated incessantly, reminiscent of a small, trembling teddy bear. Upon checking, he discovered that those onlookers who had just confronted Lin Dashin were now attempting to add him as a friend through group chat. Each of them was impatient. Chun Hao, quickly accept my friend request. I'm here to collect money. Hurry up and pay. Don't even think about defaulting on your debt. If you do, you can forget about living in this community. They were all fierce and relentless, more intimidating than loan sharks. Yet, Chun Hao remained composed, accepting their friend requests with ease, and sent a group message to them. Video. And your names. The transfer requires name verification. Was Chun Hao genuinely planning to transfer money to these individuals? Certainly not. The requirement for name verification was merely a pretext. The true objective was to precisely pinpoint each person's identity. And what was the purpose of identifying them? Haha. Apologies. Chun Hao never succumbs to threats. Naturally, he intended to retaliate. Hello, I'm calling the police. There's a group brawl occurring here, and I have video evidence. Chun Hao smiled with a charmingly wicked grin. Chapter 17. Highly popular within the community, many were discussing Chun Hao, albeit not in a favorable light. That Chun Hao is nothing more than a nouveau riche. Now that he has a bit of money, he struts around arrogantly. Indeed, he charges 5,000 for a slap and 10,000 for a kick. Does he think he hit the jackpot of 50 billion? He only won 5 million. Regardless. With my 3 punches and 2 kicks, he must pay me 15,000. He wouldn't dare default, would he? He would. With so many of us fighting for him, if he dares to refuse payment, he won't walk out of this community alive. Exactly. However, amidst their chatter, someone shared alarming news. Whoa, did you hear? A police car just arrived and took Han Lei away. What is going on? I don't know. But they said someone reported him for fighting. This guy must be a fool, fighting without being discreet. And he's not even clever enough to deny it. Actually, they claim there's a video of him fighting. Unbelievable, what a complete fool. He didn't even try to hide while fighting. And he let someone film it as evidence. I heard the video was even recorded by him. Wait a moment, he recorded the video himself? It couldn't possibly have been from this morning, could it? Indeed, how did you come to know? A sudden silence enveloped the group. For what video had Han Lei captured that morning? Naturally, it was the recording of their brutal assault on Lin Dashin. Thus, Han Lei was taken away, and none of them could escape the repercussions. As anticipated, mere minutes later, a cacophony of knocking reverberated at many doors. Police, open the door and cooperate with the investigation. It was then that the group became alert, realizing the foolishness of their own actions. Simultaneously, in room 2102, Lin Dashin's family gathered together. I have already confirmed with our lawyer that although Chun Hao is not listed on our household registration, as long as we can substantiate that he was raised by us and that a nurturing relationship exists, we can inherit his 5 million. Upon hearing Lin Yushan's inquiry results, Lin Dashin and Lin Zhouwei excitedly rubbed their hands together. After all, that sum was 5 million, a fortune that many people would struggle a lifetime to earn. However, they also noticed the commotion outside, filled with the blaring of police sirens. What on earth was happening out there? Lin Dashin curiously approached the window to peer below, and to his astonishment, he saw police officers escorting individuals to police cars, individuals he recognized all too well, as they were the very ones who had assaulted him that morning. Lin Zhouwei, observing the group chat, was equally shocked. Oh my, Chun Hao, in a bid to avoid paying, actually reported everyone who assisted him this morning. Is this true? Lin Dashin was taken aback. Not only was he unwilling to pay, but he had also gone as far as to call the police. This was escalating into a deadly feud. Yet, upon hearing this news, Lin Yushan began to chuckle wickedly. This is splendid. A perfect opportunity indeed. What? With Chun Hao offending so many, if he were to meet a vengeful end, would it not be justified? Lin Dashin and Lin Zhouwei exchanged bewildered glances for a few seconds before madness flickered in their eyes. They could already envision the 5 million beckoning to them. So, father, if the police come to question you, do you know how to cooperate? It is imperative that these individuals are incarcerated. Why? for no reason other than to ensure they are imprisoned. Only then will they harbor a deep-seated hatred for Chen Hao. Understood. Just the thought of the assault ignited Lin Dashan's fury, and he resolved to seize this opportunity for revenge. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was in the group chat, watching the videos of these individuals being taken away one by one, a sweet smile gracing his lips. Well, I never imagined that you, elderly comrades in your 60s, would partake in such brawls. How curious. When riding the bus, you all claimed to have difficulty moving, yet when it came to kicking Lin Dashan, you were fiercer than Bruce Lee. Chen Hao mused, unperturbed by the possibility of these individuals turning against him, claiming he incited the mob against Lin Dashan. The answer was clear. He feared nothing. We live in a society governed by law. If you assert that I incited it, you must provide evidence. So, do you possess any video? None. Then you might as well go and sit in the police station. Engaging in brawls can lead to a maximum detention of 15 days. Anyone who would fight over a mere few tens of thousands is hardly a good person. In the face of apocalypse, they become nothing but desperate rogues. First, I must place these individuals on my blacklist. Once the storm arrives, I shall not allow them to come near me by even a step. Chen Hao silently compiled a ledger in his mind, meticulously recording the names of these individuals. He then resumed his daily display of ostentation. Sigh. The square shape of a Land Rover truly is unsightly. Yet upon learning its price exceeds 2 million, it suddenly appeared rather appealing. Once the video was released, it instantly garnered countless likes and comments from beautiful women. Where did Wumi go to indulge today? The simple words felt reminiscent of a familiar friend's greeting, exuding a comforting vibe. A message from a nameless beauty read, General Manager Chen, are you free tonight? I would like to have dinner with you and perhaps exchange some playful banter. Smiley face. Had Chen Hao not recognized her from her avatar as the sales manager from Vacheron Constantine, he might have completely forgotten her. Speaking of your playful banter, is it truly as coy as it sounds? The former department head, Zhang Meili, remarked, General Manager Chen drives such a fine vehicle. When will you take me for a spin? I also adore driving. Chen Hao could only respond with a dismissive ha. To her, a widow, Anna, lamented, brother, when will you give me that handbag? It's not the bag I desire, but you, dear brother. How delightfully cheeky. Chen Hao recalled that due to a significant secret, he had asked Anna to postpone her arrival, and in doing so, he had forgotten about her. No wonder they say that the wealthy often forget. With new beauties appearing daily, who can remember the old? Nevertheless, Chen Hao replied to Anna, come to my place tonight. Not for any particular reason, merely to showcase to the residents of the community the extraordinary life I now led. Wealth at my disposal, women aplenty. At that moment, another message popped up in Chen Hao's social circle. Brother Hao, you are in danger. Chapter 18. The considerate Xiao Xiao. Brother Hao, you are in danger. Haozi, as he is affectionately called by his good friend Zhou Ting, would have only one person addressing Chen Hao in this manner after his passing, Zhou Ting's sister, Zhou Xiao Xiao. Chen Hao opened Zhou Xiao Xiao's personal WeChat. Xiao Xiao, what news have you heard? In the community, many are saying that you have gone too far, Brother Hao. Not only did you refuse to pay, but you also called the police. So when you return, they are determined to teach you a lesson. Reading Zhou Xiao Xiao's message, Chen Hao could only smirk disdainfully. What use is bravado? Does one truly need a firearm for that? Brother Hao, you have been rather ostentatious lately. This isn't like you. Zhou Xiao Xiao sent another message, recalling Chen Hao as a low-key, yet resolute man, making the current version of him seem somewhat unfamiliar. Little did she know, people do change, especially after having faced death. Rest assured, dear Haozi, you will forever remain my Haozi. There is no need for concern. However, do take care of your safety. Indeed. And also exercise caution in that regard. Huh. What aspect? It pertains to matters of that nature. It is advisable to conduct a preliminary check. Chen Hao was instantly engulfed in a wave of exasperation, pondering to himself, Xiao Xiao, you young lady. Why are you secretly prying into my private life? Yet upon reflection, it was quite reasonable, considering that Zhou Xiao Xiao harbored affections for him that had been evident for quite some time. Thus, during Zhou Ting's lifetime, he frequently cautioned Chen Hao, as a brother, do not pursue my sister, unless I am no longer here. Recalling those past events, a knowing smile crept upon Chen Hao's face. He then remembered what Zhou Xiao Xiao had just mentioned. Recently, he had indeed been a tad ostentatious, merely a touch, yet still insufficient. He needed to enhance his demeanor. A mischievous grin spread across Chen Hao's face. One of life's greatest frustrations is witnessing those you deem inferior thriving while your own circumstances deteriorate. Ironically, the entire neighborhood once held Chen Hao in disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a dog of the Lin family. Let them witness how I have cultivated a life beyond their wildest dreams. An hour later, Chen Hao strode back into the community with great swagger. Upon seeing him, many pairs of eyes instantly filled with envy. Chen Hao, you son of a, what did you say? I meant to say, you look rather dapper today. A fiercely imposing man, intending to berate Chun Hao, quickly faltered. Why? Simply because Chun Hao was flanked by 18 bodyguards clad in black attire, exuding an unmistakable air of intimidation. Anyone daring to show disrespect towards Chun Hao would have to prepare for the consequences. Thus, surrounded by his entourage of bodyguards, Chun Hao entered the community with an air of authority, leaving those who once threatened him too intimidated to utter a sound, opting instead to mutter quietly behind his back. What else with the arrogance? Winning 5 million is more boastful than winning 5 billion. Wife, let us go? No need to stoop to their level. However, upon calling out to his wife, he discovered her staring blankly at Chun Hao's retreating figure, utterly captivated. After all, it is in a woman's nature to be drawn to strength. Though Chun Hao may not be the strongest, he undoubtedly surpassed their ineffectual husbands by a wide margin. In that moment, the atmosphere in the community grew tense, as no man relished the thought of donning an unwanted green hat. Why do I sense that many seem eager to devour me? Chun Hao murmured skeptically, feeling as though he were being eyed by a pack of ravenous wolves. Their gazes clearly conveyed an intent to strip him bare. There is no rush. When the storm arrives, opportunities will abound. Chun Hao was unhurried. He had a more pressing matter at hand, securing a rental property. Moreover, he intended to lease the entirety of the floor below. In his previous life, the tenants downstairs, upon discovering that Chun Hao's household contained supplies, had the audacity to break through the ceiling in the dead of night, armed with a kitchen knife, intent on eliminating him. Fortunately, at that moment, Chun Hao was experiencing a slight bout of insomnia, which allowed him to promptly discover the situation and thus escape a dire fate in his sleep. However, this incident left a significant psychological scar on him, compelling Chun Hao to take measures to prevent its recurrence. Hey, open the door. We are here to rent a house. Chun Hao gestured with his finger, and 2 bodyguards approached to knock on the door of room 3101. The residential complex where Chun Hao resided was a redevelopment area, hence some properties were privately owned while others were allocated through the demolition process. Many individuals possessed multiple properties, which they rented out for profit. On the 31st floor, all 4 units belonged to an elderly gentleman. Upon hearing the knocking, the old man from room 3101 creaked open the door, displaying an irritable demeanor. What do you want? As previously mentioned, this neighborhood was a redevelopment zone, and many residents had familial ties. Among those Chun Hao reported earlier that morning was the elderly man's cousin. Chun Hao pointed at the other available units and declared, I wish to rent a house. I would never rent to you, the old man retorted, preparing to shut the door. Chun Hao calmly responded, I will offer 3 times the price. In an instant, the old man reconsidered, realizing that familial connections seemed less significant in the face of such an offer. However, he still hesitated. It wasn't merely a matter of money. He had already leased these units, and the current tenants were quite comfortable. Understanding that this was not solely about the financial aspect, but rather the inadequacy of the offer, Chun Hao decisively stated, I will pay 5 times the price. Is there any issue with that? No issues. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. The rental market in their complex hovered around 3,000 yuan per unit. 5 times that amounted to an astonishing 15,000 yuan. Collectively, that equated to a staggering 60,000 yuan, or 720,000 yuan annually. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a figure? Thus, the well-settled tenants were of no concern to him. Obstructing someone's path to wealth is akin to killing their parents, he thought, dismissing them entirely. Observing the old man lost in dreams of fortune, Chun Hao smirked. When the apocalypse arrives, will you still be expecting that 720,000? You won't receive a single penny. All right, you all remain here. These units will serve as your dormitory from now on. Yes, Mr. Chun. Remember, anyone wishing to pass through here to the 32nd floor must obtain my permission. Understood? Understood. Good. Chun Hao nodded and ascended the stairs. Before the onset of the apocalypse, society still adhered to the rule of law, making it most effective to employ a group of enforcers to intimidate the residents of the complex. Yet, in the post-apocalyptic world, those enforcers could very well turn into one's own executioners. Thus, the development of his spatial abilities could not be halted. In fact, it needed to accelerate. Chun Hao silently affirmed, and then he noticed a small pink bag hanging from the doorknob of his room. Chapter 19. Tormenting the Lin family. What is this? Chun Hao curiously unfastened the small bag, peering inside to find several testing needles and a neatly written card. Brother Hao, please ensure your safety, Xiao Xiao. Chun Hao's mouth twitched momentarily. This little girl. What kind of testing needles are these? Naturally, they were intended to ascertain whether one had any sexually transmitted diseases. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoxiao had thoughtfully selected the rapid result type that delivered results in just 1 minute. Was she worried that Chun Hao might be too eager and not wait for the results before proceeding? How should one articulate this feeling? It was akin to someone preparing to engage with one's beloved, not only providing protection but also inquiring whether she preferred strawberry or lemon flavors. Yet, when the genders are reversed, why does it inexplicably seem somewhat endearing? Shenhao could not quite grasp Zhou Xiaoxiao's intentions. Perhaps it stemmed from a desire to protect someone they cherished. However, since his rebirth, why did he constantly feel an inexhaustible reservoir of energy? Shenhao pondered. Though he was a young man, the intensity of his vigor far surpassed that of his former self. Could it be that he was not only destined to create, but also to procreate? The mere thought of procreation invigorated him, prompting him to pull out his phone and send a message to the alluring widow, Anna. Come over. Bring your bag. He then retreated to his room to await her arrival. 10 minutes later, Anna had yet to appear, but the bodyguards downstairs were the first to contact him. Hello, Mr. Chun. There is a person named Anna who wishes to take the elevator to the 32nd floor, but we have stopped her. Is she your guest? Yes. I summoned her. Please allow her to ascend. Understood. Shenhao was quite pleased with the bodyguard's vigilance. As Anna reached the 31st floor, she was intercepted, indicating that they were not neglecting their duties. Upon her arrival, Anna began to complain. Brother Chun, why did you summon so many bodyguards? You nearly scared me to death. Chunhao said nothing, merely placing a bag elegantly on the table. And now? Meanwhile, in the elevator, Lin Dashin held a bundle of rope, speaking conspiratorially. Once we reach the top, we should trick Chunhao into opening the door, and then we can rush in and subdue him. He cast a significant glance at Bai Xiaojia, entrusting her with an important task. Xiaojia, it's up to you to deceive Chunhao into opening the door. Don't worry. Dad, just watch me. Didn't T.I. already say, when it comes to delicious food, nothing beats dumplings. When it comes to fun, nothing beats a mischievous adventure. Bai Xiaojia posed confidently, for she had once been a budding model, and in terms of looks and figure, she certainly rated above 80. With her unique status as a sister-in-law, she was convinced that Chunhao would have some thoughts about it. Lin Jiawei stood nearby, offering praise. Exactly. With my wife's beauty, who wouldn't be easily captivated? Alright, we're almost at the 32nd floor. Let us keep it low-key and avoid giving Chunhao any reason to suspect us. Lin Yushan cautioned, determined to ensure that today, she would decisively claim the 5 million that rightfully belonged to her. Unexpectedly, upon their arrival at the 31st floor, the elevator doors slid open to reveal a cadre of imposing, burly bodyguards clad in black. The Lin family was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The stoic bodyguards stepped inside, preventing the elevator from ascending further, and aggressively inquired, "What are your names?" They then proceeded to call Chunhao. "Hello, Mr. Chun. There are a few individuals wishing to access the 32nd floor, namely Lin Dashin, Lin Jiawei, Jiang Ziping, Lin Yushan, and Bai Xiaojia. Should we allow them to proceed?" "Oh. These individuals are my adversaries, so I trust you know what to do," Chunhao replied, simultaneously pressing Anna's head down. The bodyguards nodded in understanding. "Understood, Mr. Chun. We won't cause you any trouble. Rest assured, Mr. Chun, we are professionals," the black-clad bodyguards proclaimed with confidence, aware of their methods capable of rendering life unbearable without leaving a trace of physical harm. Such is the essence of professionalism. As the bodyguards displayed sinister smiles, Lin Dashin and the others wore expressions of sheer terror. "What are you planning to do? What are you going to do?" "Ah!" The anguished cries echoed from downstairs, reminiscent of the wails of slaughtered pigs, filling Chunhao with immense satisfaction. Yet, this was not sufficient. How could the myriad of grievances he had endured over the years be settled with mere moments of pain? The torment had to continue. Chunhao smirked wickedly as he contemplated. 2 full hours later, the Lin family returned home in utter disarray, each one suffering pain that penetrated the depths of their souls, yet outwardly showing little physical damage. Lin Dashin gritted his teeth in anger. "That brat Chunhao, how dare he treat me this way? I will make him pay." "It's easy for you to say. We didn't even see his face before being mercilessly beaten. My legs are still trembling." Jiang Zuiping gasped, her age rendering her unable to stand straight, making it seem as though she had just endured relentless torment. Even Lin Jiawei appeared somewhat disheartened. "Perhaps we should let this go. Damn it. After all this, we haven't earned a single cent, and our lives are nearly forfeit. That won't do. I still want to buy a handbag." Bai Xiaojia exclaimed anxiously. She had already boasted to her friends about acquiring the latest LV handbag. If she failed to do so, she would surely be the subject of their ridicule. At a time like this, you're still thinking about a handbag? Can't you be more realistic and see the bruises on our bodies? Why are you being so stubborn now? Why weren't you so tough earlier? Earlier was earlier. Now is now. Besides, what is wrong with being tough at home? Oh really? Why didn't I see you being so tough on your bed at home? The atmosphere grew tense as Lin Jiawei found himself at a loss for a retort. Jiang Zuiping shot an irritated glance at Lin Dashin, who helplessly lowered his head. "For heaven's sake, can we all just stop arguing?" Upon hearing that thunderous roar, every gaze in the vicinity turned towards Lin Yushan. Her face, twisted in a grimace of repeated failures, revealed a burgeoning frenzy within her. If we cannot eliminate Chunhao ourselves, then we shall enlist the aid of professionals. A child must be sacrificed to capture the wolf. What does this imply? Hire an assassin. Let the assassin eliminate Chunhao. Chapter 20. Enhancement of abilities. The news of Chunhao's dominion over the 31st floor access quickly spread throughout the community, causing many who had contemplated scheming against him to retreat, grumbling in frustration. Yet, despite their curses, they found themselves powerless against Chunhao. After all, the 32nd floor was rather unique, housing only 2 rental units, one occupied by Chunhao and the other by Zhou Xiaoxiao. With no claim to residence there, what purpose would they serve by ascending? To do so without justification would suggest ulterior motives. Thus, they could only seethe with resentment while feeling utterly helpless against him. However, they consoled themselves with the thought that even the fiercest tiger must occasionally slumber, especially a mere handful of bodyguards. Surely, there would be opportunities to exploit their lapses. But they could never have anticipated that when they visited at 5 p.m., the bodyguards were diligently at work. When they returned at 9 p.m., the bodyguards remained steadfast in their duties, and even at 3 a.m., the bodyguards were still assiduously engaged. These were professionals, top tier, no less. Their previous assignments had involved safeguarding celebrities and affluent heirs, executing perilous missions without a single misstep. Thus, dealing with a few unruly denizens was a trivial matter. As the night wore on, when Chunhao descended to the community entrance, he beheld a gathering of individuals, their eyes sunken and their faces contorted with malice. They bore expressions of barely suppressed fury. Chunhao. Among this crowd were those whose fathers had been incarcerated due to Chunhao's reports, those whose brothers had faced similar fates, and others whose husbands had been similarly denounced. Their desire for vengeance against Chunhao was palpable. Yet they shared a newfound commonality. They were utterly powerless against him. This sensation was exhilarating. Chunhao stretched languidly, relishing the sight of their disdainful gazes, knowing they could do nothing to harm him. As for the neighbors, were they innocent? Not in the slightest. In his previous life, prior to his demise, Chunhao had endured at least 3 rounds of resource plundering. Had he not fought valiantly to conceal a portion of his provisions, he would have perished from starvation long before the Lin family could feast upon him. In the apocalypse, pillaging another's resources bears no distinction from murder. There is no difference. The sole variance lies in the fact that murder may offer a swifter release, sparing one the agony of prolonged suffering. As for those who had once attempted to plunder Chunhao, they were predominantly the displaced individuals, bound by familial ties, who had coalesced at an astonishing rate in the face of catastrophe, rendering any resistance futile. Yet, the circumstances have shifted. Now, I possess the space of creation. A faint smile graced Chunhao's lips as he anticipated the impending clash with these displaced individuals in the apocalypse. At that moment, Chunhao intended to slowly torment these individuals, returning the suffering he endured in his previous life 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Thus, reporting them to the authorities was merely a means of collecting some interest in advance. Now, take me to this address, and then you may go about your own affairs. Return in 2 hours, he commanded. Yes, Mr. Chun. The black-clad bodyguards, highly professional, refrained from asking unnecessary questions, strictly adhering to Chunhao's orders. As for Chunhao's destination, naturally, it was to meet Manager Yu to procure a dilapidated Mercedes and an irresistible excavator. The excavator was necessary to hone his replication abilities, while the decrepit Mercedes served as a means to experiment with infusing his personal will into objects during creation. For instance, could he impart his essence into the replication of the half-dead Mercedes, transforming it into a brand-new vehicle? How significant was this ability? To put it simply, after the torrential rains, the world's resources would be submerged in radioactive floodwaters, rendering them worthless. If Chunhao could replicate and restore them, then the 999 items that no one wanted would become his treasure trove. The thought was exhilarating. But first, experimentation was in order. After all, popping champagne prematurely was unwise. Thus, Chunhao arrived at the designated location to meet Manager Yu. True to Chunhao's expectations, Manager Yu indeed had an extensive network, successfully locating a half-dead Mercedes. And, of course, an excavator as well. Mr. Chun, have a look at this vehicle and see if it meets your requirements. Manager Yu ceremoniously presented an old Mercedes. Its tires nearly bald, and its body so grimy it resembled something that hadn't been washed in 800 years. Most importantly, this vehicle had accumulated a staggering 500,000 kilometers. For perspective, Tang Seng's journey to the west was merely 108,000 miles, equivalent to several trips to the west. Not bad, not bad. Chunhao nodded in satisfaction. If he could restore such a vehicle, what else could he not restore? He promptly transferred 5,000 yuan to Manager Yu. That will suffice. If I require anything further, I will call. By the way, I might be a bit slow in the coming days if I forget to pay the rent. I'll cover it for you. Manager Yu replied, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. After all, a single excavator and a half-dead Mercedes held little value for theft. Chunhao waved his hand, and Manager Yu hurriedly departed, pocketing a tidy sum of 3,000 yuan. A small windfall indeed. Watching Manager Yu leave, Chunhao quickly set about storing both vehicles in his creation space. As anticipated, after undergoing systematic training, gradually increasing the difficulty, the replication speed within Chunhao's creation space had noticeably accelerated. Previously, replicating a single bullet took 3 seconds. Now, it required only 2 seconds. Thus, duplicating a colossal excavator took merely an hour. It is noteworthy that when Chunhao previously replicated a BMW, it consumed half an hour. The excavator's volume is indeed more than thrice that of the BMW. Clearly, my replication abilities are rapidly advancing. At this rate of enhancement, duplicating Noah's Ark should pose no challenge. The next concern lies in the transformation process. Chunhao's gaze immediately fell upon the dilapidated Mercedes, contemplating the fusion of replication and modification, a feat he had never attempted before. Hence, he was uncertain about the extent of potential strain this might impose on him. Chapter 21. The frenzied accumulation of resources begins. Chunhao closed his eyes and commenced the replication of the ailing Mercedes. Within the realm of creation, a hazy apparition emerged, resembling a 3D projection of the vehicle. This was an essential step in Chunhao's replication process. The apparition precedes the tangible entity. However, this time, Chunhao made a slight alteration by infusing his personal will into the apparition while it remained ethereal. Let transformation occur according to my vision. As Chunhao's thoughts merged with the apparition, the spectral Mercedes underwent a peculiar transformation. Although it was but a subtle change, take heed, it was still merely an apparition. With the passage of time, this slight alteration gradually magnified, expanding until it reached a qualitative shift. Success. Chunhao opened his eyes with a smile, for at that moment, a brand new Mercedes materialized within his creative space. He promptly extracted the new vehicle, seated himself, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Mercedes roared to life, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 35 seconds, delivering an exhilarating thrust that pressed him back into his seat. Confirmed. This was undoubtedly not a dilapidated vehicle that had traversed 500,000 kilometers. Such astounding speed was unattainable by any worn-out machine. Ha! From this day forth, I shall be a deity in this world. Chunhao could not contain his laughter, for with the possession of these extraordinary skills of replication and modification, who could rival him? With the ability to replicate, he could create an infinite supply from a single sample. With the power of modification, once the floodwaters rose, he could scavenge abandoned rockets, warships, submarines, and more, transforming discarded relics into formidable assets. Assembling a cataclysmic legion would be effortless. Thus, Chunhao felt justified in considering himself a god in this apocalyptic world. Such a claim was hardly an exaggeration. If anything, it was modest. However, utilizing his modification abilities did come at a cost, approximately 15-fold that of normal replication. Yet with ample practice, this consumption could be reduced. To his surprise, the experiment progressed so smoothly that Chunhao decided not to retain the 2 obsolete excavators and the Mercedes any longer. With a simple phone call, he instructed Manager Yu to take them away. Nonetheless, he generously compensated Manager Yu for an entire day's work and even bestowed an additional 10,000 yuan as a gesture of goodwill, leaving Manager Yu utterly moved. Next came the time for secluded cultivation. Chunhao chuckled to himself. This secluded practice is not merely a matter of isolating oneself from the outside world. Rather, it involves harnessing the power of online shopping to have everything that can be purchased delivered directly to one's home, subsequently stashing it all away in a space of creation for replication. Thus, in the ensuing days, Chunhao became the object of desire for every woman in the neighborhood, for he truly knew how to empty his shopping cart. Hello, your delivery has arrived, totaling 13 boxes. Would you prefer to collect them yourself, or shall I bring them up to you? The delivery man, gazing at the 13 large boxes, felt his legs tremble at the thought of having to carry them alone, certain it would exhaust him completely. However, Chunhao, displaying great understanding, instructed, "Please wait downstairs." To the delivery man's astonishment, 4 burly bodyguards descended from the building, effortlessly lifting the boxes away, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Such is the distinction of affluent individuals engaging in online shopping. Even the retrieval of a package requires the assistance of bodyguards, and in this case, 4 of them at once. Yet, the delivery man's bewilderment deepened when, just as he was about to leave, he witnessed a colleague arrive in a large truck. Trembling as he spoke on the phone, "Hello, your entire truckload of packages has arrived." "Yes, another truck will be coming shortly." Once again, the same 4 bodyguards emerged. The delivery man began to question his very existence. realizing that the 13 boxes he had just dealt with were merely an appetizer. However, one cannot fault Chen Hao. After all, we live in an age of abundant resources. One cannot simply lower their quality of life due to the onset of a calamity, can they? Thus, it is entirely reasonable to prepare a stockpile of food to avoid hunger. This included over 20,000 varieties of food, encompassing the 8 major culinary traditions of China, along with all the classic dishes recognized by Michelin. Fearing thirst, it is also sensible to stock up on beverages, and thus, in addition to bottled water. He amassed over 6,000 types of alcohol and drinks, categorized primarily into beer, spirits, white liquor, cocktails, cola, coffee, and more. Concerned about boredom, it is likewise reasonable to gather entertainment, and so he accumulated over 10,000 forms of leisure activities, including, but not limited to games, television shows, sports equipment, and Fiji cups. As for whether such a vast accumulation of resources in a short time would draw the attention of regulatory authorities, the answer is no. Chen Hao sought only a rich variety, not an excessive quantity of individual items. To the regulators, he merely appeared as a collector with an affinity for gathering diverse objects. The true concern for regulatory bodies lies with those who hoard 1 or 2 items in large quantities. As such individuals either seek to monopolize the market or instigate rebellion and unrest, dangerous elements who must be dealt with decisively at the slightest provocation. Thus, based on this understanding, Chen Hao successfully evaded scrutiny, collecting a myriad of supplies without incident. In this way, even when the apocalypse arrives, his life can continue to flourish splendidly. Chen Hao, with a sinister smile, opened his eyes. The reserves within his creation space could only be described as terrifying, boasting an array of items that surpassed even that of a Walmart supercenter. Everything available at Walmart could also be found in Chen Hao's collection, and he possessed items that Walmart did not carry. Moreover, after days of diligent practice, Chen Hao had refined his abilities to develop a method of killing that was imperceptible, a means of eliminating threats without detection. With this power, he felt nearly invulnerable. Yet, the most crucial element, the Ark, remained silent. Wasn't he promised that arrangements would be made for him this past Monday? Puzzled, Chen Hao picked up his phone, worrying that perhaps something had gone awry. Without the Ark, even with all the resources he had amassed, survival in the impending deluge would be impossible. Chapter 22. A modicum of pocket money, surely nothing could have gone wrong? Chen Hao, feeling disheartened, grasped his phone and soon unraveled the mystery. It was not that the Ark had encountered issues. Rather, a few days prior, while he was engrossed in duplicating items, Zhang Meili had incessantly bombarded him with messages, including some self-styled seductive photos, prompting him to mute notifications. Consequently, he had missed subsequent messages, including those pertaining to the Arkansas brother Chen. The Ark has been repaired. When will you come to inspect it? At last, it was ready. Relieved that there were no complications with the Ark, Chen Hao exhaled deeply. It was crucial to understand that once the torrential rains commenced, the sea levels on Earth would surge dramatically, reducing habitable land to less than 1% of the planet's surface. In such dire circumstances, a safe and reliable yacht would be essential for survival. Thus, preparations commenced to transform this Ark into a fleet of arks. A mischievous smile crept across Chen Hao's lips. Indeed, the most extraordinary aspect of his creation space was its ability to disregard craftsmanship, focusing solely on the size and density of objects to determine the difficulty of duplication. Therefore, while the high-precision Ark was deemed challenging to replicate externally, for Chen Hao, it was merely a matter of time. He promptly set forth to the Grand Yacht Club. However, he did not anticipate that upon opening the door, he would encounter the sly figure of Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was lingering outside, seemingly intent on leaving him a test syringe. With a hint of exasperation, Chen Hao gently grasped Zhou Xiaoxiao's small head. What brings you here with that again? Brother Hao, I noticed that there are people coming and going from your place every night. Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chen Hao found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with creation, yet he had also made time for both Wu Mi and Anna, who had visited him several times. How had Zhou Xiaoxiao become aware of this? It seemed she had been quite observant. In a moment of playful frustration, he tousled Zhou Xiaoxiao's hair, leaving it in a messy state akin to a ball of fluff, which provided him with some amusement. Enough. I haven't even finished using what you gave me last time. Oh, Zhou Xiaoxiao let out a soft hum. Her cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue. She had prepared a total of 5 test needles for Brother Hao, and surprisingly, she hadn't used them all. It seemed she hadn't summoned many after all. However, Chen Hao remarked that although the quantity he sought was modest, the frequency of usage for each individual was quite substantial. Yet, Chen Hao had no time to linger on this topic. He gently patted Zhou Xiaoxiao's head and said, by the way, I will be away for a few days. And during my absence, I have a task for you. Is it to watch over Brother Hao? No, it's about spending money. I shall provide you with a sum of pocket money, and you must spend it all by the time I return. Otherwise, I shall devour you. His commanding tone, reminiscent of a domineering CEO, might seem overly indulgent coming from anyone else, but it suited Chun Hao perfectly. Zhou Xiaoxiao merely nodded adorably. Hom. She assumed that since Chun Hao had merely won 5 million, gifting her 5 or 6,000 as pocket money would suffice for a few days. Could one possibly spend that amount within such a short span? That would indeed underestimate a girl's prowess in spending. To her astonishment, when Chun Hao's message arrived, her Alipay account reflected a staggering sum of 500,000. Zhou Xiaoxiao was utterly astounded. How much? Upon glancing again at the 500,000, every penny intact, she stood frozen for several seconds until Chun Hao departed with his bodyguards. Gradually, she regained her senses, confirming that Chun Hao had indeed transferred a remarkable 50,000 to her. 50,000. This was an immense fortune. Why? Why would Brother Hao transfer such a substantial amount to her? Zhou Xiaoxiao pondered long and hard, unable to comprehend why Chun Hao, with only 5 million to his name, would bestow her such an extravagant sum. Was he hinting that she held a significant place in his heart, perhaps a mere tenth of it? Yet, this query was easily answered for Chun Hao, as the impending apocalypse loomed. If he didn't spend the money now, it would be too late. Furthermore, as the sister of his good friend, he naturally had to provide her with extra care. Once you escort me to the yacht club, you may roam freely. Just gather whenever I summon you. During the free period, your wages will be fully paid. Thank you, Mr. Chun. The cadre of black-clad bodyguards remained impeccably professional, refraining from inquiring about Chun Hao's intentions, dutifully adhering to his commands. At the vast yacht club, Zhang Meili, the department head, was anxiously scanning the surroundings from Chun Hao's workspace, not to reprimand anyone, but to await his arrival. Oh dear, why hasn't Mr. Chun arrived yet? Beside her, Xiao Dong, secretly enamored with Zhang Meili and possessing an endearing clumsiness, noticed her distress and felt a surge of urgency himself. Indeed, why hasn't Mr. Chun come yet? Should I give him a call to prompt him? Oh, that might not be appropriate, but if you must, go ahead, just don't mention that I asked you to. Zhang Meili replied playfully. Xiao Dong, overly enthusiastic, promptly grabbed his phone to call Chun Hao. Sorry, your call has been blocked by the recipient. Please refrain from dialing again. Thank you for your cooperation. Hearing this, Zhang Meili was left speechless, having once thought that Xiao Dong, this sycophant, might prove useful. However, he could not even manage to make a simple phone call. Feeling embarrassed, Xiao Dong was unwilling to resign himself to defeat. Sister Meili, please wait a moment. I will borrow a phone from someone else. Go ahead. Zhang Meili scoffed, rolling her eyes. Yet, Xiao Dong, buoyed by a sense of optimism, eagerly dashed off to borrow phones from his colleagues one by one. Zhang Meili sighed in exasperation, just as she was about to gracefully return to her office. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Chun Hao approaching. Instantly, she altered her demeanor, transforming from disdainful to obsequious, resembling a needy puppy as she hopped in front of Chun Hao. Mr. Chun, you've come. Yes, I'm here to collect the keys. Where are they? Chun Hao was disinterested in idle chatter. Nevertheless, Zhang Meili, fully aware of his brusque demeanor, was determined to engage him further. After all, a little boldness could yield a 50% chance of winning Chun Hao over, while being timid would result in nothing at all. Thus, she playfully replied, Mr. Chun, why the rush? The keys are right here with me. I'll fetch them for you immediately. In reality, Chun Hao wished to mention that he had recently purchased several new swimsuits and was seeking a suitable location for a photo shoot. Zhang Meili, with an air of seduction, casually remarked on the distinctions between wearing swimsuits and lingerie. One subtly showcases the figure, while the other unabashedly flaunts it. This is precisely why wealthy heirs favor hosting swimsuit parties on yachts. They can select women with desirable physiques and indulge in their company. Consequently, Zhang Meili's underlying message was clear. Chun Hao, take me aboard, and I shall accompany you. However, the subtleties of such implications depend greatly on the speaker. If a true goddess were to express such sentiments to Chun Hao, he would undoubtedly not refuse. Yet, Zhang Meili, who possessed neither grace nor allure, dared to toy with him in such a manner. Did she truly believe she could treat Chun Hao as mere prey? Chun Hao, incensed, retorted, Are you out of your mind? What? What did you say? Zhang Meili, unable to comprehend, was incredulous. She had never anticipated that Chun Hao would dare to reprimand her in front of the entire office. In her mind, she considered herself a former superior of Chun Hao, thus believing he owed her a degree of respect. Yet, his words pierced through her disbelief. Do you think I'm some kind of fool, eager to sample refuse? Do you not recognize your own worth? You flaunt yourself shamelessly, believing yourself to be a virtuous maiden. Chun Hao's words struck her with brutal clarity, leaving Zhang Meili pale and trembling with indignation. Often, this is the way of the world. While everyone knows Zhang Meili behaves inappropriately, no one dares to voice it. Thus, she clings to the illusion of being a good woman. However, now, in front of the entire office, Chun Hao has exposed her. Zhang Meili feels as though she is no longer a virtuous woman. With one remark from Chun Hao, she has transformed from a respectable lady into a disreputable figure. Thus, she harbors a deep-seated resentment towards him, wishing to inflict 1,000 cuts upon him. Chunhao, how dare you say such a thing? Zhang Meili glared at him, her manicured nails digging deeply into her palms. Chunhao smirked disdainfully. How can I say such a thing? It is because you have utterly disgusted me. You. Zhang Meili's eyes seemed ablaze with fury, for Chunhao's implication was that she had brought this humiliation upon herself, that she had willingly exposed her own disgrace. It was akin to a dagger plunged into her heart. Consequently, Zhang Meili's expression twisted in anguish, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap Chunhao fiercely. Yet, she restrained herself, for she could not afford to offend him at this moment. Thus, she could only storm away, her heavy footsteps echoing her dissatisfaction and fury. Alas, Chunhao would not indulge her. Wait, what do you intend to do? Zhang Meili roared in anger, feeling compelled to assert herself to reclaim a shred of dignity. Chunhao calmly inquired, where's my key? His words compelled Zhang Meili to return, dejectedly presenting the key with both hands. This humiliating submission incited such rage within her that her lips bled from the pressure, yet she was powerless. The key was the exclusive access to the Ark of Noah, and there was only one in the entire company. Thus, Chunhao's demand left her with no choice but compliance. The sheer frustration of being so easily subdued by a single utterance made Zhang Meili feel as though everyone was mocking her. Oh, I thought you had some spirit. Yet, with just one word, you returned like a chastened child. Is that not the essence of being a disreputable figure? You may protest verbally, but your actions betray your true nature. Ha ha ha. Even though no one in the office laughed at Zhang Meili or spoke ill of her, she could not help but imagine their silent judgments. For one who is insecure, even tears could be misconstrued as laughter directed at her. Therefore, for the prideful Zhang Meili, this humiliation was far more painful than any physical wound. Chunhao, I must take my revenge. I will have my revenge. Yet, despite her fervent inner cries, she ultimately resigned herself to the fact that she could only watch as Chunhao nonchalantly took the key and walked away, leaving her frustrated and powerless. What can I do against him? I can only accept my misfortune. Sister Meili, I have a plan. A sudden voice startled Zhang Meili, catching her off guard. Xiao Dong, what are you doing here? Sister Meili, I have been standing here for quite some time, and have heard you express your desire to kill Chunhao for ages. Did I say that? Zhang Meili instinctively felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had not anticipated that her anger towards Chunhao had reached a level where it could unconsciously spill forth. Yet, Xiao Dong spoke with unwavering conviction. Sister, I am not jesting. I truly possess a method to eliminate Chunhao, and it will be executed without a trace. Really? Zhang Meili scrutinized Xiao Dong with skepticism. Beyond recognizing him as a devoted admirer, she had not discerned any remarkable talents he possessed. However, Xiao Dong merely chuckled and leaned in to whisper a few words into Zhang Meili's ear. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Xiao, if this succeeds, I assure you, you shall not be neglected. Sister, as long as you are happy, I will find fulfillment, Xiao Dong replied bashfully, a hint of shyness evident on his face. Meanwhile, not far from the vast yacht club, at the Tiandu City Pier, Chunhao finally laid eyes on the magnificent vessel known as the Ark of Noah. Its sleek, silver-gray exterior stretched 99 meters in length, comprising 6 levels, with its name elegantly inscribed in 3 languages along the sides. What a stunning beauty! Chunhao mused with a faint smile as he produced the key to activate the Ark. Not a conventional key, but a control tablet reminiscent of a smartphone. Given that Musk was a technological visionary, it was only fitting that this super yacht embodied the pinnacle of modern innovation, even with just the owner aboard. Possessing the key would suffice for maritime navigation. Chunhao gently pressed the activation button on the key, and a melodious chime resonated. Facial recognition successful. Confirmed as temporary user Chunhao. Initiating level 3 access. Intelligent assistant Xiao Ma is at your service. Intriguing. Chunhao observed as the entire Ark of Noah illuminated with layers of soft white light, as if a divine artifact had been awakened. Simultaneously, a deck appeared at the bottom, allowing entry. Quite luxurious, he noted, though the level 3 access left him slightly dissatisfied. No matter how eccentric Musk might be, he would not casually deliver the yacht to Huaxiao without a failsafe. The management privileges aboard the Ark were categorized into 3 levels. Musk held level 1. The yacht company maintained level 2, and renters were relegated to level 3. The hierarchy dictated that level 1 overrode level 2, and in turn, level 2 superseded level 3. Therefore, even if a renter entertained thoughts of stealthily commandeering the yacht company could effortlessly issue a command to ensure the vessel returned to Tiandu City. This, too, was the very method Xiao Dong intended to employ for his vengeance against Chunhao, for he had fortuitously acquired level 2 access to the yacht. Chapter 24. The world's most premier yacht. I am being directed to the upper 3 levels. How intriguing. Chunhao remarked with a slight smile, unperturbed. Yet, he was aware that Musk had likely concealed numerous treasures within the lower 3 levels, hidden from discovery. Nevertheless, it mattered not, as long as he could replicate the secrets. Unraveling them would be a mere formality. Thus, Chunhao ascended to the upper 3 decks. He first arrived at the first level, the middle deck of the yacht, which boasts the largest usable area, measuring 109 meters in length and 18 meters at its widest point. This level is primarily designated for daily living, featuring a lounge, dining area, kitchen, gym, and more. Notably, at the stern of the deck, there exists a hot spring pool, encompassing over 30 square meters, an ideal setting for a swimwear party. Chunhao mused, stroking his chin with satisfaction before proceeding to the second level. The second level serves primarily as the captain's control room, equipped with a fully automated captain's cabin and numerous independent machinery rooms. Some of these rooms are designated for data storage, others for signal transmission, and a few can connect directly to Musk's Starlink. The so-called Starlink comprises thousands of satellites launched into space by Musk, creating a network that not only monitors every corner of the Earth in real time, but also transmits signals to every location. However, it is evident that the connection rights to Starlink rest solely with Musk, and Chunhao understood that he would not have full access. After a brief exploration, he made his way to the third level. The third level features a semi-open structure, with the front third dedicated to an independent studio, while the rear boasts an open-air terrace and helipad. This terrace offers an ideal space for barbecuing, sunbathing, and stargazing, making it the simplest in design among the upper 3 levels. However, the independent studio captured Chunhao's attention. He noticed that the ceiling of the studio was rounded and constructed from a special transparent material, resembling high-precision instruments. Musk, renowned as a tech enthusiast, undoubtedly has concealed numerous innovative technologies within his yacht. It seems that only by obtaining the highest privileges could one uncover these secrets. Therefore, Chunhao did not linger on the third level and descended into the captain's cabin on the second level. Greetings, I am the intelligent assistant Xiao Ma. How may I assist you? Please chart a course to VK Island. Certainly, I will plan the route for you immediately. The intelligent assistant Xiao Ma promptly generated a route on the electronic screen, directing towards VK Island. Thanks to the special fuel utilized by the Ark, its cruising speed can effortlessly reach 100 nautical miles per hour, placing it among the fastest yachts. At this rate, it would only take a day to reach VK Island, where he could commence the replication of the Arkansas. Observing the estimated time on the screen, Chunhao smiled faintly and settled into the captain's cabin, utilizing the internal surveillance system to monitor the yacht's interior conditions. Meanwhile, an assistant robot, a cylindrical figure adept at delivering items and equipped with storage compartments, eagerly approached Chunhao, inquiring about his beverage preferences. Please bring me a cocktail. Understood. I will retrieve one from the dining area immediately. I am Assistant Unit 1. Having spoken, Assistant Number 1 promptly scurried towards the dining hall. The cruise ship was equipped with elevators, seamlessly connecting from the 3rd floor to the basement, allowing the wheeled robot to traverse effortlessly without the need to navigate stairs. Quite intriguing indeed, though the name leaves much to be desired. Once the cruise ship is replicated, I shall certainly create a few robots for my amusement, Chunhao mused, stroking his chin with interest. Meanwhile, within the vast yacht club, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the boss's office. It was Zhao Dong, intent on aiding Zhang Meili in exacting revenge on Chunhao. Chunhao, do not take it personally. After all, you have offended Sister Meili and caused her great sorrow. The only course of action left to me is to eliminate you. A wicked grin spread across Zhao Dong's face. After all, he was a consummate sycophant, willing to do anything to please Zhang Meili. How did Zhao Dong come to know the second-level access password of the Ark of Noah? It was by chance. On a prior occasion, while the boss was setting up third-level access for a client, he had inadvertently uncovered that higher-tier security measures often employed the most straightforward methods, manual input. Thus, while Zhao Dong was delivering documents to the boss, he had the fortune to glimpse the second-level access password. Zhao Dong had relayed to Zhang Meili his plan. Once Chunhao ventures out to sea, I shall discreetly enter the boss's office, leverage the elevated access, and command the ship's robots to cast Chunhao into the ocean. Subsequently, I will use the second-level access to erase all records of this directive and the surveillance footage. It will be as if nothing ever transpired. And should anyone seek to investigate, they will find nothing, unless they manage to contact Musk and obtain his first-level access. However, Musk is far too occupied to concern himself with such trivial matters. Upon hearing Zhao Dong's elaborate scheme, Zhang Meili regarded him with newfound respect. Yet, Zhao Dong withheld a critical piece of information. Fear not, even should this plan fail, they will only trace it back to me. You, Sister Meili, shall remain forever safe. Each time this inner monologue crossed his mind, Zhao Dong felt an overwhelming surge of confidence and charm. A man must be willing to sacrifice himself. Time was of the essence. If the boss discovered his intentions, he would lose the opportunity to protect Zhang Meili. However, as Zhao Dong's fingers poised over the keyboard, he was suddenly struck dumb. The computer screen displayed a disconcerting message. The Ark of Noah was offline. The only circumstance that could lead to such a state was the ship's destruction, reduced to mere debris. What? Where's the ship? Zhao Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, the door to the boss's office swung open with a crash, the boss storming in with a cadre of security personnel. Upon seeing the computer, the boss erupted in a frenzied howl. Zhao Dong, you scoundrel! What have you done? Where's my ship? No, I have yet to take any action. This is not my doing. Zhao Dong felt a surge of panic. If it were indeed his fault, he would accept responsibility, but this catastrophe was beyond his control. The boss, however, was unconcerned with such nuances. You can explain that to the judge. Damn it, you are going to prison. No, I cannot go to prison. I cannot go to prison. I still have someone to protect. I must protect someone of great significance. Damn it, get me out of here. The boss cursed furiously, anxiously glancing at the computer, utterly perplexed about how to contact Musk. Even if he managed to reach him, what could he possibly say? Perhaps, dear Musk, your ship has exploded. Little did the boss know that, at this very moment, the Ark of Noah had already been received by Chun Hao within the realm of creation space. Chapter 25, Abundant High Technology. The Ark of Noah. What a colossal marvel. Chun Hao gazed in awe at the 109-meter vessel within the creation space, which boasted 6 levels and a maximum width of 18 meters. Resembling a mobile fortress. Numbers alone may fail to convey its grandeur, but one can imagine standing at the foot of a 32-story skyscraper, looking up in wonder. The experience is nothing short of breathtaking. It instills a profound sense of one's own insignificance. However, this magnificent behemoth is soon to be mine. A subtle smile graced Chun Hao's lips as he began the process of duplicating the Ark of Noah. Moreover, he need not worry about any disturbances, for he had chosen the secluded VK Island as the site for his replication. VK Island, an uninhabited isle near the waters of Huaxia, boasts favorable climatic conditions, sandy beaches, mountains, and forests. Chun Hao had only learned of this hidden gem after spending considerable time at the yacht company. It was a place unknown to most, inaccessible to the ordinary person. Alas, after the torrential rains, only half of a mountain remained. Chun Hao sighed, reflecting on how the rising sea levels would soon submerge these once beautiful landscapes, marking the beginning of their countdown to oblivion. With a twinge of regret, Chun Hao steadied his emotions and continued his diligent task of duplicating the Ark of Noah, for time waits for no one. Furthermore, the disappearance of the Ark would inevitably be discovered, prompting search parties to comb the area. Therefore, it was imperative to act swiftly. Unbeknownst to Chun Hao, the outside world was spiraling into chaos in search of him due to Zhao Dong's predicament. After all, this was a luxurious yacht valued at 5 billion, with its rightful owner being none other than the globally renowned entrepreneur, Musk. A mishap could lead to an international scandal, thus a grand search operation had quietly commenced. However, Chun Hao remained oblivious to this turmoil, fully engrossed in the replication of the Ark of Noah. After an extensive period of training, his ability to duplicate items had seen remarkable advancements. For instance, he could pause midway through the duplication process and then resume, or even extract a portion of his focus to attend to mundane tasks like drinking water or using the restroom, achieving a remarkable duality of purpose. Most impressively, he could replicate while asleep, albeit at a reduced pace to prevent exhausting himself in slumber. Thus, this straightforward duplication endeavor continued uninterrupted for an entire week. 7 days later, a magnificent vessel, the complete Noah's Ark yacht, materialized within Chun Hao's creation space, endowed with full privileges rather than merely third-level access. This was made possible because Chun Hao had chosen to modify the Ark during the replication process, resetting its internal systems to their defaults, thus designating him as its sole master. Had a third-level Noah's Ark been replicated, Elon Musk would surely have awoken from dreams and laughter. But how could Chun Hao allow anyone to exploit such a treasure without recompense? With a playful remark, he released the new Noah's Ark, which thunderously emerged upon the ocean's surface. The activation method remained the same, a key. The system prompted for the captain's identity confirmation. Is the current user confirmed as the captain? Confirmed. The user has been verified as the captain. Would you like to enter personalized customization? Personalized customization? Proceed. Chun Hao felt no reason to decline. After all, every man possesses a sense of possessiveness, desiring to mold all women into their ideal forms. How would you like your intelligent steward to address you? Very well, master. Would you prefer your steward to be male or female? Female. What type of woman would you like your steward to embody? A. Sweet girl type. B. Cool and aloof type. C. Mature woman type. D. Gentle aunt type. Sweet girl voice. Understood, master. You are now set to the sweet girl type. Please give your intelligent steward a name. Let us call her Silly Girl. Very well. Silly Girl is ready to serve you. Please hold on. After 3 seconds of silence, once the system was configured, a melodious voice resonated in Chun Hao's ear. "Hello, master. Your intelligent steward, silly girl, is at your service. How may I assist you?" The voice was enchanting, resonating deeply. One could not help but acknowledge that Musk had cleverly concealed such a feature. Indeed, men across the globe seemed to understand how to render a woman's voice most appealing. With a chuckle, Chun Hao declared, "I wish to learn what resides from the first to the third basement levels. Certainly, I will introduce them to you immediately." With Silly Girl's response, the key tablet in Chun Hao's hand projected a detailed floor plan, outlining the yacht's 3 lower levels. The first basement level was, in fact, a vast filtration chamber capable of purifying both air and seawater. Even in a post-apocalyptic scenario, it could continuously provide the yacht with fresh air and safe drinking water. Impressive. Musk, the technological visionary, indeed designed this Noah's Ark with an end-time scenario in mind. Chun Hao could not help but applaud Musk for accurately predicting the challenges of the apocalypse. The second basement level was designated as the technology layer, the source of all the yacht's power. It was only at this moment that Chun Hao realized the vessel was equipped not only with hybrid fuel, but also solar charging capabilities, with the charging panels ingeniously concealed beneath the yacht's surface. Intriguing. Each level served a distinct purpose. Chun Hao's curiosity was piqued as he eagerly began to explore the third level. The third level, as it turns out, serves as an escape layer. Equipped with an emergency speedboat, 2 jet skis, and even 2 emergency escape capsules measuring 4 by 16 meters, capable of launching 100 meters away in an instant, allowing for immediate evacuation from danger. Such astonishing technology. It is no wonder that the 3 lower levels have been off-limits to others. Those unaware of the impending apocalypse would merely mock Musk as a madman. A smirk crept across Chun Hao's lips as he felt immensely satisfied with this modern-day Noah's Ark. With this extraordinary vessel, even amidst global deluges, Chun Hao could maintain a remarkably high quality of life. Speaking of which, there was still one area he had yet to explore, the studio on the 3rd floor. He couldn't help but recall the peculiar, round object atop that studio. A mystery of advanced technology. "Foolish girl, let me take a look at that thing on the roof of the 3rd floor." Chun Hao boldly addressed the intelligent assistant. Curious about the unusual object that clearly was no ordinary item. The assistant promptly responded, "Master, that is the Heavenly Eye telescope installed on the Noah's Ark." Heavenly Eye? Indeed. With it, you can observe everything within a 100-kilometer radius. In case of danger, the protective mode can be activated, allowing you to survey your surroundings without relying on your own eyesight. The Noah's Ark even boasts a protective mode? Quick, activate it for me to see. Certainly, please proceed to the captain's room on the 2nd floor, and I will demonstrate. As she spoke, the assistant summoned a small, 4-wheeled mobility device resembling a wheelchair, which smoothly approached Chun Hao. He graciously seated himself, and the device automatically transported him to the elevator, straight to the captain's room. "Now, I will demonstrate the protective mode." Upon the utterance of these words, a sturdy deck covered all the windows of the Noah's Ark. Although the glass was already superglass, capable of withstanding bullets, this new layer was undoubtedly superior. Once the deck enveloped all the glass, a holographic projection enveloped the entire captain's room, providing Chun Hao with real-time images of the outside world, making him feel as though he were outdoors rather than confined within a yacht's captain's quarters. Incredible. Holographic projection. Real-time imagery. This is the essence of what a technological visionary should embody. Chun Hao couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. It was evident that this protective mode was specifically designed by Musk for extreme scenarios, perfectly catering to Chun Hao's preferences. However, at that moment, the intelligent system of Noah's Ark issued a proactive alert. Attention! Attention! A multitude of vessels is approaching from the southeast, located 70 kilometers away. They are expected to reach the position of Noah's Ark within 2 hours. Would you like to check immediately? Chun Hao was somewhat taken aback, but nodded affirmatively, issuing a soft acknowledgement. Yes. The image immediately zoomed in, utilizing the formidable long-range capabilities of the Heavenly Eye. Images from a distance of 70 kilometers were transmitted in real time to Chun Hao's view, projected onto the holographic display in the captain's cabin. He observed the proprietor of the vast yacht club hastening towards him, accompanied by a contingent of police, coast guard, and even armed forces. So it is them. Considering the passage of time, their arrival was indeed anticipated. Chun Hao chuckled to himself, although he was unaware of the situation concerning Zhao Dong. The significance of the Noah's Ark was undeniable, and its disappearance would inevitably attract attention. Thus, it was only a matter of time before someone came looking. Consequently, Chun Hao swiftly made preparations, first concealing the new Noah's Ark, then retrieving the old one, and finally adopting a nonchalant demeanor, appearing to fish by the shore. Just 1 hour after Chun Hao completed his preparations, the owner and a substantial number of armed forces suddenly appeared. Chun Hao feigned curiosity and stood up. What is happening here? Identification. The armed forces immediately aimed their weapons at Chun Hao, the dark muzzles of their guns starkly evident. These were real firearms. The owner quickly interjected, clarifying the misunderstanding. It's a mistake. He's one of us. He is the tenant, Chun Hao. Please verify his identity. The armed forces did not lower their weapons. Even after confirming Chun Hao's identity, the guns remained aimed at him as they inquired directly. Have any peculiar occurrences transpired in recent days? Answer in detail. Nothing. I have merely been camping since my arrival here, occasionally fishing or taking strolls nearby. Is it really that simple? Yes, it is indeed that simple. Upon hearing Chun Hao's response, the junior officer of the armed forces appeared somewhat incredulous. However, their primary task was to ascertain the situation regarding the Noah's Ark. Given that the vessel was intact, this was, of course, the most satisfactory outcome. Nevertheless, deploying such a formidable force only to find a perfectly fine yacht would certainly be somewhat embarrassing if the news were to leak. Thus, the junior officer sought a private conversation with Chun Hao, hoping he could keep the matter confidential. Chun Hao, too, preferred that this incident remained undisclosed, at least for now, as he did not wish for anyone to suspect that he possessed the means to make a 109-meter luxury yacht vanish. Thus, both parties amicably agreed to forget the matter, effectively minimizing the incident. With that, Chun Hao began his journey back to Tian City, partly at the behest of the military, who preferred not to seek the Noah's Ark any further, thus requiring the company to retrieve it in advance. Chun Hao expressed his understanding and respect for this decision. If I were a guardian of the borders, I too would not wish to abandon my post to search for a wealthy man's yacht, wasting time in such a distant place. As for Zhao Dong, he certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Upon learning about Zhao Dong's situation, Chun Hao felt an urge to punch the boy in the face. He had nearly exposed himself because of this troublemaker. However, it was futile, as he heard that Zhao Dong had been secretly sentenced and imprisoned, likely to serve 2.5 years. Little did the boy realize that upon his incarceration, the world would soon descend into chaos. Thus, Chun Hao cast Zhao Dong aside. Calculating the time, he realized that it had been 18 days since his rebirth, leaving less than 2 weeks until the apocalypse. With the remaining time, he decided to indulge in pleasure, especially with over 10 million in his account. Why not enjoy it? A smile crept across Chun Hao's face as he called upon his 18 bodyguards clad in black to accompany him. He then dialed Zhou Xiaoxiao's number. Brother Hao, you're back? She inquired. Xiao, I had instructed you to spend your allowance before I returned. If you haven tea, I might have to give you a beating. How much do you have left? Chun Hao teased, knowing well that with Zhou Xiaoxiao's frugal nature, she likely hadn't spent half. Not much left, she replied. What have you done with it? He asked. I've saved it. Zhou Xiaoxiao responded, a hint of pride in her voice. I was worried you might have given me the wrong amount, so I kept it safe until you returned to reclaim it. It was indeed a mistake. I should have given you 5 million so you could flee in the night without spending a cent. Are you perhaps a reincarnation of Scrooge? All right, where are you? Come find me now. I'm still at work. Now, immediately, come to Brother Hao. He insisted. Trust me, skipping work will be far better for you. All right. I'll head over now. Good. Remember to take a taxi, no public transport. Chun Hao urged, understanding that Zhou Xiaoxiao had grown accustomed to a life of hardship and needed time to adjust to a more carefree existence. But rest assured, Xiaoxiao, with me around, I will ensure you live a joyful life. This is the least I can do for you. Thinking of his good brother stirred a pang of sorrow within Chun Hao. After all, they had shared instant noodles and shared blankets. Shouting, do not worry, I will take good care of Xiaoxiao. When Zhou Xiaoxiao arrived, Chun Hao led her to the most luxurious shopping mall in Tiandu City. They indulged in a spree, buying whatever caught their fancy, whether they needed it or not. All top-brand items that left the female sales staff drooling, each one trying to impress Chun Hao, yet he remained indifferent. For him, he only invested in those who were worthy. As for the others, sorry, he wouldn't spend a dime. Thus, they feasted and frolicked, with the 18 bodyguards carrying back over 100 bags of purchases, inciting envy among the women in the neighborhood. In an instant, Chun Hao's friend requests surged by dozens, likely from the lonely wives in the area. Meanwhile, the Lin family watched in despair, their hearts bleeding. That's our money. Our money. Damn it. Why hasn't that assassin arrived yet? All they could do was watch as Chun Hao continued to revel in his newfound freedom, completely at a loss as to how to handle him. Consequently, Chun Hao's days transformed into a simple and joyful routine, filled with excursions to shopping malls, amusement parks, and snack streets, seizing every opportunity to spend money for happiness without any hesitation. As night descended, Anna and Yang Mi took turns visiting, and along the way, they engaged with a few charming neighbors, indulging in the delights of mischief. Thus, after a fortnight had passed, the final evening before the apocalypse arrived. Chapter 27. The Coming Storm. Hausi, why have you called me? You must come over for dinner tonight, exclaimed Zhou Xiaoxiao, adorned in an exquisite black dress. This young lady. already a paragon of beauty and figure, appeared even more enticing in the perfect attire, a dreamlike figure whom every man would yearn for. With a sly grin, Chunhao replied, "What need is there for an explanation? As if I require a reason to invite you for dinner." "That's not it," Zhou Xiaoxiao said, twirling a lock of her hair, her thoughts spinning like a young girl's heart, endlessly seeking someone to bring it to a halt. "Previously, when I took you out for meals, I never allowed you to indulge in wine. Tonight, however, let us make an exception. I want you to savor this exquisite Romanicani worth $500,000 a bottle." As he spoke, Chunhao poured half a glass of red wine for Zhou Xiaoxiao. Upon seeing the wine being poured, a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. It is often said that when a woman drinks, a man loses his chance. Indeed, when a man serves wine to a woman, it is seldom an act of mere kindness. It is often a veiled scheme. Yet in this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao not only welcomed the gesture, but had long anticipated it. "Cheers," she said, raising her glass and taking a delicate sip. The wine had a slight bitterness, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness, prompting her to finish it in one swift motion. Chunhao was taken aback. "Why are you drinking so quickly? Consuming wine on an empty stomach can easily lead to dizziness." "I'm fine," Zhou Xiaoxiao blushed. "I've always wanted to drink with you. Drinking isn't a significant matter. If you enjoy it, I'd be happy to share a glass with you whenever I have the time." "Then it's settled." Before Zhou Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, she collapsed onto the dining table with a soft thud. Chunhao was left speechless. With such a tolerance for alcohol, what was there to discuss? He had worried about her potentially drinking too much and considered whether he should slip her a little something in her drink. Perhaps he had overthought it. Shaking his head in resignation, he stood up and gently carried Zhou Xiaoxiao to the bed in her room. Her face was flushed, and although her consciousness was fading, she had mentally prepared herself for this moment. It took considerable effort for Chunhao to extricate himself from her embrace, as she possessed surprising strength and an undeniably alluring physique. With her still on the bed, Zhou Xiaoxiao softly called out, "Howsy, don't go. You're all I have left." After murmuring a few more words, she curled up as if seeking the comfort of a child reminiscing about the safety of their mother's womb. Chunhao affectionately leaned in, whispering softly in Zhou Xiaoxiao's ear, "Rest assured, Brother Hao will always protect you. I swear." In a moment of impulse, he gently pressed a kiss to the side of her face. Zhou Xiaoxiao's body relaxed slightly, the tension easing from her frame. Now, only the final preparations remained. Chunhao picked up his phone and issued a last command to all the bodyguards downstairs. "Disperse. Return home. Take your triple salary and bonuses to spend an evening with your wives and children." As for whether the bodyguards would heed his words, that was of no concern to Chunhao. After all, this was his final display of tenderness, his compassion fully extended. Once the bodyguards departed, Chunhao stealthily ascended to the 31st floor, where he made necessary protective arrangements. He scattered the large stones he had brought from VK Island across the floor of the room. Should anyone dare to excavate the ground here, the heavy stones would surely teach them a lesson. With everything in place, Chunhao returned to the 32nd floor, calmly severing the surveillance in the stairwell and wedging two 2-meter-high stones firmly in front of the elevator doors. The strongest defenses often employ the simplest materials, he thought with a smirk. Pleased with his handiwork, Chunhao clapped his hands together. To break through the stones, a hammer would be insufficient. Explosives, and in considerable quantity, would be necessary. After ensuring everything was set, he finally returned home, reclining in a rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing at the vibrant lights outside. It was so tranquil. At times, it felt as though his rebirth was merely a dream, where he could confront anyone without hesitation, so exhilarating that it bordered on the surreal. As he gently rocked in the chair, Chunhao felt like a leaf adrift in the wind, isolated, uncertain, lacking direction and security. After all, his previous life had been so miserable. This led him to doubt the notion of an underdog's triumph. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting dream experienced by a young man named Chunhao before his demise. If that were the case, the more beautiful the dream, the more cruel it would be. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation, raising a glass of wine to the sky, toasting a peculiar blue shadow. This blue shadow resembled the legendary Halley's Comet, its rounded head trailing a long tail. Even from a distance, it appeared as large as a basketball court. Clearly visible to the naked eye, racing towards the opposite side of the Earth. It was a meteorite set to strike, bringing with it a drop of water the size of the moon, forever altering the Earth's ecological balance. And so it began. Nothing had changed, and the Earth was on the brink of apocalypse. Chunhao smiled faintly, watching as the once dark sky deepened into an even darker abyss, before the heavens opened up with torrential rain. Those outdoors could not help but curse the capricious weather. What kind of madness is this? It's the middle of the night and still raining. Perhaps it was just a passing shower. It would stop soon. Just wait a moment, and it will be fine. However, these individuals remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The rain currently pouring down was a consequence of a meteor colliding with the Earth, resulting in intense friction with the atmosphere, which transformed vast amounts of moisture into vapor. This vapor swiftly enveloped the globe, giving rise to an incessant deluge, the very first of its kind. Regrettably, the populace had yet to realize this fact, mistakenly believing it to be merely an ordinary rainstorm until it disrupted transportation, inundated buildings, and revealed the presence of toxic substances. Yet, none of this concerned Chen Hao, for he had meticulously prepared for the apocalypse, ensuring that even in the face of impending doom, he could thrive. Thus, he quietly succumbed to slumber amidst the cacophony of the torrential rain. Chapter 28. The arrogant property management. Why hasn't this rain ceased yet? It has been pouring for an entire day and night. In the community chat group, some individuals had begun to express their annoyance at the relentless downpour. The raindrops had not diminished. In fact, they had intensified, now resembling the thickness of an adult's thumb. Yet, upon reading this message, Chen Hao merely yawned contentedly, pondering that this was just the beginning, the first day of the first rainstorm, destined to last over 3 months. However, within the chat group, many had started to grow anxious. With such torrential rain, how can anyone attend school? My daughter has an exam today. What if she doesn't perform well? Exams are trivial. I have a client scheduled to visit the office today. If I leave them hanging, I might be fired. Does anyone have insider information? I can't shake the feeling that this rain is abnormal. What is so abnormal about it? I don't know, it just feels strange. As if it's connected to that phenomenon we witnessed last night. When the strange occurrence from the previous night was mentioned, many recalled its significance. After all, a blue light, as large as a basketball court, had streaked across the sky. Unless one had their eyes glued to a mobile device, it was impossible not to have noticed. Thus, when someone brought up this event, it not only seemed unsurprising but also led others to speculate and assert their opinions in the group. That phenomenon last night was undoubtedly a UFO, but not one from extraterrestrials, merely the latest weapon from the Americans. So, this torrential rain is a result of their meddling? Absolutely. They must have invented some device capable of manipulating the climate, using us as their experimental subjects. That makes sense. I sense that this rain was rather unusual. Indeed, the Americans have their hands in many affairs. It's just that the average person remains unaware. Really? Please share some insights. Such matters aren't easily disclosed. You know, even if I did share, you might not comprehend, so it's not simply a matter of whether I want to speak. I see. Understood. Noticing the presence of an informed individual in the chat, Chen Hao decided not to indulge him and promptly shared the latest news with the group. In a remarkable news event, a peculiar meteorite struck the Pacific Ocean, precipitating torrential rain across various regions of the globe. Experts speculate that this meteorite is composed predominantly of fresh water, which, upon its descent into the ocean, generated substantial updrafts and water vapor, thereby instigating a worldwide deluge. In an instant, the ever-eloquent Dong Gu fell silent, and the entire group was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Yet, amidst this silence, a resounding crack echoed, seemingly striking Dong Gu squarely in the face. However, this tranquil aftermath was fleeting, as soon messages began to circulate. Brother Wong from Property Management, what on earth is happening? I just received a warning that my vehicle is in danger. It's submerged in water. Good heavens. I received the same alert. It's already submerged to the chassis. Me too. Me too. Brother Wong from Property Management. The vehicle owners in the group grew increasingly anxious, for the greatest fear of any automobile is water intrusion. Once a vehicle is inundated, repairs become futile, and even second-hand dealerships would refuse to purchase it at any price. Thus, the frantic inquiries towards property management escalated. Yet, property management remained eerily unresponsive, as if they had succumbed to a stupor. This lack of communication was, regrettably, all too familiar to the residents. After all, this property management team resembled parasitic leeches, thriving solely on the homeowner's dues while exhibiting little enthusiasm for service at any other time. Yet, today was critical, affecting vehicles worth hundreds of thousands, and the residents were unwilling to indulge the property management any longer. Brother Wong from Property Management. We demand an explanation. Indeed, an explanation is imperative today. Hurry up and provide a response, Brother Wong. A barrage of urgent messages finally elicited a reaction. What sort of explanation do you expect? The vehicles in the underground parking cannot be moved. Why don't you just drive them out yourselves? Do you think I'm a fool? Keep hounding me. The crowd collectively stared in disbelief. They sought the property management team to investigate the underground parking and assess whether the drainage system was clogged. Yet they were met with the absurd suggestion to simply drive the vehicles out. It felt as if their property fees had been squandered. An irate voice broke through the frustration. Are you all just loafing around? We pay you to manage our properties, not to be treated like this. Mind your tone. One of the property managers retorted defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance. How dare you speak to us like that? The fees we collect are for managing you, not for you to question us. Indeed, your role is to serve us, the homeowners. How laughable. Our purpose is to manage you. That's precisely why they call it property management fees. We are here to oversee you homeowners. Furthermore, I am aware of which floors and units the ones speaking out reside in. I advise you to choose your words carefully. His brazen tone immediately irked everyone present. Yet, they felt powerless against him. As he had stated, he knew the details of each residence unit, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he could impose inconveniences such as water shutoffs or power outages, making life exceedingly uncomfortable. While others might tolerate the antics of these unscrupulous property managers, Chun-Hao would not. Thus, he leisurely typed a single remark. "Oh, your property management team certainly has quite the presence. Allow me to declare that I shall not be paying this month's management fee." Upon witnessing someone take the initiative, others joined in the uproar. Knowing full well that the unscrupulous property management would seek trouble, let them target the instigator. Chun-Hao, I shall not pay the management fee this month, nor the next. Indeed, if the property management refuses to rectify their ways, we shall all withhold our payments henceforth. No payments. No payments. Change the property management. Change the property management. The messages flooded the group chat like a torrential downpour, igniting frustration in Wang Niu, who was drinking in his dormitory. Damn it. One must understand that managing property is not a task for just anyone. These individuals merely don the facade of property managers while being entrenched in society's underbelly. Take Wang Niu, for instance. Over a decade ago, he was a bouncer in a bar, having shattered countless bottles over people's heads. Now, having turned a new leaf, he has transformed into a boastful property manager. Thus, seeing the chaos unfold in the group, Wang Niu felt unperturbed. He would deal with the instigator swiftly, and the others would fall silent. After all, human nature tends to be cowardly. True heroes are few and far between. Let me see who is leading this insurrection. Room 3201. Chun-Hao. Chapter 29. Rectifying the property management through a brief moment. I have something to discuss with you. Chun-Hao's phone vibrated, revealing a friend request from property manager Wang Niu. What could this be about? It was obvious it pertained to the commotion in the group. However, Chun-Hao would not decline. After all, companionship is to be cherished, for soon enough, it may all vanish. Thus, Chun-Hao graciously accepted the friend request. The moment he did, Wang Niu sent a barrage of voice messages. Listen, brother, do not stir up trouble for me. You must publicly apologize in the group. Or I assure you, I know where you live and where you work. The threat was blatant and unmasked. Yet, Chun-Hao never bows to intimidation. He simply replied with a single word, scram. Wang Niu's eyes flared with rage. Damn it, don't test my patience. Should you provoke me, I shall come and stab you twice. Come on. Wang Niu slammed his hand on the table, shouting at a few security guards at the drinking table. Bring the equipment. Today, we shall set the rules for this bunch of fools and make it clear who is in charge of this community. Move out. A group of them, emboldened and defiant, armed with riot shields and police batons, headed straight for the management's dormitory located on the 17th floor of Building 4. Originally, an elderly man resided there. But upon his passing, his home was appropriated by the property management for their use. In the elevator, Wang Niu rallied his comrades, saying, once we get up there, let loose. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility. We have connections, you know? Understood. Understood. Yes, let loose. We have connections. Wang Niu, brimming with arrogance, spoke defiantly as he extracted a spring-loaded knife from his pocket. He had meticulously orchestrated his plan. He intended to press the blade against Chun-Hao's throat and then deliver a sharp slap to his face, relishing in the spectacle of Chen's humiliation. However, as the elevator door slid open, both Wang Niu and his security subordinates were rendered speechless by the sight before them. A large, square stone that obstructed the entrance to the elevator with unwavering resolve. What on earth is this? Wang Niu exclaimed, jabbing at the stone with his knife, only to have the blade dull with a resounding clang. The other security guards attempted to smash it with their clubs, but the stone remained unscathed, while their hands were left stinging from the recoil. Where did this damn rock come from? Wang Niu fumed, delivering a kick in frustration, only to fracture his own thumb in the process, howling in agony within the confines of the elevator. He had not anticipated that a group so intent on confronting Chun-Hao would find themselves thwarted by an immovable stone, unable even to catch a glimpse of their target. Why is there no communication from property management regarding this? Wang Niu seethed, recalling a recent message from Chun-Hao taunting him about his tardiness. If it weren't for this wretched stone, I would have already plunged my knife into your side. His curses grew louder, a testament to his impotent rage. At that moment, the other security guards began to strategize. Brother Wang, since we can't ascend via this elevator, let's use the one next door. If that fails, we can take the stairs. I refuse to believe this brat can bring in a second stone. Indeed, a stone of this weight would be a feat in itself to move. There's no way he could manage a second. Wang Niu reflected, realizing that if Chun-Hao had indeed procured one stone, it was improbable he could acquire another. With a decisive wave of his hand, Wang Niu led the group to the elevator, ascending to the 31st floor with the intention of transferring to another elevator. However, as the doors opened, they were met with disbelief once more. The very stone they had deemed impossible to duplicate stood before them, identical to the first. Is there anyone who can explain why, in our own community, 2 such massive stones have been transported without our knowledge? Wang Niu bellowed, striking the stone in frustration, only to hear a sickening crack as he injured his hand. The guards were genuinely aghast. Such a colossal stone must weigh several tons. And on the 31st floor, it would be an insurmountable task to move it, unless one employed a crane. Surely, it must be that Chunhao secretly set up a crane on the 32nd floor. His balcony opens onto the rooftop, and given he hired numerous bodyguards recently, that would explain how he managed to bring them in. One guard speculated. I share the same sentiment. Otherwise, there is no logical explanation for such massive stones appearing. The security guards confidently asserted that this matter could indeed be explained through the lens of science. After all, many wealthy individuals enjoy showcasing their affluence by hoisting luxury cars and stones to the rooftops using cranes. However, Wang Niu was so infuriated that his nose seemed askew. He had no interest in hearing how Chunhao managed to transport the stones. His sole concern was whether he could inflict some harm on Chunhao. Thus, he demanded to know if there was still a third stone present. This, he believed, could not possibly be the case. The security guards, initially certain, began to waver. Typically, if one could lift 2 stones, a third would surely follow. However, this was not the answer Wang Niu wished to hear. Yet, his stubbornness flared. If he could not confront Chunhao today, he would remain unsettled. All right, Chunhao, you're impressive, but I refuse to believe you can conjure 10 or 8 stones. Soon, however, Wang Niu was confronted with the stark reality. Chunhao had indeed brought forth 10 or 8 large stones, blocking not only the elevator entrances on the 31st and 32nd floors, but also obstructing the staircase on the 31st floor. In essence, Chunhao had seized control of both the 31st and 32nd floors. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Wang Niu raged, unable to contain his frustration. Such a humiliating predicament was unprecedented in his 30-plus years of life. You lot, tell me, what should we do now? If anyone can help me get up there, I'll make him the head of security. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming the head of security, a group of eager guards stirred, many of whom were in their early 20s. To them, salary mattered little. What truly counted was the power to command others. After a brief moment, someone stepped forward with a suggestion. Wang Gu, we don't necessarily have to go up ourselves. We can simply make him come out. Huh, what do you mean? Elaborate. Wang Niu recognized the speaker as Li Jian, a graduate from a sports school known for his clever ideas. Li Jian grinned and proposed. We can devise a plan to provoke the owners and compel them to force Chunhao out. He is not well liked, so with a little manipulation, we can surely incite him to emerge. What is the plan? We can do this, and that upon hearing Li Jian's strategy, a wide grin spread across Wang Niu's face as he exclaimed in succession, Good, good, good. Let us execute your plan. Force that brat out. Chapter 30. Infuriated property management giving up so quickly? How disappointing. I expected you all, with such fervor, to at least storm my living room. Noticing the sudden silence outside, Chunhao hurriedly messaged Wang Niu, as he despised seeing anyone give up halfway. However, Wang Niu merely scowled at Chunhao's message, choosing not to respond, and signaled to the others. Action. Drive that brat Chunhao out. Understood. Moments later, a message detonated within the community group. Who the hell is that lunatic? Park the car at the exit of the underground parking lot. Damn it, your car is fine, but what about ours? As soon as the news broke, a brief video followed, showcasing a vehicle parked on the sloped entrance of the underground garage, while water cascading down the slope threatened to submerge the tires of other vehicles. Panic ensued among those with cars in the garage. Who on earth is this lunatic? Hurry up and move your car. Moreover, is the underground parking lot already this congested? The water has risen to calf level. If we don't extract our vehicles soon, the engines will be ruined. Whose car is this anyway? Move it swiftly. Damn it. Some people act as if their cars matter more than others. Who owns this vehicle? As the homeowners erupted in outrage, a property management account emerged, pointing fingers directly at Chunhao. I recall that this is Chunhao's car. Chunhao? The homeowners, momentarily stunned, became even more incensed. Just moments ago, Chunhao was feigning indignation at the property management's negligence, yet now he had secretly parked his car on the slope to evade the water, without even alerting anyone else. What a scoundrel. Consequently, hundreds of homeowners launched a direct assault on Chunhao, disregarding any semblance of reason. Chunhao, move your wretched car now, or I shall report you. Damn it. In this underground garage filled with thousands of vehicles, your mere 5 million is hardly enough to compensate for the damages. Hurry and move your vehicle. Mentioning the 5 million was a mistake, as it reignited many people's jealousy. The tone grew sharper. Chunhao, you have money but no conscience, right? Get down here and relocate your car, or we will vandalize it. Yes, or you will have to pay for the damages. Your car is worth as much as ours, and you must compensate accordingly. Come out. Come out. Don't be a coward. In the shadows, Wang Niu and Li Jian observed the fervor in the community chat, unable to suppress their smug smiles. If Chunhao didn't show up now, he could no longer linger in the community. Unfortunately for them, Chunhao never succumbs to threats. He recognized immediately that someone was stirring trouble from behind the scenes. Yet, he had no intention of clearing his name. After all, proving innocence is arduous, while casting aspersions is all too easy, and the truth may not hold such significance. Thus, Chunhao decided to stoke the flames further. What's the matter? Do you wish to smash my car? I'll have you know that the parking lot is under surveillance. Whoever dares to vandalize will face legal consequences. Seeing Chunhao not only refuse to move his car, but also adopt such an arrogant demeanor, some could no longer contain their fury. Moreover, previously, Chunhao had reported several individuals, including some of their acquaintances. With old grievances compounded by new ones, the crowd was furious. Damn it! Smash his car. Let us see how he acts then. Yes, destroy it. Go ahead. If you dare, smash it. If you don't, you're all cowards. Every time I see you, I will look down upon you. Witnessing Chunhao not only fail to extinguish the fire but instead fan it, Wang Niu was left utterly dumbfounded. After all, Chunhao had no vehicle parked in the lot, so whose car was that stationed at the entrance? It naturally belonged to Wang Niu himself. Consequently, a throng of individuals had already rushed to vandalize his car. What should he do? If he intervened, it was likely he would suffer the same fate as his vehicle. Yet, if he refrained from intervening, that was Wang Niu's newly acquired car. Thus, in a moment of hesitation, Wang Niu caught sight through the surveillance footage of a group armed with implements, mercilessly smashing his new vehicle. They even pried off the car door. Damn it! Just as Wang Niu intended to rise, darkness clouded his vision, and he collapsed back onto the chair. Beside him, Li Jian, who had been offering suggestions, dared not even breathe loudly, fearful that Wang Niu would recall it was his ill-conceived idea. However, as Wang Niu succumbed to despair and Li Jian remained silent, a message from Chunhao arrived. You've lost both wife and soldiers. Ha! Aya! In a fit of rage, Wang Niu howled at the heavens. Then, overwhelmed by fury, he fainted on the sofa. As for Chunhao, noticing that Wang Niu had not responded for a considerable time, he deduced that it was indeed Wang Niu orchestrating the mischief behind the scenes. The intention was clearly to force him downstairs for a confrontation. Alas, the car, akin to a wife, would never evoke his sympathy if it were not his own. Even if 100 or 1,000 people came, he would remain unperturbed. Furthermore, if they sought to morally bind him, what could they do if he possessed no morals? Chunhao chuckled scornfully, casually retrieving a bag of chips while continuing to monitor the group's activity. After all, as he initially contemplated, one must cherish the days spent with neighbors, otherwise, they might all perish in a few days. Meanwhile, the community group was experiencing unprecedented excitement, having just dismantled Chunhao's vehicle. Many were reveling in their righteous act, boasting of their valor. Chunhao, this is the price you pay for your selfishness. Even if you call the police, they will side with us. Do not pay him any mind. He is merely a nouveau riche who struck it lucky, winning a mere 500. And one would think he won 500 billion with such arrogance. Where is he? Has he gone silent? His car has been dismantled, and yet he does not utter a word. Could it be that he is too frightened to speak? Chunhao, come out and say something. Come out. Come out. Observing this group, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and even finding time to seek trouble with him, Chunhao felt compelled to instill a sense of panic among them. While their actions of dismantling the car appeared impressive, what if he informed them that the rain today was toxic? This single statement plunged the group into an eerie silence. How did these individuals access the underground parking lot? Of course, they waded through the water. If that water were indeed toxic, they had been soaking in poison for over half an hour. You're talking nonsense. This is clearly ordinary rainwater. How could it possibly be toxic? Huh? You are unaware that even regular rain can be poisonous, aren't you? It is merely a matter of lower toxicity. However, this rainwater bears a significantly high level of toxins. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. You are merely engaging in alarmism. Chunhao. Spreading rumors could incur legal repercussions. Everyone, do not heed his nonsensical claims. Who among us has not been caught in the rain? And who has ever heard of rain causing fatalities? Indeed, if you must spread rumors, at least do not do so without forethought. Do you take us for fools? Yet, amidst the fervent denial, a timid voice emerged within the group. This rain seems to have some issues. Accompanying this remark was an image of a cactus placed on the balcony, which had inexplicably turned black and emitted an unpleasant odor. It is essential to note that cacti are among the easiest of houseplants to maintain. Consequently, a grave realization dawned upon everyone. This torrential downpour possibly contained toxins. Chapter 31. Outrage against the entire building. What if this rain is indeed toxic? What if one inadvertently gets drenched? Surely, it must be merely an unfortunate coincidence. After all, too much water can also cause cacti to rot. Yes, I concur. It must be an excess of water, not the toxicity of the rain itself. In such moments, there are always those who adopt an ostrich mentality, unwilling to confront the harshness of reality. Yet, such individuals often find themselves confronted by the stark truth in the end. An urgent announcement declared that all primary and secondary schools would be temporarily closed for a day due to the unexpected torrential rain. During the deluge, parents were advised to keep a close watch on their children and to refrain from unnecessary outings. Another urgent notification stated that due to a rainfall of 50 millimeters within 2 hours, all organizations were called upon to implement remote working arrangements to prevent accidents resulting from the inclement weather. Furthermore, due to drainage failures, the subway lines 5 and 6 were temporarily suspended. An alarming message from the Environmental Protection Agency indicated that harmful substances had been detected in the rainwater, which might cause symptoms such as vomiting, dizziness, and stomach distress upon ingestion. Citizens were therefore advised to refrain from using tap water to avoid adverse reactions. Each of these notifications struck like heavy blows to the chests of all who received them, particularly the last message, which confirmed Chun Hao's claims that the rainwater was indeed toxic. Panic ensued among many. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the rainwater is truly toxic? If the rainwater is toxic, why are we advised against using tap water? If this rain persists for a day and night, will we be deprived of drinking water for that duration? What is going on? Why is the water pressure so low on my end? I hardly have any water here. Those upstairs, could you not turn down the faucet a bit to allow us downstairs to collect some water? Indeed, one must not be so selfish. Leave some water for others. In an instant, discord arose among everyone due to the water situation. After all, one can endure several days without food. But a single day without water poses a serious threat to life. Not to mention the cleanliness-conscious young ladies who require water for washing their hair, personal hygiene, and other necessities. However, no one anticipated that just as everyone was scrambling for water, it would suddenly cease to flow. How can there be no water? I have only poured half a bucket of water, so how could it be gone? At least you managed to pour half a bucket. I had just seen the message and was about to pour some when it disappeared. Property Manager Wong, why is there no water? Please check quickly. Everyone is waiting to use it. Exactly. Otherwise, we won't pay this month's water bill. Upon reading these messages, the clever-minded Li Jian's eyes twinkled mischievously as he promptly approached Wang Niu and shook him awake. Wang, wake up. I have another idea. How dare you? The just awoken Wang Niu instinctively slapped Li Jian upon hearing that he had another idea, recalling that the last time Li Jian had such a claim, his new car had been dismantled. Shut up. Stop pretending to be a strategist and giving me headaches. Wang Niu cursed, vowing internally that if he listened to Li Jian again, he would be a fool. However, Li Jian's yearning for the position of security captain far exceeded Wang Niu's imagination. Wang, trust me. If I can't deal with Chun Hao this time, I'll be your son. Wang Niu looked at Li Jian with curiosity. No man would reject the joy of being a father figure, even if the recipient was male. Thus, Wang Niu's eyes glinted, and he huffed. Go on. Wang, look. Everyone in the group is discussing the water stoppage, so if we pin this mess on Chun Hao, he will be in serious trouble. What does this have to do with him? He lives on the top floor. That makes sense. Wang Niu stroked his chin, finding Li Jian's suggestion rather plausible. At least it spared him from using his own vehicle. Consequently, Wang Niu quickly took action, concocting unfavorable news about Chun Hao in the group. Dear residents, I have checked, and the water supply from the Water Bureau is normal. It must be that someone has shut off the water valve, which is why everyone is without water. Who the hell turned off the water valve? The only residents on the top floor are Chun Hao and Zhou Xiaoxiao. Seeing that the matter was once again related to Chun Hao, coupled with the recent incident involving the car, everyone naturally assumed that this was indeed Chun Hao's revenge on them. Chun Hao, is this your doing? Did you shut off the water valve and leave everyone without water? Is that even a question? It's definitely him. He is doing this on purpose. He is retaliating against us for dismantling his car. Dismantling his car was due to his wrongdoing, and yet he dares to blame us. He even dares to cut off our water. Let's deal with him. Chun Hao, come out. In the community group, everyone was indignant, readily assuming the lofty position of justice to judge Chun Hao. In truth, many people possessed such a nature. They cared not for the truth, merely wishing to vent their frustrations. Unfortunately, how could Chun Hao, well-versed in human nature, fear them? Moreover, not only did he not fear them, but he also intended to instill fear in all of them instead. What nonsense are you all spouting? Let me tell you, I am the one who stopped the water, so what of it? Chun Hao boldly accepted the blame, asserting that as long as the blame served a purpose, it was indeed a worthy burden to bear. Yet, upon witnessing Chun Hao's audacity, the community group erupted with indignation. They desired a humble demeanor from him, not one that seemed to trample over their heads. Consequently, one after another, they unleashed their fury. How can you be so selfish? I demand that you open the water gate immediately, or I will ensure you regret it. Chen Hao, I offer you a chance. Open the water gate yourself, or I will personally intervene, for I am a provincial champion in combat sports. Do you have no shame? This water does not belong solely to you. How can you be so shameless? With a neighbor like you, it is truly a misfortune for our building. I propose we expel him from the community. Expel him. Expel him. Meanwhile, just outside the screen, Wang Niu and Li Jian observed the collective vitriol directed at Chen Hao with satisfied smirks. Initially, they had only intended to deceive Chen Hao into taking photos in the toxic rain, thereby proving he had neglected to shut off the water gate. However, they never anticipated that he would be so easily provoked, taking on the blame and inciting the wrath of the entire building. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Yet, no one could foresee that despite the threats from everyone in the building, Chen Hao remained unfazed. He even audaciously proclaimed his own regulations. Want to confront me? Come on. I tell you, not only will I cut off the water today, but tomorrow, the day after, and even the days beyond, I shall continue to do so. If you desire water, you must come to me and plead. No men allowed. Your presence irks me. If you wish to approach, send your wives instead, and mind you, they must be dressed to impress, or I shall not provide water. Of course, if they are particularly attractive, I might even invite them to bathe at my home. Chapter 32. Zhou Xiaoxiao's choice. What does this mean? Just because someone is good-looking, you invite them to bathe at home? Is that truly an invitation for bathing? Or is it merely a guise to indulge in their allure? Disgusting. Instantly, the insults began to fly. Who would want to bathe at your place? You are clearly deranged. Then don't bother. My offer stands long-term. Therefore, all you beautiful and clean wives, I welcome you to my spacious and comfortable bathroom, which even offers back-scrubbing services. Chen Hao relentlessly continued his provocations, inciting the ire of all who watched, who longed to silence him at once. At that moment, they perceived this as merely a reflection of Chen Hao's character, rather than a matter of their own survival. After all, they still had some water, albeit limited, sufficient for their needs. However, when the situation escalated to a point where there was no water to flush toilets, no water to bathe, and even no water to drink, they began to sense something was amiss. Why is there still no water? Isn't it because Chen Hao turned it off? But have you not noticed that other buildings are also without water? No matter how capable Chen Hao may be, he cannot possibly shut off the water for other buildings. Upon hearing this, they began to ponder, indeed, what could be the cause of this water outage? I have indeed been in contact with friends residing nearby. It is not solely our area experiencing a water outage, but theirs as well. Can you believe it? It is indeed true. I possess insider information revealing that the municipal water cut was prompted by reports of individuals succumbing to drinking contaminated water. Really? Yes, it is true. Moreover, it is not just a solitary incident. Numerous individuals have encountered issues after consuming the water, although it remains uncertain whether the problem stems from rainwater. The only recourse to prevent further fatalities is to temporarily halt the water supply. But how long will this suspension last? It may persist until the rain ceases and the water can be sufficiently purified before resuming service. When might this rain cease? It shows no signs of abating. A palpable sense of despair washed over many. Despite the torrential rain outside, they were unable to drink even a drop. They were confined to their rooms, parched. It was at this juncture that the crowd began to grasp the meaning of Chen Hao's earlier reference to long-term effectiveness. Could it be that he had foreseen the toxicity of the rain and thus stockpiled substantial amounts of potable water in advance? With this thought, several cleanliness-conscious wives began to stir with urgency. Ding dong. Upon hearing the notification chime on his phone, Chen Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile, thinking that the moment had finally arrived. I am CC. The individual who added Chen Hao had sent but a singular, straightforward message. Yet her profile picture, a candid shot, revealed a woman of striking beauty, scoring above 85 in attractiveness and over 80 in physique. Thus, Chen Hao chose to accept her request, dismissing anyone whose attributes fell below 80 in either category. I am CC. Hello, may I inquire if you still have water? Could you spare some for me? Upon encountering such trivial conversation from the other party, Chen Hao could hardly muster a response, promptly closing the chat interface. However, the sender noticed that Chen Hao was typing, and after a prolonged wait without a reply, she could not resist sending another message. Have you seen my message? Indeed, I have. May I kindly ask for some water? My dear, are you genuinely naive or merely pretending? This water is something I have painstakingly collected. Why would I give it away for free? Should you continue with such idle chatter, I shall not hesitate to block you. Chen Hao issued a stern warning, asserting that he would not be taken advantage of. Yet, the other party remained undeterred. Mr. Chen, I have been quite courteous. I am merely a bit parched and sought your assistance. I hope you can also extend respect to others and refrain from treating a simple request as a transactional matter. Following this lengthy exchange, Chen Hao chose not to read further. He swiftly blocked her, feeling an immediate uplift in his spirits. Such excessive verbosity. Indeed, next time, I must establish a rule: no verbose women allowed. Those who revel in trivial banter are out. Meanwhile, on the 26th floor, a stunning woman, whose looks and figure were equally remarkable, suddenly wore a look of shock. For she had just meticulously crafted an elaborate message intended to appeal to Chunhao's emotions and reason, only to discover that she had been blocked. The beautiful woman's chest heaved violently with anger. How could this be? Yet, Chunhao was indifferent to her outrage, dismissing it entirely. This wretched rain was so relentless, it was almost inducing yawns. Just as Chunhao stifled a yawn, in the room a girl had just awakened, still dazed and disoriented. Not from a collision with Chunhao, but rather from the effects of alcohol. Indeed, it was Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had succumbed to slumber after just one drink. Brother Hao, what is happening to me? Why do I feel as though I've been asleep for ages? She turned to glance outside, where torrential rain pounded against the window, threatening to shatter the glass. What a downpour. How can it rain so heavily? You've been asleep for most of the day. It's been roughly 15 hours. 15 hours? Zhou Xiaoxiao exclaimed incredulously. It was her first experience with alcohol, and she had completely blacked out. In a flurry, she scrambled to change her clothes. I must hurry to work. Otherwise, I'll lose my perfect attendance bonus. Xiaoxiao, calm down. Sit quietly and listen to me. Chunhao spoke with a serene authority that compelled Zhou Xiaoxiao to comply. What I am about to tell you is no jest. You must pay close attention. This rain will last for 3 months, and this is merely the beginning. Chunhao resolved to reveal the truth to Zhou Xiaoxiao, for she was the only person he could trust at this moment. The only other individual he could rely on was her deceased brother, Zhou Ting. Thus, Chunhao felt responsible for looking after his sister, provided she remained sensible and refrained from actions that might hinder their survival. Chunhao needed to present Zhou Xiaoxiao with a choice: to follow his guidance and stay by his side, or to receive supplies to fend for herself. The situation is as such. You must make your own choice. He gazed at Zhou Xiaoxiao, knowing he could support her, especially since she was a brilliant medical student. Praised by her mentors, whether from a sentimental or pragmatic standpoint, there were ample reasons for her to remain. Yet, the complexities of a woman's heart were notoriously elusive. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao's response caught Chunhao off guard. So, if I choose to stay, that means I will be living with you, Brother Hao? Yes. All right. Then I choose to go home. Chunhao felt a pang of disappointment, having hoped she might harbor some fondness for him and wish to share a life together. Instead, it seemed she was merely playing the role of a dragon that professes admiration yet is ultimately indifferent. Yet Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze grew increasingly resolute. I will pack my things and move in with you, Brother Hao. You said we would live together, forever united. Chunhao furrowed his brow, pondering if he had inadvertently invited a ravenous wolf into his midst. Would he be drained of every last drop? Chapter 33. The Bully Song Hongfei Ah. It is said that what is deemed fortune may not be misfortune, and what is misfortune cannot be evaded. Yet, I cannot help but wonder why I had not previously noticed how this young lady has become increasingly alluring. Observing Zhou Xiaoxiao bounding home to fetch her clothes, Chunhao stroked his chin in contemplation. Previously, he regarded Xiaoxiao merely as a sister, thus overlooking her figure, but now, as emotions began to intertwine, he suddenly realized that Xiaoxiao possessed an exquisite physique worthy of a score of 95. It is akin to examinations. While it may be easy to elevate one's score from 60 to 80, reaching the coveted 90 is a formidable challenge. The higher one ascends, the more arduous it becomes, with each incremental point feeling like a Herculean feat. Thus, a 95 is a physique rarely seen, perhaps only in the realm of comic books. Reflecting upon this, Chunhao lamented the vistas he had previously overlooked. It was evident that Zhou Ting had once remarked that marrying Lin Yushan was less favorable than taking his sister as a spouse. With a shake of his head and a smile, Chunhao reminisced about the banter exchanged with Zhou Ting, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, though regrettably, Zhou Ting was no longer among the living. Thus, he found himself sorrowfully seeking companionship with extraordinary goddesses. Little Ting, this predicament is all you're doing. Chunhao chuckled despite his melancholy. Rising from his seat, Chunhao resolved to assist Zhou Xiaoxiao by gathering all the alluring garments from home, discarding those that lacked sufficient allure. Ding dong. A new message arrived, and Chunhao casually picked it up, discovering a friend request. I am CC. Wasn't this individual blocked? How had they resurfaced? Curiosity piqued, he examined the request further. Ordinarily, once someone is blacklisted, no further messages, including friend requests, should be received. However, it soon dawned on him. Though the avatar and nickname were identical, the account was different. This was a secondary account, perhaps fearing he would not recognize her. She had kept the visuals the same. How intriguing. Let us see what you have to say this time. Chunhao promptly clicked to accept the request. As soon as they were added as friends, the other party eagerly sent a message. Why did you block me? Are you going to regale me with more nonsense? Do you wish to be blocked again? The female university student fell silent. She had ample trivialities prepared and had even composed them, merely awaiting the opportunity to send them. Yet, she was genuinely apprehensive that Chunhao might block her once more. After all, this was her sole secondary account, and she was truly parched. Thus, she opted to heed Chunhao's words and refrain from further prattling. I can offer money to buy water from you. Name your price. Clever. Yet, not clever enough. What do you mean? Did you not see the group messages? I am a notorious nouveau riche. I won 5 million. So do you truly believe I would lack funds? Dream on. I would not sell myself for a mere sip of water. Observing her resolute stance against compromising her principles for a sip of water, Chunhao was left speechless. He had never insisted that she trade her body. If you possess any unique talents, perhaps you could perform them. Who knows? I might be so pleased as to reward you with a few sips of water. However, at this moment, I find myself irresistibly drawn to your form, not for any other reason, but rather due to your untamed demeanor, which incites a desire to conquer. Thus, Chunhao chuckled softly, hoping you would uphold your principles. Indeed, one can only hope. After all, when confronted with the specter of death, a person's limits are easily breached. Setting aside thoughts of this woman, Chunhao was just about to assist Zhou Xiaoxiao in selecting alluring attire when someone in the community group could no longer contain their provocation towards him. Chunhao, bring down your water, and do it swiftly. The imperious tone and brazen attitude could only belong to one person in this neighborhood, the owner of the Golden Sun Bar, Song Hongfei. It is well known that those who run bars are often adept in both the light and dark realms. Song Hongfei epitomizes this. He possesses connections and muscle, commanding a presence that allows him to walk boldly through this community. As for why such a formidable figure resides in modest quarters rather than a villa, it is because this is not his home. It serves as a sanctuary for nurturing university students. Last night, Song Hongfei merely indulged a little too much and sought relaxation, only to awaken trapped by a torrential downpour. Chunhao had a vague recollection of this individual, for Song Hongfei is perilous. He hails from a rough background, having earned his first fortune through sheer force, thus possessing formidable combat skills. He is also shrewd, otherwise he would not have risen to such prominence in both the legitimate and illicit spheres. Lastly, Song Hongfei is particularly cautious, always accompanied by at least 4 subordinates for protection. In his previous life, he was one of the few who managed to carve out his own territory amidst the competing influences of underworld thugs and demolition crews. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable Song Hongfei may be, he is but a triviality to the current Chunhao. More significantly, Chunhao never succumbs to intimidation. Therefore, he promptly sent a message in the group chat. Want some water? Come, call me father so I can hear it. Upon reading this message, the entire community group fell silent. Who dares to speak to Song Hongfei in such a manner? Is Chunhao tired of living? After all, while Chunhao might be brash with others who can tolerate it, no one truly wishes to face imprisonment. Yet, confronting Song Hongfei with such audacity could lead to a swift demise, with Song Hongfei effortlessly turning the situation to his advantage, claiming self-defense and earning accolades from the government along with a monetary reward. This is precisely why Song Hongfei walks with such confidence. While others merely talk, he acts decisively. Consequently, Song Hongfei was instantly enraged. He could not believe someone dared to speak to him in such a way. Are you referring to me? Is there anyone else in the group who wishes to challenge me? Others in the group were equally incensed. Insulting someone is one thing, but dragging them into it is entirely unacceptable. This Chunhao deserves punishment. True to form, Song Hongfei unleashed a furious voice message. Are you seeking death? Damn it. I'll come and end you right now. Give me your room number. Chunhao merely chuckled and nonchalantly replied, Sons, let me inform you, my elder brother, which room I reside in. Upon hearing this, the others were instantly incensed. Even in the face of death, he still harbored intentions of taking advantage. They resolved to swiftly eliminate Chunhao. Consequently, a throng of loyal sons divulged Chunhao's address. He resides in 3201, 3201, 3201. He is on the 32nd floor. 32nd floor. Just wait for me. I am heading up now. Damn. Song Hongfei bellowed in the group, then shouted to his underlings, follow me. Before stepping out, in a bid for safety, Song Hongfei deliberately returned to his room to retrieve a certain item, a handgun. Chapter 34. Song Hongfei's predicament. How dare he provoke me? Song Hongfei cursed, accompanied by his 4 subordinates, as they ascended the elevator to the 32nd floor, emanating an aura of lethal intent, envisioning countless scenarios of bloodshed. He imagined storming into Chunhao's room, brandishing his gun, causing Chunhao to kneel and plead for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Then, he would execute Chunhao with a single shot. However, Song Hongfei was also a prudent individual. Before committing murder, he felt compelled to prepare for the aftermath. Thus, he called his lawyer. Hello, Lawyer Liu, I wish to eliminate someone. Certainly, Mr. Song, What angle are you considering this time? Are we discussing acts of heroism or self-defense? If I kill him in his own home, can I claim self-defense? Absolutely. You must trust me. I am a professional. Even if you were to kill him in his home and sleep with his wife, I can still frame it as self-defense. Excellent. Let us proceed with the self-defense narrative. Very well. Allow me to outline a few essential details. Convey this to the others. Song Hongfei remarked, tossing the phone to his subordinate. He seized his gun and, with an audacious flourish, projected an air of dominance, fully confident in his control over Chun Hao. Even Lawyer Lu couldn't suppress a chuckle. Mr. Song, you seem rather hasty. However, it's fine. Just ensure you check for surveillance in his residence. Lawyer Lu, I believe we should perhaps hold off on this matter. Hold off on what? This is of utmost importance. It's just that. It appears we can't even access the entrance to his home. Then you all must exert yourselves. Inform me once you gain entry. Lawyer Lu was drenched in sweat. How could someone as capable as Song Hongfei be unable to breach the threshold? What kind of individual were they up against? Little did he know, what obstructed Song Hongfei's path was a stone that was neither too big nor too small, but perfectly positioned to block the elevator door. What on earth is this? Song Hongfei kicked the stone, but instead of dislodging it, he exerted too much force and stumbled backward. His eyes flared with rage. As a leader, one could perish, but one's dignity must never be compromised. Thus, Song Hongfei erupted in a furious roar. Clear this obstruction. Clear it. The four subordinates stood there, utterly bewildered. Could such a massive stone be so easily shattered at their whim? Yet, the leader had spoken, and they dared not disobey, particularly with a gun in his hand. Thus, unwilling to face the wrath of such a formidable figure, they could only play the part of fools. The four subordinates approached the stone, exerting every ounce of strength to shove it, but instead of budging an inch, the stone remained resolute. Big brother, this is truly futile. We are utterly exhausted. The four subordinates collapsed onto the elevator floor, panting like weary hounds. Song Hongfei, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "Damn it!" with a loud bang. A bullet struck the stone, ricocheting back and hitting him squarely on his posterior. Ouch! What the hell? He yelped, collapsing to the ground with his rear end raised. A fiery pain radiating from the impact. Who could have imagined that a powerful figure, commanding respect across both the underworld and legitimate circles, would end up injuring himself so absurdly? His subordinates quickly surrounded him, concern etched on their faces. "Boss, are you all right? Are you kidding me? Get me back." Song Hongfei fumed, mortified at being the center of attention in such a humiliating manner. How could he maintain his authority after such an incident? As for Chen Hao, although Song Hongfei seethed with resentment, he found himself powerless to retaliate, and thus had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. His subordinates hurriedly assisted him back to the 19th floor, trying to keep a low profile to avoid drawing attention to the rather embarrassing situation. However, once Song Hongfei made his intentions clear regarding Chen Hao, everyone in the building began to secretly observe the unfolding drama. Thus, as soon as Song Hongfei emerged with his injured posterior, it became common knowledge that he had suffered a humiliating defeat. Big news. Song Hongfei attempted to deal with Chen Hao and was carried back by his subordinates. Is that true? Absolutely. Someone witnessed it firsthand. Song Hongfei, bold and brash, went to confront Chen Hao, only to be brought back on a stretcher. Rumor has it, his backside was blown apart. What? His rear is ruined? What kind of trick did Chen Hao use? Whatever it was, it clearly worked. Who would have thought that Chen Hao possessed such prowess? Indeed, it was no surprise that Chen Hao, once perceived as a mere braggart, was now viewed as a formidable adversary. The narrative shifted swiftly, transforming him from an arrogant upstart into a force to be reckoned with. As whispers circulated, many wives began to harbor a newfound admiration for Chen Hao, for it is in a woman's nature to be drawn to strength. The stronger one is, the more alluring they become. Even CC, once spurned by Chen Hao, found herself reassessing her feelings after reading the messages circulating in the group. This man was undeniably domineering, yet possessed undeniable skill. Well, he is certainly much better than those useless, hot-tempered men. How could I possibly think this way? After all, he is a miser who wouldn't even offer me a glass of water. Yet, there's undeniable charm about him. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the beautiful college student became increasingly flustered. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, Lin Yushan and her family were observing the discussions in the group, feeling a growing resentment towards Chen Hao as they indulged in fervent praise for his prowess. Damn that Chen Hao! And where is that assassin? However, while everyone was engrossed in discussing Chen Hao, he found himself somewhat lost in thought at Zhou Xiaoxiao's home. That sound just now was undoubtedly the report of a gun. I never expected Song Hongfei to possess a firearm. No, given his status in the underworld, acquiring a gun would not be a challenge at all. But in my past life, I never heard of anyone wielding a gun. Chen Hao furrowed his brow, beginning to sense that this lifetime might hold some subtle differences from the last. Indeed, a variable had emerged. Chapter 35. The eruption of problems in my previous life. Perhaps due to my insufficient strength, others didn't need to resort to weapons to deal with me. Yet in this life, I refused to be submissive, leaving Song Hongfei in a fit of rage, prompting him to unveil his trump card. It seems that even within this very building, there are hidden talents lurking. A sense of crisis washed over Chun Hao, causing his lips to curve into a slight smile. What once seemed rather dull was now turning intriguingly lively. Thus, Chun Hao began to contemplate reinforcing room 3201. After all, today someone had wielded a handgun, suggesting that tomorrow might bring explosives, potentially blasting open the stone that blocked the elevator door. But is it too late to consider establishing a safe haven now? We are already in an apocalyptic scenario. The answer is, it is not too late. While others might feel utterly helpless at this moment, Chun Hao had a plan. This was largely thanks to the scientific genius. Elon Musk. When designing the Ark of Noah, Musk had anticipated the most extreme scenarios. What if the Ark itself were destroyed? Thus, he discreetly incorporated a fully functional safe room on the first level, the living area, capable of sustaining an individual's life. So even if the Ark were to perish, retrieving this safe room would ensure a bountiful existence. Therefore, all I need to do is replicate this safe room and place it in room 3201, ensuring my peace of mind. After all, this safe room was personally designed by Musk. It could withstand a nuclear blast. What is there to fear? Should I be afraid of Song Hongfei's little handgun? Or the petty hammer of the black property management? Or perhaps Lin Yushan's dull kitchen knife? Just as Chun Hao was imagining the comical scene of Lin Yushan's family attempting to hack at his safe room with a kitchen knife, a shy voice jolted him back to reality. Brother Hao. Chun Hao awoke from his daydream to see Zhou Xiaoxiao's small face flushed like a ripe peach. Too shy to look at him. What could this mean? Chun Hao, filled with suspicion, wondered what had transpired. Suddenly, he felt a soft sensation in his hand. Glancing down, he realized he had inadvertently picked up a small garment belonging to Zhou Xiaoxiao, a size that must be at least an E. Xiaoxiao, please tidy up your things. I need to return home for a moment. With remarkable composure, Chun Hao set down Zhou Xiaoxiao's clothing and calmly turned to exit, making his way back to his room. 3201. Behind him, Zhou Xiaoxiao playfully stamped her foot, her ample bosom quivering vigorously. Humph, you inconsiderate brat. Not even a hint of appreciation. I must take more decisive action. Meanwhile, Chun Hao had already returned to 3201, meticulously measuring the dimensions of his room. Though the area is not extensive, the layout is quite satisfactory. It will fit perfectly. Without hesitation, he began to modify the safe house from the Ark of Noah, simply by duplicating it and scaling it down proportionally. For instance, reducing the height from 35 meters to 33 meters, though slightly smaller, it remained fully functional. Most importantly, it was robust enough. Soon, a safe house equivalent in size to 3201 came into being. Next came the crucial task of placing it within 3201. This step required utmost caution, otherwise, the element of surprise would be lost. Chun Hao thought to himself as he proceeded to store all the items, furniture, appliances, and even the walls, into the creation space, leaving behind an empty shell of a room. He then released the safe house. Success! Chun Hao gazed upon his safe house with a satisfied smile. This sanctuary boasted formidable filtration capabilities, an independent power supply, and even an electric defense mechanism. Admittedly, it lacked in the number of rooms, a mere 2 bedrooms and a living room, with one room initially intended as a study. However, it was understandable. Musk had designed it with his own survival in mind, neglecting the need to accommodate a goddess. Still, one must acknowledge Musk's penchant for comfort. The safe house featured tempered glass on 3 sides, which could be covered with a single command, and was adorned with soft furnishings, with wooden floors and woolen carpets throughout. Truly indulgent. Yet, all this luxury had now fallen upon my shoulders. Seated in the rocking chair of the living room, Chun Hao mused aloud while retrieving the key to the Ark of Noah, as it had been detached from the Ark. This safe house could also connect to the intelligent assistant aboard Noah. Silly girl, help me convert all the appliances here to voice control. Yes, master. I am now configuring voice control using your voice. Setup complete. Excellent. Chun Hao nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the key in his hand, which indicated that someone was approaching nearby. This was achieved through vibrational frequencies, creating an effect akin to a sonic radar, one of the security measures of the safe house. In the presence of material contact, it could even cover a radius of 50 meters. Most importantly, under certain conditions, this sonic radar could eavesdrop on conversations, facilitating clandestine listening. Musk truly was a master of cutting-edge technology. Chun Hao was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that even the slightest movements of the residents downstairs could be discerned by him with utmost clarity. Whether they were in their rooms, the bathroom, or even the living room, the faintest vibrations would alert him immediately. Subsequently, Chun Hao calmly snapped his fingers. Open the door. With a series of delightful clicks, the 13 locks of the safe house door opened, revealing the incredulous face of Zhou Xiaoxiao. Brother Hao, what is this? In the blink of an eye, the room had transformed completely, an obvious change that even a fool could not overlook. However, Chun Hao opted not to explain, as he wished to keep the secrets of his creation concealed. Xiao, for now, I cannot disclose how I accomplished this. Are you willing to wait for the day when I can share? Of course. I trust you, Brother Hao? Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, eager to listen to and comply with anything Chun Hao said. Chun Hao returned her nod slightly. Come in. That room is yours. It may be a bit small, but it is quite comfortable. Thank you, Brother Hao. Zhou Xiaoxiao showed no disdain for the size of her room. Rather, she was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of living with Chun Hao. Observing her delight, Chun Hao felt an intensifying pressure in his heart. Her adorable demeanor made it truly impossible not to dote on her. At that moment, Chun Hao's phone vibrated with a new message from IMCC. Could you spare me some water? Perhaps we could negotiate and see what you desire in exchange? The almost pleading tone indicated that this beautiful university student was parched to the point of desperation. Yet, she was not alone. Most of the people in this building and neighborhood were also feeling the pangs of thirst. Thus, the struggle for resources was about to commence. Chapter 36. Wu Shiqing, have you finally reached your limit? Hehe. Well, it is to be expected. A normal person can endure 3 days without food, but without water, they cannot last a single day. Moreover, modern individuals are accustomed to a certain delicacy. They must wash their hands before meals, cleanse their faces prior to makeup, and even need to press the flush button for a simple restroom visit. It takes mere moments to deplete all available water. Sighing, Chun Hao remarked while elegantly running a bath, commonly regarded as the most extravagant use of water. Yet, the water scarcity of others was of no concern to him. His space still held several hundred tons of water, endlessly replenishing itself. Thus, refraining from filling a swimming pool to swim was already a display of frugality on his part. After settling into the bathtub, Chun Hao generously shared a photo of himself lounging in the tub with IMCC. Without uttering a word, he communicated volumes. I have water. What do you have to offer in exchange? Upon seeing the image of Chun Hao with one leg draped over the edge of the bathtub, the university beauty could not help but swallow hard, not out of desire for his physique, but rather out of envy for the luxurious bath water he possessed. In the face of insatiable thirst, even bathwater tastes as sweet as fine wine. Thus, the beautiful university student gritted her teeth and offered her utmost sincerity. State your demands, and I shall contemplate them. After all, to barter her body for a mere sip of water seemed utterly demeaning. She simply could not bring herself to do it. Hence, she resolved to let Chun Hao articulate the terms, hoping to project the illusion of being coerced to soothe her conscience. However, Chun Hao was fully aware of her crafty little ruse, and he refused to indulge her whims. With such a lack of sincerity, he decided to forego the conversation and retreat to a bath instead. Observing Chun Hao's inclination to sever ties with her, the university beauty grew genuinely anxious. The agony of thirst was indeed unbearable. Yet, drinking water from public sources was tantamount to courting disaster. Therefore, she timidly proposed, provide me with some water, and I shall accompany you for a single occasion. Photos, measurements, age. Oh, and do share your name as well. I would prefer not to find myself entangled with someone named Jian Gang or the like. Rest assured, I do not bear such an unpleasant name. I am Wu Shiqing. Upon revealing her name, the beautiful university student felt a sudden sense of liberation. It is often the case that when one takes the first step, they become increasingly willing to yield thereafter. Consequently, Wu Shiqing perused her photo album and selected the most flattering image to send to Chun Hao, along with her measurements. 23. 166, 98 c. As Chun Hao beheld Wu Shiqing's photo, a sly smile crept across his face as he issued an even more audacious request. Surely, you are not deceiving me with that photo. Here's the deal. Send me a short video showcasing your figure, and while you're at it, declare, I love Chun Hao, to prove your authenticity. This is outrageous. Wu Shiqing fumed, her small fists clenched tightly. To record a video was already excessive, but to profess her love for Chun Hao was clearly an attempt to exploit her. Yet, as she pondered further, she realized that she had already divulged her private measurements to Chun Hao. To retract now would indeed be a significant loss, especially since she had yet to quench her thirst. Thus, it seemed more prudent to acquiesce to Chun Hao's demands, resolve the matter swiftly, and finally drink the healthful water. Reluctantly, Wu Shiqing picked up her phone, shyly showcasing her elegantly curved figure, and then bashfully declared, I love Chun Hao. As Chun Hao viewed the video Wu Shiqing sent, he was astonished to discover that she was even more stunning than in her photograph. What had merely scored an 85 in the still image now soared to a 90 in motion. It appeared she simply did not photograph well. With this revelation, Chun Hao deemed her a true gem. He then sent Wu Shiqing another request. Come to the 32nd floor alone. I shall await you at the elevator. Very well. Wu Shiqing replied eagerly, promptly donning her robe and hurrying toward the 32nd floor. Meanwhile, Chunhao knew that before Wu Shiqing arrived, he needed to attend to Su Xiaoxiao first. Therefore, he retrieved the master key. Silly girl, adjust the oxygen levels in Xiaoxiao's room to induce drowsiness, but in a manner that does not strain her mind. Understood, master. I will execute it immediately. Such is the advantage of having a smart housekeeper, capable of directly manipulating the air filtration system to regulate oxygen concentrations. Once the enemy invades, one can swiftly deplete the oxygen, eliminating foes without a trace. Soon enough, Chunhao observed Zhou Xiaoxiao yawning in her room before sweetly drifting into slumber upon her bed. Task accomplished. With this matter settled, Chunhao proceeded to the elevator on the 32nd floor. However, he remained cautious. What if Wu Shiqing were an agent of the sinister property management, or a spy dispatched by Song Hongfei, merely to deceive him into moving the boulder? In such a case, he would undoubtedly have to exert considerable effort. Therefore, Chunhao activated the radar detection feature to monitor all movements within the elevator. He observed that the swiftly ascending elevator contained only one woman, her arms crossed, pacing anxiously as if it were her first time venturing out into the world. Quite intriguing, she was to the left. Chunhao then gestured, drawing the rock on the left into his spatial realm. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Chunhao locked eyes with Wu Shiqing, who appeared somewhat surprised. She had expected him to be a miserly, balding middle-aged man, but instead found him rather handsome. Chunhao lifted his chin. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come over. Oh. Wu Shiqing tightened her embrace around herself, lowering her head and nervously stepping outside. Do you know where I live? She asked, still keeping her head down. No. That way. Chunhao pointed towards room 3201, gesturing for Wu Shiqing to proceed ahead. To his surprise, as soon as she entered, she was enveloped by a glass container. Wu Shiqing momentarily panicked. What is this? Fear not. This is merely a standard sterilization procedure, ensuring you do not bring any pathogens into the safe house. After sealing the elevator entrance with stone, Chunhao explained that due to the rampant bacteria in this apocalyptic world, Musk had long established a disinfection protocol, conveniently located at the entrance. Following a burst of white mist that enveloped Wu Shiqing, she finally stepped into Chunhao's room. Upon entering, Wu Shiqing sensed a distinct difference. The heavy humidity from the torrential rain made the air feel cloyingly damp, despite having air conditioning in her rental unit. The oppressive moisture rendered her body sticky and uncomfortable. Yet here, Chunhao's space felt entirely different, warm and inviting, akin to basking in the sun during winter. This sensation stirred something within Wu Shiqing. How cozy. Chapter 37. Dismal news. May I make a request? Chunhao was taken aback, but consented. Go ahead, make your request, but be mindful of your words. Do not provoke my ire. I would like to have a drink, Wu Shiqing said, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was aware that water resources were scarce, with even drinking water in short supply, let alone alcoholic beverages. After all, who among them would hoard alcohol if they were not a drunkard? Thus, she held no great expectations. Yet, upon hearing her request, Chunhao merely smiled. Such a simple desire was easily fulfilled. He stood up, approached Wu Shiqing, and gently exhaled warm breath near her ear. I shall perform a little magic for you. Come, close your eyes. As Chunhao spoke, he gently covered Wu Shiqing's eyes with his hand. Wu Shiqing's heart began to race. Numerous possibilities flashed through her mind. The most daunting one was that Chunhao found her excessively bothersome and would deliver a swift elbow strike to render her unconscious, followed by unspeakable acts. However, to her astonishment, she was greeted by an enchanting aroma, the scent of fruitwood grilled steak. This tantalizing fragrance awakened her cravings. With the water supply having been cut off for the better part of the day, she had no means to prepare a meal, and since morning, she had merely nibbled on a few crumbs of biscuits. Her thirst far outweighed her hunger. Initially, she felt indifferent, but upon catching a whiff of the steak, her appetite surged. At that moment, Chunhao's magnetic voice reached her ears. You may open your eyes now. Wu Shiqing eagerly opened her eyes, and was instantly taken aback by the scene before her. A dining table adorned with not only the aromatic fruitwood steak, but also caviar more precious than gold, alongside handmade ice cream desserts. Most importantly, there was a bottle of decanted red wine, the authentic 1982 Lafite, and a glass of perfectly chilled lemonade. These constituted a lavish feast that ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of, let alone on a day marked by relentless rain. Wu Shiqing felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she realized she was valued, not merely a tool for someone's release. Consequently, her feelings towards Chunhao shifted profoundly. Thank you, she began. No need for thanks. Today, you are my woman, and I shall indulge you. Chunhao raised his glass, lightly clinking it against Wu Shiqing's. leaving her flustered by his earlier words, which held a blend of tenderness and assertiveness, an exquisite balance, neither overly indulgent nor too bland. 2 hours later, as soon as Wu Shiqing departed, Chunhao resealed the elevator entrance with rock and retrieved a key tablet. The radar on the tablet indicated that after Wu Shiqing's arrival, a group had stealthily taken the elevator to the 32nd floor, only to be thwarted by the rock barrier. Those black property agents, it must be. They truly are relentless. They seek revenge at every opportunity. Chunhao was seized by a murderous intent. After all, being targeted was far from a pleasant predicament. Simultaneously, some grave news reached everyone's ears. A catastrophic disaster. A colossal water meteor struck the Pacific Ocean, generating 50-meter-high waves that engulfed several nations and numerous cities. The projected death toll exceeds 100 million. The affected population is estimated to surpass 500 million. The influence of the water meteor is expected to reach our country as early as tomorrow. Experts predict that this gigantic water meteor will swiftly elevate sea levels, leaving many southern cities at risk of inundation. Due to the extreme rainfall, numerous northern cities are experiencing the most significant downpour in recorded history. Urban flood control is in a state of crisis, plunging into catastrophic inundation. News reports, one after another, are alarming. Many can already perceive that the apocalypse is beckoning to everyone. Discussions abound about where safety can be found. If southern cities are to be submerged, does that mean the north is a refuge? Utterly futile. Have you not seen the news? The north is already experiencing flooding and is also destined to be engulfed. Moreover, with such torrential downpours, how could any aircraft possibly take flight? It is simply impossible. What then? Are we to resign ourselves to our fate? Just as one must seek higher ground to evade rising waters, if one fears drowning, they must ascend. Indeed, isn't living on the 32nd floor the safest option? Yet, that too is merely temporary. For true safety, one must flee to the mountains. The higher the peak, the better. Otherwise, consider the news. 50 meters of floodwaters. Once it arrives, entire buildings will collapse. Goodness, what are we waiting for? We must hasten to flee with our families. It may already be too late. What did you say? Are you unaware? The underground parking garage has already been inundated. The water has reached the first floor and is advancing toward the second. Residents on lower floors are in a state of panic. They once thought the second floor was the most convenient, but now it has become the most perilous place to be. Consequently, those living on the second floor are beginning to lose their composure. Is there anyone upstairs who can take us in? We will accept any condition. Oh, really? Some have begun to entertain ulterior motives. Chapter 38, The Deception. Is there anyone upstairs who can take us in? We will accept any condition. Oh, truly? Indeed. Fine. Let us discuss privately. Soon, residents from below and above exchanged private messages. Yet the outcome was silence or being blocked. Let your wife come to stay with me, and I will shelter you. Have you lost your mind? That is absolutely out of the question. Then your entire family will drown. You've made your choice. Either your family drowns together, or you sacrifice your wife alone. I would rather perish with my family than betray my wife. However, such individuals are but a minority. The majority choose silence. For if they cannot reside in their homes, they must take refuge in stairwells. Yet, stairwells, spaces of constant movement, evoke a profound sense of insecurity. It feels as though one could be bitten at any moment. This instinct is rooted in biology, a natural aversion to unsafe environments, ingrained within us. Furthermore, a crucial factor is food. Due to the refined lifestyles of modern individuals who prefer home-cooked meals or takeout, seldom do they stockpile emergency rations. Thus, once confined to the stairwell, with no means to cook or order food, one could face starvation. The dilemma becomes one of sacrificing one for the survival of many, especially for oneself. It is truly a difficult choice. In such an atmosphere, the entire community's mood shifts subtly. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, over 100 friend requests flood Chunhao's phone, the highest number in the entire building. As he resides on the top floor, theoretically the safest and most likely to receive aid, everyone wishes to take refuge there. Chunhao, allow me to stay with you, and I can offer you financial compensation. I have no need for money. Thank you. Chunhao, are you acquainted with my girlfriend? Though she may not possess striking beauty, her figure is commendable, and she possesses unique skills that are sure to please you. Would it be possible for us to reside at your place? What if your girlfriend were to move in alone? Would that be acceptable? Chunhao, as neighbors, it is imperative that we assist one another during challenging times. Is it not? Seeking something for nothing? Consider yourself blacklisted. Farewell. Chunhao showed no tolerance, firmly rejecting all their requests. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Once you offer free sustenance, they will only become more demanding, expecting further favors. Such is human nature. Indeed, after Chunhao turned down these individuals, they erupted in fury, shedding all previous humility. Chunhao, you are devoid of compassion. You shall face divine retribution. Are you out of your mind? I even offered you my girlfriend, and yet you refused to shelter me while accepting her. You heartless creature. I curse your entire lineage. Chunhao remained unfazed by their insults. The more vehemently they berated him, the more abject they would become when they returned for his assistance. However, unexpectedly, a group of unscrupulous property managers emerged to restore order. Fear not. We have received directives from the government. Although this flood has been severe, the government is mobilizing our local troops for rescue operations across various regions. So let us remain calm. Assistance will surely arrive. Thus, before the rescue team arrives, the residents on the 5th floor and below will be accommodated by our property management, as we will open up vacant units for temporary shelter, free of charge. Upon reading these messages from Manager Wang, those who had previously insulted him now addressed him with warmth and familiarity. Manager Wang, I misjudged you earlier. I owe you an apology. No worries, it was all a misunderstanding. Here is a small token of my apology, just 888 yuan. Please accept it. Serving the residents is our duty, no need for red envelopes. Manager Wang, you are incredible. A thumbs up emoji followed, and in an instant, everyone switched their demeanor, praising Manager Wang and his unscrupulous team, while simultaneously mocking Chunhao. The disparity in character is glaringly evident. Chunhao, you selfish individual, once the flood recedes, you will undoubtedly face retribution. You will be paraded before the public. Enough. It is revolting to share a building with someone like you. They hurled insults as if the rescue troops were imminently arriving, a classic case of premature celebration. Yet, the existence of any rescue team remained uncertain. I recall from my previous life that no such troops ever materialized. In Chunhao's eyes, a glimmer of determination sparked. Indeed, the government had organized rescue efforts, but ultimately abandoned them. Why? Because they were at a loss for how to proceed. Across the nation, various regions are grappling with disasters. To initiate rescue operations, a minimum investment of billions is required. However, the pressing question remains. Are there enough personnel available? The combined number of personnel nationwide barely reaches the million mark, creating a void so vast that it is virtually insurmountable. Consequently, the focus must be narrowed, prioritizing the rescue of key areas, critical units, and significant individuals. Yet, within this community, what noteworthy individuals warrant such prioritized assistance? Clearly, there are none. It becomes intriguing. If the government lacks the capacity for immediate rescue, why disseminate such information? There exists only one plausible explanation. It serves some clandestine agenda. A subtle smile crept upon Chunhao's lips as he grasped the essence of the matter. At this moment, although the government had yet to unveil any rescue plans, a considerable number of individuals still harbored a dependency mindset, awaiting governmental intervention. Thus, when Wang Niu and his associates acted under the guise of the government, it became alarmingly easy to deceive the majority. Once these unsuspecting individuals fell into the trap, emerging from their homes and relocating to the designated areas set by Wang Niu and his cohorts, all their supplies would fall under their control. It is crucial to understand that in such dire circumstances, the longer one survives, the greater the likelihood of receiving aid. Thus, ample resources become paramount. Should resources run low, one must resort to any means necessary, much like Wang Niu and his group, seizing the supplies of others. Only in this manner does death belong to others while the opportunity to survive remains with oneself. Indeed, the reality aligned precisely with Chunhao's thoughts. What of the so-called government announcement? It was utterly non-existent, merely a ruse concocted by Li Jian to advise Wang Niu. Brother Wang, this is our golden opportunity. We lack resources, and we must seize this moment to appropriate the supplies of others. Consequently, from the 2nd to the 5th floor, numerous owners and tenants, rather than being cautious, warmly welcomed them with open doors. Thank you. Thank you. However, they remained blissfully unaware that Wang Niu, Li Jian, and others had fixed their predatory gazes upon their drinking water and food supplies. Chapter 39. Playing the fool to catch the wise brother Wang. Which floor should we occupy? You may stay in the unit next to mine, Wang Niu replied, holding the keys as he led the tenants from the lower floors to the 17th, adjacent to the property management dormitory. This unit also belonged to an owner who had been abroad for an extended period, thus appropriated by the property management as a dormitory. Unbeknownst to the owner, upon arriving, Wang Niu initially wore a radiant smile. As you can see, the current availability of sleeping arrangements is quite limited, so we must all adhere to this arrangement to ensure everyone has a place to stay. I trust there are no objections? None at all, the tenants responded, willingly complying with Wang Niu's directives. After all, residing on the lower floors posed the constant threat of flooding. Thus, the prospect of moving to the 17th floor felt like ascending from hell to paradise. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely the beginning of their descent into hell. Wang Niu nodded, maintaining his cheerful facade. Once more, let us gather the water and provisions here. In these extraordinary times, it is imperative that we adhere to a unified distribution system. This approach fosters camaraderie and enhances our collective survival. Upon hearing the call to surrender their supplies, the crowd exhibited reluctance. Wang Yo immediately adopted a more serious demeanor. What is your attitude? We are cooperating with the government in relocating you from perilous floors, and this is how you respond. Very well. If you refuse to cooperate, then you may all return downstairs. No. It is merely a matter of cooperation. We will comply. A gaunt, somewhat unscrupulous man, nicknamed Skinny Monkey, was the first to relinquish his meager possessions. He had little to offer, merely 2 bottles of water and a few packets of instant noodles. However, by contributing, he anticipated receiving a larger share in the communal distribution. Observing Skinny Monkey's compliance, the others reluctantly followed suit, surrendering their own supplies. As the living room gradually filled with water and food, Wang Yo nodded in satisfaction, signaling for the next step. Thank you all for your cooperation. On behalf of the government, I extend my gratitude. Our next order of business is accommodation arrangements. Given the current circumstances, sleeping quarters are limited. Therefore, everyone will be assigned bunk beds, akin to a student dormitory. Since it is a dormitory, we must segregate by gender. Gentlemen, please follow Captain Li Jian to the adjacent rooms 1 and 2. The men, without hesitation, gathered their pillows and blankets, trailing behind Li Jian into the rooms. As the newly appointed security captain, Li Jian exuded confidence, gesturing toward the 2 rooms. Enter. Choose any bed you wish. Although Li Jian's demeanor was more imposing than Wang Yo's, the men became increasingly compliant after surrendering their provisions. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss. While they had arrived, a few elderly individuals and children followed, yet no women in their 20s or 30s had appeared. Sensing the tension, one man finally spoke up. Excuse me, where is my wife? Patience. We are in extraordinary times, and everyone's mental state is particularly fragile, especially the women. Thus, Manager Wang is representing the organization to offer them comfort. Li Jian replied with an air of self-importance. Just as he finished speaking, a series of familiar sounds emanated from the adjacent room. Hearing those unmistakable noises, some men felt a rush of blood, their bodies heating with anxiety while their minds remained cool. You beasts! One exclaimed. What do you mean? We are merely fulfilling our duties on behalf of the organization. Does anyone have objections? As Li Jian spoke, he brandished a stun baton from behind him, flanked by a row of security personnel, each brandishing their own batons. Observing the men with a mocking expression, the standoff lasted less than 5 seconds before the group of single men, led by Skinny Monkey, silently retreated to the dormitory, adopting an attitude of indifference, as it was no concern of theirs. The remaining men, trembling at the sight of their elderly and children in distress, glanced at Li Jian and his companions wielding electric batons, only to retreat humiliated to their dormitories, akin to green, timid turtles. Li Jian and the security team erupted into laughter. This is how it should be. Compliance is your best option. The relentless humiliation brought forth silent tears of regret from many, as they realized that they no longer possessed their own water, food, or even their wives. Had they known it would come to this, they would have been better off humbly seeking refuge with Chen Hao. Alas, their regrets were too late. However, this was merely their wishful thinking, for even if they pleaded with Chen Hao, he might not accept them. Oh, how wonderfully I have slept. Zhou Xiaoxiao emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She had drunk excessively the previous night and had slept for over 10 hours, only to be lulled back into slumber by Chen Hao's manipulation of the oxygen levels, resulting in nearly an entire day spent in sleep. Perhaps I was simply exhausted. Chen Hao mused, smiling subtly, acknowledging that this was the type of person he wished to take in, someone both attractive and skilled. A woman relying solely on her beauty to keep a man would not endure. Is that so? Perhaps. Is there an odd smell in the house? As a medical student, Zhou Xiaoxiao possessed a keen sense of smell and began to sniff around. Chen Hao thought to himself, no way. I've already aired out the room. How can she still detect a strange odor? Could she be overly sensitive? Maybe it's just the scent of the steak I had earlier, he suggested. What kind of steak did you eat? Fruitwood steak, grilled over fruitwood. So the house should smell like that. That is not it. The scent in here is not fruity. It resembles more of a creamy aroma, Zhou Xiaoxiao asserted decisively, gradually following the scent from the table, across the sofa, and towards Chen Hao himself. Calmly, Chen Hao pushed her away. You must be hungry. Would you like a glass of warm milk? I'll get you one. He then walked towards the refrigerator. However, behind him, Zhou Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him with suspicion, silently thinking, there's definitely something amiss. Sensing her gaze, Chen Hao felt somewhat helpless. Who would have thought Zhou Xiaoxiao's sense of smell was so acute? Yet, considering food, their supplies were dwindling. Reflecting on those who had dared to insult him, Chen Hao felt a surge of displeasure and deemed it time to retaliate, albeit subtly. Thus, he sent a message to the group, not a declaration of war. but rather a humble request. Does anyone have any food left at home? I'd like to borrow some. In truth, it was a jest. Chunhao had an abundance of food, with over 5,000 varieties of dishes alone for his main meals, not to mention the countless snacks, treats, and desserts. It seems he is merely pretending to be harmless while hiding his true strength. Yet, the individuals in the group are oblivious to this. Accustomed to witnessing Chunhao's confrontational demeanor, they are now electrified to see him exhibit a rare moment of vulnerability, each feeling exhilarated by the prospect of finally having the upper hand over him. Chapter 40. The concern of Wu Shiqing. Is there anyone with food at home? I would like to borrow some. Upon seeing Chunhao's message, the community chat erupted in excitement. It is no surprise. Many envy Chunhao for winning 5 million. Thus, when an opportunity arises, these opportunistic souls swiftly emerge. Don't tell me you have no provisions at all. You've just won 5 million. Well, the rain came so suddenly. I truly wasn't prepared. Do you have any food? Are you joking? How could you possibly be out of food? Deliveries arrive at your house daily. Ha ha ha. What you don't know is that he buys only toys and gaming consoles. What a fool. Why purchase such things? To indulge nostalgia. It is said that those with an unfortunate childhood tend to compensate themselves with toys. Oh, so it's an unfortunate childhood. No wonder his character is so lacking. Winning 5 million makes him even more arrogant than if he had won 5 billion. Huh. To such individuals, I can only say, they deserve it. Divine retribution is avoidable, but self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. Let us not pity him. Remember his past misdeeds, causing traffic jams and water shortages. He deserves to starve. Wait a moment. I recall he has bodyguards. He won't send them out to rob, will he? Rest assured, I saw that night. All his bodyguards had left. All gone. Ha ha ha. It seems fate has decreed his downfall. First, they let him go mad, and now he must face the consequences. Ha ha ha. The glee of those reveling in his misfortune filled the chat, as if the storm's gloom had dissipated entirely due to Chunhao's plight. Observing the scene of mockery, Chunhao couldn't help but chuckle, then sent out another baiting message. I can pay for food. Once this message was sent, a brief silence enveloped the group. After all, to most, the current rainstorm is merely a temporary calamity, and when it passes, money will still hold value. Thus, they thought to seize the chance to extort Chunhao. I have instant noodles. Do you want some? Chunhao immediately replied, yes, yes, yes. Great. $500 per pack. What? $500. Indeed. Did you expect $5 per pack? Given the torrential downpour outside, $500 per pack is quite reasonable, right? $500 per pack is already a bargain. By the way, I have ham sausages. Would you like one? $100 each. Chunhao looked on, grinning, deliberately choosing not to respond further. Yet, the quieter he became, the more fervent these rabid hounds grew. Chunhao, I have half a pack of Oreos. Do you want some? This morning, half remains, and I will sell it to you for 888. Isn't that a reasonable price? What is the matter? Why are you silent? Chunhao, did you not win 5 million? Don't be so stingy. Chunhao, let me calculate something for you. If you were to starve, that 5 million would be of no use to you. But if you spend 50,000 or 100,000 on some food, once the storm passes, you'll still be a millionaire. One to you? Precisely. One should not be so miserly, or it will only lead to self-harm. Chunhao, do you want it or not? If not, I shall raise the price. 1 pack of instant noodles for 1,000 yuan. Numerous messages flooded in, all attempting to sell food to Chunhao at exorbitant prices, not forgetting to mock him. Yet, amidst the crowd, there were still 1 or 2 who genuinely cared for Chunhao. First and foremost was Zhou Xiaoxiao. Brother Hao, don't we have any food at home? I remember there are some instant noodles left. As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoxiao began to jog to fetch the noodles for Chunhao, but he called out to stop her. A few packs of instant noodles are unnecessary. We have food at home. Ah, I see. Brother Hao, you must be bored and just teasing them. Smart. Chunhao gave Zhou Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. Apart from Zhou Xiaoxiao, there was another person who hobbled over to express concern. Wu Shiqing. Is there no food at your home? I have some biscuits here. Would you like some? It's fine. I can manage. Chunhao was somewhat surprised by Wu Shiqing's kindness. He hadn't expected her to possess not only a good figure, but also a good heart. Thus, he quietly noted this in his mind, planning to assist Wu Shiqing when she finds herself in need of food. As for whether he would help her a second time, sorry, no free handouts. Subsequently, Chunhao scrolled through his messages and noticed that the prices of food in the chat had been driven even higher, with instant noodles reaching 2,000 yuan. Chunhao chuckled and tossed his phone aside. Soon enough, these individuals would reap the consequences of their greed. Xiao, here is the hot milk you wanted, along with macarons and donuts, and fresh-baked cookies. Seeing Chunhao conjure a plethora of food as if by magic, Zhou Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in disbelief. Brother Hao, is there really this much? I can't possibly finish it all. Don't worry, if you can't finish it, just set it aside. I'll bring you something different tomorrow afternoon. As he spoke, Chunhao snapped a photo with his phone, applying beauty filters to make the food appear even more enticing. Thus, the first day passed, and by the next morning, messages began flooding in for Chunhao. Chunhao, have you had breakfast yet? I'm at home enjoying some porridge. It's warm and steaming hot rice porridge. Would you like a bowl? Just 2,000 yuan. Haha. Chunhao, we're enjoying some buns at home too. Though they're frozen, I'll sell them to you at a discount. Only 1,000 yuan per bun. What do you say? Quite generous. Isn't it? Chunhao, do you still want instant noodles? Today they're only 2,000 yuan. Tomorrow, the price will rise. Chunhao, why are you silent? Could it be that you've starved to death? Not that easily. 3 days without sustenance can lead to death. Surely he is a miser, reluctant to spend money on food. If he starves, he deserves it. However, Chunhao merely smiled calmly behind his phone, then laid out a sumptuous feast for himself. Nothing extravagant. Just 8 dishes and a soup. White-cut chicken, braised pork, sauce-drenched pig trotters, hand-pulled lamb, stir-fried fatty beef, oyster sauce stir-fried greens, kung pao chicken, and Cantonese roast duck. Just barely enough to sustain him, he thought, as he took a few bites from each dish. As for the jeers in the WeChat group, when you are called bald by others, you may feel anger, but when you have a full head of hair and they still label you as bald, it loses all sense of humiliation, almost provoking a chuckle. By the third day, the ridicule in the WeChat group had noticeably diminished. Many had run out of food by this point. Without provisions, how could they continue to mock Chunhao? Even more ominously, the promised government relief had yet to arrive. Thus, a few disheartened souls sought out Chunhao for amusement. Chunhao, you're not really starving, are you? Come on, say something. Today, a pack of instant noodles is yours for only 500 yuan. Chunhao, are you really starving? Noticing the weakening tone of the taunts in the group, Chunhao understood that it was time for him to make a grand appearance. Chapter 41. Welcome to my home. Your prices are exorbitant. Can you not lower them a bit? Chunhao feigned indignation. This immediately drew more mockery. Is this still considered expensive? You truly value money over your life. Chunhao, don't be so stingy. These are extraordinary times, so a slight increase in prices is only natural. Exactly. Here's what I'll do. I'll generously sell you 1 pack of instant noodles for 666 yuan. How about that? Isn't that generous? As the group erupted into further ridicule directed at Chunhao, even those who had run out of provisions joined in. Why? It was akin to impoverished souls online claiming to be wealthy heirs, merely seeking a fleeting sense of superiority. Chunhao, out of pity, I have a pack of chips. Just call me daddy 3 times, and I'll sell it to you for the low price of 888 yuan. How about it? Ha, that's brilliant. Chunhao, if you accept me as your godfather, I'll sell you the leftover bread from yesterday at half price. Just 333 yuan. Chunhao, I want to insult you too much. Just bark like a dog 3 times in the group, and I'll sell you a bit of my dog food. Chunhao, if you perform a striptease in the group, I'll give you a piece of Wang snow cake. Of course, I'll still need to symbolically charge you 888 yuan. You are all so cruel. Even if I can endure 3 more days without food, I would never stoop to such humiliations. Then so be it. The group erupted into uproarious laughter, reveling in the very outcome they desired, to humiliate Chunhao while producing nothing of substance. As they too faced hunger, they had begun to feel the pangs of starvation. Then starve. A few more days without food, and you'll meet your end. No worries. Although I did not indulge in a feast, I can make do with other offerings. As Chunhao spoke, he casually shared a plethora of delectable food photographs in the group chat. Chinese cuisine, Western fare, French dishes, braised pork, steak, and charcoal-grilled snails, among dozens of other culinary delights. The images, enhanced with flattering filters, created a stunning visual array that was utterly tantalizing, enough to make anyone drool merely by gazing at them. Damn it, when you say you aren't eating, do you mean you're only consuming vegetables? For heaven's sake, you lament your poverty in the group daily. Yet you dine better than anyone else. How shameless can you be? Do you think we are mere fools to be toyed with? We were genuinely kind-hearted, hoping to sell you something to savor. Indeed, what a disgrace. Behind their phones, everyone was taken aback by the sudden barrage of culinary delights. The greatest fear for individuals is that those they look down upon may be living better lives, and in this case, far better. Yet, more importantly, this rendered all their previous actions towards Chunhao as mere folly. Thus, some began to vehemently deny Chunhao's lifestyle. Impossible. Those photos must be from before. After a torrential downpour, one cannot possibly enjoy such a feast. Chunhao said nothing, merely and calmly shared some photographs, each stamped with a timestamp, proving that he had taken them right after the downpour. Just some images from the internet. With a quick search, one could easily download those pictures. Yet, Chunhao remained silent, only snapping a photo of himself enjoying breakfast and posting it in the group. His morning meal was not extravagant. consisting of some Cantonese dim sum, crispy chicken feet, steamed shrimp dumplings, black bean pork ribs, money bags, turnip cake, water chestnut cake, and so on, totaling 18 varieties, filling the table to the brim. Upon seeing this image, an eerie silence enveloped the group chat. For these individuals realized that not only was Chun Hao feasting lavishly, but the picture also revealed a glimpse of a fair thigh, indicating that he had not only food, but also female company. A fierce blaze of anger ignited in the hearts of all. Damn that bastard. If Chun Hao's life were merely a shade better than theirs, they would feel envy. But if he surpassed them significantly, jealousy would ensue. And now, Chun Hao appeared to live a life of divine luxury, while they languished in a hellish existence. This could only breed intense hatred. Such a life should rightfully belong to me. I should be the one enjoying a life filled with women and feasts. Where did he acquire so much food? My supplies have already been exhausted. Damn it. I truly wish to raid his home and seize some for myself. Eliminate him. Eliminate him. Eliminate him. However, before this hatred could reach its zenith, Chun Hao unleashed yet another infuriating announcement. To those who had previously insulted me, I shall not sell you a single morsel. However, to the lovely ladies who have not spoken ill of me, I may consider selling food. Fair prices. Moreover, you can earn a complimentary opportunity to bathe at my residence. Hurry over. Upon reading these messages, countless men erupted in expletives. Damn it. If you won't sell, then don't. I wouldn't care less. And who needs a bath? Yet, when they glanced at their wives, they were horrified to discover that their young and beautiful partners were secretly glowing with anticipation. It was an inevitable truth. Women have an undeniable affinity for bathing. Coupled with the fact that there had been no water supply for several days, the discomfort of uncleanliness was becoming unbearable. This realization sent chills down the spines of countless men who feared that something truly unsightly might emerge atop their heads. Amused, Chun Hao observed the eerie silence within the group chat, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Although it seemed as if no one was addressing him, the unspoken tension spoke volumes. Their minds were consumed by indignation, rendering them speechless. Brother Hao, you truly are incorrigible, he mused, reveling in the thought that they must be feeling quite frantic at that moment. Zhou Xiaoxiao, seated opposite Chun Hao, tilted her head and smiled at him. Chun Hao chuckled in response. If he couldn't incite their frenzy, what purpose would his provocation serve? Moreover, if they truly respected him, they wouldn't feel so offended. It was a matter of character, after all. Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to continue, her tone shifted. But Brother Hao, what is this about welcoming beautiful women to our home for a bath? You can't be serious about inviting them over, can you? Chun Hao could sense the unmistakable jealousy in Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze. Before he could respond, she continued, honestly, Brother Hao, I'm not unreasonable. I just wish you would be discerning and not invite just anyone. Her tone was tinged with a playful sulkiness, reminiscent of a petulant spouse. Chun Hao found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend the girl for her rationality or to question her motives. However, at that moment, a significant announcement pinged on every individual's phone, a government notification. Chapter 42, declaring war on the entire building. Attention. Due to the impact of the heavy rain, there is a critical shortage of electricity. Henceforth, power supply will be limited to 1 hour daily from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. We urge all citizens to use electricity judiciously. Thank you for your cooperation. Upon reading this notice, many were left dumbfounded. Water supply had already ceased, and now they were to endure power outages? The most concerning aspect was the absence of any mention of when aid would arrive. Were they expected to fend for themselves? Despair began to take root in the hearts of numerous individuals. It's over. The government has abandoned us. We are doomed. What kind of government is this? Why won't they come to our rescue? Why? Honey, we have no food left. What shall we do? I don't know. You useless fool. Marrying you has brought me nothing but misfortune. Had I known this would happen, I should have waited a few years to marry Chun Hao instead. What did you say? I said I want to marry Chun Hao. Look at him. He is able to enjoy 8 different dishes daily while I'm stuck with you, slurping kanji. And now I can't even have that. Such scenes unfolded in household after household, fueling an ever-growing animosity towards Chun Hao. If it were not for Chun Hao, everyone would merely perceive that life is arduous, without harboring any grievances. However, it is precisely due to Chun Hao's ostentatious display of wealth that their ineptitude is starkly highlighted. Chun Hao, damn you. Should the opportunity arise, I shall surely make you pay. Meanwhile, within the dark confines of the 17th floor property management dormitory, Wang Niu, cigarette in mouth, embraced a rather mediocre woman, exhaling a long plume of smoke towards his phone, which displayed images of Chun Hao's lavish meal consisting of 8 dishes and a soup. This fellow is indulging so well. It seems he possesses a substantial amount of resources. Brother Wang, are you not tempted to seize his provisions? Li Jian interjected. Cradling another man's wife, also of little merit. But of course, Wang Niu would partake first before distributing the spoils. Given that Li Jian now held the position of security captain and acted as Wang Yuo's trusted advisor, he was considered the second in command of their group. Upon hearing Li Jian's suggestion, Wang Yuo cast him a sidelong glance. It must be said, Li Jian's intellect was indeed commendable. Just yesterday, he had concocted a pretext to confiscate everyone's mobile phones, leaving the tenants unaware of the external circumstances, still naively awaiting government assistance. Thus, Wang Yuo had faith in Li Jian's capabilities, albeit with a hint of trepidation. He assumed a commanding demeanor and said slowly, "Speak your mind. What are your thoughts?" Hee. Brother Wang, the reason Chunhao is so arrogant is merely because he has preemptively stockpiled some boulders, effectively blocking the passage. If we can clear those stones, then he will be rendered powerless. That much is evident. If it could be moved, I would have done so long ago. Wang Yuo retorted disdainfully. Yet, Li Jian grinned slyly. I possess a method to dislodge that boulder. Really? Wang Yuo found it hard to believe, wondering if Li Jian had some extraordinary ability. After all, how could such a heavy stone possibly be moved? However, Li Jian merely raised his hands and clapped. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a thin and unseemly man entered from outside. The very individual who appeared most ineffectual, Skinny Monkey. Greetings, Brother Wang, Captain Li. What brings you here? Wang Yuo appraised Skinny Monkey, unconvinced of his strength to move any stones. Li Jian explained, Brother, you are aware that Skinny Monkey has served time, correct? I have heard of it, but what of it? Does serving time earn him an additional 200 yuan monthly? No. Do you know the crime for which he was imprisoned? What crime? Selling counterfeit fireworks. Upon hearing the term counterfeit fireworks, Wang Yuo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Fireworks and explosives share a fundamental nature. Thus, a person capable of producing fake fireworks could undoubtedly handle explosives. You can work with explosives? Indeed. Without a doubt. Skinny Monkey nodded vigorously, his envy palpable as he observed Wang Yuo and Li Jian's extravagant lifestyle, indulging in lavish feasts and bedding other men's wives. He yearned to prove himself worthy and join their ranks, to partake in their opulent lifestyle and enjoy the pleasures they relished. However, Wang Yuo pondered for a moment and let out a scornful snort. But what use is your knowledge of explosives? There are no materials here to create any. Brother Wang, to be honest, I happen to have a batch of materials at my home that has yet to be utilized. Oh, Wang Yuo's eyes gleamed once more. For the thin monkey resided on the 4th floor. Although the water level outside was steadily rising, it had only just reached the 3rd floor. Therefore, retrieving the materials at this moment could indeed lead to the creation of explosives. Noticing Wang Yuo's wavering interest, Li Jian quickly leaned closer, whispering in his ear, Brother Wang, you must act decisively. We are well aware of the current situation. The government has abandoned us, at least for the foreseeable future. We must devise a way to survive on our own. Most people are still enduring, without contemplating seizing other supplies. So now is the prime opportunity for us to take action. No one will contest us for Chunhao's resources. Wang Yuo nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of Li Jian's words. After all, fortune favors the bold. Missing such an opportunity today might allow others to act first tomorrow. Yet, Wang Yuo contemplated even further. He not only aimed to seize Chunhao's supplies, but sought to appropriate all the resources from the entire building. Thus, Wang Yuo devised a plan. He would declare war on Chunhao. Chunhao, in these extraordinary times, any resources in one's possession do not belong to the individual, but to the collective. I hope you will willingly surrender your supplies for the benefit of those in need, lest you fall into selfishness and self-destruction. Upon sending this proclamation, Wang Yuo felt like a genius. He could weave grandiose falsehoods with remarkable finesse. Wang Yuo was confident that his message would elicit a vigorous response from others. At that moment, should Chunhao refuse, he could justify his actions under the guise of righteousness and seize Chunhao's supplies. Subsequently, he would rally others to do the same, ensuring a unified distribution of resources. As for whether others would willingly comply, with Chunhao's supplies as bait, who among them would only desire plain buns without yearning for a taste of braised pork? Indeed, once Wang Yuo's message was disseminated, a group of individuals harboring deep resentment towards Chunhao promptly emerged to voice their support. This time, I stand with the property management. In these extraordinary times, no supplies belong to individuals. They should be surrendered to the collective for equitable distribution. Exactly. This is all for the survival of everyone. I support this perspective. Chunhao, you must promptly relinquish all your supplies. Otherwise, you will be deemed a sinner. Surrender your supplies. Chunhao, don't play dead. Come out and respond. Amidst a conversation with several ladies, Chunhao was suddenly bombarded by a flurry of messages on his phone, leaving him bewildered. Upon reviewing the chat records, he realized that it was the property management stirring trouble once again, prompting a cold smirk to form on his lips. These individuals truly had a relentless spirit. I have yet to seek trouble with you, and you are already rushing to your demise. So be it. Chunhao raised his hand, and replied in the group, "If you desire my supplies, you shall have them only over my dead body. But I fear it is you who may perish while I thrive. Ha ha ha." His audacity incited fury among the others. "Chen Hao, you are utterly ungrateful. You are a sinner. Who wants to see Chen Hao dead?" I raised both hands in support of him. Support. Agree. Each person, frenzied under the oppressive conditions of water and power shortages, appeared somewhat deranged. Observing this, Wang Niu smirked, sensing that the moment had arrived. "Chen Hao, I shall ask you one last time. Will you surrender your supplies? If your answer is no, we shall be compelled to take necessary measures." Yet Wang Niu was unaware that Chen Hao was feeling rather disheartened at that moment. The ruckus had caused the few women who had previously approached him to retreat, fearing that should Chen Hao fall, they would lose significantly. Thus, they chose to bide their time. Chen Hao realized he must engage in a fierce battle to prove his strength. There is no need to inquire further. If you seek supplies, come and take them. But know this, should you fail, your lives shall be forfeit. Chapter 43, Live Broadcast Goodness. Is this young man Chen Hao truly so audacious? What gives him such confidence? Just showing off. Anyone can do that. If someone were to teach him a lesson right now, I would proudly declare him my idol. To hell with it. What a pompous fool. Such sentiments echoed through the group chat, bringing delight to Wang Niu. This fool Chen Hao has indeed incurred the wrath of the masses. Ha ha ha. Fortune smiles upon me. Once I dispose of this wretch, the goodwill of the entire building shall coalesce around me. In due course, I shall be the king of this establishment. Wang Niu's face radiated anticipation, for amidst the collapse of social order, personal ambition and desire had become increasingly untamed. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Action. I shall broadcast live, so all may witness how I deal with Chen Hao." Understood. Li Jian and Shou Ho revealed wicked grins. Should Wang Niu achieve his ambition, they would be hailed as his chief accomplices, destined to become the prime minister and chief advisor of the building. Thus, Li Jian swiftly mobilized his elite force of 6 security guards and 8 previously deceived homeowners and tenants. Listen closely. We are serving the government. In these extraordinary times, how can anyone think only of personal gain at the expense of the collective? Can we tolerate such behavior? No. Indeed, we cannot. We must seize him. Bring him to justice. Let him surrender all supplies to the community. Surrender to the community. Surrender to the community. Excellent. Let us set forth. Li Jian declared with grandiosity, his vanity reaching unprecedented heights. This was the power he had longed for, the ability to command others with a mere word or gesture. If I serve Brother Wang well and help him ascend as the king of this building, I shall secure my position as his right-hand man. If my strength were to grow, perhaps it would not be impossible for me to ascend to the highest position. Yet, unbeknownst to Li Jian, as he basked in his own glory, Wang Niu stood nearby, casting a cold gaze upon him. It is not without reason that emperors of old would eliminate their loyal subjects, for there are always those whose accomplishments overshadow their sovereign. Thus, with ulterior motives, the 2 men, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, hastened towards Chen Hao's residence in Unit 3201. Along their way, they broadcasted live, and most importantly, Chen Hao could also see it. What did this signify? It indicated that Wang Niu possessed unwavering confidence in his victory. Consequently, the community chat buzzed with excitement. Goodness, how exhilarating. A live broadcast. Some individuals would find it hard to maintain their composure, with a dozen men attacking together. Even if Chen Hao were as formidable as Lu Bu, he would undoubtedly be unable to prevail. Not only would he be unable to win, but he would be utterly crushed. Chen Hao, are you feeling anxious now? Observing the chat, where everyone rallied to support his side, a smirk of satisfaction crept onto Wang Niu's lips. He now understood why ancient emperors spoke of the importance of having a just cause before embarking on a campaign. The advantage of public opinion is simply exhilarating. However, before Wang Niu could revel in his triumph for too long, a chime signaled the arrival of the elevator at the 32nd floor, and as the doors opened, an enormous stone blocking the entrance was revealed. In an instant, all the residents were left speechless by the sight. Goodness, where did such a massive stone come from? No wonder Chen Hao appeared so fearless. It turns out he possessed such a secret weapon. Yet, how on earth did he manage to bring such a colossal stone up here? Regardless of how he did it, with such a substantial stone in place, moving him would be nearly impossible. Indeed, that was the case. As he watched the live stream, witnessing the growing despair of those attempting to capture Chen Hao, Wang Niu felt an even greater surge of joy. A true hero is one who creates miracles when all hope seems lost. Shou Ho, it's your turn. All right, Brother Wang. The slender and somewhat shifty Shou Ho stepped forward, cradling a heavy bundle in his arms. Even Chen Hao was intrigued by Shou Ho's presence. This fellow seemed unfamiliar to him from his previous life. Could it be that my actions have altered the fates of certain individuals? Chen Hao was not mistaken. In his past life, due to the absence of Chen Hao's provocation towards Wang Niu, Li Jian had never given Wang Niu the opportunity to rise. Consequently, Shouho and others had been forced to flee after the flood had engulfed the fourth floor, ultimately succumbing to starvation in the stairwell. Shouho approached the stone, touching it with astonishment, for it was made of a material weighing no less than several tons. The challenge of moving it was indeed formidable. It would require considerable explosive power. Gaining an understanding of the stone's nature, Shouho calculated how much dynamite would be necessary. He then retrieved a pin from his backpack and marked several points on the stone. "Brother Wang, could you please have a few men drill holes at these spots?" "Certainly." Wang Niu cast a glance at Li Jian, who promptly instructed the lowest-ranking homeowners to drill holes into the stone. In an instant, the sound of hammers and chisels echoed as several individuals carved out multiple openings in the rock. It was evident they had come prepared, with an array of tools at their disposal. Moreover, this slender figure, known as the Thin Monkey, exhibited remarkable skill in demolition, opting for precise detonation rather than brute force. Chen Hao quickly recognized the finesse in the Thin Monkey's technique. Typically, those untrained in explosives would simply increase the amount of gunpowder when faced with such a massive stone, resorting to a forceful explosion. However, this method often resulted in wasted explosives without damaging the stone. The Thin Monkey, on the other hand, had chosen seemingly unrelated points for detonation, which, once packed with explosives and ignited, would unleash a force capable of shattering the stone into fragments. His technique was exceptionally refined. This individual was not ordinary. He warranted further interrogation, as he might possess unexpected insights. A sly smile crept across Chen Hao's lips as he mused that someone with such advanced demolition skills must have either worked in construction or served in the military. If the latter were true, he could potentially extract valuable military intelligence that would enable him to gather resources, such as tanks and rocket launchers, which piqued his interest immensely. Meanwhile, the Thin Monkey had efficiently arranged the explosives, which, surprisingly, amounted to only a few fist-sized charges. "Shouldn't we retreat to a safer distance?" Wang Niu inquired anxiously. Yet, the Thin Monkey exuded confidence in his calculations. "No need. We can simply position ourselves in the corner of the elevator and place the blast shield in front." "Are you certain?" Wang Niu pressed. "Absolutely." With that reassurance, Wang Niu retreated to the far corner, flanked by Li Jian and the Thin Monkey, while several security personnel stood before them. At the forefront were the homeowners and tenants, resembling a group of subservient slaves. "The fuse is lit," the Thin Monkey exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he ignited the fuse. In an instant, the fuses hissed and danced like fiery serpents toward the flames. Then, with a resounding explosion, the massive boulder blocking the elevator erupted into pieces, crashing down into several large fragments. The live broadcast erupted in fervor. It exploded. It truly exploded. Ha! Chen Hao is finished. His support has vanished. Wang Niu, brimming with exhilaration, envisioned the scene of Chen Hao pleading for mercy. "Quickly, let us apprehend Chen Hao." Wang Niu, filled with anticipation, squeezed through the crowd, determined to seize his moment and become the king of this building. "Brothers, follow me. Let us capture Chen Hao." Chapter 44. The women of the community were captivated brothers. "Follow me. Let us capture Chen Hao," Wang Niu declared, his face alight with excitement as he eagerly anticipated his ascension to power within the building. Moreover, it is of paramount importance to note that Wang Niu distinctly remembers that on the 32nd floor, there resides Zhou Xiaoxiao, a beauty whose figure and appearance undoubtedly surpass a score of 95. From the photographs sent by Chen Hao, it is clear that Zhou Xiaoxiao must be hiding in Chen Hao's abode. Such a woman is truly worthy of my esteemed identity. The current lot are nothing but unsightly specimens. A wicked grin immediately appeared on Wang Niu's face, for he believed that one should not fear comparisons of goods, but rather comparisons between people. In comparison to Zhou Xiaoxiao, the present women are hardly deserving of the title. They are merely vessels. The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with fervor and excitement. Ha! Chen Hao is doomed. He likely never imagined that the massive stone he painstakingly brought would be so easily shattered. I suspect he is now cowering behind the door, trembling in fright. What a joke. What door could be sturdier than a stone? Indeed. Ha! Even I find myself becoming a bit exhilarated. That scoundrel Chen Hao is surely doomed. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Wang Niu and his companions rushed to the entrance of 3201, only to be taken aback to find the door wide open. Meanwhile, Chen Hao sat leisurely in the living room, visible to them, nonchalantly raising a cup of coffee to his lips, only to take a delicate sip. Ugh, how dreadful. He then casually disposed of it in the nearby trash bin, opting instead for a refreshing soda, which he savored with delight. How satisfying. This sight rendered Wang Niu and his companions envious, as they could scarcely quench their thirst. Yet, Chen Hao not only enjoyed soda, but even discarded coffee at his whim. Such extravagance. They dared not even dream of such luxury. And so, Wang Niu took the lead. What are you all waiting for? We absolutely cannot allow him to squander our provisions any further. Charge. However, The moment Wang Yo stepped through the threshold of 3,201, a resounding clang echoed as the door swung shut behind him. Damn! Wang Yo cursed in shock, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, another clang resonated as a glass wall sealed him in. At that moment, Wang Yo found himself akin to a fish trapped in a fishbowl, confined to a minuscule space with no escape. Damn it! Let me out! Wang Yo furiously pounded the glass wall with his fists. Alas, this glass was harder than steel. After just 2 strikes, tears welled in his eyes from the pain. He swiftly turned to assault the door behind him. But to his dismay, the material of that door was even more formidable than the glass wall. After a couple of futile thuds, Wang Yo grimaced and reluctantly ceased his efforts, realizing that further resistance would only bring him more suffering. Meanwhile, outside, Li Jian and the others were in a frenzy. Brother Wang, how are you, Brother Wang? They had intended to confront Chen Hao, but unexpectedly, in mere moments, their leader had been captured by Chen Hao. The more critical aspect was that they were live-streaming to the entire community. Consequently, everyone in the neighborhood witnessed Wang Yo being subdued by Chen Hao. A team that could not even protect their leader had lost all semblance of authority. Thus, gritting his teeth, Li Jian commanded, "Smash it. Today. Even if this door were forged from steel, it must be shattered." However, they never anticipated that although this door was not made of steel, its hardness surpassed that of steel by several folds. Consequently, they grimaced in pain, feeling a searing ache in their hands and feet. Damn it! What in the world? How could this door be so unyielding? Li Jian's expression contorted, for at that moment, he was broadcasting live to the residents of the entire community. Such a humiliating spectacle would surely undermine their credibility. Just then, the lean monkey emerged again, incessantly probing the front door of Chen Hao's residence, making a repetitive clicking sound. This door is no ordinary door. It must be constructed from an alloy. An alloy? Yes, the kind typically used for vault doors. Which means attempting to break it with fists would undoubtedly be futile. So what shall we do? Hee. While fists may not suffice, explosives could indeed breach it. Are you certain? Absolutely. Encountering a situation within his expertise, the lean monkey could not help but feel a surge of pride, aware that numerous women were watching him. If he performed well, he could easily win their favor. Thus, the lean monkey increased the dosage, affixing explosive charges to the door of Unit 3201, nearly covering half of it. The others stared in disbelief. So much explosive material? Surely, it would annihilate Brother Wang as well. Yet the lean monkey merely chuckled. Fear not. Such a quantity of explosives is essential. Otherwise, breaching this door is impossible, let alone rescuing Brother Wang. Very well, we'll follow your lead. Everyone step back. Li Jian commanded the group to retreat, then nodded at the lean monkey. The lean monkey immediately ignited the fuse, watching as a tiny spark transformed into a swift flame racing toward the explosives. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated. Everyone was left dazed and disoriented. Damn, how terrifying. Li Jian cursed under his breath, then cunningly rushed forward. If Brother Wang saw him as the first to charge in, his position as second in command would be secure. However, to Li Jian's utter disbelief, that massive bundle of explosives not only failed to breach Chen Hao's door, but left not even a scratch. What is happening? The lean monkey, rushing forward, was equally bewildered. This is impossible. At this dosage, even a bank vault door should yield a breach. Could it be that their door is more formidable than a bank vault? In just a few words, everyone grasped a crucial revelation. Chen Hao's door was harder than that of a bank vault. It exuded a profound sense of security. And for women, what is paramount? A sense of security. Security. And once more security. Thus, in an instant, the women of the entire community were captivated. They all yearned to reside in Chen Hao's home. For with such a door, who would fear an apocalypse where intruders might come knocking? No way. Li Jian was already drenched in sweat, with his experience. He found himself utterly at a loss, drenched in perspiration, with no course of action in sight. They came knocking at the door with great fanfare. Yet now they found themselves unable to enter. Should they retreat, their leader remained under Chen Hao's control, leaving Li Jian in a quandary. At that moment, someone beside him seemed to have discovered a new world and handed Li Jian their phone. Captain Li, Chen Hao is live streaming in the community group. What? Li Jian hastily grabbed the phone, only to see Chen Hao lounging on his sofa at home, accompanied by the stunning Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was feeding him meticulously cut apple slices. The sight was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Meanwhile, their leader, Wang Yo, was confined within a glass container, standing as a punishment. The container was too small for him to lie down, and whenever he attempted to sit, Chen Hao would send an electric shock to make him bounce upright. Observing Wang Yo's predicament, Chen Hao leisurely munched on his apple and addressed the entire community. Chapter 45, Infighting. I believe you all have yet to grasp the situation fully, so I decided to host this live stream to clarify things for you. I, Chen Hao, am not merely a tyrant of this building, I am the strongest in this community. Thus, anyone seeking to cross me will meet a fate akin to his, unable to survive. Yet unable to die? The live stream abruptly shifted from Chun Hao to the glass container containing Wang Niu, who stood there defiantly, yet lacked the ability to retaliate against Chun Hao. Wang Niu, brimming with indignation, shouted, "Chun Hao, if you have the guts, let me out. Let us settle this one-on-one. Otherwise, you're a coward." However, Chun Hao dismissed him with indifference, simply snapping his fingers. Instantly, a surge of electricity erupted from the base of the glass container, causing Wang Niu to scream and flail about like a distressed dog. I was wrong. I was wrong. Witnessing Wang Niu's frantic antics, the onlookers broke into a sweat. The once mighty Wang Niu now appeared utterly pathetic, all due to Chun Hao. Consequently, public opinion regarding Chun Hao began to shift. Arrogant, flamboyant, ostentatious, this was how the men viewed Chun Hao. Dominant, self-assured, exuding a sense of security. This was the perspective of the women. Yet, some speculated that Chun Hao's power did not stem from his own prowess, but rather from his residence. Surely, he must have modified his home. If only they could reside there, they thought with a chuckle. Now that you all comprehend, let it be known that I, Chun Hao, am not someone you can offend. When I am at home, refrain from seeking your demise. And when I venture out, keep your distance. I'd rather not be bothered by your presence. His commanding tone brooked no opposition, exuding an air of arrogance that incited envy among men and admiration among women. Particularly in the current scenario of disrupted water and power, the harsh conditions only intensified women's reverence for strength. Gradually, the number of viewers in the live stream dwindled, with men exiting while women remained captivated. They beheld that Chun Hao's life was exquisite, not only providing water to drink, but also fresh strawberries and grapes. Not only were there potato chips, but also grilled cold noodles and handheld pancakes. Most importantly, there was Zhou Xiaoxiao. Her appearance was immaculate, clearly just emerging from a refreshing bath. In a community that had experienced a water shortage for several days, this was nothing short of astonishing. This inevitably reminded the women of Chun Hao's earlier remark inviting beautiful ladies to shower at his place. My bathroom is spacious and comfortable. We even offer scrubbing services. By the way, this offer is valid indefinitely. Thus, a multitude of women found themselves lost in fantasies. As they suddenly transitioned from an era of abundance to one of scarcity, many still struggling to adapt. During this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao engaged in a seemingly trivial act that drove these women into a frenzy of jealousy, for she took out the expensive volcanic mud to apply a facial mask. What is she doing? What is she doing? Her space felt like paradise. The volcanic mud mask was not only costly, but required an immense amount of water for rinsing. For many who could barely access drinking water, such an indulgence was beyond imagination. Yet Zhou Xiaoxiao not only indulged, but did so with an air of nonchalance, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This only fueled the envy of countless women. The woman who should reside in that house should be me. Consequently, Chun Hao's WeChat notifications flooded with dozens of friend requests from unknown wives. Meanwhile, another minor incident went unnoticed, the grand assembly of the property management team, poised to confront Chun Hao. However, after their leader was subdued by Chun Hao, the group quietly retreated to the 17th floor in disgrace. Yet, Chun Hao observed this minor detail with keen interest. How amusing that they opted to abandon their so-called leader and retreat. Their loyalty appears rather flimsy. He chuckled to himself, pondering how they would react if he reinstated Wang Niu at this moment and incited chaos among them. A smirk crept across Chun Hao's lips. After all, the most efficient way to fracture a group is to incite them to turn against one another. And now, that condition had been met. For the retreat of Wang Niu was, in Li Jian's eyes, a temporary withdrawal, but in Wang Niu's perspective, it was a betrayal by his so-called comrades. This inherent conflict foretold the team's inevitable demise. Moreover, given Wang Niu's suffering under Chun Hao's hand, he would undoubtedly return in a foul temper. Thus, Chun Hao's smile broadened. The persistent gaze of Wang Niu and Li Jian's group was becoming quite bothersome. Therefore, their destruction seemed imminent. With a snap of his fingers, Chun Hao commanded, "Foolish girl, release him. But before he departs, ensure he receives a lesson. Let him be flung out. Do not allow him to walk away." Understood. The next moment, a scream pierced the air as Wang Niu was electrocuted and catapulted from the glass sterilizer. The shock left him convulsing on the ground, contorting in a manner that rendered him almost unrecognizable. It was not until 5 minutes later that Wang Niu returned to his senses, then like a rabid dog, he dashed into the elevator, fleeing back to the 17th floor. On his way back, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it! That wretched Chun Hao. But merely contemplating it sent shivers of electric shock coursing through Wang Niu's body, making him instantly cease his disrespect towards Chun Hao. He certainly did not wish to suffer another jolt. Thus, with his grievances unable to be unleashed upon Chun Hao, he directed his ire towards the only other target available, Li Jian and his band of scoundrels. How dare they abandon me and run? Cursing under his breath. Wang Niu's fury intensified, vowing to unleash a tempest of wrath upon Li Jian's group to make them aware of his indignation. Upon arriving at the dormitory and opening the door, Wang Niu discovered that Li Jian and his companions were not mourning their leader's capture for even a second. Instead, they were ravenously devouring instant noodles, complete with sausages, savoring every bite. A surge of unbridled rage erupted within Wang Niu. How dare you? As he entered, Li Jian and the others were taken aback to see Wang Niu return. Brother Wang. Although they had anticipated that Chun Hao would release Wang Niu, they did not expect it to happen so swiftly, leaving them somewhat astonished. Yet, this slight hint of surprise only fueled Wang Niu's fury. He perceived that this group did not welcome his return. These brats were staging a rebellion. Eat, eat, eat. How dare you? Wang Niu exclaimed, slapping a security guard across the face, causing blood to spurt from his nose and mouth. Yet, he did not relent. Rather, he followed up with a vicious kick, then turned his attention to the next guard to continue his assault. Witnessing this scene, Li Jian's expression darkened, realizing that Wang Niu was truly furious this time. It seemed that someone might perish. He quickly hid at the back, discreetly tugging at the sleeves of a few others, understanding the urgency from their exchanged glances. They recognized the necessity of taking action. If they did not act swiftly, they would be the ones to be beaten to death. Let us go. Charge. However, Wang Niu sensed their intentions, letting out a cold chuckle. Damn it. I knew you all were disloyal. If you wish to challenge me, then perish. In an instant, chaos erupted between the two factions. Fists and feet collided violently against one another. The mayhem continued until someone was killed, marking the first time in this building that a person was beaten to death. Yet, the turmoil on the 17th floor was of no concern to Chun Hao. It was merely a spectacle under his control, for through his soundwave radar, he was already aware of the tumult below. How amusing. He picked up his phone, continuing to sift through friend requests, somewhat reminiscent of selecting a consort. After all, one's good mood should not be spoiled by the altercations of others. This one is good. And so is that one. Chun Hao halted his scrolling as he encountered a stunning beauty with both exceptional looks and physique. Chapter 46. Sweet Sweet. This woman is rather intriguing. A sly smile crept across Chun Hao's lips, for this lady's beauty and figure exceeded 90 points. Moreover, in her profile picture, she wore a delightful smile, reminiscent of creamy ice cream. However, the most crucial aspect is this woman, who appears to be of a similar age to Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing, likely still a university student. Strangely, I have no recollection of her. We reside in the same building, yet I have never encountered her. Chun Hao couldn't help but feel perplexed. Due to the torrential rain, the water level had risen to the 4th floor, approximately 15 meters high. Thus, even if one were from the same community, visiting other buildings became impossible. And the friends added to Chun Hao's contacts were primarily from Building 4. Having lived in Building 4 for 2 to 3 years, even if Chun Hao had previously been somewhat of a workaholic, solely focused on accumulating wealth, he was still a man. When encountering a beautiful woman, one would naturally take a second glance. It was implausible that he had no impression of her whatsoever. A simple addition and conversation would reveal more. Perhaps she was merely a photo fraud. In this era of advanced technology, it is entirely commonplace to employ certain techniques in photographs, necessitating a rigorous selection process. You have added Tian Tian as a friend. Why not greet her? The friend request was promptly accepted. The woman, known as Tian Tian, eagerly sent a message to Chun Hao. Brother, may I come over to take a shower? It seems she had not bathed for several days and was on the verge of smelling unpleasant. Thus, she sought her brother's assistance to allow her to freshen up. How shy. Oh, send a photo for me to see. Chun Hao replied leisurely. Yet an instinct warned him that there was something amiss with this woman. Under normal circumstances, after several days without water, the first concern for a rational person should be quenching their thirst, followed by bathing. Could it be that she intended to deceive him into opening the door? The thought of being tricked into opening the door triggered some unpleasant memories for Chun Hao. In his previous life, he had been lured into opening the door by Lin Yushan due to sentimental attachments. He was then overpowered by Lin Dashan and Lin Jiawei, who restrained him and drew blood from his wrist. He was essentially reduced to a living beverage, given the toxic rain and the water shortage. Consuming blood or urine would be safer than drinking water. The Lin family must still be flourishing, he mused, as a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. In the past, he had overly ingratiated himself with the Lin family, purchasing numerous appliances for them, including a water dispenser. He had ensured they had at least 2 barrels of water in reserve. Therefore, while the Lin family could not wash their hair or bathe, they would still manage to eat and drink. But mere sustenance would hardly satisfy these individuals, especially when they saw him enjoying steak and fine wine. They would undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives. Chun Hao smirked disdainfully, recalling how, In his previous life, he had been drained of his resources by the Lin family, nearly losing his own blood in the process. But in this life, he vowed to make the Lin family suffer more than the torments of hell. So, I await your arrival. We shall settle our accounts in due time. He then shifted his focus back to Tian. Undoubtedly, this woman likely harbored some ulterior motives. Yet, who is to say that one cannot indulge in a woman with questionable intentions? As long as she is attractive and has an appealing figure, that suffices. Thus, Chunhao sent a message to Tian. It is permissible for you to come to my home for a bath, but you are well aware of the price you must pay, aren't you? As long as the conditions allow for a pleasant bathing experience without excessive roughness. One is likely to agree. Very well, let us have a video call. I wish to see your visage and physique. A video call? Please hold on a moment, as I prepare myself. No, now, immediately. Otherwise, this conversation is over. Chunhao asserted unequivocally, intent on catching the sweet Tian off guard. He desired to unveil her true nature. Moreover, it would be splendid if she were to appear without makeup, thus revealing her true beauty. Under Chunhao's imposing demeanor, Tian fell into a silence, seemingly contemplating a feigned death to evade him. But would Chunhao indulge her? Certainly not. Hence, he swiftly sent a message. If you refuse the video call, you shall be added to my blacklist. He then proceeded to initiate the video call. Beep, beep, beep. In less than 3 seconds, Tian hurriedly answered, her breath slightly labored. You are too impatient, brother. Oh, are you afraid of video chatting with me? Chunhao observed Tian on the screen and was somewhat taken aback. She appeared even sweeter than in her photographs. It was a genuine sweetness, not the artificial kind. However, upon reflection, it was evident that most individuals do not photograph well. Only a select few truly shine on camera. Thus, many celebrities are often more attractive in person than on screen. Hearing Chunhao's inquiry, Tian smiled, slightly breathless. Not at all. I simply wasn't dressed a moment ago. Oh, I see. In that case, I must admit, I prefer your unclothed form. How scandalous. Tian feigned shyness, and after a few moments of coyness, she timidly asked Chunhao, Brother, may I see you? See what? May I come to your house for a bath? I promise to be very obedient. Tian's insinuation was clear. If Chunhao allowed her to bathe, she would comply with anything. Chunhao smiled gently. Of course. I have extended an invitation to all lovely ladies to bathe at my home. With your beauty, it is certainly permitted. Really? That is wonderful. When can I come over? Right now, if you wish. Tian exclaimed, eager as if she longed to be in Chunhao's bathroom at that very moment. That is feasible. You may come now. However, there is currently a power outage. Can you manage to climb up? Chunhao replied with a smile, having just learned of the power outage in the neighborhood. For the government's notice was not mere rhetoric. Tian readily agreed. I can do it. I'll make my way up, though it may take a bit longer, perhaps half an hour. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Just come alone. Of course. If there are others present, I would feel shy. Tian blushed slightly as she spoke. Chunhao cheerfully ended the video call, and in the instant after disconnecting, a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. This Tian was undoubtedly hiding something. Chunhao's thoughts are indeed well-founded. Firstly, the entire building has been without water for several days, yet Tian appears to be completely unaffected. Secondly, despite the current power outage, Tian is still willing to climb the stairs, indicating her considerable physical stamina. This suggests that she is not lacking in provisions. In such circumstances, for a woman to manage without water and food implies a certain significance. She is either a meticulous planner or has allied herself with someone powerful. However, it is evident that Tian does not strike one as the former. Hence, she must belong to the latter category. She has long since attached herself to another. If that is the case, why then is she seeking me out? The answer is obvious. She intends to ensnare me in a trap. Chapter 47. Call Your Man. The trap typically begins with a beautiful woman enticing a man. Once both parties are in a private setting, ready to engage in intimate activities, her accomplices will arrive, with intentions ranging from theft to harm. This scheme, though seemingly straightforward, boasts a high success rate. The reasoning is simple. Imagine a seductive beauty suggesting that she is a bit tired and would like to rest at a hotel with you. How could you refuse? Upon arriving at the hotel, she might ask if you could take a shower before proceeding with business. Would you be able to decline? Then, when you return, blissfully refreshed, only to find a group of burly men waiting for you, even the toughest man would find himself at a loss. After all, times have changed. With everyone possessing a smartphone, if you wish to avoid social ruin, you must comply and pay the price. Unfortunately for this scheme, it holds no sway over Chunhao, for he does not see himself as prey, but rather as the hunter. As per usual, he decided to let Xiao rest. Thus, Chunhao once again lowered the oxygen concentration in Xiao's room, lulling her into slumber due to oxygen deprivation. Why once again? Because in the interim, Wu Shiqing had visited, seeking water and food from Chunhao, who employed the same method to induce Xiao Xiao into an unsuspecting sleep. Once Xiao Xiao was asleep, Chen Hao issued a command to the silly girl. Silly girl, change the security door's operation to voice control. It cannot be opened manually without my command. Understood, master. Manual operation has been disabled. All functions are now voice controlled. Afterward, Chen Hao proceeded to the 31st floor, removing the rocks that had blocked the stairway. Having completed these preparations, he languidly reclined on the sofa, awaiting the arrival of visitors while monitoring the sound wave radar to ascertain how many individuals were approaching. If it was only Tian Tian, things would proceed as usual. However, if more than just Tian Tian were to arrive, they would be met with a closed door. Yet, Tian Tian and her associates were evidently quite cautious, perhaps fearing exposure that might arouse Chen Hao's suspicion. Therefore, they sent Tian Tian alone first, with the others waiting for her signal. Brother, I'm at the door, can you let me in? Tian Tian sweetly messaged Chen Hao. Meanwhile, within the room, Chen Hao glanced at the sound wave radar, displaying shadows of individuals hiding on the 30th floor, and a knowing smile crept across his face. Indeed, it was a trap after all. Tian Tian, you have truly disappointed me. However, it is of little consequence. Disappointment resides in the mind, not in the body. The matters at hand must still be addressed. As for the distance between the 30th and 32nd floors, it would take no less than 30 seconds for an ordinary person to ascend, and even if one managed to do so, fortunes may vary. Thus, Chen Hao approached the door and issued a voice command. Open. At the same time, he reached for the doorknob, feigning the act of opening the door manually. Sweetie, you've arrived. Brother. Noticing Chen Hao's pretense of manually opening the door, a hint of mischief flickered across Sweetie's lovely face. Chen Hao feigned ignorance. Come in quickly. All right, brother. Sweetie stepped into Chen Hao's room, and in that instant, she was enveloped by a warm sensation, akin to basking in the winter sun in the courtyard. Due to a power outage, the oppressive humidity brought on by the torrential rain could not be alleviated by air conditioning, rendering everyone else's room sticky and uncomfortable. Yet, this was not the case for Chen Hao. Did he still have electricity? Or perhaps a dehumidifier? Never mind. In a little while, this would be her residence. A smirk of delight crept upon Sweetie's lips. Compared to Chen Hao's abode, her current living situation felt like hell, and she had no desire to return. Therefore, Sweetie could hardly contain her eagerness. Brother, I'll go take a shower first. Once I'm done, you can wash. Oh, can't we have a bath together? How mean. Brother, I haven't bathed in days. I'm all muddy and would feel shy. 2 rosy blushes blossomed on Sweetie's cheeks, leaving one to wonder where she had learned such acting skills, considering her tender age. She even knew how to promise Chen Hao a figurative blank check to keep him pacified. Next time, when I'm all clean and fragrant, we can take a bath together, all right? Very well, you may go first. Chen Hao waved his hand, permitting Sweetie to proceed to the shower. As for whether Chen Hao would join her next time or shortly thereafter, that was a decision he would make for himself. Seeing her plan succeed, Sweetie happily walked toward the bathroom. Upon entering, she cautiously locked the large bathroom door and then took her phone to message her accomplice. I've entered. When he is bathing, I will unlock the door. Good. The accomplice replied almost instantaneously, revealing that they were not ordinary individuals. They were fully alert and ready to seize Chen Hao in one swift motion. Unfortunately for them, Chen Hao had observed every word of their exchange. For this safe house was riddled with concealed pinhole cameras, all under his sole control. Only he possessed the privilege to view the footage. Thus, under the scrutiny of the high-definition cameras, Sweetie's accomplice was unmasked, Song Hongfei. This fellow was still alive. Chen Hao stroked his chin with interest. The last time Song Hongfei had come, he had been injured by a ricochet, and Chen Hao had presumed that, under the circumstances of the rain-soaked building lockdown, he would have succumbed to infection. Yet, it appeared he had not. However, this is simply due to the precarious nature of life. Who can escape unscathed? Consequently, each of Song Hongfei's residences is equipped with emergency medications such as antibiotics and tetanus shots, thereby mitigating the risk of wound infections. Yet, mere treatment of injuries is insufficient. Song Hongfei harbors intentions of vengeance against Chen Hao. Coincidentally, while Chen Hao was dealing with Wang Niu, he mentioned in his livestream, inviting beautiful ladies to his home for a bath. This sparked an idea in Song Hongfei's mind. His presence in this neighborhood is due to his relationship with a university student named Tian Tian. At that moment, he planned to exploit Tian Tian's beauty to orchestrate a scheme. One cannot deny Song Hongfei's remarkable decisiveness. He immediately instructed Tian Tian to add Chen Hao as a friend. Thus, the preceding events unfolded. However, now that Chen Hao has become aware of everything, can they still expect to have their way? As Chen Hao approached the bathroom door, he opened it with a click, causing the door to swing open. This sudden action left Tian Tian, who was joyfully bathing, pale with shock. She could not comprehend how the door, which she had securely locked, had opened on its own. Yet, Chen Hao paid her no heed, calmly instructing, call your accomplice. Accomplice? Tiantian's complexion changed drastically. Nevertheless, she quickly asserted her ignorance regarding any accomplice. Alas, in the presence of an unsuspecting individual, this might be a strategy, but before the informed Chun Hao, it appeared foolish. Thus, with an irrefutable tone, Chun Hao commanded, call Song Hongfei immediately. Tiantian's face turned ashen, for she could not fathom how Chun Hao knew that her associate was Song Hongfei. Chapter 48. To kill Song Hongfei, what do you want from me? Faced with Chun Hao's overpowering demeanor, Tian attempted to resist, but this sudden turn of events left her in a state of panic, trembling like a fragile rabbit. Chun Hao, however, showed no courtesy. After all, the other party had come with malicious intent. To remain polite would be sheer folly. Thus, Chun Hao seized Tiantian's phone and dialed Song Hongfei's number. Song Hongfei answered, bewildered. What is going on? Wasn't it agreed that a text code would suffice? My apologies. Mr. Song. Once Tian arrived, she divulged everything about your affair, so she is calling to break up with you. I did not. Tian initially attempted to deny it. But Chun Hao swiftly covered her mouth and pinned her against the wall, rendering her immobile. This provoked Song Hongfei's fury. You treacherous woman. You dare to betray me. His ire then shifted towards Chun Hao. Chun Hao, if you are a man, step out and face me in a one-on-one duel. Very well, await my arrival. Chun Hao replied with a smile, for there is always a need to set an example, especially in a world on the brink of collapse. He released Tian and made his way to the staircase. Chun Hao, you will pay for this. Upon spotting Chun Hao, Song Hongfei raised his pistol and fired. Bang, 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 bang. All the bullets from the handgun were unleashed, yet not a single drop of blood marred Chun Hao's form. This left Song Hongfei in a state of disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could this be? Why are you still alive? Little did he know, Chun Hao had, from the very beginning, expanded a spatial domain centered around himself, creating an area with a diameter of 10 meters. Within this realm, all objects could be instantaneously absorbed into the realm of creation. Thus, all of Song Hongfei's bullets were collected into Chun Hao's creation space. With a languid expression, Chun Hao casually tapped his ear and remarked, your marksmanship leaves much to be desired. How did you manage to survive out here? What did you say? Song Hongfei's eyes blazed with fury. As a prominent figure, how could he endure such humiliation? Yet, Chun Hao paid no heed to Song Hongfei's wrath. Instead, he calmly fashioned a gun with his fingers, positioning his index and middle fingers forward while retracting his ring and pinky fingers. All right, now let me show you my marksmanship. Be sure to dodge. How dare you? Song Hongfei erupted in a torrent of curses. Forming a gun with his fingers aimed at himself was nothing short of an insult. Enraged, he charged forward, intending to wield his handgun like a hammer to crush Chun Hao. However, with a resounding bang, a bullet shot forth from Chun Hao's fingers, striking true at the center of Song Hongfei's forehead. Song Hongfei stared in disbelief, unable to accept the reality that the finger gun had actually fired a bullet, and that it had struck him squarely between the eyes. How could this be? His body convulsed as the once dominant figure met his end at the hands of Chun Hao. Chun Hao smirked with disdain. In this world, nothing is impossible. Your claim of impossibility stems solely from your limited perspective. He then took out his phone, snapped a photo of Song Hongfei, and posted it in the community group with the caption, whose body is this? Come and collect it. I do not harbor trash here. In an instant, the community group fell into an eerie silence. Song Hongfei, a man who could dominate not just the community but the entire Tiannan city, lay dead at Chun Hao's doorstep. Who did this? Who else but Chun Hao? In that moment, everyone realized that Chun Hao's words were no jest. He was not merely a local bully but the strongest in the entire community. Ah, has this frightened you into silence? I thought I would have to kill a few more, Chun Hao mused, shaking his head as he prepared to return to his safe house, only to hear a loud bang. The door to the safe house had been shut by someone. Chapter 49. Exile him? How interesting. Someone dares to close my door? Chun Hao turned, the smile on his lips transforming into a chilling grin. At that very moment, Tian was behind the safety door, celebrating her victory. Fortified by her indomitable spirit, she had rushed over and slammed the door shut. Now, this safe house belonged to her. Splendid. From now on, she could reside here, savoring steak and enjoying hot showers. Sweet was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet little did she know that the true treasure lay not within this safe house, but rather in the person of Chun Hao. Oh, she must secure the locks on the main entrance. If Chun Hao possesses a key, trouble would surely ensue. Thus, Sweet promptly set to work, meticulously locking each of the 13 security locks on the inner door. Phew, now he certainly cannot enter. Sweet confidently proclaimed her belief that with the internal locks secured, even if Chun Hao possessed extraordinary means, he would be utterly incapable of gaining entry, unless he were to force the door open. Yet, it was common knowledge that this door was sturdier than a bank vault. Therefore, Chun Hao was absolutely barred from entry. However, Sweet never anticipated that Chun Hao, standing at the threshold, would merely utter a single phrase to unlock the door. Foolish girl. Open the door. Yes, master. And with that, a series of clicks echoed as the safe house's door swung open automatically. Sweet stood there, dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? The answer was simple. This safe house belonged to me. Thus, no one could wrest it from my grasp. Chun Hao strolled in, hands in pockets, exuding calm and composure, barely sparing a glance at Sweet as he lazily settled onto the sofa. Sweet felt as though she had been struck by lightning. In the next moment, she found herself kneeling at Chun Hao's feet. Brother, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. I merely wished to play a prank on you. Huh? Chun Hao said nothing, merely emitting a cold grunt. Sweet's heart sank. When a man shows indifference to your charms, it signifies that he is beginning to harden his heart. Thus, Sweet quickly acknowledged her fault. Brother Chun Hao, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Grant me a chance, and I will be your woman. I will do whatever you ask. It seemed you still did not comprehend the nature of our relationship, Chun Hao retorted coldly, his gaze piercing Sweet's very soul. Panic gripped her. What did he mean? I have no interest in you whatsoever. You are merely a tool I have employed for my own ends. Now that my enemy is dead, pray tell, what use do I have for you as a tool? Leave. Chun Hao sneered, casually lifting a glass of red wine, swirling it in his hand without an ounce of regret. Such a woman, harboring ill intentions, was best discarded. Yet Sweet was unwilling to accept. Nor could she bear such a fate. With her sweet visage, what man would not be beholden to her? Yet, inexplicably, it was futile with Chun Hao. No, no. Even if I must be cast aside, I will strive to gain something. Sweet clenched her fists and presented her request to Chun Hao. You must provide me with some resources. Without resources, I will soon find myself unable to survive. Do you presume you possess the standing to negotiate with me? Chun Hao's frigid gaze swept across Sweet's face, causing her to feel as though a knife had sliced through her skin, the pain forcing her to take a step back. I will give you one opportunity. Leave at once. If you depart now, you may still survive for a while with the resources left by Song Hongfei. Otherwise, I shall seize all of Song Hongfei's supplies and let you immediately experience the bitter taste of deprivation. The merciless demeanor sent shivers down Tiantian's spine, compelling her to flee like a frightened mouse. Upon her departure, Chun Hao merely stated with calmness, "Close the door." The sound of the door echoing shut reverberated through the air as the entrance to the safe house gradually closed, securing itself with 13 automatic locks. Chun Hao, raising his glass contentedly towards the raging storm outside, proclaimed, "Cheers." At this moment, the torrential rain continued to pour, and the water levels in the city incessantly rose. Now having submerged up to the 5th floor, suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated, instilling panic among all. What transpired? What has happened? Countless individuals, startled, rushed to their windows to investigate. Even Xiao Xiao, who had been in a deep slumber, was roused by the commotion, hastily rushing out of her room. Brother Hao, what is happening? Nothing to worry about, just a nearby building has collapsed. What? No need for alarm. It was only a matter of time. And soon this building too shall fall, Chun Hao replied with remarkable composure. Indeed, this is the true terror of torrential rain, corrosion. Many believe that only sulfuric acid possesses corrosive properties, yet the corrosion caused by water is equally formidable. For instance, no matter how resilient a cactus may be, prolonged exposure to water will render it soft. Thus, cities constructed of steel and concrete, when submerged in floods, are gradually being softened, inching ever closer to collapse. Ironically, everyone assumes that the older buildings will crumble first due to their age. However, the newer structures are collapsing at a far greater rate. Why is that? Poor construction quality. People thought that with the advancement of the times, material conditions would improve. Yet, in reality, moral integrity has regressed. Chun Hao sighed, wishing to express his excess emotions. Yet, Xiao Xiao approached, sniffing him curiously. Brother Hao, there's something odd about your scent. Oh, I took a shower. No, the men's body wash you used has a minty scent. But that is not what I smell. Chun Hao felt exasperated, thinking to himself that this girl undoubtedly possessed the nose of a dog. Just as he pondered how to divert Xiao Xiao's attention, a sharp crack echoed. A bullet struck the glass window of the safe house, barely a meter away from Chun Hao. Chapter 50, Amy. At such a distance, was it a sniper's bullet? Chun Hao was somewhat taken aback. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, how could there still be assassins? What dedication it must take to remain on duty during such times. More importantly, who had contracted the assassin? Additionally, I am quite fond of sniper rifles. A faint smile crept onto Chun Hao's lips, for no man could resist the allure of a sniper rifle. The sheer thrill of calmly locking onto an enemy and delivering a precise shot to the head is an unwavering belief cherished by countless individuals throughout their lives. Thus, Chun Hao was determined to seize that sniper rifle. He briefly instructed Xiao Xiao and then swiftly pursued. Xiao Xiao, Remain in the safe house and do not venture out. I shall return shortly. Simultaneously, atop the opposite building, the raincoat-clad beauty assassin, Amy, muttered in frustration, "What the heck?" She never anticipated that in such an ordinary neighborhood, there would exist such high-grade bulletproof glass. Not even her Barrett could penetrate it. It is worth noting that her Barrett boasts a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, making it the largest sniper rifle in the world. The larger the caliber, the greater the power. Sighing, Amy resolved to contemplate alternative strategies, as the torrential rain had caused the water level to rise perilously close to the 5th floor. Consequently, she could not reach the 4th building where Chun-Hao resided, for the turbulent waters below posed a deadly threat. Just as Amy prepared to hunker down, she heard a buzzing sound. To her astonishment, she saw Chun-Hao riding a jet ski, arriving directly beneath her building. What on earth? Amy gasped, wondering what kind of eccentric would keep a jet ski at home. More crucially, Chun-Hao had come to find her. She decided to bide her time, awaiting his ascent, ready to eliminate him with a single shot. Ammunition check. Scope check. Condition check. Confirming that all was in order, Amy crouched at the rooftop entrance, 10 meters away, raising her Barrett and fixating on the door without flinching. Despite the torrential rain, she did not blink, for in the world of assassins, victory and defeat hinge upon a fleeting moment. A blink in 1 second could lead to one's demise in the next. Thus, Amy summoned her full concentration, rapidly simulating every conceivable method Chun-Hao might employ to emerge. The most common tactic would be to use an object to touch the doorknob, luring her into firing. However, she would not fall for such a simplistic ploy. Yet in the next moment, the doorknob turned, and Chun-Hao confidently stepped out. This was a scenario Amy had not anticipated. For only a fool or a formidable expert would dare to act so boldly. But whether fool or expert, she would soon find out. Die. Without hesitation, Amy pulled the trigger. The Barrett shook in her hands as a razor-sharp bullet shot towards Chun-Hao. And then, there was nothing more. Amy stared in disbelief at Chun-Hao. Under normal circumstances, he should be dead. Yet, not only was he unharmed, but he also seemed quite intrigued as he examined her. A foreigner? Indeed, Amy was not of Huaxia descent, but rather a foreign assassin, who possessed such skill as to hire a foreign killer to eliminate her. Nevertheless, as a professional assassin, Amy's composure remained intact. Upon realizing her first shot had failed to terminate Chun-Hao, she quickly regained her focus and fired a second shot. Bang! A sharp bullet surged forth from the muzzle of the gun, racing toward Chun-Hao's brow at an imperceptible speed. However, just as it neared him, it was devoured by an enigmatic force and subsequently materialized within Chun-Hao's creation space. Indeed, Chun-Hao had preemptively activated his spatial domain, causing even the raindrops aimed at him to be absorbed into his creation space. Thus, not a single drop of rain touched him. Upon realizing that her bullet had vanished once more, Amy finally grasped the gravity of the situation. My hair. Consequently, she discarded her Barrett rifle, shedding her raincoat. Wielding a gun in her right hand and a knife in her left, preparing to approach Chun-Hao for a closer examination of his secrets. Yet, Chun-Hao was somewhat taken aback to see Amy toss aside her raincoat. You dare to stand in the rain? You emerged unscathed? So what? Amy coldly retorted. Chun-Hao found himself at a loss for words. Judging from Amy's expression, it was evident that she remained unaware of the toxic nature of the rain. However, Chun-Hao deduced from her immunity to the rain's poison that Amy was no ordinary individual. In his previous life, there had been a clear explanation for why certain people could consume water laced with radiation without suffering ill effects. Awakening. Following the meteorite's assault on Earth, the vast majority of living beings faced extinction, humans included. Yet, life itself is a marvel, capable of adapting to diverse environments for survival. Thus, some individuals were compelled to awaken in order to endure in a radioactive environment. At this juncture, the awakening was merely of the first type, allowing the body to acclimate to the radioactive surroundings. However, entering the second type of awakening would endow one with abilities akin to Chun-Hao's, significantly enhancing their survival capacity. This embodies the principle of survival of the fittest. Those unable to adapt perish, leaving behind only the strong. How intriguing. A killer oblivious to her own awakening holds substantial research value. Chun-Hao regarded Amy with keen interest. He had initially sought to seize a sniper rifle, but unexpected delight awaited him. If he could subdue this female assassin, he would gain an additional awakened ally on his side. However, Amy merely scoffed at Chun-Hao's gaze. Man, she exclaimed, then swiftly advanced. Despite the 10-meter distance, she closed the gap in an instant, launching a fierce strike with her dagger aimed at Chun-Hao. Regrettably, for a second-type awakened individual endowed with abilities, confronting a first-type awakened person lacking such powers was akin to a crushing defeat. Thus, with merely a snap of his fingers, Chun-Hao summoned forth darkness. With a resounding crack, Amy's form was instantly engulfed by an inky void, the very realm of Chun-Hao's creation. Upon her entry, She swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness, for this space lacked oxygen, rendering any intruder to face the same fate. Yet, as he observed Amy's unconscious state, a faint smile graced Chen Hao's lips. He cast her into another segment of his carefully crafted space, one abundant in oxygen. The beautiful assassin had been successfully captured. A subtle smile played upon Chen Hao's face. Chapter 51. The obedient Amy. Where is this place? The beautiful assassin, Amy, slowly opened her eyes, feeling disoriented as she surveyed her surroundings. She found herself lying in an exquisitely furnished living room, where a languid man reclined upon the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was Chen Hao. A wave of cold sweat washed over Amy as she instinctively leaped up, preparing to retaliate against him. However, Chen Hao remained unfazed, calmly drawing a barrett and aiming it directly at her. The barrett now belonged to him. Which do you think is quicker, your fist or my gun? Confronted with the sight of Chen Hao's firearm trained upon her, Amy silently raised her hands. After all, beyond 7 steps, the gun is swift, and within 7, it is both fast and accurate. Thus, it is wise to recognize the situation. Seeing that Amy was no fool, Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. Not foolish. Then we can converse. Now, I present you with 2 choices. 1, I shoot you dead. The other, you obediently answer my questions, and I may allow you to live a few more days. Which do you choose? I will be obedient. Amy replied truthfully. In the training sessions for assassins, there exists a crucial lesson. Survival is paramount, for only by living can one seize the opportunity to turn the tables. Very well. First, reveal your identity and who sent you to kill me. Remember, I have a lie detector here. Chen Hao gestured towards a nearby robot, round and plump with a small head, which was actually a refrigerator robot, filled with beverages and spirits. Amy's pupils slightly contracted, and she began to recount her origins in detail. She needed to gain Chen Hao's trust before seeking a chance to reverse the situation. My name is Amy, and I am an assassin affiliated with the Viper organization. The Viper? Indeed, it is an organization specializing in providing assassins, even custom-tailored ones. Custom-tailored? Yes. For instance, in my case, someone paid a substantial sum to commission a group of assassins capable of operating in Huaxia. Thus, our organization selected several trainees from the training camp, instilling in them the language and characters of Huaxia. Once they completed their training, we dispatched them to Huaxia. Quite intriguing. I did not expect your services to be so sophisticated. However, you mentioned a group of trainees. Does this imply you have accomplices? None. Currently, I am the only one in Huaxia. Why? Because the language and characters of Huaxia are exceedingly difficult. They cannot master it. Even for me, it took 2.5 years of practice to converse fluently with you. Typically, we learn other languages in just a few months. At this point, Amy's expression bore a hint of melancholy, but there was little to be done. The language of Huaxia is indeed the most challenging in the world due to its profound complexity, a testament to its historical depth. By your account, your learning ability seems quite strong. Huh. Now, tell me, who sent you to kill me? A flicker of murderous intent surged within Chen Hao. Why would an assassin from such a prestigious organization be tasked with his elimination? Who could have issued this directive? Amy answered honestly. The person is called Lin Yushan. Lin Yushan? Does she possess such significant influence to connect with your organization? Chen Hao found it utterly perplexing. No one understood the limited capabilities of the Lin family better than he did. How could they possibly have ties to an international assassin organization? However, Amy's grievances deepened. Lin Yushan had no connection to our organization. It was an unforeseen incident that occurred after I arrived in Huaxia, which compelled me to accept a side job to earn some money, thus agreeing to Lin Yushan's commission. An unforeseen incident? What kind of incident? The moment I disembarked from the plane, my phone and money were stolen. Chen Hao was at a loss for words. A distinguished assassin had been robbed of both phone and money by a petty thief. Yet, upon reflection, it was somewhat amusing. After all, each profession has its specialization. Assassins are trained to kill, not to thwart thieves. Therefore, Chen Hao found the situation quite humorous. So, you intend to earn some money to buy a plane ticket back to your organization, correct? Amy nodded helplessly, but Chen Hao merely smiled coldly. I advise you not to contemplate returning to the organization. Focus first on how to survive. Are you going to kill me? Amy suddenly grew tense. Yet, Chen Hao said nothing, merely tossed a phone before her. Take a look. You claim to have learned Huaxia script. You should be able to comprehend these news articles. Huh. Amy, bewildered, picked up the phone and began scrolling through the news, becoming increasingly astonished. Due to the absence of her phone, she was unaware that the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Global sea levels surged. Many nations no longer existed. The majority of people faced existential crises. What on earth is happening? Emily felt on the brink of collapse. She had only been offline for a few days. How could it be the end of the world? Even though she was a well-trained assassin, her mental state began to fracture in the face of such monumental upheaval. Chen Hao said nothing, simply approached and patted her shoulder. I understand this is difficult for you to accept at once, but it's all right. I will give you time. Rest well here, and I will return to see you tomorrow. With that, Chunhao calmly exited the safe house, which was, of course, not the previous one at 3201, but rather a new safe house he had established on the 31st floor. Previously, Chunhao had rented 4 apartments on the 31st floor, which were now proving useful. They could serve as multiple safe houses. Safe houses are never solely for defending against external incursions, as long as commands are issued to seal all exits. A safe house transforms into the most formidable prison in the world. Furthermore, there remained the question of whether this woman was lying. Chunhao produced a secret key tablet and began examining Amy's heart rate records. The sound wave radar of the safe house could not only detect external threats, but also monitor the life activities of individuals within, specifically heart rates and vital signs. This system was originally designed to ensure the safety of the safe house's owner. Should any irregularities in heart rate occur, the safe house would provide immediate feedback. However, now, Chunhao utilized it for polygraph purposes. As individuals resort to deceit, their heart rates and pulses inevitably exhibit certain fluctuations. This principle underpins the operation of polygraphs. One might jest about lacking a contingency plan, yet one must never genuinely find oneself without one. Indeed, there was no fabrication in this instance. A faint smile graced Chunhao's lips, not out of relief that Amy was truthful, but due to a newfound understanding. Why have the Lin family members been so compliant of late? Initially, it was presumed they had grown timid, yet in truth, they had devised the most ruthless of strategies, engaging an assassin to eliminate themselves. Truly, they exhibit a complete disregard for morality. Thus, they should not be surprised when I retaliate. A cruel smile crept across Chunhao's face, for in his previous life, the Lin family had inflicted countless wounds upon him to extract his blood. Therefore, in this life, let the Lin family endure a fate of 1,000 cuts. Chapter 52, The Targeted by Xiaojie. Damn it. How is it that Chunhao leads such a comfortable existence? He feasts on steak and sips fine wine, while I am left with nothing but rice porridge. Lower your voice. If anyone discovers that we have food and drink, who knows what monstrous acts they might commit? Jiang Cuiping chided her son, Lin Jiawei, who was voicing his grievances. At present, the entire community was deprived of water and electricity. Many had resorted to the desperate measure of consuming their own urine. Indeed, in the struggle for survival, individuals can stoop to the most repugnant acts. Thus, possessing even a morsel of sustenance is a considerable advantage over others. Lin Jiawei, having been scolded, sulked in discontent. Mother, how can you blame me? Had you properly dealt with that Chunhao, ensuring he obeyed like a loyal dog, we would not be in this predicament. He feasting while we subsist on porridge. It should be we indulging while he suffers. Not so. You are mistaken, my child. Jiawei speaks a truth. It was your previous leniency towards that boy that has brought us to this point. How dare he incite others to assault me? This is utterly unacceptable. Before Jiang Cuiping could respond further, Lin Dashan erupted in anger, recalling how Chunhao had incited others to attack him, a thought that filled him with intense ire. At that moment, Bai Xiaojie, the daughter-in-law of the Lin family, interjected, considering Chunhao's current favorable circumstances. Should we not cultivate a rapport with him in hopes of securing some food? What relationship is there to cultivate? He is but a dog of our family. Lin Jiawei scoffed, for his disdain for Chunhao ran deep. A man purchased by their family to serve as a child husband holds no stature worthy of respect. His position is even inferior to that of a son-in-law. Indeed, the Lin family had expended 2,000 yuan to procure Chunhao from human traffickers, unwilling to part with Lin Yushan. They sought to raise him with a mindset of servitude. The Lin family commanded, and Chunhao dared not defy. Had it not been for Lin Yushan's belief in her own beauty and her desire to marry into wealth, Chunhao would have been reduced to their family as child husband. Thus, from a young age, siblings Lin Jiawei and Lin Yushan had never regarded Chunhao with respect. However, Bai Xiaojie's perspective differed, for as a young model, her motivations were devoid of sentiment, driven solely by self-interest. The rationale is as such. Yet Chunhao indeed possesses resources at his disposal. Furthermore, do you not yearn for me? This thought made Lin Jiawei swallow hard. After the torrential rain had descended, he had gone several days without meat, and to claim indifference would be a blatant falsehood. Thus, his tone began to waver. Yet, must one debase oneself merely for a taste of meat? Alas, I am aware of your men's pride. How about this? I shall engage him in conversation on your behalf. What say you? Bai Xiaojie proposed with great enthusiasm, for she had heard that Chunhao was particularly formidable in that regard, unlike Lin Jiawei and Lin Dashan, who were swift yet mundane. Therefore, her visit would surely bring joy and merriment. However, Lin Jiawei remained somewhat hesitant. You? Are you truly capable of doing this? Fear not. It is absolutely feasible, Bai Xiaojie replied confidently, for her beauty was undeniable, and being Chun Hao's sister-in-law, she believed he would be somewhat impulsive. When the time came, a harmonious agreement could be reached, and acquiring resources for herself would be entirely justified. Upon hearing Bai Xiaojia's words, Lin Jiawei fell silent, for he genuinely longed for meat. He glanced at Lin Dashan and Jiang Cuiping, who expressed no dissent. Thus, Lin Jiawei turned his gaze to Lin Yushan. Yushan, what are your thoughts? Yet Lin Yushan merely stared at her phone, her expression darker than the tempest outside. Yushan? This marked the third day. Why had there been no news? Lin Yushan's countenance was grim. To hire an assassin to eliminate Chun Hao, she had exhausted all her savings, managing to scrape together 200,000, only to find that Chun Hao was still very much alive. Although the current situation bore an increasingly apocalyptic air, the feeling of having been swindled out of 200,000 was indeed disheartening. In that moment, a message abruptly appeared in the community group chat, sent by Chun Hao himself. The Lin family, who had been closely monitoring his movements, naturally clicked to see it. However, at a mere glance, the expressions of all the Lin family members turned ashen, as though they had descended into hell. To all, due to the collusion of Lin Dashan, Jiang Cuiping, Lin Jiawei, Bai Xiaojia, and Lin Yushan in hiring an assassin against me, I am exceedingly incensed. Henceforth, anyone who inflicts a 5-centimeter wound upon any one of them shall receive a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles. 1 wound entitles 1 reward. 5 wounds grant 5. However, should anyone succeed in killing them, I shall ensure their demise. Upon witnessing Chun Hao's bounty announcement, Lin Jiawei, a grown man, trembled as though he were an old dog. What does he mean by this? He is clearly intent on torturing us mercilessly, leaving us in a state where we cannot live nor die. Lin Yushan was equally distraught, for among the messages, the most terrifying stipulation was the last. No one was permitted to kill the group. Otherwise, they would face Chun Hao's wrath. What did this signify? It meant that Chun Hao had no intention of allowing them to perish swiftly. Rather, he sought to torment them slowly and methodically. Each day, every resident of the building would be compelled to inflict a wound upon them. This was a fate worse than death. No, there is no need for concern. No one would come to attack us over such trivial matters. Surely not. Lin Dashan spoke with great effort to maintain his composure, yearning for a cigarette to calm his nerves. Yet he searched his entire being in vain, finding not a single one. This realization caused him to tremble, for he understood all too well that in a time of scarcity, a bottle of water or a packet of instant noodles held an irresistible allure for any human being. Indeed, in the very next moment, their front door was battered violently. Come out. Get out here. Now. Before Lin Jiawei and the others could fully comprehend the situation, their door was flung open with force. A throng of individuals surged in, led by Li Jian and a cadre of security personnel. In the struggle for dominance against Wang Niu, Li Jian emerged victorious, and thus, he now stood as the leader of the property management team. Observing the quaking forms of Lin Dashan and his companions, a smirk crept upon Li Jian's lips. I apologize, everyone. My brothers and I have run out of provisions, so we must rely on you to replenish our supplies. Hold them down. Li Jian, please don't do this. We can provide you with food. We can feed you. Lin Jiawei wailed, having been raised in pampered comfort, not a single scratch upon him. The mere thought of a 5-centimeter cut was unbearable. Yet, Li Jian found amusement in this. You still have food? What a delightful surprise. Brothers, when we leave, make sure to take their food with us. At that moment, Lin Jiawei and the others felt a chilling realization wash over them. In this world, for the sake of a morsel, humanity could indeed sink to unimaginable depths. Li Jian brandished a kitchen knife, waving it menacingly before Lin Jiawei, Lin Dashan, Lin Yushan, Jiang Cuiping, and Bai Xiaojia. He even took the time to offer a warning. It would be wise not to resist. The more you fight, the more it will hurt. Then, producing a ruler, he placed it against Lin Jiawei's arm. In the midst of Lin Jiawei's horrified gaze, the knife descended. Not a fraction too much nor too little, exactly 5 centimeters. Instantly, Lin Jiawei howled in agony. Damn you. What a foul mouth you have. Li Jian chuckled. Next, he passed the knife to another, who approached Lin Jiawei with a sinister grin. Despair washed over Lin Jiawei as he suddenly realized his grave miscalculation. These men were not merely here to inflict a single wound upon him. They intended to each take their turn. With a dozen men present, that meant dozens of cuts awaited him. Thus, Lin Jiawei's cries of despair echoed, Dad, Mom, save me. Help. Alas, Lin Dashan and Jiang Cuiping were unable to assist him. As for Bai Xiaojia and Lin Yushan, they were treated differently, for they still possessed a semblance of beauty, a stark contrast to the women previously plundered. Li Jian's smile grew wicked. I must insist that you both serve me well, lest you find your faces marred with countless gashes. How dare you? Lin Jiawei's eyes bulged with fury. Bai Xiaojia, she is his wife. Yet now, she dares to engage intimately with another before his very eyes. This is an affront that no man could endure. However, Li Jian merely cast a cold glance at Lin Jiawei. Do you have something to say? Lin Jiawei's bravado swiftly diminished. Yet Li Jian had no intention of letting him off. You had the audacity to glare at me just now, didn't you? I detest being looked down upon. Let me make this abundantly clear. I shall proceed to your wife's chambers, and you will applaud my endeavors from outside. Otherwise, I shall see to it that you are severed. Lin Jiawei felt a chill run through him. All he could muster was a smile more tragic than tears. Very well. Excellent. Bravo. Li Jian and the security guards erupted into laughter, forming a line to enter the room. What room, you ask? Naturally. It was the one where Bai Xiaojie lay. I shall be first. You are second. The rest of you follow suit, Li Jian declared, eagerly shedding his clothing as he entered Bai Xiaojie's chamber. Shortly thereafter, familiar sounds echoed from within that left Lin Jiawei in torment. Yet he could only continue clapping, exclaiming, Excellent. Wonderful. Bravo. Again. How absurd. While his wife was being taken, she dared not utter a word. Are you even a man? Seeing her husband still applauding, Bai Xiaojie erupted in anger, striking Lin Jiawei across the face. Jiang Cuiping, witnessing her son being struck, was immediately incensed and retaliated with a slap to Bai Xiaojie's face. Bah, you shameless wretch. How dare you speak of my son? Who was it that shouted so loudly just now that the entire building could hear? Let us not resort to such measures. We are all family here. Lin Dashan, upon seeing Bai Xiaojie struck, could not help but intervene, only to receive a swift rebuke from Jiang Cuiping. What are you pretending to be a good person for? I have long noticed your flirtations with this shameless creature. With your meager talents, how dare you attempt to seduce others? What seduction? Lin Jiawei was momentarily taken aback, his eyes swiftly reddening. He could endure slights from others, but to receive such an insult from Lin Dashan was intolerable. Observing the unfolding scene, Lin Dashan grew apprehensive, quickly redirecting his ire toward Lin Yushan. This is all your fault. Had you not insisted on seeking out some assassin, how could things have escalated to this point? Me? Of course it is you. From the very beginning, you were the one inciting us to trouble Chen Hao. Had I known it would come to this, I would have gladly given him the 5 million. Lin Dashan cursed vehemently, successfully diverting a portion of his wrath toward Lin Yushan. It was precisely because Lin Yushan insisted on antagonizing Chen Hao that led to all of them being inflicted with numerous wounds. The pain was excruciating. Yushan, what my father said holds truth. Had it not been for you, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. Look at all these wounds. I feel like I'm about to die from the pain. Lin Jiawei was the first to voice his grievances, disregarding his own earlier greed for the 5 million. In such moments, the truth became irrelevant. What mattered was the need for emotional release. Indeed, had it not been for you provoking Chen Hao, I would not have suffered such indignities today. Bai Xiaojie began to sob uncontrollably. Even Jiang Cuiping harbored some resentment. Yushan, this situation is undeniably your fault. Just look at what you've done to everyone. As Lin Yushan listened to the complaints of those around her, her expression darkened further. Ever since she felt humiliated by Chen Hao, her mindset had become increasingly distorted. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lin Jiawei and the others continued their lamentations, a series of knocks at the door interrupted their discourse. Lin Jiawei impatiently called out, "Who is it?" To his astonishment, neighbors from below, beside, and even above, all armed with knives, entered through the door. Witnessing this scene, Lin Jiawei, Lin Dashan, Jiang Cuiping, and Bai Xiaojie all gasped in horror. For they had overlooked a crucial detail. There were many thirsty individuals and hungry bellies within the building. Hence, these people would not relent. They were here to inflict their own wounds upon them. Moments later, anguished cries once again echoed from room 1704. Oh. Meanwhile, in room 3201, Chen Hao watched the videos sent to him, depicting the Lin family's suffering as they were cut time and again. His emotions were not stirred by excitement or sorrow. Instead, he felt a gradual sense of release. In his previous life, the torment of having his wrists repeatedly sliced to draw blood was akin to being in hell, enduring endless agony day and night. Now, Lin Dashan, Lin Jiawei, Jiang Cuiping, Bai Xiaojie, and Lin Yushan were all subjected to the relentless torment of the building's residents, suffering day after day for as long as they drew breath. Chen Hao had repaid them 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Thus, the knots in Chen Hao's heart began to unravel, and his control over his abilities ascended to new heights. In his past life, the profound suffering had left him unstable, preventing him from elevating his powers to their peak. Now, as the knots loosened, his potential naturally expanded. He chuckled softly. Let's raise a glass to commemorate the sorrows of the past and celebrate the freedom of this life. With a slight smile, he poured himself a glass of the world's most exquisite wine, Romani Conti, savoring this moment of triumph. The sweet aroma of the wine resonated with Chen Hao's state of mind. Life was becoming increasingly delightful. Alarm! Alarm! An anomaly has been detected in safe house number 2. Chun-Hao was somewhat taken aback. The so-called safe house number 2 was, in fact, located within room 3101, designated for the confinement of Amy. Consequently, he swiftly retrieved the key, eager to ascertain the unfolding events. The sound wave radar indicated a remarkably bizarre fluctuation in Amy's temperature index, which had surged to an alarming 45 degrees Celsius and continued to rise. What could be happening? Chun-Hao was astonished, as he understood that humans are inherently fragile beings, particularly when the brain's temperature exceeds 40 degrees, which could potentially impair cognitive functions. This is why many children experience a decline in intelligence, diminished focus, and reduced bodily control following a fever. If a mere fever poses such dangers, one can only imagine the peril of a super-high fever reaching 45 degrees. Could it be that her abilities were awakening? Observing Amy motionless on the living room sofa through the surveillance video, he resolved to investigate. If her powers were indeed manifesting, it was imperative to identify and subdue them in their nascent stage. Otherwise, should Amy gain control of her abilities and escape the safe house, Chun-Hao could not predict when she might return to exact vengeance upon him. Xiao Xiao, wait for me in the safe house for a moment. I shall return shortly, he called out. Xiao Xiao, displeased, stamped her foot, her impressive stature quaking like a wave. Yet, Chun-Hao merely reached out to gently pat her head. Be good. Listen to me. Upon hearing his tender tone, even the most disgruntled Xiao Xiao immediately nodded obediently. Brother Haozi, then hurry back. I will be waiting for you at home. All right. Chun-Hao replied with a slight smile before turning to leave, brandishing the Barrett rifle in his hand. If Amy became uncontrollable, he would not hesitate to eliminate her with a single shot. Chapter 54, Awakening Abilities inside room 3101, which also served as Chun-Hao's safe house number 2. Amy remained motionless on the sofa, yet her temperature continued to escalate, now reaching 52 degrees. Chun-Hao glanced at the key tablet before stowing it away and entering the safe house with the Barrett in hand. Amy, he called tentatively. In the next instant, Amy suddenly leaped from the sofa, scaling the ceiling with an agility beyond human capacity, resembling a spider clinging to the overhead surface. Indeed, she had awakened. Without hesitation, Chun-Hao raised the Barrett, aiming at Amy on the ceiling. However, she bared her teeth and let out a furious roar, her eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. Something was amiss. Even if her powers had awakened, her cognition should still be momentarily at a normal human level, incapable of recognizing the Barrett or evading it. Could it be that her abilities were spiraling out of control? The phenomenon of uncontrolled abilities is a challenge faced by every awakener. The abrupt onset of powers often catches individuals unprepared, resulting in chaotic outbursts that can easily lead to a temporary loss of rationality. If that were the case, it was essential to ascertain her abilities first. Chun-Hao retracted the Barrett and switched to the 92 style pistol. With a caliber of 5.8 millimeters, the smaller diameter meant less power, making it just right for testing Amy's capabilities. Bang! Chun-Hao decisively pulled the trigger. As expected, Amy's body instantaneously shifted, evading the bullet. However, Chun-Hao was acutely aware that Amy's speed could not surpass that of a bullet. She had sensed the impending danger a moment before he pulled the trigger, allowing her to dodge in advance. Had her perception sharpened? Indeed, her speed was impressive. Bang! 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 Chun-Hao fired 3 consecutive shots, all of which Amy dodged with extraordinary agility, performing feats beyond human capability. Yet, at the same time, his actions ignited a ferocity within her. Amy charged towards Chun-Hao with a fierce cry. However, in the next instant, Chun-Hao cast her into the realm of creation. Within this spatial domain, he could consume everything. Although Amy was engulfed by the realm, she still exhibited a remarkable will to struggle, flailing her limbs in a desperate attempt to escape. Intriguing. Chun-Hao watched with interest. The realm lacked oxygen. Thus, an ordinary person could barely last 30 seconds inside. Yet, Amy persisted for over 10 minutes. It appeared her awakening was a manifestation of physical enhancement abilities. After unleashing her powers, her perception, speed, strength, and endurance had all seen remarkable improvements, signifying a comprehensive augmentation. It was not until Amy fainted that Chun-Hao released her, administering a sedative 3 times the normal dosage. This sedative would render Amy weak and temporarily devoid of aggression for the next 6 hours. Once you regain your rationality, we shall converse. Chun-Hao placed Amy on the sofa, preparing to turn away, but as he did, she grasped his hand. She still had some strength? Chun-Hao was taken aback. Despite the triple dosage that could subdue even a tiger, it failed to completely restrain Amy? Furthermore, this was merely the beginning of her abilities awakening. Yet, Amy merely gazed at him with dazed eyes, softly murmuring, "Medicine, medicine," before succumbing to unconsciousness. When Amy awoke once more, she discovered a blanket draped over her. On the nearby coffee table rested a blue pill, quietly placed beside a glass of water. Originally, there should have been 2 pills, indicating that Chun-Hao had assisted her in taking one. He actually helped me ingest the medicine? A blush crept across Amy's cheeks. As a trainee assassin, she was perceived as aloof and noble by others, yet to her instructors, they were merely a herd of swine, their lives worth less than grass. They were all bought or even picked up as war orphans from the battlefield, rendering their deaths inconsequential. They were deemed utterly worthless. Thus, this was the first time Amy felt that someone respected her life. You're awake. Chunhao sat on the sofa, casting a glance at the blue pill on the table, and directly broached the subject. Could you elucidate what this pill entails? Amy nodded slightly, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Within our organization, to exert better control over the members, every individual is injected with a special neurotoxin upon entering the organization. Neurotoxin? Yes, after the injection. Without the counteracting medication, one would experience convulsions, spasms, and vomiting, ultimately suffering a painful demise within 24 hours. How long does one pill last? 1 month. 1 month. So you have only one pill remaining, meaning you can endure for at most another month. No wonder you are taking on every task and desperately seeking a plane ticket back. It's precisely because of this. If one loses contact with the organization and fails to return promptly, they are automatically deemed a defector. At this point, Amy shivered involuntarily, for she was a war orphan, rescued from the battlefield, instilling in her an acute fear of death. Seeing Amy's pitiable demeanor, Chunhao felt he had found a means to penetrate her defenses, not physically, but psychologically. Thus, he took the initiative. I can provide you with the medication, ensuring you will not succumb to the toxin. However, you must submit to me. Chapter 55. Amy's heart stirred. You can provide me with the medication, but you are also part of the Viper organization. Upon hearing Chunhao could offer her the drugs, Amy's initial reaction was one of fear, a natural response given the sensation of being ensnared. Yet, Chunhao calmly replied, we are all awakened once. I have no need to conceal anything from you. My awakened ability allows me to replicate any object, like this exquisite cup. With a flick of his wrist, he vanished the cup only to reappear with two. Amy's face was a canvas of disbelief. This is nothing short of miraculous. Consider it as such. In any case, as long as you submit to me, I can provide you with an endless supply of medication, ensuring your health and longevity. However, upon hearing the phrase longevity, Amy offered a faint, sorrowful smile. Longevity? That is impossible. Are you questioning my abilities? No. It is simply that those who have been injected with this neurotoxin rarely live beyond 35 years. How can you be so certain? Well, assassins, much like athletes, have already surpassed their prime by 30, and by 35, they are considered old, lacking significant value. Therefore, we are made to perish by 35, allowing for the extraction of our full worth while also resolving the issue of our retirement. Capitalism truly is meticulous. Nevertheless, I assure you, if I claim to grant you longevity, I will deliver. Chunhao asserted with resolute authority, instilling a rapid heartbeat in Amy. After all, no woman could easily reject such intoxicating security. Cautiously, Amy ventured, how can you accomplish that? Quite simply, the awakening of extraordinary abilities is not limited to just the two of us. Hence, I shall recruit an awakened individual with healing capabilities to assist me, and she will aid in eradicating the toxins within you. Is that true? Amy felt a surge of excitement. Even ants strive to survive, let alone humans. To live is the most primal instinct of any being. However, Chunhao made it clear that there were conditions. While it is indeed true, my stipulation is that you must submit to me, obey my commands, and do whatever I require of you. Anything. Although she yearned for life, Amy still had things she did not wish to do. Chunhao smiled lightly and reassured her. Fear not. I shall not compel you to engage in repugnant tasks. Essentially, it involves cooperating with me to confront some troublesome adversaries. Truly? Indeed. Very well. I am willing to submit to you and heed your commands. Amy, with a slight blush, recalled a phrase often uttered by the instructor at the training camp. You wretched, despicable beings were born to perform disgusting deeds. Therefore, do not express any dissent. In contrast, Chunhao held her in high regard. This feeling of being respected brought her warmth. Upon seeing Amy's agreement, Chunhao nodded. Before I eliminate your neurotoxin, I will ensure you receive your medication on time. You need not worry about that. Thank you. When shall I be assigned a mission? Amy inquired curiously. Chunhao smiled gently. I hope you will never have a mission, for that would imply that both you and I are safe. I shall come to see you tomorrow. There is food in the refrigerator. Eat whatever you desire. Great. Amy felt her cheeks flush, too shy to raise her gaze at Chunhao's retreating figure. Yet she was acutely aware that she did not want him to leave. A killer with enhanced physical abilities, if her loyalty is sufficient, will indeed be a valuable ally. Chunhao held expectations for Amy, for in this apocalyptic world, he sought not merely a pretty face, but a capable and attractive assistant. However, finding such a woman might not be an easy task. Chunhao pondered as he prepared to ascend the stairs when suddenly a text message from Wu Shiqing flashed on his phone. Are you free? The sender was Wu Shiqing. Typically, when she inquires in such a manner, it indicates her desire to trade supplies. Thus, Chen Hao casually replied, come up, although he had just experienced a fierce battle. In reality, once one awakens to their abilities, the limits of the human body are unlocked. Prior to awakening, no matter how much one trained, their strength could never rival that of a lion or tiger, but after awakening, the body's potential is unleashed, allowing one to enhance their strength and endurance through training, thereby reaching a level comparable to that of lions and tigers. Moreover, Chen Hao had already attained a secondary awakening and had awakened extraordinary powers. Thus, his stamina was quite abundant. However, Wu Shiqing merely sent a sweating emoji. That is not what I meant. What do you mean then? I feel as though someone has been lingering at the door, pacing back and forth since morning, and just as I was about to sleep. It seems someone was attempting to stealthily open the door, startling me awake. Are you certain? Uncertain, yet a twinge of fear grips me. I dread the moment I open the door, only to find someone rushing in. Could you come and take a look? All right. Chen Hao did not refuse. For in his earlier pretense of poverty, it was only Wu Shiqing, apart from Xiao Xiao, who had inquired whether he truly lacked food. Thus, Chen Hao afforded Wu Shiqing an opportunity to extend her assistance. With deliberate calmness, Chen Hao retrieved his handgun and ambled towards the 26th floor. Gradually, a sense of unease enveloped him. It was eerily silent, too quiet. At such a time, amidst shortages of water and food, the absence of rampant home invasions was utterly illogical. He recalled that during the same period in his previous life, the building had devolved into a horrifying tableau of cannibalism. Curiously, prior to his announcement of a bounty on the Lin family, everything had been rather tranquil. Clearly, circumstances had shifted. Chen Hao became increasingly convinced that the power dynamics within the building had transformed. On the surface, he appeared to be the supreme force within the edifice, unchallenged by anyone. Yet, beneath this facade, it was likely that a majority of the residents had coalesced into an organization. Although this collective had yet to take action against him, their intentions in the future remained uncertain. Who could they be? Naturally, Chen Hao's thoughts drifted to the most formidable faction within the community, the demolition households. It was known that over 50% of the residents hailed from the same region, sharing close kinship ties. Even if they were not blood relatives, they had known each other for decades. Typically, these demolition households looked down upon the newcomers, often taking advantage of them by seizing their deliveries or pilfering motorcycle helmets. Whenever a newcomer lodged a complaint, the demolition households would band together, exerting pressure on the outsiders, forcing them into submission. Yet, this vast collective had not yet acted against Chen Hao. Moreover, having previously reported many of them to the authorities, not a single individual had sought retribution. It seemed they were biding their time for a significant move. A sardonic smile crept across Chen Hao's face. He understood that these vindictive demolition households would not let him off easily. In truth, Chen Hao had surmised correctly. These demolition households, previously fragmented due to conflicting interests, had followed a similar path in his past life. However, in this iteration, Chen Hao's overwhelming presence had compelled them to unify. Now, led by the Lin family, the most numerous faction, with Patriarch Lin Kaidong orchestrating their strategy, they plotted how to seize everything Chen Hao possessed. Inside room 1201, the stern-faced Lin Kaidong, in his 50s, sent a voice message in the newly formed WeChat group named Glory, a nod to their shared village, Huiguang. Now, we must deliberate on a matter of utmost importance concerning our survival. How to reclaim everything that Chen Hao possesses. Alarmingly, the group boasted over 1,000 members. Chapter 56. The proactive Wu Shiqing. Chen Hao descended to the 26th floor at a leisurely pace. Pausing momentarily to gaze out at the relentless rain that had persisted for 7 or 8 days, now flooding up to the 6th floor. At this water level, one could barely ensure the passage of the Arkansas. After all, the Ark is not a mere 3-meter boat. It requires a minimum of 15 meters of water to navigate. Given its impressive length of 109 meters, this consideration was one of Chen Hao's reasons for remaining in the community, waiting for the water level to rise. Although the deluge resembled a celestial body, its inundation across the globe was not progressing swiftly. As he spoke, Chen Hao entered the stairwell of the 26th floor. Wu Shiqing had mentioned her residence at 2603, and since each floor in this building mirrored the others, locating her apartment posed no challenge. No one. Observing the empty stairwell, Chen Hao furrowed his brow slightly before pressing the doorbell for 2603. The peephole on the door suddenly illuminated, and moments later, the door swung open to reveal a visibly anxious Wu Shiqing, clutching a kitchen knife. "You've arrived," she exclaimed. "Yes, I didn't notice anything unusual," Chen Hao replied casually as he stepped into 2603 and settled onto the living room sofa, casually crossing his legs. "When was the last time you heard a noise?" "It was when I sent you a message. You mentioned that I might be overly anxious, perhaps imagining things. I just noticed some footprints on the floor, quite distinct. It seems someone has been here." Wu Shiqing instinctively tensed, clearly startled by this revelation. Chunhao gently caressed her back and posed several questions. As it was time to contemplate who to bring aboard the Arkansas. I recall you mentioned you are a graduate student, correct? What is your field of study? I study financial management. Why do you ask? Financial management, huh? No particular reason, just a casual inquiry. Chunhao felt a tinge of disappointment. In the context of an impending apocalypse, financial management seemed one of the least useful skills. Consequently, Wu Shiqing tightened her embrace around Chunhao. Besides my major, I am quite adept at various tasks, like cooking, baking, and I possess excellent organizational skills. What prompted this sudden revelation? Nothing. I am merely concerned that you might not want me anymore. Wu Shiqing clung to Chunhao, fearful that if she released him, he might cruelly depart. Beyond these household skills, I also operate drones and yachts. You can operate a yacht? Chunhao inquired, somewhat surprised. Wu Shiqing nodded eagerly. Yes. I have always been a tech enthusiast, enjoying intelligent gadgets, so I am quite fond of drones, yachts, and helicopters. I didn't realize your interests were so diverse. Chunhao smiled, contemplating that if Wu Shiqing was truthful, she could assist him in piloting the Ark. Although Chunhao was capable of driving himself, who wouldn't prefer to indulge in a bit of idleness? What was that sound? A series of noises prompted Chunhao to direct his gaze towards the door lock. Instantly, he leapt from his bed, retrieving the exquisitely crafted Barrett from his spatial dimension, and stealthily positioned himself behind the door. Outside, there were at least 3 individuals, conversing in hushed tones. Something felt amiss. Perhaps the girl had changed the locks upon moving in and had yet to return the spare key. That meant the door was unyielding. What should he do now? Use explosives. As long as I manage the dosage properly. A small detonation should suffice to blow the door open. It won't create too much noise, will it? If Chunhao discovers us, we're doomed. Don't worry. We're on the 26th floor, far from the 32nd. All right, proceed with it. After 2 minutes of silence, the next sound was that of something being affixed to the door lock, followed by a resounding explosion. Boom. A fist-sized hole was blown into the door lock of room 2603. The 3 individuals outside erupted in excitement. It's open. It's open. Quickly, rush in and subdue that girl. Make sure she doesn't send a message to Chunhao. However, the only response they received was the crack of the Barrett. Bang. Chunhao shot one of them squarely in the head, and in the shocked gazes of the remaining 2, he pointed the gun at their foreheads. Too late. I already know. Chunhao spoke with an unsettling calmness that was, nonetheless, lethal. Instantly, the 2 outside were so frightened that they soiled themselves. Big brother. No, please. One of them, a gaunt and sleazy figure, immediately fell to his knees in desperation. It was the same individual who had previously attempted to force open the door. The other one was a security guard from the original neighborhood, whom Chunhao vaguely recognized. Explain to me what is happening, or face death. I'll tell you. The little security guard, seizing the moment, spoke without hesitation. In situations like this, one's chances of survival increase by speaking first. This was our boss Li Jian's plan. He knew this woman was connected to you, so he instructed us to capture her and deceive you into opening your door. How did he find out? He reviewed the elevator surveillance. He discovered that this woman had gone up to the 32nd floor multiple times, returning with her clothes bulging, undoubtedly hiding supplies. Now it all made sense to Chunhao, though a new thread of confusion emerged. How dare you and your property management team provoke me? Do you have a death wish? That's not all. The little security guard hesitated, but in his fight for survival, he resolutely betrayed Li Jian and the person behind him. The truth is, our boss Li Jian recently found a woman who urged him to undertake this plan, claiming that if it succeeded, he would become the most formidable presence in this community. What woman? The security guard cautiously remarked. You know this woman as well, Lin Yushan. While carefully observing Chunhao's expression, fearful that a moment of displeasure might lead to his demise. However, Chunhao was far from such impulsiveness. He had yet to fully exploit the value of this situation. So it is she. I wondered why she was absent from the video. A disdainful smile graced Chunhao's lips as he thought, indeed, Lin Yushan, you have always been adept at leveraging men for your own gain. Noticing Chunhao's relatively calm demeanor, the security guard, emboldened, eagerly produced his phone to share valuable information. Brother Hao, I have something crucial to report. Speak. It's regarding Lin Yushan. She has incited our boss to commit a heinous act, capturing Lin Dashan, Lin Jiawei, Jiang Cuiping, and Bai Shaojia. They were informed that if they were willing to part with half of their supplies, we would assist them by inflicting daily wounds upon the 4. Lin Yushan, you are truly malevolent, not sparing even your own parents, brother, or sister-in-law. Chunhao remarked as he pulled the trigger, eliminating the now obsolete security guard. Next, he turned his gaze to the terrified figure of the skinny monkey, who still clung to life solely due to his remaining utility. Do you wish to achieve something significant? Do you aspire to become my subordinate? Upon hearing this, the skinny monkey, who had resigned himself to his fate, instantly grasped the opportunity like a lifeline, fervently nodding. Yes, yes, yes. Very well, then accomplish this task for me. What task? Prepare for me a bomb, the most powerful explosive you can create. Chapter 57. Xiao Zhao's Lament Room 1704, originally a homeowner's residence, had been requisitioned by the property management and transformed into quarters for the staff. At this moment, however, the room echoed with anguished cries. Oh, Yushan, I was wrong, Yushan. Spare me, spare me. Yushan, I am your mother. How can you treat us this way? Yushan, no? Daughter, have you forgotten? I was always the one who cherished you. I bought you sweets every day when you were little. Sister-in-law, I am your sister-in-law. When I married, I even gifted you a gold bracelet. Do you remember? Yet, as Lin Jiawei, Jiang Cuiping, Lin Dashan, and Bai Shao Jia pleaded desperately, Lin Yushan merely leaned against Li Jian's shoulder, wearing a mocking smile. Ah, now you come to curry favor with me? Wasn't it you who scorned me before? You blame me for bringing Chun Hao here, causing your injuries? I was wrong. I was wrong. Yushan, I beg you, don't let them hurt us anymore. Lin Jiawei's heart-wrenching wails filled the room. At that moment, as Lin Yushan spoke, another knife sliced a 5-centimeter wound into his flesh, not too long, not too short, precisely because he had already endured countless such cuts. Yet, Lin Jiawei was powerless to resist. He, along with Lin Dashan, Jiang Cuiping, and Bai Xiaojia, found themselves bound to a refrigerator, rendered utterly immobile, forced to witness the blade descending upon them, eliciting desperate wails of anguish. This torment, which they could only observe yet could not evade, ravaged their spirits beyond measure, infinitely more terrifying than death itself. Under the weight of such intense suffering, Lin Jiawei was on the brink of madness, his words spiraling into incoherence. Brother, Li Jian, I offer you my wife. I present my wife to you. Not only that, but I shall also entertain you while you indulge, all right? It's not just Lin Yushan who can please you. Strangely, Bai Xiaojia was not angered, rather. She lamented that Lin Jiawei had not conceived of this idea sooner, for had he done so, she might have avoided enduring such torment. Li Jian, he speaks the truth. Lin Yushan is merely a child. How can she compare to the allure of a wife? Furthermore, wouldn't it be more entertaining for us as a couple to join you? Indeed, Lin Yushan is just a child. What enjoyment can she provide? We can act out any scenario you desire, dear brother. Seated on the sofa, Li Jian found himself captivated by the couple's proposal. Indeed, the notion of engaging with Bai Xiaojia, rather than the monotony of Lin Yushan, sparked a thrill within him. Moreover, a crucial point was that Bai Xiaojia was a woman, and a young, beautiful one at that. Consequently, everyone handled her with more care, avoiding sensitive areas, wishing to preserve her for future pleasures. After all, she, as a sister-in-law, was not inferior in looks to her sister-in-law. Li Jian pondered this matter seriously. After all, acquiring Lin Yushan was one thing, but securing both Lin Yushan and Bai Xiaojia was certainly more advantageous. However, just as Li Jian was deep in thought, Lin Yushan rose silently from the sofa and plunged a knife fiercely into Bai Xiaojia's face. No, you. Li Jian's attempt to intervene came too late. A portion of Bai Xiaojia's flesh was severed, and even the world's finest plastic surgeon could not salvage her visage. Witnessing the sight of Bai Xiaojia bleeding and howling in agony, Li Jian found no interest whatsoever. He could only choose to continue with Lin Yushan. With a dismissive snort, he fell silent. Observing this scene, Lin Jiawei's heart sank into despair, not solely because his wife had been disfigured, but because her disfigurement meant he could not escape this predicament. It's over. All is lost. Woe is me. As Lin Jiawei wept in torment, the security personnel in the room erupted in laughter, as if they were watching a farcical performance. Even Li Jian chuckled as he embraced Lin Yushan, mocking, "Your useless brother is truly pathetic." Yet, just as everyone reveled in their merriment, the door to the room was abruptly kicked open with force. It was Chen Hao. Upon seeing Chen Hao, an immediate tension gripped the hearts of all present, prompting a myriad of reactions. Li Jian and his few security subordinates, upon encountering Chen Hao, were instantly struck with fear, scurrying about in search of a hiding place, terrified that Chen Hao might discover their presence and eliminate them. Lin Yushan shouted angrily at Chen Hao, her voice filled with rage and resentment, yet her body betrayed her intentions as she instinctively stepped back, also seeking a refuge. Meanwhile, the four individuals bound to the refrigerator, Lin Dashan, Lin Jiawei, Jiang Cuiping, and Bai Xiaojia, looked at Chen Hao with glimmering eyes, for in dire situations, people often regard their enemies as a lifeline, hoping for salvation from an unexpected source. Chen Hao indeed extended his hand, but not to rescue them. Rather, he hurled a package of explosives, ignited and ready to detonate. "Farewell, little pests," he exclaimed, before summoning a large boulder to block the entrance of room 1704, ensuring that no one could escape. In an instant, the room was filled with cries of despair, no. Yet, these cries were swiftly drowned out by the thunderous roar of an explosion. Boom. The immense force of the blast engulfed everyone, shaking even the massive rock that sealed the door. Impressive power, Chun Hao mused, glancing at the skinny monkey beside him, who was utterly awestruck by Chun Hao's display of strength. It was beyond his imagination. Thus, the skinny monkey gazed at Chun Hao with admiration. Big brother, how did you do that? How could you unleash such a massive stone? This is called supernatural ability. Not everyone possesses it. In the world to come, only those endowed with such powers will survive, Chun Hao replied with a slight smile, having sufficiently hinted to the skinny monkey that following him was the key to a promising future. The skinny monkey understood immediately, for he was adept at reading faces. Big brother, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall not dare to venture west. Very well. Now I have a question for you. And you must answer me honestly. Big brother, just say it. Your explosive skills are remarkable. Such knowledge is not easily acquired. Where did you learn it? Big brother. You've caught me. I learned it from someone in the military. Nonsense. Why would they teach you for no reason? I am serious. Big brother. One of my fellow townsmen serves nearby. We crossed paths, and he taught me the art of explosives. Upon hearing Chun Hao's skepticism, the skinny monkey began to divulge the truth. Chun Hao, in turn, gleaned crucial information regarding military presence in the vicinity. Do you dare deceive me? I have been in Tiandu City for quite some time and have never heard of any military station nearby. It's true. Big brother. Just about 10 kilometers south of Chiyun Mountain Villa. Really? Indeed. If I am lying, may I perish. Well, you may as well be prepared to meet your end. Huh. Before the skinny monkey could comprehend the gravity of the situation, Chun Hao's Barrett rifle had already taken aim at his head and pulled the trigger. Bang. After retracting the Barrett, Chun Hao began to slowly digest the information he had just acquired. Chiyun Villa? I recall that it is situated in a wealthy district. I have visited it several times. It is surprising to discover that the station troops are not far away. However, upon reflecting on the surroundings of Chiyun Villa, it does not seem entirely implausible. After all, Chiyun Villa is nestled in an affluent area. What type of residence do the wealthy typically inhabit? Precisely, luxurious hillside villas. Thus, the villa itself is constructed on a hillside, backed by a range of undulating peaks. Therefore, it is entirely logical for the station troops to remain concealed within the mountains, shrouded from public knowledge. Clearly, I must venture to that vicinity to explore. Perhaps I might stumble upon something valuable. As for the situation inside room 1704, Chun Hao had no intention of investigating. Even if Lin Yushan and the others had survived the explosion, the entrance, now blocked by rocks, would ensure that anyone still alive inside would eventually perish due to lack of food and water. In any case, the outcome would be fatal. Thus, there is no necessity for examination. The answer is evidently no. Alas, yet again, it has been a day filled with fruitful discoveries. I have found a woman capable of operating a yacht and learned the location of a military encampment. It is time to return for a meal. Stretching lazily, Chun Hao headed back to room 3201, while he had arranged for Wu Shiqing to stay in room 3102, adhering to the usual protocol of securing a safe house to protect her. However, upon returning home, the perceptive Xiao Xiao approached him with her keen sense of smell. How's he go? You have a peculiar scent on you. Xiao Xiao, do you enjoy sniffing my scent that much? Not exactly. Then why do you do it every day? I'm merely lamenting. How's he go? Why can't you carry my scent? Chun Hao looked at the little girl, bemused. Her intentions of wanting to be close to him were becoming increasingly evident. Yet, just at that awkward moment, his phone vibrated again. Truly, how could there be more messages? Chun Hao finally comprehended the woes of the Sea King. There is simply too much to manage. However, upon reading the message, his expression turned grave. The sender, an old acquaintance named Anna, had a rather simple message. I am pregnant. Chapter 58. The Trap. It is astonishing that she would be the first. Chun Hao reclined on the sofa, pondering the veracity of Anna's message. Generally speaking, the more powerful the lineage, the lower the fertility rate. Hence, herds of cattle and sheep roam together, while tigers and leopards tend to be solitary. This is largely a consequence of low reproductive rates. As for Chun Hao's lineage, is it strong? Indeed. The ability to awaken extraordinary powers permanently alters human genetics. Thus, those who can awaken such powers are not weaklings. Moreover, Chun Hao has awakened the mightiest spatial abilities. Therefore, it stands to reason that an ordinary woman would be unable to withstand the intensity of Chun Hao's lineage, making it impossible to conceive a next generation. Yet, as with all matters, there will always be exceptions. If this is indeed true, I must contemplate bringing Anna aboard the Ark, despite her not being on my initial list of candidates. Yet if it is false, Chun Hao despises those who deceive themselves in matters of the heart. If it is a fabrication, then Anna's fate can only be one, death. First, I must ascertain the truth. Thus, Chun Hao sent a message to Anna. Where are you? I'm in 2903 of Building 1. Can you come over? Building 1. Chun Hao gazed at Building 1, the farthest from his own Building 4, positioned at an awkward angle that made even routine visits laborious, let alone during this torrential downpour. I have no food left, and only half a bottle of water remains. Could you bring me something to eat? Before Chun-Hao could respond, Anna sent another message. Her words laced with urgency, leaving him uncertain whether her haste stemmed from a desire for his presence or concern for the nourishment of the life within her. Realizing he must make the journey regardless of the truth, Chun-Hao resolved to prepare for contingencies. He turned to Xiao Xiao, saying, "Stay at home. I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly. So you're leaving me here alone?" Xiao Xiao exclaimed, hands on her hips, stomping her feet. Her ample bosom swayed in agitation. Chun-Hao could only reach out and gently ruffle her hair. "Be good. I have important business to attend to. Don't be mischievous." "Fine, but when you come back, what do you want for dinner? I'll have a meal ready for you. When I return, let us have hot pot. The weather is a bit chilly, and it will be perfect." "All right, just be careful." MHM. Chun-Hao adored this little emotional side of Xiao Xiao. A few soothing words were all it took to placate her, preventing any prolonged sulking that might dampen his spirits. Afterward, Chun-Hao proceeded to 3101, where he found Amy, whose emotions had stabilized. "I need you to assist me with something." "Of course." Amy immediately rose, proclaiming that a true friend would go to great lengths for one who appreciates and respects them. For a man who truly values her, she would willingly undertake any task. After briefing Amy, Chun-Hao descended the stairs, sealing all access to the 31st and 32nd floors with rocks before departing. After all, exercising caution is never misplaced. Next, he retrieved a backpack, carelessly stuffing it with snacks like chips, making it appear full yet surprisingly light. Once all preparations were complete, Chun-Hao ambled down the stairs. Why not take the elevator? Because the government had issued an announcement regarding limited power supply. Once the water level reached the 5th floor, the daily electricity restrictions ceased entirely, plunging everything into darkness. Thus, Chun-Hao found himself navigating the pitch-black stairwell, relying on a flashlight to illuminate the shadows, unaware of how many lurked within. Watching him with predatory eyes. "He is coming down. Hide, and don't let him see you." Two shadows flitted past, vanishing behind a door in the stairwell, cautiously ensuring the door was securely closed. They were unaware that Chun-Hao had already discovered them. Ignoring them, Chun-Hao continued his descent down the stairs. Yet he understood that this matter was far from simple. Otherwise, there would be no one observing him. Hence, the most favorable scenario would be that Anna was indeed pregnant, yet had conspired with others to exploit the resources at his disposal. Conversely, the worst-case scenario would be that Anna was not pregnant and had allied with others, orchestrating a diversion while simultaneously attacking his safe house to seize his possessions. It was perplexing. I found myself torn between hoping Anna was pregnant and wishing she was not. After all, I had no desire for a woman who betrayed me to bear my child. That would be utterly repugnant. Chun-Hao, feeling exasperated, decided to dismiss these thoughts. Once he found Anna, the truth of her condition would soon be revealed. As Chun-Hao descended the stairs, the two figures that had previously been lurking re-emerged, sending a message via WeChat that he had left, carrying a bulging backpack. "Good. Let us avoid drawing his attention. After he departs from Building 4, we will assemble our forces." Upon receiving the directive, everyone immediately concealed themselves, remaining utterly silent, waiting patiently for Chun-Hao to pass. Yet, this silence only served to strengthen Chun-Hao's conviction regarding the identity of his adversaries. It was too quiet, so quiet that it felt as though he were the only living soul within the building. Only the demolition gang possessed the capacity to instigate such an eerie stillness. After all, their numbers could account for half of the residents in the entire community. Thus, it was only they who could render an entire building devoid of sound. Consequently, Chun-Hao's expression grew chillingly calm, not due to the strength of his opponents, but because the likelihood of Anna's pregnancy becoming a trap was becoming increasingly evident. This realization caused a flicker of anticipation within him to fade. "Brother, upon returning, I must ensure the proliferation of our lineage." Zhou Ting had sacrificed himself to return, hoping to produce powerful heirs to save humanity from its demise. Therefore, even if there was only a 1% chance, Chun-Hao felt compelled to investigate further to ascertain whether he had indeed fathered a child. However, this probability was plummeting from 1% to 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000. Damn, my anger is boiling. I feel an overwhelming urge to kill. Standing at the top of the 6th floor staircase, Chun-Hao took a step forward into the torrential rain and the seemingly bottomless floodwaters. He summoned a jet ski, mounted it, and sped toward Building 1. From his vantage point, someone watched Chun-Hao's retreating figure and sent a message to the WeChat group. The jet ski reappeared, but it was confirmed that it had not existed prior to Chun-Hao's descent. Realizing this, Lin Kaidong, the leader of the demolition gang, felt a spark of realization flash in his eyes as he slowly uttered a few words. He possesses extraordinary abilities. Chapter 59, Clash. He possesses extraordinary abilities. Determined that Chun Hao possessed extraordinary abilities, Lin Kaidong felt no fear. Instead, he flicked his wrist and conjured a fireball the size of a basketball from his palm. Indeed, Lin Kaidong was also an extraordinary being. This was the very reason he commanded the entire demolition crew with such authority. In times of chaos, only formidable strength could command respect. Although both possessed extraordinary abilities, there existed a hierarchy among them. Based on the current circumstances, it appeared that Chun Hao's ability related to the storage of objects, capable of absorbing items and subsequently releasing them. It was no wonder he could block the elevator entrance with rocks, preventing anyone from entering. Alas, no matter how robust the defense, it ultimately serves the purpose of enduring blows. A smile crept across Lin Kaidong's lips as he waved his hand, the fireball instantly piercing through a wall. This was the source of Lin Kaidong's confidence. Even if Chun Hao moved large stones, he could incinerate them. He could subdue Chun Hao. However, Lin Kaidong remained oblivious to the formidable opponent he was about to confront, the unparalleled warrior who had survived until the end in a past life. At the base of building number 1, Chun Hao stowed away the jet ski and simultaneously drew a Type 92 pistol. Given the confined nature of the staircase, a Barrett rifle would be somewhat cumbersome to wield. One might wonder if the intent behind sending me to the 29th floor was merely to exhaust my stamina? A sardonic smile graced Chun Hao's lips as he ascended the stairs nonchalantly. Prior to his awakening, Chun Hao had the endurance to run a marathon. Post-awakening, his physical prowess had naturally reached new heights. Therefore, such a tactic of attrition was utterly futile against him. Patriarch, Chun Hao has reached the 9th floor. Patriarch, Chun Hao has now arrived at the 15th floor. He is almost at the 16th. Patriarch, he has reached the 20th floor. Patriarch, he is at the door of 2903. Bang! Chun Hao delivered a powerful kick to the door of 2903. Upon entering, he was astonished to find an expansive open-plan apartment that spanned the entire floor. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a grand living room, measuring a full 100 square meters. At that moment, all clutter had been cleared away, leaving only a tea table at the very center of the living space. Behind the tea table sat a middle-aged man with impeccably groomed hair, leisurely boiling water to brew tea. Even after Chun Hao's entrance, he maintained an air of nonchalance, saying, "Chun Hao, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Kaidong." Bang! Before Lin Kaidong could finish his statement, Chun Hao had already fired a shot into Lin Kaidong's shoulder. In truth, Chun Hao had aimed for Lin Kaidong's head. However, Lin Kaidong's awakened abilities had heightened his reflexes, allowing him to evade the attack just in time. Yet, he could not completely escape. The right side of Lin Kaidong's shoulder was utterly shattered. "I am here for Anna. I have no interest in meeting anyone else," Chun Hao stated with an unwavering demeanor. Lin Kaidong could no longer maintain his composure. He found himself awkwardly hiding behind the tea table. At that moment, he genuinely regretted his pretentiousness. Why had he insisted on removing everything, leaving him with no place to conceal himself? Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and attempted to communicate with Chun Hao. "Chun Hao, I summoned you here today to discuss matters of significance. I hope that we can resolve certain issues through negotiation rather than resorting to violence." However, Chun Hao's response was a series of gunshots, bang, 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 striking the tea table behind Lin Kaidong, sending him into a panic as he covered his head and fled. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone and initiated a video call to Anna. In the next moment, a melodious ringtone echoed from a room to Chun Hao's left, revealing it to be Anna's phone notification. Inside there, Chun Hao declared, striding towards the room, his right hand continuing to fire relentlessly at Lin Kaidong, shattering the tea table worth 200,000. Terrified, Lin Kaidong crouched on the ground, his embarrassment palpable. As a leader capable of commanding 1,000 men, he was akin to a regional overlord in ancient times. Yet here he was, a dignified ruler, unable to finish his sentence before being suppressed by Chun Hao. If news of this spread, his authority would be utterly compromised. In a fit of rage, Lin Kaidong pulled out his phone and commanded, "Team 1, engage." Upon receiving the order, Team 1 surged forth from the room, positioning themselves directly opposite Chun Hao, brandishing crude, handmade firearms. Although lacking the precision of factory-made weapons, their handcrafted nature allowed for unexpected effects. "Chun Hao, meet your demise," the leader shouted, aiming a shotgun roughly in Chun Hao's direction before pulling the trigger. Bang! The spread of the handmade shotgun's pellets was vast, capable of devastating a living target. In an instant, Chun Hao acted decisively, conjuring a large stone to shield himself. The stone was immediately pelted by a barrage of bullets, creating a sound reminiscent of rain. His storage ability proved invaluable. Observing this scene from the shadows, Lin Kaidong smirked coldly. He perceived Chun Hao's power as merely auxiliary, devoid of any offensive capability. Thus, Chun Hao's attacks relied solely on that small pistol. Team 2 advance. From the room behind Chun Hao, 5 or 6 individuals burst forth, brandishing bottles of liquor with towels stuffed into their necks. These towels served to ignite the high-proof spirits, transforming them into incendiary devices. "Chenhao, you shall perish!" Team 2 roared, hurling their Molotov cocktails at him. Without hesitation, Chenhao summoned another stone barrier behind him. The bottles shattered upon impact, flames erupting in a dazzling display. Yet, none of the fire could claim Chenhao's life. Team 2 remained unfazed, transporting 3 large crates of incendiary bottles from the room. "Dodge! Let us see how long you can evade." They jeered, their laughter echoing with unrestrained glee. In the next instant, Chenhao's Barrett rifle taught them a lesson, albeit one meant for the deceased. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 consecutive shots, each finding its mark with deadly precision. Moreover, the speed was so astonishing that the sniper rifle was wielded as if it were a mere assault rifle. Thus, the members of Team 2 had only just heard the gunfire when they were suddenly struck by the horrific sight of their comrade's head exploding like a ripe watermelon, crimson juice splattering across their faces. "Ah, Chenhao, we will take you down." The entire Team 2 descended into madness, all intent on seizing Molotov cocktails to incinerate Chenhao. Yet, with a mere motion of his finger, Chenhao pulled the trigger. With a thunderous roar, the bullet struck the cache of Molotovs, instantly igniting a towering inferno that engulfed Team 2 entirely. "Ah, help! Ah!" The members of Team 2 cried out in anguished despair, their bodies ablaze as they writhed on the ground. In mere seconds, they were reduced to charred remains, utterly lifeless. Witnessing the annihilation of Team 2, the remaining members of Team 1 were filled with rage. Damn it! They all raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the location where Chenhao was concealed. Bang, 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 bang. However, Chenhao remained unhurried, wielding his Barrett with precision, turning the members of Team 1 into targets with lethal accuracy. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, Team 1 lost 3 members, the others paralyzed with fear, having soiled their pants. Their firearms proved ineffective against Chenhao, while he was a marksman of unmatched skill, claiming a life with every shot. Observing this scene, Lin Kaidong clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Initially, they intended to leverage their numbers to compel Chenhao to surrender his supplies. After all, no matter how formidable he was, he could not single-handedly eliminate 1,000 men. However, someone had discovered that Chenhao possessed a jet ski, igniting Lin Kaidong's excitement. The recent collapses of nearby buildings had instilled a sense of urgency in him. He perceived this not as mere coincidence, but as the inevitable consequence following a flood of several meters. Thus, Lin Kaidong commanded the members of Building 4 to locate that jet ski. With it, their demolition crew could potentially escape. Yet, despite scouring every corner of Building 4, they found no trace of the elusive jet ski. This led Lin Kaidong to suspect that Chenhao might have awakened some extraordinary ability akin to his own. Hence, Lin Kaidong devised a grand plan, utilizing Anna, who was connected to Chenhao, to lure him into negotiations. If Chenhao yielded and agreed to surrender the jet ski, they would spare his life. He would even accept Chenhao as his second-in-command without hesitation. However, if Chenhao proved obstinate, they would deploy a net of annihilation to eradicate him. Yet, it now appeared that their chances of eliminating Chenhao were slim. Instead, he might very well wipe them all out. With a furrowed brow, Lin Kaidong unleashed a trump card. "Chenhao, do you not care about Anna and the child she carries? With a mere command, I can have them act immediately. We could arrange for a double execution." Chapter 60. The daring Amy, you threaten me. How intriguing. But can you afford the price of threatening me? Chenhao replied with a cold smirk, calmly emerging from behind a rock. At this moment, the living room was left with only Chenhao and Lin Kaidong. Initially, there were more than 20 individuals present, but the others had fallen victim to Chenhao's actions. Lin Kaidong's expression twitched slightly, yet for the sake of the jet ski, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his direct assault on Chenhao. "Chenhao, all I desire is that jet ski in your possession. If you surrender it, we can sweep today's events under the rug, and I could even offer you a position among us as our second-in-command. So, you covet the jet ski. Had you spoken sooner, I would have gladly given it to you." With a grand gesture, Chenhao summoned the jet ski into Lin Kaidong's view. Lin Kaidong felt a surge of excitement. With this jet ski, he could escape to a safer location, avoiding the grim fate of waiting to perish in this neighborhood. However, observing Lin Kaidong's eager expression, Chenhao smirked and twisted the throttle, quickly affixing a piece of tape over it. Though the jet ski was designed to skim across water, with enough power, it could also cover some distance on land. Thus, Chenhao intended to send the jet ski crashing into a wall. "Chenhao, you madman." Lin Kaidong's eyes widened in fury at this sight, as he sprinted after the jet ski, unaware of Chenhao's duplication ability. He believed this was the only jet ski in existence. After all, Who would be so foolish as to hoard multiple of such items? I must catch it. I must. His heart raced wildly. In a desperate chase, he finally managed to reach the jet ski first and tore the tape off the throttle. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I made it. But just as Lin Kai-dong celebrated, he suddenly caught a whiff of a strange odor. What could it be? Upon inspecting the jet ski, he noticed a black backpack resting atop it, bulging with an unknown substance. Yet, at the zipper of the backpack, a gray wire was emitting flickering red sparks. This is explosives. With a deafening boom, the explosives detonated, engulfing Lin Kai-dong in a torrent of flames. Meanwhile, the others in the room were anxiously awaiting Lin Kai-dong's orders when they were suddenly jolted by a thunderous explosion, causing the entire floor to tremble. What was happening? Before they could grasp the situation, Chun-hao had already kicked open the door and dashed into the room. In the room, Anna lay comfortably on the bed, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, exuding an air of leisure and indifference to her impending danger. It's Chun-hao. Quick, shoot. The three groups stationed in the room panicked upon his entrance and frantically raised their makeshift firearms, unleashing a barrage of shots at him. Bang, bang, bang. However, despite the cacophony of bullets, none struck Chun-hao. Instead, after swiftly surveying the room's occupants, he leisurely drew his twin pistols, aiming them at each individual's forehead. Bang, bang, bang. A single bullet can take a life, striking directly between the brows. Witnessing Chun-hao, a figure reminiscent of a war deity, effortlessly eliminate all members of the third group, Anna's previously carefree demeanor transformed into one of distress. Brother Chun-hao, are you here to rescue me? She called out. But Chun-hao ignored her. Instead, he hurled a massive stone, 2 meters tall, to block the door of the room. Then strode over to Anna and swiftly pricked her hand with a pregnancy test needle. Ah, Chun-hao, what have you done to me? Anna gasped, her body tingling with dread. Uncertain of the nature of the needle, her anxiety heightened, especially upon noticing the firearm in Chun-hao's possession, evoking fears of her own demise. Thus, she endeavored to suppress her unease, attempting to endear herself to him. Brother Hao, are you here to save me? Why did you arrive so late? I thought I would perish from fright. Oh, are you actually concerned for my well-being? I had assumed this was a trap you devised with them to ensnare me, he retorted. How could that be? You are the father of my child. I would never betray you. Anna's face flickered through 3 distinct expressions: panic, composure, and confidence. She was anxious because she was not pregnant, yet she felt reassured knowing Chun-hao cared for the child. As long as he remained unaware of the truth, she could leverage the existence of the child to earn his forgiveness. Unbeknownst to her, the needle Chun-hao employed was the latest blood pregnancy test, yielding results in a minute with absolute accuracy. This was a thoughtful gift from Xiao Xiao, specifically for Chun-hao. After glancing at the results, which indicated a single line, no pregnancy, Chun-hao's expression darkened. Fear gripped Anna at the sight of his cold gaze, and her instinct was to flee. But the door had been sealed by the stone. Chun-hao regarded her with an impassive countenance. You dare to deceive me? No, I was coerced. Brother Hao, you must believe me. Anna stammered, retreating in terror, regret consuming her. When Lin Kai-dong approached her, she had merely assessed the situation, believing that with 1,000 men on his side, the outcome was clear. Who could have anticipated Chun-hao's extraordinary prowess? Lin Kai-dong was no match for him. As for Chun-hao, disappointment flooded him. During his moments of provocation against the entire community, Anna had never stood by his side, even when he feigned deprivation. She had not reached out to offer a word of concern. Even now, her lips spewed nothing but lies, devoid of any truth. He shook his head, muttering, "Actors are heartless, and whores are unfaithful." At that moment, a deafening explosion resonated, and a fireball surged forth, obliterating the wall. Chun-hao turned to observe, astonished that Lin Kai-dong had survived. The latter appeared half human, half ghost, one side of his body intact while the other was engulfed in flames, marred by countless twisted scars. Lin Kai-dong howled in agony. Chun-hao, I will surely end you. Everyone, attack. Unveil the women hidden within Chun-hao's abode, along with all the supplies. With Lin Kai-dong's authoritative command, an uproar erupted throughout the community, a cacophony that resonated in a thunderous chorus. Chun-hao peered through the window, observing a multitude of heads surging forth from buildings 1, 2, and 3, clad in raincoats and wielding makeshift vessels crafted from wooden beds and empty water buckets. They surged toward Building 4 with an overwhelming fervor, as if intent on dismantling the entire structure. The sheer number of participants astonished Chun-hao, who furrowed his brow, discerning that, in addition to the demolition crew, other residents had joined the fray. Yet, as he surveyed the scene outside, Anna, standing beside him, suddenly steeled her gaze. Drawing a fruit knife from her pocket, she lunged toward Chun-hao's abdomen with fierce intent, a silent cry of vengeance echoing in her mind. However, before her blade could find its mark, Chun-hao seized her hands with a firm grip, his cold gaze locking onto hers. Anna trembled uncontrollably, unable to master her fear. How go? I didn't mean it, she stammered. With a chilling laugh, a gunshot rang out, and Chun Hao emerged from the room, facing the half-man, half-ghost figure of Lin Kai-dong. You are next, he declared. I know you have a woman named Zhou Xiaoxiao hidden in your home. My men have already breached the premises. Can you still fight? Lin Kai-dong shouted, his frustration boiling over from the years of suppression he had endured at Chun Hao's hands. He was eager for retribution, longing for Chun Hao to experience the agony he had suffered. Yet, the response to Lin Kai-dong was a sharp gunshot, this one not fired by Chun Hao, but by someone outside pulling the trigger. What? Lin Kai-dong exclaimed in disbelief, unaware that Chun Hao had the assistance of Amy. Meanwhile, Chun Hao calmly donned a bone conduction headset, compact and efficient, transmitting Bluetooth signals from a safe house within a 300-meter radius, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop without his consent. Amy, what is the situation? He inquired. With poise, Amy replied, there are so many of them. But rest assured, I will fight until I can fight no more. Standing on the balcony in a form-fitting black combat suit, she brandished a Barrett rifle replicated by Chun Hao. Surveying the throng of makeshift boats below, with precision, she began to pick them off one by one, transforming them into living targets for her marksmanship. In mere moments, the water below was stained a vivid crimson, tainted by the blood of the fallen. Help! Help me! My hand! My leg! The anguished cries echoed from below, sending a shiver through Lin Kai-dong, who felt as though he was once again being led by the nose by Chun Hao. Once again, Chun Hao has firmly grasped the situation. He wears an expression of nonchalance, tinged with a hint of mockery. I can certainly engage in a serious battle, but can you? Perhaps not. In Chapter 61, as three women meet, Lin Kai-dong seethes with frustration. Damn it! Looking at Chun Hao's self-assured demeanor, his eyes reddened with fury. The ghastly state he currently finds himself in is entirely due to Chun Hao's doing. Yet, until this moment, Chun Hao stands unscathed, not a hair out of place, exuding an air of superiority. How can Lin Kai-dong endure this? Chun Hao, you shall meet your end. Die. Ah! Lin Kai-dong, consumed by rage, strikes out. His palm erupts with basketball-sized flames, hurtling toward the defenseless Chun Hao. Lin Kai-dong is confident. Even if Chun Hao attempts to shield himself with rock, his flames will scorch through it, reducing Chun Hao to ashes. However, to Lin Kai-dong's astonishment, Chun Hao remains unmoving, not conjuring any rocks or defenses, simply standing there in silence. Yet, as the fireballs approach him, they abruptly vanish into thin air. Not a single ember has singed Chun Hao. What? Lin Kai-dong's eyes widen in disbelief. He cannot fathom that his fireballs have simply dissipated into nothingness. Are you anxious to reclaim your fireballs? Here they come. Chun Hao smirks, flicking his wrist. Instantly, all of Lin Kai-dong's fireballs are propelled back toward him. Lin Kai-dong's face contorts in disbelief. His own fireballs are now turned against him. Instinctively, he chooses to cover his head and flee, for he knows the devastating power of those flames. One could be fatal. Cursed be Chun Hao. He has truly underestimated his capabilities. Yet, I have discerned his offensive strategy, absorbing others' attacks and returning them with greater force. But I refuse to believe that he can absorb an overwhelming barrage of fireballs. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Lin Kai-dong tentatively moves his injured right arm, still possessing a modicum of sensation, and leaps forth, shouting at Chun Hao. Come out, Chun Hao. He is confident that a single fireball shot with one hand can be withstood by Chun Hao. But what if he unleashes a volley with both hands, doubling the onslaught? Surely, Chun Hao cannot withstand that. Yet, the next moment, Lin Kai-dong is rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. Hundreds of fireballs are hurtling toward him, not only exceeding his in number, but also in size. This is impossible. Ah! Lin Kai-dong shrieks as he is engulfed by the inferno. His cries are piercing and harrowing, akin to a damned soul tormented by flames in the depths of hell. He never imagined that Chun Hao could not only devour his fireballs, but also replicate them, wielding them with even greater ferocity. Oh, I am a being of formidable aggression and shall not passively endure. Chun Hao sneered, expressing little interest in witnessing what Lin Kai-dong would ultimately become. His primary concern lay with the safety of Xiao Xiao, Ai Mi, and Wu Shiqing. Ai Mi, how is your situation? It's somewhat dire. There are too many of them, and they won't be intimidated. Ai Mi replied with a smile, simultaneously dispatching several enemies with precision before briskly loading a fresh magazine into her Barrett. The ground was strewn with golden shell casings, a testament to the fact that she had fired over 50 rounds since the onset of the conflict. One must understand that the recoil of the Barrett is immense. Even an ordinary person would struggle to endure more than 1 or 2 shots. Trained snipers rarely manage continuous fire beyond 20 rounds. Yet, Aimi pressed on, having discharged over 50 rounds, her body nearing its limits. However, the thought of the unfinished task entrusted to her by Chun Hao emboldened her resolve. Noticing her struggle, Chun Hao promptly issued a command, You have performed admirably. Prepare to retreat. Let us execute our plan as previously discussed. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Aimi stowed her Barrett and hastened from the 32nd to the 31st floor. Meanwhile, Chunhao stood on the balcony, surveying the chaotic scene below where makeshift boats, hastily assembled by scavengers, swarmed towards Building 4. In this apocalyptic era, resources equated to the hope for survival, and Chunhao was the most resource-rich individual among them, making it inevitable for others to be drawn to him. It was absolute madness. Chunhao drew his Barrett and took aim at the heads of the approaching throng, firing shot after shot. The current predicament left no room for mercy. It was a matter of life or death. Simultaneously, Chunhao utilized a Bluetooth headset to communicate with Wu Shiqing, who remained within the safe house. Shiqing, it's me, Chunhao. I'm using the safe house communication device to speak with you. Shortly, a woman named Aimi will arrive to escort you. You can trust her and follow her. Inside the safe house, Wu Shiqing felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Since moments ago, the air had been filled with a cacophony of gunfire, leaving her anxious and bewildered. Just then, the safe house door swung open, revealing a striking woman with an air of confidence. Hello, I'm Aimi, sent by Mr. Chunhao to retrieve you. Aimi greeted with a bright smile, her gaze subtly assessing Wu Shiqing's figure, as it was her first encounter with one of Chunhao's other associates, sparking a moment of comparison in her mind. Wu Shiqing, slightly apprehensive, nodded. He mentioned that I should listen to you. Follow me. Without delay, Aimi took Wu Shiqing's hand and led her towards the 32nd floor, simultaneously updating Chunhao on their progress. I've successfully retrieved the individual from room 3. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed behind them, causing Amy and Wu Shiqing to turn around. The floor of room 3103 had been breached, but within, Chunhao had strategically placed numerous colossal stones as a defensive measure. Consequently, as the floor gave way, these massive stones plummeted downwards, resulting in inevitable demise for those below. Do not concern yourselves. Proceed to room 3201. I have made the necessary arrangements, Chunhao instructed, preoccupied yet aware of the frantic intentions of those seeking to tunnel from 3101 to 3201. They had not anticipated that room 3101 was fortified with a safety shelter, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, they redirected their excavation towards 3102 and subsequently 3103, ultimately meeting their grim fate beneath the descending stones. Hello, Xiao, it's me. I regret that we cannot enjoy hot pot at this moment. Shortly, 2 women will arrive. The 3 of you should come to my bedroom, where I have prepared something for you, Chunhao conveyed. But what about you? Xiao inquired anxiously, not wishing for Chunhao to confront danger alone. Chunhao merely smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, I will be fine. I will come to escort you shortly. Then, under Chunhao's command, the door to the safety shelter in room 3201 opened, allowing Amy and Wu Shiqing to enter. The 3 women exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, for they were all strikingly beautiful, and it seemed implausible that any one of them would be Chunhao's exclusive favorite. Nevertheless, Xiao remembered Chunhao's earlier instructions. Follow me, she urged, leading them into Chunhao's bedroom. Inside, the plush mattress had vanished, replaced by a secured escape pod resembling a capsule, measuring 4 meters in length and 16 meters in height, equipped with 4 seats to accommodate its occupants. You 3, take your seats and fasten your seatbelts, Chunhao instructed. We're already secured, they replied. Excellent. Now, prepare for the explosion. What? The trio, Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy, were suddenly struck with fear, questioning the meaning of preparing for an explosion. Yet, in the next instant, comprehension dawned upon them as Chunhao issued commands for self-detonation to the 2nd and 3rd safety shelters. With a thunderous roar, the 31st floor of Building 4 erupted into chaos, disintegrating into a cloud of debris, sending the first safety shelter from the 32nd floor crashing towards the water below. This spectacle left all members of the demolition crew astounded. They had envisioned countless methods by which Chunhao might rescue women, but never this. It's falling. Run, run, shouted those below in a panic. However, their rudimentary boats, equipped only for basic navigation, could not outpace the descending steel and concrete. Moreover, an enormous mass was plummeting alongside them. Incoming. Yet, unexpectedly, just as the safety shelter was about to collide with the water's surface, it emitted a cacophony of sounds and began to disassemble midair. A multitude of alloy materials, accompanied by a few escape capsules, thunderously plunged into the water below, a deliberate arrangement by Chunhao. Otherwise, should one fall from the 32nd floor, even with the protection of a safety capsule, 3 women would meet a gruesome fate. Well then, it is time for me to go and retrieve them. Thus, Chunhao retracted his sniper rifle, took 2 steps back, and with a slight smile gracing his lips, he sprinted and leaped from the balcony. In midair, he unleashed a 10-meter-long speedboat, which he then rode as it crashed forcefully against the water's surface. Chapter 62. Aboard with the Goddesses. Chun Hao leaped from the balcony, and as he neared the water, he released the speedboat. With a resounding boom, the vessel struck the surface with great impact, sending a spray of water soaring over 5 meters high. The members of the demolition crew, who had been navigating makeshift boats, were momentarily stunned. Their motives for confronting Chun Hao were twofold: to seize supplies, and, more importantly, to acquire that jet ski. After all, under the relentless downpour, the building was destined to collapse. Without tools to escape, they would be awaiting their demise. Yet now, a tool even more enticing than the jet ski had emerged. Quick! Stop him! Seize that speedboat! Madness flickered in the eyes of all. Even the tiniest cockroach or ant would fight for survival. How much more so for these pampered individuals? It is well known that those facing demolition are among the wealthiest demographics. And the wealthier one is, the more reluctant they are to face death. For they are loath to part with their indulgent existence. Thus, in their desperate bid for survival, they would resort to any means necessary. Kitchen knives, glass bottles, badminton rackets, anything that could serve as a weapon was brandished as they propelled their makeshift boats toward Chun Hao with frenzied determination. Surround him. We must not let him escape. A cold chuckle escaped Chun Hao's lips as he motioned with his right hand, unleashing the full firepower of the speedboat. It charged recklessly into the throng, instantly shattering the rudimentary vessels crafted from planks and empty barrels. One by one, the members of the demolition crew fell into the water like dumplings. The irradiated water swiftly imparted upon them the sensation of being engulfed in searing flames. A chorus of anguished screams erupted. A throng of individuals flailed in the water like rabid dogs, but their struggles were futile. Only those who had awakened could withstand the cosmic radiation within the water, and such individuals were rarer than 1 in 100. As for Chun Hao, he harbored no ounce of pity. Would one cherish a rabid dog that seeks to bite? Only a fool would. Thus, Chun Hao continued his reckless charge until he neared the escape capsules, at which point he halted and retrieved a key panel. Foolish girl. Bring the 3 of them up. Yes, master. The escape capsules beneath the water promptly activated their propulsion systems. The 3 powerful propellers at the rear surged from the depths. Reaching the side of Chun Hao's speedboat, he extracted 3 raincoats and tossed them into the capsule. Put on the raincoats and come out. Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy all donned their raincoats. In truth, the already awakened Amy had no fear of radiation and could have foregone the raincoat entirely. However, Chun Hao insisted on equitable treatment for all. Once the 3 women boarded the boat, Chun Hao immediately activated the defensive mode. Several layers of armor extended from the cockpit, securely enveloping it, and as for the cockpit's windshield, apologies, but that was entirely made of bulletproof glass. Not even a sniper's bullet could penetrate it. I've got him. I've got him. A throng of frenzied individuals swam towards the speedboat, ecstatic as they reached for its edges, but their joy was premature. Chun Hao pressed the counterattack button without hesitation. In an instant, a powerful current surged through the vessel. Not only those who reached for the speedboat, but anyone within a 50-meter radius was subjected to a terrifying electric shock. The chilling wails echoed throughout the entire vicinity. All that occupied the minds of the onlookers was the urgent desire to distance themselves from the speedboat. Farther away, the better. They were desperate to avoid meeting their demise on the spot. Heh! Chun Hao scoffed derisively, steering the speedboat with an air of confidence as he sped out of the area, leaving behind only a stylish silhouette. The members of the demolition gang seethed with rage. Their teeth gritted in fury. Chun Hao, you wretched being. We shall not let you escape our wrath. As long as one of us still breathes, we will hunt you down. We will kill you. The demolition gang members cursed vehemently, venting their frustrations over their dismal defeat. They had mobilized thousands to confront Chun Hao, nearly demolishing the entire building in the process, yet they had suffered such a crushing loss. Their discontent was palpable. At that moment, a few individuals suddenly shouted in amazement. I think I have awakened an extraordinary ability. I believe I have powers. What? The surrounding crowd turned in astonishment. In the flooded waters, 2 individuals floated, having survived while others perished. Moreover, these 2 exhibited remarkable transformations. One was covered in fur, resembling a legendary werewolf, while the other extended his hand, releasing a stream of eerie green gas from his palm. Upon witnessing this scene, the demolition gang, previously shrouded in despair, erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha! Excellent! We have gained 2 more superpowered individuals. Ha ha! Chun Hao, you could never have imagined that our strength has multiplied. Ha ha ha! We have hope once again. Even those who had not awakened powers joined in the laughter, their spirits lifted, while the 2 newly empowered individuals brimmed with confidence. Chun Hao, you will surely meet your end at our hands. Absolutely. Soon, he will understand that he should never have crossed us. Nor should he have fled when he had the chance to eliminate us. However, just as they reveled in their hubris, a sudden wave surged forward. causing many to sway with the tide. What is happening? In the next moment, they were horrified to discover a luxurious yacht, towering several dozen meters high, appearing before them. What could it be? Was it a vessel sent to rescue us? Perhaps it truly was. How splendid. That fool Chun Hao, abandoning the rescue craft and foolishly fleeing alone. Ha! Hey, we are over here. Here, come save us. Yet, as the demolition crew awaited the yacht's approach with eager anticipation, Chun Hao emerged on the deck of this opulent vessel, casting a scornful gaze upon them all. In an instant, the hearts of the demolition crew plummeted, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. What was happening? How could Chun Hao possibly be on the yacht's deck? Could it be that the yacht belonged to him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had merely won 5 million, not 5 billion. How could he afford such a lavish yacht? It was utterly inconceivable. Nevertheless, no matter how much they struggled, they could not alter the undeniable truth. Chun Hao truly stood upon the deck of that luxurious yacht. Thus, the demolition crew became aware of yet another troubling thought. Was he steering the yacht toward them with the intent to rescue? However, even they found this notion implausible. The animosity between them and Chun Hao was profound, a hatred so deep that only one side could emerge unscathed. Was Chun Hao returning to ensure their demise? Surely not. He could not genuinely wish to kill us all, could he? But how could he succeed? There were so many of us. He could only slay a few. Even if he commenced his slaughter at dawn and continued until dusk, it was impossible for him to eradicate all of us. No, he could. Finally, someone, their complexion ashen, grasped Chun Hao's intent. He could not eliminate them all with his own hands, but if he utilized water infused with cosmic radiation, he could wipe out a vast number in one fell swoop. And how could he employ this cosmic radiation-laden water? The answer was straightforward. Simply cast them all into the water. No, please no. Finally understanding the dire situation, everyone screamed and turned to flee. Yet, it was tragically too late. How could a few makeshift boats fashioned from wooden planks and empty barrels possibly outpace Chun Hao's Ark of Noah? With a grand gesture, Chun Hao activated the defense mode. Full speed ahead. Upon receiving the command, the intelligent butler, the silly girl, promptly enacted Chun Hao's orders, enveloping the entire ark with a thick deck. Then, it surged toward the residential building. Indeed, Chun Hao could not finish slaying the demolition crew by himself from dawn until dusk, even with the assistance of Amy. The pace would scarcely quicken. However, casting the demolition crew into the water would be remarkably easier. The cosmic radiation would not spare any ordinary person. Therefore, demolishing the building was the swiftest and most efficient method. After all, what could a mere structure of steel and concrete withstand against the fully armed Ark of Noah? Thus, in the blink of an eye, the Noah's Ark, helmed by Chun Hao, crashed effortlessly into the residential building. In an instant, the structure crumbled. Large chunks of steel and concrete fell, accompanied by the remnants of white bones and the flesh of those who had not yet been consumed. Upon reflection, one must ponder how Lin Kaidong managed to maintain order among 1,000 individuals. Without sustenance, chaos would have long ensued. Thus, an ample supply of food was imperative. But from whence did this food originate? The answer is singular. It was either procured from the demolition crew or from the very people they had displaced. The inhabitants of the entire community had been devoured long ago. These wretches deserved their fate. Within the cockpit, even the most temperate of individuals, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Wu Shiqing, clenched their fists in indignation. Chun Hao smirked, uttering not a word, yet continued to command the Noah's Ark, demolishing every building in the vicinity. 1 building, 2 buildings, 3 buildings, including the 4th, where Chun Hao had resided for many years. As the structures collapsed, the demolition crew found themselves in their final throes. Help! Help! Their cries echoed, yet they were either crushed beneath falling debris or met their demise in the radioactive waters. Thus, only a scant few awakened individuals remained afloat amidst the vast expanse of water. Statistically, among 100, there is typically one who awakens, rendering the survival of a few among the 1,000 demolition crew entirely plausible. Curse you, Chun Hao. I will not let you escape unscathed. The remaining few furiously splashed the water, their faces contorted in rage as they roared at Chun Hao. But they were swiftly silenced by a bullet from his gun. Before contemplating my demise, consider whether I would ever spare you. Chun Hao sneered, raising his Barrett sniper rifle, dispatching them one by one. The very individuals who had threatened vengeance now fled in terror, yet none escaped the lethal precision of Chun Hao's aim. Even amidst this chaos, Chun Hao remained vigilant. Silly girl, activate life detection mode and ascertain whether anyone remains hidden. Yes, master. The remaining stragglers, intending to feign death to evade the crisis, were instead forced to the surface by a powerful current, only to be executed by Chun Hao's sniper fire. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the scene, Chun Hao sighed with a sense of finality. It is over. He then turned to the 3 women behind him. The gentle and caring Xiao Xiao, the affectionately contrasting Wu Shiqing, and the poised and spirited Amy. A smile spread across Chunhao's face once more. And thus, our new life begins. Chapter 63, New Life on Board the Noah's Ark. The atmosphere was tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Whether it was Zhou Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, or Amy, the sudden presence of two additional women evoked a sense of discomfort, as none had previously met the others. However, Chunhao remained unfazed, knowing that these three sisters would inevitably encounter one another, making the awkwardness a mere formality to navigate. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy. Now, allow me to give you a tour of this magnificent yacht. Xiao Xiao and her companions couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, remarking internally on the simplicity of the introduction. Beyond knowing each other's names, they had gleaned little else. However, it is often the case that overly formal introductions can lead to awkwardness. Genuine connections require a process of mutual exploration to cultivate meaningful relationships. This holds true between women as well as between men and women. Thus, excessively formal introductions merely foster a sense of reservation, keeping interactions at a superficial level. The first level we inhabit serves as a living space, where we engage in daily activities such as dining, exercising, and enjoying hot springs together. Notably, the bedrooms are also located on this level, with a total of 6 rooms available, ensuring everyone has their own space without the need to share with me. Upon hearing Chunhao's words, Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and AI me felt a fleeting sense of melancholy rather than joy at the prospect of having individual rooms. The second level serves as the brain of the yacht, boasting a fully automated control room, a signal transmitter, and a data storage facility. In simpler terms, while the complex functionalities may not be of regular use, basic amenities like wireless internet are readily accessible. You can indulge in the vast collection of television shows and movies stored in my database, or even play games, of which I have amassed hundreds of thousands. Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and AI me were taken aback, astonished that even in such circumstances, they could still enjoy television, movies, and games. Such wealth indeed allows for boundless indulgence. Though it seemed Chunhao himself wasn't particularly affluent. As for the third level, it features an observation room called the Eye of Heaven and an open-air terrace. Once the torrential rain subsides, we can ascend to enjoy a drink and some barbecue. However, that is not possible at the moment. After providing a brief overview of the functionalities of the upper 3 levels, Chunhao assigned rooms to the 3 women, Xiao Xiao in room 2, Wu Shiqing in room 3, and AI me in room 4. As for Chunhao himself, naturally, he would reside in room 1, leaving 2 additional rooms available for any visiting goddesses. Indeed, Chunhao could graciously vacate room 1 to accommodate another goddess, allowing him to converse and engage with each of them in their respective rooms, pondering the mysteries of existence. And what of the extra day? A night on the sofa would suffice for rest. Once the accommodations were arranged for the 3 women, Chunhao settled into an electric mobility chair resembling a sofa, particularly comfortable, and began a tour of the lower levels. The filtration room on level -1, the fuel room on level -2, and the escape pod on level -3. After confirming that everything was in order, he called for the 3 women to gather in the dining area. Should anyone be uncertain of the way, a robot stationed at the entrance would be available to guide them. To their surprise, upon opening the door, they encountered a plump housekeeping robot bustling about the corridor, its primary function being the delivery of items. Its round, plump belly serves the purpose of holding items. Upon the emergence of 3 women, the domestic robot promptly activated its sweet, endearing voice. Please follow me. The dining room is this way. The 3 women were taken aback, for the realm of high-end intelligent living had yet to penetrate the homes of ordinary people. Thus, encountering it for the first time was truly astonishing. Following the domestic robot, the trio soon arrived at a spacious dining area, flanked by floor-to-ceiling glass windows, with a grand long table at its center, reminiscent of those used in noble banquets, capable of accommodating dozens of dishes. However, the most surprising aspect was what graced the table: hot pot. Could it be? They could actually indulge in hot pot? Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape like cherries. Only Amy remained indifferent, as she was not of Chinese descent and thus unfamiliar with the significance of a steaming, bubbling pot of hot pot to the people. Yet she would soon discover its allure, and undoubtedly fall deeply in love with it, just as she would with Chunhao's warmth. Chunhao gently beckoned, please take a seat. Let us start with something simple. Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing obediently sought out seats, instinctively gravitating towards Chunhao's side. Amy, a beat behind, haughtily settled in a distant corner, thinking that if she could not sit beside him to attract his attention, she would do so from afar. Chunhao smiled faintly, saying nothing. After all, having women vie for his attention was not necessarily a disadvantage. He then commanded the kitchen robot, serve the dishes. In an instant, an array of fresh ingredients, after minimal preparation, graced the table: beef balls, beef rolls, shrimp paste, lamb rolls, tripe, yellow throat, lettuce, enoki mushrooms, and more. Too plentiful to fit on the table, capable of holding 50 dishes. Wow, it's actually a spicy broth. Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing's eyes sparkled with delight. The boiling, spicy broth surged, rolling like a seductive wave, enticing one to take a sip. Yet Amy remained skeptical. Could such a dish truly possess such allure? That was until she tasted her first beef ball. In that moment, Amy realized her grave error, and what a regretful mistake it was. She lamented why she had only just now discovered such delectable fare. Had she known, she would have accompanied Chun Hao onto the boat much sooner. After all, the relentless downpour had left the air thick with humidity, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. But with one bite of the fiery beef ball, every pore in her body instantly opened up. The surge of warmth and sweat swiftly banished that clammy sensation, leaving her feeling as though she had just enjoyed a sauna. Delicious, delicious. Amy continuously helped herself to the pot, even inching closer to Chun Hao's spot, for he was the one responsible for cooking. Thus, sitting beside him ensured a plentiful feast. Chun Hao observed the three women, glistening with perspiration, and found their beauty, each scoring above 90 in looks and figure, utterly captivating, even when drenched. Yet, what was more significant was the shared experience of indulging in hot pot together. The emotions among the three women are rapidly intensifying. This beef roll is absolutely delectable. I have never tasted such an exquisite beef roll before. The lettuce is also delightful. It feels as if it has just been plucked. I must admit, I have a particular fondness for these meatballs. Yet, everything else is equally delicious. My goodness, how can there be such delightful delicacies in this world? Ah, ha ha ha. Then you should indulge a bit more. Indeed, this is the finest way to strengthen bonds, sharing a copious feast together. For no one can resist the allure of food, especially in this apocalyptic world. Thus, the three women, initially somewhat awkward, have now transformed into a harmonious group, each harboring a growing affection for one another. However, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere aboard the yacht, the world outside is a scene of devastation and chaos, with several buildings having collapsed. Consequently, the Noah's Ark is currently stranded, resting upon the original ground of the community. Particularly after nightfall, the lights on the cruise ship resemble a mere spark, irresistibly attracting the attention of nearby wolf packs. Yet, Chun Hao possesses the confidence to act so boldly, unafraid of potential challengers. Surrounding the area, numerous individuals have begun to take notice of this unusual activity. Hey, how can there be lights over there? Hasn't the entire city lost power? Two figures clad in protective combat gear stood atop a building, one of whom boasted a stunning physique, easily discernible even through the protective attire, an exquisite specimen, scoring at least a 95. Such beauty is a rarity. Thus, this remarkable figure retrieved an infrared telescope, peering into the distance towards the source of light. And to her astonishment, she discovered that there were individuals aboard a luxurious yacht, merrily sipping drinks and enjoying hot pot. She couldn't help but swallow hard, a gulp escaping her throat. Chapter 64. The Catwoman observing Chun Hao and the three lovely ladies feasting heartily within Noah's Ark. The two individuals in protective gear began to ponder. What do you think, Lin? Those people don't appear to be trained at all. Shall we sneak over now and scout the situation? Perhaps we could seize the yacht directly. A deep male voice resonated from behind the biochemical mask, his partner being the stunning woman, Lin. After contemplating for a few seconds, Lin responded in an icy, authoritative tone. Let us return and report first. Let us not forget. Our mission is reconnaissance, not aggression. But they seem completely unguarded. If we miss this opportunity, there may not be another as favorable. Songpa, I understand your eagerness. You're undoubtedly coveting that yacht and are eager to occupy it. However, I must caution you. Those who brazenly indulge in feasting during such times are either exceptionally skilled or simply a group of foolish imbeciles. While you might hope for the latter, I firmly believe they belong to the former. Understood. Then let us return and report. A man named Song Pa felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Although he had been persuaded, he yearned to reside within the confines of the Ark of Noah immediately. The warm glow emanating from the yacht suggested a cozy haven, in stark contrast to his current surroundings, plagued by incessant torrential rain and oppressively humid air, which rendered him uncomfortable even through his protective gear. Thus, despite his declaration to return, he made a veiled statement before departing. By the way, if we report back now, we may receive a reward. But we will forfeit our right to the spoils. You haven't forgotten this, have you? No, I haven't forgotten, replied the exquisite figure succinctly. And there was no further response. This lack of continuation indicated her desire to cease further conversation with Song Pa. With his last attempts thwarted, Song Pa trudged into the curtain of rain, filled with dissatisfaction and ire. As for the exquisite figure, after casting one last glance at Chun Hao and his companions enjoying their hot pot, she sighed and followed in Song Pa's footsteps. She too longed for hot pot, but in this post-apocalyptic world, as a fragile woman, she had to exercise caution. Thus, the two descended from the rooftop of the 28th floor down to the 7th, where the water level in the city had risen once again. Nearing a height of 20 meters, they produced an inflatable raft, quickly inflating it and equipping it with an electric motor. We're heading back. Indeed. Thereafter, no further dialogue transpired between the exquisite figure and Song Pa. Only the persistent hum of the electric motor filled the air as they navigated towards the most renowned affluent district in the city, Chi-Yun Villa, which was notably close to a stationed military unit, as previously mentioned by the Lean Monkey and Chun Hao. Within Villa number 1066, a cacophony of barking could be heard. However, these were not the barks of a genuine dog, but rather the sounds of a master compelling a slave to mimic a canine. Come on, bark louder. If you do, I'll reward you with this instant noodle that expired only a month ago. A robust man lounged on the sofa, introducing himself as Su Jiang. At his feet knelt a woman of porcelain-like complexion, strikingly beautiful, who was currently pretending to be a small cat, crouching beside Su Jiang. In front of Su Jiang lay a rotund man, sprawled on the ground like a dog. This man, however, was no ordinary individual. He was Song Yuan, the wealthiest man in Tiannan City. Once revered for his riches, the onset of the apocalypse rendered all wealth meaningless. Only food and clean water held value now. Woof, woof. The former tycoon, now reduced to a mere canine, barked without dignity. He could not even voice an objection as his newlywed wife played the pet for another man. For he was far too famished. So starved was he that he would forsake all dignity for a morsel of food. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Indeed, our esteemed tycoon demonstrates a remarkable awareness of his responsibilities. Su Jiang laughed heartily, relishing a peculiar satisfaction in humiliating Song Yuan. This pleasure stemmed from his past humility. Having once been reduced to merely a bodyguard for Song Yuan, subjected to daily commands as if he were a mere dog. Now, the tides of fortune had turned. Su Jiang had assumed the role of master, while Song Yuan found himself in a subservient position. How exhilarating! Who could have imagined that merely days ago? Song Yuan stood high and mighty, evoking fear in those who dared to glance in his direction. Yet now, he knelt obediently, fully compliant. Su Jiang, with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, playfully nudged the woman's face with his foot. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have dared to look at her directly. However, after the cataclysm, he promptly led all of Song Yuan's bodyguards to seize control of the entire Chi-Yun Villa. The first act of domination was to humiliate both Song Yuan and his delicate wife. This was not only a release of pent-up emotions, but also a form of revenge for having been treated like a dog in the past. Yet, following this catharsis and retaliation, Su Jiang pondered another pressing question. How long could Chi-Yun Villa endure? Although the villa was perched on a mountainside, impervious to floodwaters rising 20 meters or even higher, the mountain offered nothing but the villas themselves. No game, no fruit trees, not even a patch of arable land. Thus, it resembled a solitary island amidst the ocean, destined to starve its inhabitants. Aware of this grim reality, Su Jiang engaged in trade with the bodyguard teams of other wealthy individuals, utilizing resources to negotiate. These bodyguards, not part of Su Jiang's faction, could act as scouts, seeking out pockets of survivors. For each discovery, Su Jiang would reward them with supplies, personally leading his team to conquer these strongholds, seizing food, water, and women. Did Su Jiang fear betrayal from these scouts? Not in the least. He possessed several vital resources: gasoline, inflatable boats, protective gear, rifles, and ammunition, all provisions Song Yuan had prepared in his fear of death, which ultimately benefited Su Jiang. I once believed I was working for our esteemed tycoon, only to realize that he was, in fact, working for me. The mere thought of this brought another round of laughter from Su Jiang, who trembled with excitement on the sofa. At that moment, someone entered, bearing news. The second group of scouts had returned with significant intelligence. Oh, what is it? Su Jiang inquired eagerly. They reported the discovery of a luxurious yacht, where the occupants were even enjoying hot pot. Hot pot. Su Jiang could not help but rise from the sofa, having craved that taste for days. Where is it? Is it far from us? Not far. Less than 10 kilometers away. Excellent. Su Jiang exclaimed, his excitement intensifying. Summon the two groups of individuals. I wish to inquire personally about the condition aboard that yacht. If it lacks combat capability, then both the yacht and the hot pot shall belong to me. Chapter 65. Xiao Xiao's Jealousy on the Ark of Noah. Chun Hao was engrossed in an exhilarating four-player game of elite shooting alongside three goddesses, Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy. Despite the game being unnetworked due to the apocalypse, the artificial intelligence managed to devise dozens of distinct strategies, proving more adept than seasoned professional players. Thus, the four were thoroughly engaged in the competition. I've triumphed once again. It's Amy who has won again. How frustrating. Wu Shiqing and Xiao Xiao scratched their heads. After all, Amy, a former professional assassin, was naturally skilled with firearms. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about her consistent victories, Amy suggested, "Shall we go soak in a hot spring together? After such an intense game, a soak would surely be delightful. Indeed, my neck is a bit sore. A soak might alleviate that. Then let us proceed." With that, the three goddess-like women merrily made their way toward the pool. Once the pool was set to hot spring mode, it transformed into a grand hot spring. Observing the growing camaraderie among them, Shenhao couldn't help but stroke his chin. Their bond appears to be strengthening, as they can now enjoy a hot spring together. Shenhao smiled at the harmonious scene before him when suddenly, the alert from the foolish girl sounded a warning. "Master, suspicious enemy activity detected. Shall we investigate immediately?" What is the situation? Upon database comparison, 2 individuals who appeared yesterday have resurfaced today, accompanied by additional companions. Oh, has someone come seeking their demise so soon? Shenhao settled onto the sofa, retrieving his key tablet. The screen displayed that last night, 2 figures clad in combat protective gear had been detected approximately 1 kilometer away, observing him with infrared binoculars for over 5 minutes. However, as they did not approach the Ark, the intelligence system concluded that they possessed no hostile intent. Hence no warning was issued. Yet, just a minute ago, these 2 individuals reappeared, bringing more associates with them, prompting the intelligence system to assess a potential threat to the Ark. Combat protective gear, you say? It appears they are not ordinary individuals. How many are there? Currently, the Eye of Heaven has detected a total of 7 individuals. Shall we activate radar exploration to ascertain their true numbers? Yes, activate it. As this location was not at sea, the observational capabilities of the Eye of Heaven were influenced by the surrounding structures, necessitating radar detection to fully grasp the situation. In just 10 seconds, the data in Chunhao's hands refreshed once more. In addition to the 7 detected by the Eye of Heaven, a covert team of 5 was lurking nearby, along with a sniper poised and ready. This is becoming intriguing. It appears that one is indeed well trained. Immediately adopting a triangular formation, evidently intent on an offensive maneuver, Chunhao could not help but let out a cold chuckle. He had dealt with 1,000 adversaries before. To think that a mere 13 individuals would dare to assault his Noah's Ark is rather presumptuous, is it not? These people must pay for their underestimation. Brother Hao, won't you join us for a moment? Xiao Xiao, wrapped in a towel, stood in the hallway of the living room, speaking to him. Yet, Chunhao merely smiled and waved his hand. You all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to before I join you. Make it quick, or the hot spring will cool down. All right, I shall be there shortly. In truth, the hot spring was maintained at a constant temperature. Foolish girl. She couldn't even tell a lie properly. Meanwhile, atop a building, Su Jiang led his team, peering through binoculars at Noah's Ark, making a series of clicking sounds with his tongue. Noah's Ark, indeed a magnificent vessel. Boss, do you recognize this yacht? It's understandable that you few, being associated with Song Yuan, might not know. This yacht belongs to Musk. He brought it to Tiannan City to garner attention, even setting an extraordinarily low experience price of 100,000 yuan per day. Hence many have had the opportunity to enjoy it. Have you been aboard it, boss? Never. That scoundrel Song Yuan, believing himself to be a grand tycoon, thought it beneath him to rent someone else's yacht. Thus, he constructed his own, but alas, his yacht pales in comparison to even a fingertip of this one. Ha! Indeed, Song Yuan is quite the fool. By the way, that fellow. Su Jiang's gaze landed on Chunhao's face, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he suddenly recalled. Ah, it's him. Boss, do you know that person? Indeed. Although we have only met a handful of times, I am aware of his identity. A second-generation rich kid? A boss? Neither. This young man is merely a yacht rental salesman. It was he who came to pitch yacht rental services to Song Yuan, only to be scolded and expelled by him. And I was the one who sent him packing. So, you suggest he possesses no combat capability? Absolutely. Su Jiang asserted with certainty. After all, when he expelled Chunhao, it was not with a gentle push. He had applied considerable force, injuring Chunhao's arm in the process. A normal person subjected to such a blow would undoubtedly fight back. Chunhao did indeed resist, but Su Jiang easily subdued him, for he was a professional, a former special forces soldier turned bodyguard. Thus, Su Jiang was acutely aware of Chunhao's limitations. Well then, since we have confirmed the opponent poses no threat, let us advance and seize this yacht. Su Jiang clapped his hands, exuding an air of confidence that Noah's Ark was already within his grasp. Moreover, he had heard that there were 3 beauties aboard that vessel. Thus, he desired both the Ark and the beauties. Standing behind Su Jiang, as he spoke of Chunhao as merely a waste, Song Pa's expression darkened considerably. Having known beforehand that Chunhao was nothing but a fool, he should have initiated the offensive last night. Alas, it is too late for words now. Thus, Song Pa could only cast a fierce glance at the stunningly attractive woman, for it was because of her that he lost the splendid opportunity to seize the Noah's Ark. The alluring beauty felt a twinge of disappointment as well, for she too had forfeited her chance to reside in the Noah's Ark. However, she harbored no regrets. Her objective from the very beginning was to survive fiercely. Hence, she stepped forward, stating, "Since we have confirmed the value of the intelligence we provided, what about our reward? You shall receive it upon your return. Moreover, I shall grant you double." Su Jiang proclaimed generously, greedily eyeing the woman's captivating curves. "Bai Liling, why do you persist in being a scout? Just agree to be my lover, and you could enjoy the resources at home without risking your life out here. I have my principles." Principles? Huh. What good are principles in this world? Power is the only truth. Aligning oneself with the strong is not shameful. Su Jiang replied dismissively, then produced a walkie-talkie to relay orders to others. "Everyone, prepare for the assault. We shall take this yacht." "Boss, the situation seems a bit off." The sniper, designated as number 2, had been observing the Noah's Ark with a 32x scope and was the first to detect the anomaly. Su Jiang furrowed his brow. "What is happening?" "The Chunhao you mentioned just now has appeared on the deck," and bang. A huge explosion nearly shattered my eardrums. Su Jiang, furious, shouted, "What the hell are you doing? He is already dead." "What? Wait, who are you?" Hearing a strange man's voice emanating from the walkie-talkie, Su Jiang immediately sensed something was amiss. He feared that someone had killed number 2 and taken his earpiece. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Chunhao was far too uninterested to venture that far merely to snatch an earpiece. Instead, he had his companion hack into the enemy's communication channel. Thus, Chunhao calmly introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chunhao, the one who is about to end your lives." Chapter 66. Repelling the strong enemy Chunhao. Upon hearing that name, Su Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. For at that very moment, there was indeed a Chunhao aboard the Noah's Ark. Could they be the same? Su Jiang immediately turned his binoculars towards the deck of the Noah's Ark, where he saw Chunhao standing, clad in a black raincoat, wielding a Barrett sniper rifle, rapidly pulling the trigger. Holy crap! Su Jiang instinctively ducked. Just as he lowered his head, a bullet whizzed past his forehead. Su Jiang broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had come perilously close to death. "Clever boy, you possess a bit of wit. You feigned threats to make me look through the telescope, didn't you? To get a fix on my identity for a headshot. That was no mere threat. It is a promise I intend to fulfill." "Huh, then let us see you try." Everyone, switch to channel 2. In an instant, Su Jiang and all his subordinates switched communication channels, leaving only a sea of static on Chunhao's end. Yet, Chunhao merely smiled calmly, for in just 10 seconds, the foolish girl would breach the new channel. The Ark of Noah, truly a remarkable entity. Su Jiang felt a pang of envy. Even an inept Chunhao could wield such power under the Ark's influence. If he were to possess the Ark, would he not dominate his surroundings? The Ark of Noah shall be mine. Thus, Su Jiang issued orders without delay. Team 1, draw their fire. Team 2, approach silently. Understood. The 5-man team concealed in the shadows immediately shut off their engine, opting instead for oars. Although this method was slower, it would not attract the enemy's attention. More importantly, with their formidable physical prowess, they could reach the Ark's location in merely 3 minutes, wasting little time. Simultaneously, Su Jiang reassembled a sniper rifle and handed it to a subordinate beside him. "Xiao Lu, this is your chance to shine. If you can take him down with a single shot, I'll promote you to first mate." "Thank you, boss," Xiao Lu exclaimed eagerly, popping his head up and hastily locking onto the target. After all, higher positions came with greater rewards. Every man yearns for the pleasure of fine wine and beautiful women. "Chunhao, you shall be the stepping stone to my new life." However, Xiao Lu's dreams were abruptly shattered with a resounding bang. His head was gone, and his life ceased to exist, suspended forever in a realm of pleasant fantasies. Yet, upon witnessing Xiao Lu's demise, Su Jiang merely chuckled, reclaiming the sniper rifle. This kid indeed has a touch of sniper talent. In truth, Su Jiang had intentionally allowed Xiao Lu to expose himself. Having just witnessed Chunhao eliminate the second sniper with 2 shots that had narrowly missed him, Su Jiang began to suspect that Chunhao was a sniper expert. After all, they were nearly a kilometer away from the Ark, precisely 1,000 meters. At such a distance, even with the finest Barrett sniper rifle and a top-tier 32x scope, a mere mortal would find it nearly impossible to hit the mark. Even professional snipers seldom achieve a perfect score. Yet, Chunhao had managed it. The lone shot that missed was merely a result of Su Jiang's own evasive maneuver. Otherwise, it too would have been a fatal strike. Thus, at this distance, they were nothing but live targets, entirely at Chunhao's mercy. Indeed, they had to rely on Team 2. Su Jiang seized a dagger and swiftly severed one of Xiao Lu's arms, using it to draw Chunhao's fire. Witnessing the treatment of her fallen comrade, Bai Lin couldn't help but furrow her brow. Bang! Just as Xiao Lu's arm emerged slightly, it was instantly shot away by Chunhao's bullet. Yet, Chun Hao quickly sensed something amiss. An arm had flown out? This didn't seem right. Under such circumstances, an entire arm should have been the target. Was this a ploy to draw fire? Thus, Chun Hao directly controlled the tactical smart glasses with voice commands. They seamlessly connected to the yacht's intelligence system, displaying information directly on the lenses. Utilizing sonar radar, he sought to locate the 5 individuals who had been lurking in the shadows, and now their real-time positions were detected. What? They had approached within a mere 100 meters of the yacht. As Chun Hao observed the red dots on his lenses, a devilish smirk curled upon his lips. It seemed he had indeed been underestimated. A few of them sped towards him on an inflatable boat. They needed to learn a lesson. To understand that anything belonging to Chun Hao meant death upon approach. Foolish girl, unleash the high-voltage current, the lethal kind. Understood. Meanwhile, Su Jiang had lifted one of Xiao Zhang's legs, continuing to siphon Chun Hao's vitality, while also grabbing the walkie-talkie to inquire about the progress of Team 2. Hey, Team 2, are you close to the target? Only 50 meters away. The mission will soon be accomplished. Great. Once you secure the Ark of Noah, I shall pop the champagne for you. Excellent. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. The chilling sound sent shivers down the spines of Su Jiang and the others, who were listening intently to the walkie-talkie. One individual couldn't contain himself, standing up to use binoculars and discern what had transpired. Then, with a resounding bang, he was shot in the head by Chun Hao. What on earth happened? Damn it. Can someone explain this to me? They are all dead. That is the situation. Chun Hao. Su Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only had Chun Hao once again breached his system, but he had also effortlessly eliminated Team 2. But how did he accomplish this? It's me. You must be utterly baffled right now, huh? However, there is no need for you to ponder too much. Just remember that I, Chun Hao, am an entity you cannot afford to provoke. Should you wish to kill me, be prepared for a gruesome demise. A furious Su Jiang hurled the walkie-talkie to the ground. He then drew his pistol, firing until the magazine was completely empty, refusing to stop. But the walkie-talkie had already been reduced to a pile of fragments. Witnessing Su Jiang's impotent rage, Song Pa, who had initially felt he missed an opportunity, now looked at Bai Lian with gratitude. If it weren't for Bai Lian's insistence on reporting, he would likely have been a corpse by now. Yet, Bai Lian felt a wave of relief. She too had contemplated attacking the Ark of Noah, but thankfully, she had restrained herself. After emptying his magazine, Su Jiang, having vented his fury, regained his composure and slowly holstered his pistol, then issued a command to everyone. Retreat. No one objected, for at this moment, Chun Hao's displayed prowess was utterly invincible. No more commotion? Chun Hao's gaze immediately locked onto the iron door on the rooftop, which, as anticipated, creaked open, indicating someone had fled from the rooftop. They ran away. It appears they are not brutish opponents. However, I am not one to play defensively. I prefer to take the initiative. Foolish girl. Understood, master. Upon receiving Chun Hao's command, the foolish girl promptly unleashed 6 unmanned reconnaissance drones from the Sky Eye studio on the 3rd floor. In truth, the standard allocation is 3 drones. But Chun Hao had replicated several thousand. Given the inclement weather, the destruction rate of the drones is notably high. Thus, under the cover of torrential rain, the 6 drones swiftly trailed the retreating Su Jiang and his companions, monitoring them from above and relaying all information in real time to the intelligence system aboard the Ark of Noah, ready for Chun Hao's perusal at any moment. Having prepared for contingencies, Chun Hao returned to the yacht's interior and donned a bathrobe, elegantly turning back toward his cabin. Chapter 67. Humble as a dog once inside the cabin, Chun Hao reclined in a massage chair, indulging in a leisurely massage. After half an hour of relaxation, he finally opened his eyes. Those individuals in protective gear should be nearing their base by now, he mused. Thus, he remained in the massage chair, sipping a fine drink while retrieving a key tablet to view the real-time synchronized video. The footage revealed 6 individuals clad in combat gear, aboard a motorized inflatable boat, returning to a villa nestled halfway up the mountain. The Chiyun Villa? It was rather intriguing that the base was situated here. A smirk played upon Chun Hao's lips as he contemplated the irony of these wealthy individuals who incessantly urged ordinary people to invest in pigeon lofts in the city center, only to retreat to suburban villas. In the face of apocalypse, those pigeon lofts had become mere cages, leaving their inhabitants to await their demise. While these affluent individuals continued to revel in their safety, yet, amidst their meticulous calculations, they had overlooked one pivotal detail. The dogs they raised might not only turn against their enemies, but also their masters. For Chun Hao had witnessed the once mighty tycoons now reduced to pitiable states. Some were caged like animals, others suspended in grotesque positions, and some barely possessed anything but their heads, their bodies lost to the void. Who, one might wonder, had the capability to effortlessly subdue these affluent individuals? Undoubtedly, it was the loyal dogs they had kept, their bodyguards. At this very moment, Within the grandest and most opulent villa in Chiyun, Su Jiang forcefully kicked open the door and seized the leash tethering Song Yulin, yanking him forward with considerable force. Come here. My temper is quite volatile at the moment. Trembling in fear, Song Yulin dared not defy him. He soon found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating. The cries of anguish echoed. Yet not a soul offered sympathy or interceded on his behalf. Only when Su Jiang had exhausted his fury did Song Yulin crawl back to the corner. As abject as a beaten dog, Su Jiang exhaled contentedly, declaring, "Today's events are our disgrace. Yet, disgrace is not meant to be endured. It is meant to be avenged. Therefore, each of you must ponder how we can breach that damned Ark of Noah." "Yes, boss." Su Jiang's direct subordinates discreetly exited the living room, leaving only Song Pa and Bai Liling standing. "Well, regarding our reward, you mentioned it would be doubled," Song Pan stammered. He was abruptly interrupted by Su Jiang's impatience. "Are you incapable of reading the room? I am not in the mood to bestow any rewards upon you. Go back. Perhaps after we conquer Noah's Ark, I might reconsider." Song Pan pouted, feeling reluctant, yet ultimately chose to turn and leave. Bai Liren also intended to follow, but was halted by Su Jiang's commanding voice. "Bai Liren, wait a moment." Furrowing her brow, Bai Liren sensed trouble was brewing. Standing nearby, Song Pan glanced between Bai Liren and the visibly enraged Su Jiang, hesitating briefly before abandoning Bai Liren to face the situation alone. Bai Liren turned to Su Jiang. "What do you want? Isn't it quite clear what I desire?" Su Jiang leered, his gaze greedily assessing Bai Liren, filled with avarice. Yet, he was aware that Bai Liren was not someone to be trifled with. "Bai Liren, I give you one last night to contemplate. Be my lover." Chapter 68. Bai Liren understood. Confronted with Su Jiang's aggressive demeanor, she realized he was merely venting his frustrations from his previous encounter with Chunhao upon her. Regardless of whether his words were mad, angry, or nonsensical, once spoken, he would undoubtedly act upon them, driven by his need to preserve his fragile pride and dignity. Thus, Bai Liren was left to ponder a dilemma: to escape or remain as Su Jiang's subordinate lover. Neither option was appealing. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Liren exited the living room, preparing to leave the villa. As she reached the entrance, she instinctively looked up at the overcast sky, sensing something circling above. At that moment, a figure approached and inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, just feeling like it's been ages since I've seen the sun." Bai Liren replied after a moment's reflection, choosing to conceal the existence of the drone, as she believed she had discovered a third option: Chunhao and his Noah's Ark. Song Pan also looked up at the sky. "Indeed, it seems like it's been half a month. It has been raining continuously. I was just waiting here for you." "Thank you," Bai Liren replied dismissively, before stepping into the curtain of rain, traversing through the downpour towards villa number 3699. This was the residence of her former employer. But since Su Jiang had imprisoned him in a cage, Bai Liren had been the sole occupant. Finally shedding her combat protective gear, Bai Liren revealed a strikingly beautiful face. Exhaling a long breath as the suit was nearly airtight, designed to minimize the infiltration of toxic substances. However, wearing it for more than 3 minutes left her drenched in sweat, not to mention that their missions lasted 5 to 6 hours. When would this arduous existence come to an end? Bailey Lin let out a soft sigh, then retrieved her last morsel of sustenance from the safe: half a bottle of water and a half packet of instant noodles. After taking a sip of water and chewing on a noodle, that constituted her dinner for the evening. Subsequently, she settled onto the sofa, staring blankly at the television, which displayed only a black screen, as the entire city had long since suffered a power outage. Even if the television could be turned on, there would be no broadcast to watch, for all programs had ceased transmission. After sitting in this state of ennui for over 10 minutes, Bailey Lin finally rose from the sofa and made her way toward the second floor. Unbeknownst to her, every moment was being monitored in real time by Chunhao's drone. Where was she headed? Chunhao immediately signaled for the drone to follow her. Under his control, the drone glided silently into the villa. It sounded so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. However, just as the drone entered the villa, a strange phenomenon occurred. A curtain of water suddenly appeared, sealing the entrance of the villa. Chunhao murmured softly, the ability to manipulate water? In this era beset by relentless storms, such a power was among the most formidable. "You are Chunhao, aren't you?" The figure of Bailey Lin slowly descended the stairs, her gaze fixed intently on the drone, as if attempting to pierce through its facade and glimpse the person concealed behind it. "Chunhao." With a subtle smile, Chunhao activated the projection, casting his image onto the wall before Bailey Lin. "Indeed, it is I. I did not anticipate that you were an awakened individual capable of controlling water," he said with a smile. Bailey Lin was somewhat taken aback. She had not expected that the drone could also project images. Moreover, what caught her attention was the apparent comfort in Chunhao's surroundings: fine wine, dried fruits, and cured meats. All temptations that stirred her appetite, prompting her to swallow hard. "I also did not expect that amidst such torrential weather, You could maneuver a drone all the way here. Allow me to pose a question. When did you first notice my drone? Chun Hao inquired calmly. Yet, Bailey Lin fell silent, for she had discovered the drone long ago but chose not to inform others, which would signify betrayal. Therefore, she could not speak the truth to Chun Hao. However, Chun Hao gleaned the answer from her silence. It seemed she had indeed detected its presence long before. But why had she not disclosed this to her companions? Was it due to discord among them? Bailey Lin suddenly felt a wave of tension wash over her. In this moment, she was reluctant to confront Su Jiang, for she was no match for him. Indeed, Su Jiang's ability to lead a cadre of bodyguards and effortlessly suppress everyone at Chiyun Villa was not solely due to their numerical advantage. More crucially, Su Jiang had also awakened formidable powers, surpassing Bailey Lin's own. Noticing Bailey Lin's anxious demeanor, Chun Hao surmised certain truths. Thus, he extended an olive branch. A sip of water, a bite of noodles. Consuming so little each day, even the most resilient body cannot endure for long, can it? What does it signify? Do you not yearn for a sumptuous steak? A glass of fine red wine? Or perhaps, a steaming hot pot feast? Chun Hao smiled knowingly, aware that Bailey Lin could hardly refuse. The database revealed that on that particular evening, Bailey Lin had gazed longingly at them enjoying the hot pot. Prolonged, indeed. Unable to suppress her desires, she involuntarily swallowed, a slight movement, yet it did not escape Chun Hao's notice. Yet, what I seek transcends the mere pleasures of a meal. I am presently confronted with a decision that pertains to my dignity. If you cannot be my ally, I would rather meet my demise, Bailey Lin declared resolutely, her unwavering determination evoking admiration in Chun Hao. Thus, he extended an opportunity to her. Pray, tell me, what is this choice? As you have observed, the current leader of Chiyun Mountain Manor is a madman named Su Jiang. Su Jiang? That name rings a bell. He was once Song Yulin's bodyguard. Oh, now it makes sense. Please, continue. Ever since Su Jiang seized control of the entire Chiyun Mountain Manor, his disposition has become exceedingly twisted. He not only tormented all the wealthy individuals, but also treated their women and daughters as mere trophies to be toyed with. I comprehend now. He has set his sights on you. Chun Hao chuckled, finding no surprise in Su Jiang's transformation. The more insecure a person is, the more they seek to mask their inner frailty through displays of power. This phenomenon is quite common among the awakened. Upon hearing Chun Hao articulate her predicament, Bailey Lin promptly shared her thoughts. I do not wish to become his mistress, yet I am undeniably no match for him. Therefore, I desire to collaborate with you. Why? Or rather, by what right? Given that Su Jiang poses such a nuisance, why must I engage him in battle? Chun Hao calmly countered. Though this was merely a negotiation tactic, retreating to advance, in pursuit of greater advantage, Bailey Lin's previously relaxed demeanor tightened in an instant. Even if you wish to avoid confrontation with Su Jiang, he will not relent. He has already set his sights on your Noah's Ark, and he will endeavor to seize it until he succeeds. I apologize, but I am merely temporarily stalled. By tomorrow, the water level should be sufficient for my escape, and I shall depart from Tiandu City to a safe haven to revel in leisure. Is this not far easier than engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Su Jiang? Bailey Lin found herself at a loss for words. For Chun Hao spoke the truth, rather than engage Su Jiang in a perilous conflict. It would be wiser to retreat to a distant place and enjoy a carefree existence. Were she in his position, she would undoubtedly choose the same. Thus, it was imperative to offer compelling terms to persuade Chun Hao to confront Su Jiang once more. Gritting her teeth, Bailey Lin declared, I can become your subordinate. At your command, I shall brave fire and water for you. Chapter 69. Bailey Lin's defiance. Now, let us turn our attention to the matter at hand. Pray tell, what are Su Jiang's abilities? During our last encounter, the combat was conducted from a considerable distance, with Chun Hao wielding a Barrett sniper rifle, effectively suppressing Su Jiang and his companions. Consequently, Su Jiang was deprived of the opportunity to demonstrate his extraordinary powers. Chun Hao now raises this inquiry, both to gauge the enemy's capabilities and to assess Bailey Lin's loyalty. Bailey Lin felt a twinge of discontent. Though she was aware of Chun Hao's associations with several women, all of whom possessed divine allure, which woman would willingly concede that her charms were inferior to those of another? Hence, if other women could entice Chun Hao, she too must possess that capacity, and even more so than her rivals. Thus, she relegated this thought to the recesses of her mind and proceeded to address the matter at hand. Su Jiang's ability allows him to enhance others. Once augmented, the overall capabilities of these enhanced warriors experience a meteoric rise within a short span. In my estimation, their combat prowess exceeds that of ordinary individuals by a factor of 10. This implies that, given sufficient numbers, he could potentially assemble an enhanced legion. I cannot say for certain, but I have witnessed him enhance approximately 30 individuals during his suppression of the Chiyun Villa. What struck me most was that even after sustaining gunshot wounds, These individuals maintained remarkable operational efficiency. To be shot and still act effectively? That is indeed formidable. Chun Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging the ferocity of modern ammunition. An ordinary person, even if merely grazed by a bullet in the shoulder and not critically injured, would be incapacitated for hours, let alone continuing to function effectively. Thus, the optimal strategy to counter him would be to launch an assault from a distance, systematically eliminating his subordinates, thereby significantly undermining his combat strength. Yes, I shall contemplate this suggestion. However, I hope you can expedite your actions. Su Jiang has given me a deadline. Tomorrow. Such urgency. Indeed, he is quite anxious. No, I meant you. We have only just forged an alliance, and I have yet to verify the accuracy of your intelligence. Yet you expect me to confront Su Jiang? Bai Li Lin furrowed her brow slightly, her irritation mounting, not because Chun Hao's reasoning was flawed, but because she concurred with his perspective. Such life and death matters necessitate caution. Thus, the intelligence must be validated first. Otherwise, the price could be fatal. However, Bai Li Lin could not afford to delay too long, for Su Jiang would indeed follow through on his threats. So, will you not come tomorrow? No, I shall attend. But remember, I could have declined. It is only due to your request that I am willing to risk everything, including my life and the names of my women. I am taking the perilous gamble of coming to your aid. This is a debt you must forever bear in mind. Chun Hao spoke with unequivocal authority. In essence, Bai Li Lin owed him a significant debt, a debt of lives. If she possessed any sense of conscience, she would henceforth pledge her unwavering loyalty to Chun Hao. I shall forever remember that I owe you a life, as well as the lives of several women who belong to you. Bai Li Lin spoke calmly, her voice soft yet imbued with unwavering conviction. In truth, she would indeed honor her words in the future. Chun Hao was quite pleased with Bai Li Lin's demeanor, for he had scanned her with a drone and noted that her body temperature exhibited no significant fluctuations while she uttered those words. Typically, when an ordinary person lies, their heartbeat quickens, causing their temperature to rise by approximately 0.3 degrees. Thus, Chun Hao snapped his fingers. The drone immediately flew before Bai Li Lin, opened its compartment, and released a minuscule earpiece. Tomorrow, I shall use this to contact you. This contact will signify my readiness to commence battle. As for any actions Su Jiang may wish to take against you prior to my offensive, you must handle it yourself. Of course, you may also use me as an excuse, claiming your admiration for the strong. Should Su Jiang manage to conquer my Noah's Ark, you may become his woman. Be adaptable. Very well. Bai Li Lin accepted the earpiece, carefully placing it within her undergarment, granting Chun Hao a fleeting glimpse of her exquisite form. Thus, everything was settled. Should any extraordinary circumstances arise, utilize your abilities to form an SOS signal from raindrops at an altitude of 200 meters. This should not pose a challenge, correct? I shall give it a try. Excellent. With that, Chun Hao ended the video call and began to meticulously reflect on his recent interaction with Bai Li Lin, particularly the final request for her to create an SOS signal from rainwater at 200 meters. Her lack of refusal indicated that her powers were vast, capable of striking at a distance. Chun Hao could not help but smile. Did he trust Bai Li Lin? Certainly. But did he harbor doubts about her? Undoubtedly. Maintaining both trust and vigilance was the ultimate survival strategy in a post-apocalyptic world. Soon after, Chun Hao stepped onto the balcony. Observing the rising water levels and the subtle tremors of the vessel, realizing that the water had risen sufficiently, it was time for Noah's Ark to set sail. He commanded the AI, activate Noah's Ark. Destination, Chi Yun Mountain Villa. Yes, master. In an instant, the formidable engines of Noah's Ark roared to life, causing the surrounding waters to bubble and surge as it began its voyage. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of nearby skyscrapers bore witness to a scene more astonishing than any they had ever encountered. A luxurious yacht majestically navigating through the towering edifices. It traversed the inundated Wanda Plaza, the submerged Walmart, and the flooded Uniqlo and Luckin Coffee, advancing resolutely onward. Chapter 70. Bai Li Lin's temptation in the most opulent villa at Chi Yun Mountain. Su Jiang gazed at Bai Li Lin with a sinister smile plastered across his face. So, Bai Li Lin, will you willingly become my woman, or shall you be coerced into it? I desire neither. For I wish to be the woman of a strong man. Therefore, if you are indeed strong, I shall take the initiative. But if you are weak... Bai Li Lin scoffed disdainfully, her cold laughter not inciting anger in Su Jiang, but rather significantly piquing his interest. A woman daring to present him with conditions was not a novelty, yet the stipulation Bai Li Lin put forth stirred an exhilarating thrill within Su Jiang, as he had long harbored a desire to prove himself a formidable force. Indeed, the strongest. Oh, then tell me, how must I demonstrate my strength? Su Jiang exclaimed with enthusiasm. I am a woman of practicality. What I require is ample security. Therefore, I wish to reside within the Ark of Noah. Are you implying that as long as you can seize the Ark of Noah, and allow me to dwell within. I shall acknowledge you as a strong individual and willingly become yours. Bailey Lin stated with unwavering conviction. This declaration elicited a hearty laugh from Su Jiang. Excellent. I adore your spirit. Await my return. Today, I shall claim that Ark of Noah. He promptly waved his hand, summoning Song Pa from the side. Go. Bring me news of the current situation regarding the Ark of Noah. I intend to launch a surprise assault. Understood. Song Pa nodded and strode out. Yet within mere 5 seconds, he hurried back, flustered. Not good. Boss. Chun Hao is coming. What? Su Jiang seized Song Pa by the collar. What did you say? Chun Hao is attacking. Ha. How is that even possible? He doesn't even know who I am. How could he possibly find me? But Song Pa stammered. Hesitating to speak loudly, he could sense Su Jiang's growing agitation upon hearing the news of Chun Hao's approach, which made him fearful of a misstep that could lead to his immediate demise at Su Jiang's hands. Seeing Song Pa's pitiful demeanor, Su Jiang, infuriated, sent him sprawling to the ground with a punch and bellowed, "Everyone, follow me. I shall see if this Chun Hao possesses some divine insight to locate us here." Understood. At the instant the command was given, dozens of bodyguards emerged from the rooms, rallying behind Su Jiang, each armed with submachine guns and even grenades hanging from their chests. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away from Chiyun Villa, the Ark of Noah majestically anchored, its visibility accentuated by the high water levels that had submerged the surroundings, transforming the area into an expansive sea, making the Ark an unmistakable sight. Inside the Ark of Noah, Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Aimee exchanged bewildered glances at their unfamiliar surroundings. My goodness, where's this place? This is Chiyun Villa, the most expensive area in Tian City. Those who resided here were once the wealthiest individuals in Tian City. However, that is no longer the case. Now, it is inhabited by a band of ruthless thugs. Chun Hao remarked with a smile. Yet Aimee was acutely aware that a fierce battle loomed ahead. I will assist you. No need. Aimee wished to say more. However, Chun Hao had already donned a raincoat and, with a Barrett sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, ascended to the deck alone. On the deck, he spoke calmly, "Silly girl. Use the drone to scout how many enemies are across the way." Understood, master. Based on the conditions of wearing biochemical protective suits, it has been determined that there are a total of 32 individuals. 32. That's quite a number. A warm reminder followed, master. 6 of them have strayed from the group and are heading towards different high points. It is suspected they are attempting to occupy sniper positions and deploy sharpshooters. Sync their locations to my glasses. Chun Hao responded with a wicked grin, donning tactical goggles to reveal 6 red dots advancing towards various villa rooftops, swiftly seizing the high ground. Regrettably, the battle had yet to commence, and their positions had already been fully exposed. Consequently, Chun Hao immediately pulled back the gun's bolt. Bang! 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 6 gunshots rang out in succession. Su Jiang's expression changed instantly. Because 6, neither more nor less, easily reminded Su Jiang of the 6 snipers he had just deployed. Team 2, what is going on? Answer me. Team 2. The silence from Team 2 had provided an answer. They were all dead. Damn it. Boss, let me go? My sniping skills are exceptional. I can surely take him down. Stay put. Su Jiang's face twisted momentarily before gradually regaining its composure. He was indeed a madman, but a madman possessed of intellect. This fellow, with such precision in every shot, undoubtedly posed a problem. Everyone, take cover and do not expose yourselves. He intends to toy with us. We will force him to come ashore and confront us head-on. Hearing Su Jiang's battle plan, Bai Liling's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated Su Jiang would devise a countermeasure so swiftly. Moreover, it was critical to note that once Chun Hao reached the shore, he would lose his long-range sniping advantage, falling instead into the realm of Su Jiang and his comrades, where they excelled, on land and in close quarters. In truth, Su Jiang's deductions were correct. The reason Chun Hao could achieve such accuracy was not solely due to his scope, but also his creation space. When Chun Hao activated this spatial domain, he could selectively distort certain areas before him, shaping them into a concave convex lens. A high-precision scope was merely a combination of such lenses. However, due to size limitations, it could only achieve a maximum of 32x magnification. Yet, Chun Hao's creation space was unbound by such constraints. So, one could say that not only 32x, but even 3200x could be realized. However, at this moment, Chun Hao's spatial scope could no longer discern the figures of Su Jiang and his associates. Silly girl, what is happening? Where have they all gone? Master, they have all taken refuge indoors. It seems they are aware of my sniping prowess and prefer not to be picked off one by one, opting instead to test my patience, waiting to see when I will come ashore. Is that it? Indeed, master, that is quite likely. Very well. Chun Hao retracted his sniper rifle, preparing to approach the shore, for there lay not only Bai Liling but, more importantly, an array of weaponry collected by Song Yuan. grenades, assault rifles, combat protective gear, items that Chunhao yearned for. Did you think I would only excel at long-range sniping? Huh. Allow me to demonstrate that I am equally proficient in close combat. Chapter 71. Bai Li Lin's concerned boss. Do you really think Chunhao will come here? One of the subordinates, who had been hiding in a villa, asked Su Jiang with curiosity. After all, logically speaking, no one would willingly relinquish their greatest advantage. Su Jiang scoffed disdainfully. If he doesn't come, we won't go out. We have food and drink here, what is there to fear? True, but hiding like this feels somewhat stifling. Stifling, is it? Su Jiang suddenly smiled cruelly, then drew his pistol and aimed it at the subordinate who had just complained. You will go outside and stand at the door for 1 minute. Boss. The subordinate's face turned pale. Standing at the door for a minute was akin to becoming a living target for Chunhao. Go out. Otherwise, I will shoot you dead right now. The subordinate trembled uncontrollably, compelled to rise and step toward the door. After all, if he went out, he might at least have a 50% chance of survival, as long as Chunhao did not see him. But if he refused, Su Jiang would undoubtedly shoot him without hesitation, for he was a man of his word, albeit a madman. Fortune smiled upon this subordinate, as Chunhao happened to be absent from the deck, busy with a speedboat on the lower deck. Thus, after a brief yet agonizing minute, the subordinate returned, exhilarated. Thank goodness. I'm alive. I'm alive. You're celebrating too soon. Bang. Su Jiang pulled the trigger, and a bullet instantly shattered the subordinate's skull. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Bai Li Lin and the others turned ashen, gripped by an intense sense of crisis. Su Jiang was unpredictable and erratic. One could never anticipate his thoughts or know who his next victim would be. Su Jiang was aware of this, yet he remained indifferent. Maintaining his authoritarian status was far more important than catering to the feelings of his subordinates. This shot was my way of eliminating him on behalf of Chunhao. He cannot always rely on luck to escape unscathed, especially when he happens to cross paths with Chunhao at a moment of mercy. Therefore, no one can question my decisions. Stifling is preferable to losing one's life. Is that clear? The subordinates nodded vigorously, affirming their obedience. For none wished to follow in that fool's footsteps. They understood that in this apocalypse, they were mere insignificant players. And only by aligning themselves with awakened individuals like Su Jiang could they hope to survive. Boss, we have a situation. An observer, who had been secretly watching Chunhao's every move from the window, eagerly relayed the news to Su Jiang. I just saw Chunhao speeding towards us in a speedboat. Are you certain? Absolutely. Good. Su Jiang's excitement was palpable as he licked his lips. If I can eliminate Chunhao, not only will I seize the Ark of Noah, but I will also have the beautiful Bai Li Lin. And let us not forget the 3 other beauties aboard the Ark. Hee, a single arrow to strike 3 targets. All I need to do is dispose of Chunhao. With that, Su Jiang took the lead and dashed out of the room, determined not to allow anyone to take Chunhao's life from him. Just as Su Jiang poked his head out, a bullet whizzed past, narrowly missing his face. Startled, Su Jiang instinctively tilted his head, only to feel a chilling sensation in his right ear, followed by a wave of excruciating pain. His ear had been pierced. Ah, my ear, you filthy liar. Su Jiang immediately raised his assault rifle and fired, shattering the observer's ears. The observer, clutching his ears in agony, protested, Boss, I did not lie. He truly left the Ark of Noah and is racing towards us in a speedboat. Damn you. Then how is it possible that he can steer the boat while aiming a sniper rifle at my head? Clearly, Su Jiang was unaware of the existence of autonomous driving. Boss, it appears he is indeed managing both the boat and the sniping simultaneously. What did you say? Su Jiang glared fiercely at the one who spoke on behalf of the observer. The man gulped nervously and said, Boss, you can see for yourself. We have not spoken falsely. Su Jiang picked up a pair of binoculars and focused on Chunhao, who was seated in a speedboat, effortlessly holding a Barrett sniper rifle and calmly pulling the trigger. Bang! The binoculars in Su Jiang's hands were shattered. How on earth is he managing to operate the speedboat with his feet? Su Jiang then glanced at his subordinates, who were teetering on the brink of collapse. Driven to the edge by Su Jiang's erratic behavior, which felt like a gun was pressed against their temples, ready to end their lives at any moment. Despite the masks obscuring their faces, Su Jiang could sense their fear through their trembling bodies. Thus, he removed his mask and looked at everyone, who were now gripped by a sudden terror, unsure of what Su Jiang might do next. Would he take another life to vent his rage? But this time, the gun was aimed at himself. I know I am an inadequate leader. I often resort to shooting you for no reason, so as punishment for myself. I have decided to offer my life in atonement. No, boss. In an instant, everyone cried out in unison, pleading with Su Jiang, for without him, they were certain to perish at Chunhao's hands. Internally, they began to rationalize Su Jiang's actions, fabricating reasons to ensure his survival. Although Su Jiang was prone to firing his weapon, it was always for the sake of the team's unity, for the survival of all. Hearing their cries, Su Jiang felt a surge of satisfaction within, yet he maintained an impassive facade, even shifting the narrative. Alas, I do not wish for this. However, the pressure Chun Hao exerts on me is overwhelming. He has already taken the lives of over a dozen of our brothers, yet we have not even grazed him. But I genuinely wish to eliminate Chun Hao. If we can take him down, we will seize the Ark of Noah and live together on a grand and warm yacht. This is what a leader should strive for on your behalf. Su Jiang howled in anguish. Years of servitude under Song Yuan have honed his acting skills to perfection. Under his instigation, the once tense subordinates suddenly found their outlet. The boss is right. This turmoil is all due to that Chun Hao. Before Chun Hao appeared, the boss had never been like this. Indeed, the boss's actions are all for our sake. Thus, if we eliminate Chun Hao, all our problems will be resolved. Precisely. Let us rid ourselves of Chun Hao. Let us rid ourselves of Chun Hao. In an instant, fervor surged among the crowd. Everyone seemed to harbor a deep-seated vendetta against Chun Hao, eager to see him brought to ruin. Su Jiang secretly reveled in his success. Brainwashing accomplished. Humanity is, after all, a creature of emotion. A touch of vindictiveness lies within. Treat him well, but one day deliver a slap, and he perceives you as a villain. Yet, if you slap him daily and one day show him a modicum of kindness, he regards you as a savior, willing to brave fire and water for you. Seizing the moment, Su Jiang rallied his comrades. Brothers, let us unite to slay Chun Hao and seize the Ark. Avenge our fallen brothers. Slay Chun Hao. Seize the Ark. Avenge our fallen brothers. Slay Chun Hao. Seize the Ark. Avenge our fallen brothers. The air was electric with fervent cries. Under Su Jiang's leadership, they stealthily approached the shore, their intent to ambush Chun Hao as soon as he landed, transforming the terrain into their battleground where they could easily dispatch him. Only by Li Sin's expression soured beneath her mask. Chun Hao, what are you truly thinking? Why rush in so recklessly? She began to doubt whether she had chosen the right ally, questioning if such impatience could truly triumph over Su Jiang. Chapter 72. By Li Sin's heart stirred another miss? It seems Su Jiang's abilities are formidable. Chun Hao couldn't help but smirk slightly, thinking this adds a touch of excitement. The more powerful the awakened individual, the higher their overall physical prowess and perceptual acuity. Thus, Su Jiang is indeed formidable. Alas, in the presence of Chun Hao, he remains insufficient. At Qian Mountain Villa, during his last visit, security had unleashed dogs upon him, but now, those dogs had likely transformed into a hot pot. With a single hand, Chun Hao steadied the speedboat, gracefully alighting onto solid ground. Having spent several days aboard the yacht, he surprisingly felt a sense of stability upon returning to land. After all, the undulating waves can be quite disorienting for one accustomed to solid ground. Perhaps I should find a small island, spend my days indulging there, and whenever I feel melancholic, just board a ship and drift into oblivion? Chun Hao mused, suddenly invigorated by the idea. Akin to a tourist perpetually searching for a comfortable villa to claim as his own. How peculiar. Why is this fellow so unfazed? In stark contrast to Chun Hao's relaxed demeanor, Su Jiang's subordinates, lurking in the shadows, were taut with tension. A great battle was imminent, and the stakes were life and death. How could they not be on edge? Yet, Chun Hao remained remarkably relaxed and unperturbed, leaving everyone perplexed. Did he truly disregard their presence? Or was he oblivious to the gravity of his situation? Should they act now? Perhaps it would be prudent to wait. The leader had instructed them to lure the enemy deeper. Once he ventured far enough, they would strike decisively. But at this pace, how long would it take for him to be considered deep within their trap? Everyone found themselves helpless in the face of Chun Hao's demeanor, which was akin to leisurely wandering through a marketplace, devoid of any sense of urgency befitting a battlefield. For those with taut nerves, this was nothing short of sheer torment. In a state of heightened tension, each second felt like an eternity. Thus, Chun Hao's leisurely pace was a form of torture upon them. Damn it! I can hardly contain myself. Restrain your impulses. Do not jeopardize the leader's plan. A group of them muttered through clenched teeth in secret. Yet, Chun Hao was acutely aware of the unfolding events. He understood Su Jiang's intent was to lure him deeper into the fray, to lead him into a den of wolves. Little did Su Jiang realize that such a maneuver might well invite the wolves into his own lair. It was only after Chun Hao ascended a distance of 200 meters that he had sufficiently penetrated the encirclement formed by Su Jiang and his associates. With a sudden command, Su Jiang shouted fire. In an instant, a torrent of bullets rained down from numerous angles, propelled by the pent-up resentment directed at Chun Hao. Dozens of assault rifles unleashed a barrage of hundreds of rounds, cascading upon him like a violent storm. However, amidst this deluge, a peculiar scene unfolded around Chun Hao. Within a 10-meter radius of him, an enigmatic sphere emerged, within which all the bullets and rain ceased to exist. What? Su Jiang gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before him, soon comprehending that Chun Hao possessed an extraordinary ability. specifically spatial manipulation. No wonder he dared to approach alone. He was relying on his powers. Heh, but what if I possessed abilities as well? Su Jiang sneered, his cold gaze suddenly igniting with a burst of red energy that enveloped his entire being and extended to his numerous subordinates. This was his ability, group enhancement. Not only could he fortify himself, but he could also amplify the strength of others. As long as they remained within a 100-meter radius of Su Jiang, the enhancement would persist. This was the very reason for his ascendance as the leader, allowing him to dominate the entire Qiyun Mountain Villa. Chen Hao, today you are doomed. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you now. Ha ha. Su Jiang laughed maniacally, gesturing for his enhanced warriors to charge towards Chen Hao. So, these are the enhanced soldiers? Let me see what they are truly made of. Chen Hao remarked nonchalantly, his mind shifting focus as hundreds of bullets soared towards the enhanced battalion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed was astonishing, and the power was formidable. It is utterly impossible for an ordinary person to evade such an onslaught. Yet, these enhanced warriors remarkably managed to do so. After all, the bodyguards of the other affluent individuals from Qiyun Manor are armed as well. So why were they still subdued? It is simply because conventional weaponry proves ineffective against them. Ha ha. Chen Hao, did you truly expect this? Even if you could swallow my bullets, you would still be unable to retaliate effectively, yet it remains futile. Su Jiang boasted arrogantly. Oh, what if the quantity of these bullets were to increase tenfold? What? Su Jiang was instantly drenched in sweat. The very premise of dodging bullets lies in their insufficient density, allowing room for evasion. But if multiplied by 10, it would result in a near total saturation of the area. There would be no escape. I refuse to believe it. You cannot possibly possess an arsenal of such magnitude. Su Jiang's words trailed off, as bullets began to rain down upon him like a tempest. They pierced his body, creating dozens of gaping holes. Ah! Su Jiang cried out in agony. He had never anticipated that Chen Hao could indeed unleash 10 times the bullet barrage. But from whence did these bullets originate? Impossible. Impossible. Half kneeling on the ground, Su Jiang's furious gaze bore into Chen Hao. Before the apocalypse, he had felt like a hero, brimming with potential yet unable to showcase his talents. However, after the cataclysm, he awakened his extraordinary abilities, believing that the world had finally tilted in his favor. A hero like him should flourish and become a figure of greatness. Yet now, his promising days, which had only just begun, were drawing to a close. For he had encountered an opponent even more formidable than himself. Chen Hao. Impossible. This cannot be. In this apocalypse, I have awakened my powers. I am the protagonist. And I cannot lose. Su Jiang's eyes blazed crimson. As his emotions surged wildly, the crimson aura enveloping his subordinates began to return to him, simultaneously draining their life force. Ah, boss. No. Unfortunately, their pleas fell on deaf ears, unable to halt Su Jiang's final frenzy. Indeed, Su Jiang's abilities not only enhanced others, but also siphoned their vitality to bolster his own. Yet this immense life force, akin to a potent elixir, could both aid and harm. For a great tonic can also be a great poison. Nevertheless, at this moment, Su Jiang cared not for the consequences. He yearned to prove himself, to demonstrate that he is a true powerhouse and not a pitiful creature. Chen Hao, you are merely a yacht salesman. You are utterly unqualified to be my adversary. It was I who expelled you from Qiyun Manor years ago, and now, I can do so again. Ah, Su Jiang, in a fit of rage, surged towards Chen Hao. He intended to unleash his utmost strength and deliver a punch that would pierce Chen Hao's chest. However, Chen Hao merely maintained his composure and expanded his spatial domain. Fivefold gravity. In an instant, an overwhelming force descended upon Su Jiang like a mountain. He was suddenly brought to his knees with a thud. What is happening? Su Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Yet, this is the formidable strength of Chen Hao's creation space. After establishing himself in this realm, he is truly invincible. He possesses the power to whimsically alter any rule of this space, much like the distortion of space, which can form simple concave and convex mirrors. Thus, should Chen Hao desire it, not only can he manifest 5 times the gravity, but even 10 or 100 times. You claim that it was you who expelled me from the Qiyun Villa, but now, open your eyes wide and behold how I traverse this very ground, moving freely as I please, unimpeded by anyone. With a resounding bang, the muzzle of Chen Hao's barret was aimed directly at Su Jiang's forehead. Su Jiang's body fell to the ground in response, his eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. He could only watch as Chen Hao leisurely strolled through the Qiyun Villa. In this realm, Su Jiang had arrogantly deemed his own, going wherever he wished. Isn't it time for you to show yourself? Chen Hao turned his gaze towards the right, whereby Li Lin was oddly concealed behind a tree. Initially, she believed Chen Hao to be merely a brutish man, yet the ultimate truth revealed him to be a formidable powerhouse, capable of overpowering Su Jiang. Thus, Chun Hao ascended the Chiyun villa with audacity and arrogance. However, what truly perplexed Bai Lin was that after witnessing such overwhelming power from Chun Hao, she felt not fear, but rather a stirring of emotions. It was akin to a hungry wolf, starved for days, suddenly spotting a delectable lamb. Her body felt an irresistible urge to pounce. Consequently, her cheeks flushed slightly. Could it be that deep within me, there lies a yearning for strength? So much so that this powerful Chun Hao not only rendered me utterly defenseless, but also incited a desire to approach him? Chapter 73. The reversal of the little cat woman. Do I need to repeat myself? I am not fond of redundancy, Chun Hao said, exasperated, with his hands tucked into his pockets. Despite their partnership, why must she hide? Yet, it must be acknowledged that in matters of romance, Bai Lin was indeed still a naive girl, having never experienced love. Chun Hao was entirely her first. Thus, with her cheeks slightly flushed, Bai Lin stepped forward. I am here now. Didn't you say you would seek me out when the action commenced? Indeed, though it was ostensibly a complaint, Chun Hao discerned the undertone of a young girl lamenting why her boyfriend did not answer her call at 2:30 in the morning. I simply believe that dealing with someone as insignificant as Su Jiang does not necessitate our combined efforts, does it? I can handle this alone without issue. Well then, accompany me for a stroll. I wish to thoroughly explore this Jiyun villa and see what treasures I can collect. Chun Hao spoke with a hint of enthusiasm, recalling that this place had once been his dream living area. Yet, later, society had dealt him a harsh blow, revealing it to be an unattainable existence. But now, it was merely a venue for gathering resources. This tree is quite impressive. I recall it costing around $1 million, not including shipping. Oh, let us put it away for next time's enjoyment. Chun Hao remarked with evident enthusiasm as he carefully stored the tree. However, those familiar with the details understood that $1 million is trivial. The real expense lies in the transportation costs. The price of a tree varies significantly based on its appearance. Indeed, beauty commands a premium. To ensure the tree's aesthetic appeal, it must be transported from another province without damaging its branches or leaves. But what about passing through gas stations? They have height restrictions. The solution? Dismantle the gas stations. After transporting the tree, they can be rebuilt. This journey involves countless gas stations. How many must be taken down? Thus, in comparison to transportation fees, the price is negligible. For the wealthy, what they crave is the sense of unrestrained power that wealth affords, an elevated lifestyle beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Unfortunately, once the apocalypse descends, they will learn that wealth no longer guarantees unbridled freedom. True power lies with individuals like Chun Hao. Hey, you two, get out of here. Sung Yulin emerged, clad only in a collar, glaring fiercely at Chun Hao and Bai Lin. Despite his attempts to appear menacing, his body trembled uncontrollably. Chun Hao regarded this tycoon of Tian-du with curiosity, surprised to discover that this wealthy individual had a penchant for wearing a collar. Bai Lin let out a cold laugh. What's the matter? Is being a dog not enough for you? Do you wish to bite? I've already contacted my friends. They'll be here shortly. You don't even know who my friends are, do you? One of them is the warden of Tian-du prison, and he is already in touch with the military. Sung Yulin shouted into his satellite phone, venting his frustrations over becoming a mere pawn for Su Jiang. Chun Hao recognized Sung Yulin's cunning nature, once a formidable figure in business. He now pretended to be compliant, while secretly arranging for support. Quite inspiring indeed. Yet, Chun Hao dismissed him, drawing a handgun with nonchalance. What did you say? My hearing isn't quite sharp. I didn't catch that. I meant to say, whatever you desire, I shall comply wholeheartedly. Sung Yulin replied, groveling so abjectly that even the woman, who daily catered to Su Jiang's whims, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Very obedient. Chun Hao sneered, then turned to Bai Lin. Where does Su Jiang store his supplies? In the basement of the villa. Given that it's a heavily fortified safe, Su Jiang decided to store everything there for security. Excellent. Chun Hao waved his gun slightly, prompting Sung Yulin to promptly clear the path. In essence, he was all bluster, attempting to intimidate his adversaries with the military's name, having grown weary of his subservient existence. Half an hour later, Chun Hao emerged from the safe with a sense of satisfaction, having acquired numerous valuable items: combat armor, assault rifles, ammunition, gasoline, motorized boats, and sniper rifles. Moreover, the most crucial piece of armament is the Gatling gun. It is essential to understand that this weapon falls into the category of heavy artillery, capable of unleashing over 2,000 rounds per minute, and theoretically, it can reach an astonishing 6,000 rounds. Thus, provided there is an ample supply of ammunition, it could feasibly reduce an entire building to rubble. However, it is not without its drawbacks, as its weight renders it cumbersome for the average individual to wield. This is precisely why Su Jiang and his companions refrained from utilizing it. Typically, such Gatling guns are mounted on aircraft or armored vehicles. For Chun Hao, who possesses a yacht, This weapon is an invaluable treasure. After all, apart from some concealed advanced technology, the Ark of Noah is devoid of any armaments. Consequently, Chen Hao cast an appreciative glance at Song Yulin. A commendable collection. I am quite pleased. As long as you are satisfied. Song Yulin responded, bowing profusely, continuing to do so until Chen Hao is out of sight, still bowing for an additional 2 minutes. The woman beside him, referred to as the little cat, could hardly bear to witness such a display. Is this really necessary? The man has vanished. Besides, isn't your friend arriving soon? Why the fear? Yet, the little cat woman did not anticipate that in her quest to ensure Song Yulin's survival, she had humbled herself to the point of licking Su Jiang's toes daily. However, once safety was assured, it was Song Yulin who first turned his back on her. Smack! What gives you the right to speak to me, you shameless wretch? Song Yulin slapped her without hesitation. As a man, he could never accept that his wife had once engaged in such demeaning behavior. You. The little cat woman stared at Song Yulin in disbelief. She had not envisioned that her sacrifice of dignity to save him would culminate in such a betrayal. What are you looking at? I'll tell you this. I absolutely detest women like you. Truly, you are a disgrace. The more he cursed, the more vicious his words became, venting all the frustrations he had endured from Su Jiang upon the little cat woman. As for what his delicate wife was called, Song Yulin himself could scarcely recall. Perhaps it was Chu Qian. After half an hour of vitriol, he finally spotted 5 helicopters approaching. And they were not civilian models, but fully armed military helicopters. Song Yulin, brimming with excitement, waved his arms and shouted, "Hey, I'm over here. Come rescue me. Target identified. Target identified. All units, descend." A man clad in protective gear aboard one of the helicopters seized the intercom to instruct everyone to lower. His chest adorned with 3 gleaming gold stripes that commanded attention, while the others bore only a single stripe. You have finally arrived. You have finally arrived. Song Yulin welcomed them with tears of joy, clasping the hands of his old friend, Pei Jianhua, the warden of Tiandu prison, tightly in his grasp. Oblivious to the slight awkwardness on his friend's face, Pei Jianhua stepped aside, allowing the man with 3 stripes to take the lead. Allow me to introduce. This is Major General Lin Nan, the aide-de-camp to our Commander Wang. This rescue plan was orchestrated by him. Major General Lin Nan, a pleasure to meet you. I am Song Yulin. Eagerly, Song Yulin attempted to extend his hand to Lin Nan, only to find his warm gesture met with indifference. Lin Nan kept his hands firmly behind his back, showing no intention of reciprocating, leaving Song Yulin's outstretched hands awkwardly suspended in midair until, after a few seconds of uncomfortable silence, he withdrew them silently. Were there not supposed to be some assailants? Where are they? Lin Nan spoke with a dispassionate tone. Song Yulin could only respond honestly. They mentioned earlier that they were going out to deal with someone named Chen Hao, and they have yet to return. I suspect they might be part of Group 1. Let us investigate the situation. Yes. Disinterested in Song Yulin's personal conjectures, Lin Nan promptly dispatched someone to ascertain the final outcome. Subsequently, Lin Nan strode confidently into Song Yulin's opulent villa, surveying the lavish decor with a smirk. Amidst the apocalypse, what significance does extravagance hold? Observing Lin Nan's cold demeanor, Song Yulin turned to Pei Jianhua, silently questioning him with his gaze about the unfolding situation. However, Pei Jianhua averted his face, refusing to make eye contact with Song Yulin. A wave of despair washed over Song Yulin. This was it. Having just escaped the wolf's den, he had now entered the tiger's lair. At that moment, Lin Nan suddenly exclaimed softly, "Oh, then." The previously leisurely Lin Nan briskly approached the cat-like woman, Chu Qian. Chu Qian trembled in fear. "You need not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. Come." Lin Nan extended his hand and lifted Chu Qian to her feet. Witnessing this scene, Song Yulin was elated. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, beauty is a sharp sword. Yet, in the next instant, a chill ran down Song Yulin's spine, for he saw that the once obedient Chu Qian was now glaring at him with unbridled malice. That gaze was more venomous than a scorpion's sting. It was over. Song Yulin finally grasped and accepted the grim reality. This was the apocalypse. His wealth and stock values had been reduced to mere refuse. Thus, he possessed no means to earn the forgiveness of a woman in the blink of an eye. What awaited him was undoubtedly a relentless and merciless retribution. Major General, we have located those assailants. What is the situation? All of them are dead, and their deaths were exceedingly peculiar. They were arranged in a circle, shot down from the center. Arranged in a circle, shot down from the center? Lin Nan furrowed his brow, pondering the bizarre manner of their demise. He then recalled that Song Yulin had mentioned a name earlier. You said those assailants were planning to deal with someone. What was that person's name? His name is Chen Hao. Chen Hao. A commendable name. What is his background? He was previously a yacht salesman, the kind who liaises with clients to inquire if they wish to rent a yacht. In other words, he was merely an ordinary individual, lacking any formal training. Yet after the apocalypse, he astonishingly managed to slay dozens of marauders with ease. Huh, what a remarkable talent. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Lin Nan's eyes. After the world had crumbled, he had encountered many awakened individuals, but most, like Su Jiang, had devolved into savagery. However, Chun Hao had departed, while Song Yulin remained alive, indicating that Chun was not one to indiscriminately take lives. In this desolate world, refraining from wanton slaughter equated to a moral standard of the highest order. Thus, despite never having met Chun Hao, Lin Nan had already developed a favorable impression of him. Report: the supplies in the safe house have been completely depleted. A soldier emerged from the bunker to deliver the news. After all, they had braved torrential rain to deploy 5 helicopters to Chiyun Villa. It was clear that their mission extended beyond merely rescuing Song Yulin. In this bleak reality, what value could a corpulent man possibly possess? Hence, their focus was on the labor force and food reserves within Chiyun Villa. According to Song Yulin himself, he had stored enough provisions in the safe house to sustain 10 individuals for a month. That must amount to at least a dozen crates, far beyond what an ordinary person could carry away alone. Lin Nan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Completely gone? Indeed. Be it weapons, protective gear, or food, everything has vanished. Lin Nan's gaze shifted towards Song Yulin. He was not the type to be deceived and then foolishly escort Song Yulin back to the base. In such extraordinary times, would he squander military resources? A swift execution was warranted. Feeling a palpable aura of menace directed at him, cold sweat broke out on Song Yulin's forehead. He hurriedly bent low in a submissive explanation. Sir, I assure you, I am not lying. My safe house truly contained food, protective gear, and weapons. Moreover, look at the protective suits worn by Su Jiang and his marauders. Those are mine. Lin Nan turned his attention to the members of Team 1, who had just returned from searching for Su Jiang and his cohorts. They nodded slowly, confirming that Su Jiang and the others indeed donned combat protective gear. The previously silent warden, Pei Jianhua, realized he could no longer remain mute. The situation regarding Chiyun Villa had been reported by him and should have been credited to his efforts. However, if Chiyun Villa lacked supplies, that would constitute a false report. A fraud for military merit, punishable by execution. Major General, I have visited Song Yulin's safe house. It genuinely contained protective gear and food. Moreover, some of the firearms were gifts from me. Upon hearing that Pei Jianhua had benevolently bestowed state property upon Song Yulin, Lin Nan couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Huh. Both Pei Jianhua and Song Yulin were drenched in perspiration, yet they understood that. Compared to deceiving for military accolades, misappropriating a bit of state assets before the apocalypse bore far lesser consequences. At least their lives would be spared. If such an abundance of supplies truly existed, how had he managed to transport them all alone? Could it be some spatial ability? A hint of incredulity flickered in Lin Nan's eyes. It was essential to note that, as members of the military district, even in the apocalypse, they maintained stable channels of information. Thus, their research on awakened individuals far surpassed that of ordinary people. Lin Nan was acutely aware that among the myriad of supernatural abilities, spatial powers were exceedingly rare and immensely formidable. Thus, in the blink of an eye, he made a resolute decision. Chun Hao was indeed worth cultivating. He promptly commanded, Team 1, accompany me. Teams 2 and 3, conduct a thorough sweep. Gather all transportable supplies and inventory the available workforce. Once you ascertain the numbers, send the list and coordinates to the base. Understood. Lin Nan strode swiftly towards the helicopter with members of Team 1. However, before departing, he cast a deliberate glance at the cat-like woman, Chu Qian, and instructed his subordinates, take good care of her. Ensure she returns with us. Little did he know that this woman would usher in terrifying transformations for their base. Search the nearby waters. Even though Chun Hao is an awakened spatial ability user, traversing the water's surface necessitates a vessel. We must conduct a meticulous inspection to avoid any oversights. Understood. Simultaneously, within the towering edifices of the city, Chun Hao's Ark of Noah was gliding forward, its presence as awe-inspiring as a Tyrannosaurus Rex appearing on the streets. The beleaguered inhabitants within the nearby skyscrapers gazed incredulously at the Ark, their eyes brimming with longing, for they imagined it to be a haven of warmth and comfort, devoid of dampness. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere inside the Ark was rather awkward. Allow me to introduce our new shipmate, Bai Li Lin, Chun Hao proclaimed with great ceremony. However, Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and AI me discerned the underlying implication. New shipmate was merely a euphemism for your new woman. Consequently, their faces bore subtle hints of displeasure and a touch of jealousy. Nevertheless, they recognized the necessity to adapt, for there was still one vacant room aboard. Once filled, it seemed unlikely that new arrivals would follow. Bai Li Lin, too, was somewhat taken aback, for these 3 women surpassed her expectations in beauty. In terms of looks, she found herself slightly outmatched, yet in terms of physique, she held a slight advantage, rendering the competition neck and neck. No wonder Chun Hao had claimed he was no longer interested in women. It appeared he already had 3 exceptional companions aboard. I cannot allow myself to be overshadowed by them. At the very least, I must maintain an air of confidence. Thus, Bai Li Lin boldly stepped forward. Hello, I am Bai Li Lin. I hope we can all coexist harmoniously in the days to come. Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and AI Me responded with faint smiles. Of course. Absolutely. We will coexist harmoniously. Chun Hao, standing nearby, nodded in silent agreement. Harmony was indeed paramount. Now, to welcome our new shipmate. Let us joyfully indulge in a sumptuous Cantonese feast today, Chun Hao enthusiastically declared, asserting that the best way to foster camaraderie was through shared meals, whether between men and women or among women themselves. Upon hearing about the Cantonese feast, the women could not help but salivate in anticipation. The renowned Cantonese cuisine boasts an unparalleled richness of flavor. Roast duck, roast goose, poached chicken, char siu, black bean spare ribs, roasted pigeon, and suckling pig, so many varieties that one can scarcely count them. Each dish possesses its own distinctive character, and merely hearing their names stirs the appetite. However, at that moment, the ship's alert system abruptly issued a danger notification. Alarm! Alarm! A helicopter is approaching. Chun Hao promptly retrieved his key tablet. Noticing a helicopter weaving skillfully through the city's towering edifices, swiftly closing in on the Ark of Noah. A message alert appeared, a signal request to connect with the Ark for communication. Would you like to accept? Accept. Let us see what they desire. Chun Hao remained undeterred. After all, with his capabilities, even 10 or 100 helicopters would pose little threat. Moreover, he had just acquired a Gatling gun and was eager to test its might. As the communication channel opened, Lin Nin immediately declared his identity. Stop the yacht. We are soldiers of the 339th Legion. May I ask if Mr. Chun Hao is aboard? The mention of the 339th Legion caused Chun Hao's expression to shift. In his previous life, he had witnessed the tragic fate of this very unit. Chapter 75. Because of a woman. The 339th Legion was the stationed force guarding the heavenly city. For the Tian-Du Pier has historically been a coveted battleground whenever conflict arose. Thus, the significance of the 339th Legion is beyond question. Yet in his past life, the only news he had heard regarding the 339th Legion pertained to its internal strife, fractured due to one woman, leading to the division into numerous factions. This culminated in a cataclysmic battle that devastated the land, resulting in total annihilation. Previously unremembered, the recollection now surfaced. The legion referred to by the thin monkey was indeed them. Merely hearing of a stationed legion lacked clarity, but the number 339 evoked vivid memories for Chun Hao. Consequently, he resolved to engage with these individuals, for in Huaxia, no one would harbor disdain for these valiant soldiers. I am Chun Hao. How may I assist you? It is splendid to find you, Mr. Chun Hao. Are you available for a brief conversation? Certainly. Please hold on. I shall prepare a helipad momentarily. With a snap of his fingers, Chun Hao's words triggered a response from the clever girl, who swiftly arranged a helipad for him. Lin Nan, airborne, was astonished to witness numerous decks emerging from either side of the Ark of Noah, seamlessly covering the open terrace and forming a perfect helipad. Impressive. This yacht is remarkable. Lin Nan silently commended as he gestured for the pilot to descend. As the helicopter landed on the helipad, Chun Hao turned to the 4 women and said, You all go enjoy yourselves for a while. I will attend to our guests in the restaurant. Xiao Xiao nodded obediently, and Wu Shiqing expressed no objections either. Amy wore an expression of eager anticipation, as she, being a foreigner, perceived the military she had encountered at home as malevolent. Unaware of the true worth of the people's soldiers, she looked forward to Chun Hao seeking her assistance in a potential brawl. Bai Li Lin, on the other hand, felt a touch of awkwardness. Amy, do you have a moment? Yes, indeed. Then kindly escort her to room 5. It just so happens you are the assassin, and she is the bodyguard. You two will undoubtedly find much common ground. Despite her disappointment, Amy was resolute in fulfilling Chun Hao's request. After all, a soldier is willing to sacrifice for a confidant. Thus, with enthusiasm, Amy took the lead for Bai Li Lin. Follow me. Thank you. Bai Li Lin politely responded to her foreign companion. Observing the harmonious scene between the 2 women, Chun Hao nodded with satisfaction, hoping they could maintain such camaraderie in other matters as well. Subsequently, Chun Hao issued an instruction to the silly girl. Bring them directly to the dining hall. Understood, master. Soon, under the guidance of the silly girl, Lin Nan and others made their way from the helipad on the 3rd floor to the dining hall on the 1st floor, where Chun Hao had prepared a sumptuous afternoon tea, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Hello, I am Major General Lin Nan of the 339th Corps, currently serving as the Deputy Commander. Lin Nan stood at attention and saluted Chun Hao before extending his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. Chun Hao smiled in response. I am Chun Hao, Major General Lin Nan, and the other 3 of you, please take a seat. Too kind. Lin Nan and his companions sat down with confidence. Although the tea and delicacies on the table, such as donuts, sandwiches, cheesecake, and handmade cookies, were tempting and rare treats, none of them, including Lin Nan, reached out to indulge. Is something not to your liking? Chun Hao inquired curiously. However, Lin Nan merely shook his head. Our purpose in coming here is not to eat, but to have a serious conversation with you, Mr. Chun Hao. I wonder what the topic of discussion might be. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the 339th Corps. Chun Hao was momentarily taken aback. Setting aside the fact that he had grown accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, the tragic fate of the 339th Corps was hardly an appealing prospect. Yet Lin Nan, unaware of these realities, continued his earnest invitation. If I am not mistaken, you possess spatial abilities, correct? Indeed. Precisely. With your powers, you could achieve great things in this environment. Thus, I wish to invite you to help us safeguard the borders. Such a significant responsibility? Chun Hao replied with a faint smile, yet he recognized Lin Nan was sincere. In truth, the colossal meteorite could not be concealed from the world. Consequently, numerous nations had attempted to divert or destroy it upon discovery, but all efforts had proven futile. Aware of the impending arrival of the meteorite, several countries had begun preparing for doomsday by constructing large aircraft carriers, establishing secret bases in mountains, and stockpiling provisions. Additionally, a gathering of exceptional talents was summoned. It can be said that this was entirely an endeavor intended to leave behind seeds of heritage for the Earth and for the civilization of humanity. Regrettably, all efforts ultimately ended in failure. Despite meticulous calculations, no one anticipated that mutated beings would prove more ferocious than meteors. They ruthlessly exterminated the remnants of humanity, leaving only Chun Hao and Zhou Ting alive. However, Lin Nan mistakenly believed that Chun Hao was unaware of the situation, so he patiently began to explain. Although it appears that the nation has ceased to exist and the borders hold no significance, in reality, the nation persists. Its people are still valiantly engaged in self-rescue. Yet, in the current world, 99 of resources have vanished. Moreover, these resources cannot be regenerated in the short term. Thus, the remaining individuals will undoubtedly descend into madness over the meager 0.01 of resources. First, internal strife will ensue. After depleting internal resources, they will inevitably turn their attention to neighboring countries. Our nation's vast territory, bordered by multiple countries, signifies what? It signifies that we have numerous adversaries. Should we fail to safeguard our borders and allow enemies to infiltrate, they will swarm like locusts, seizing our resources and leaving our people to perish from starvation. While natural disasters are unavoidable, human calamities can still be averted. Lin Nan eloquently articulated his thoughts, hoping to persuade Chun Hao to join their 339 Brigade. Yet, Chun Hao had already internally declined. Firstly, he was aware that the 339 Brigade would meet its demise, although he was uncertain of the specific threat. Secondly, the true peril looming ahead was not humanity itself, but rather the beings beyond humanity. Thus, Chun Hao could not forsake his mission. He needed to cultivate more formidable individuals to alter the fate of humanity as ultimate extinction. Otherwise, if humanity were to perish, what significance would nations or borders hold? Consequently, Chun Hao was not devoid of patriotic sentiment, nor was he unmoved by Lin Nan and his comrade's steadfastness. It was merely that they each had distinct tasks to fulfill. Hence, Chun Hao proposed a middle ground. General Lin Nan, how about this? I shall not join the 339 Brigade, yet I will continue to protect the borders. Would that be acceptable? He continued, I will utilize my own strength to safeguard the heavenly city and defend my nation. However, as you know, it is quite challenging for an average person to adapt to military life. Chun Hao spoke with a hint of reservation, casting an intentional glance towards the direction of the living room, where the sound of women's laughter echoed. Lin Nan grasped the underlying sentiment. It is human nature. He understood well. Furthermore, Chun Hao had articulated that he was not unwilling to defend. He simply wished to do so in his own manner. Thus, Lin Nan nodded slightly. Understood. Moreover, this is merely an invitation. So Mr. Chun Hao, you need not bear any psychological burden. Subsequently, Lin Nan gestured to the individuals behind him, who promptly handed him a satellite phone resembling a large mobile device, complete with an extended antenna. If any signs of enemy activity are detected, please use this phone to contact me. It is imperative that you do not act rashly. Protecting oneself is equally vital. Understood? Chun Hao effortlessly engaged in conversation and found the Major General Lin Nan to be quite amiable. Having concluded their discussion, Lin Nan stood up, expressing his intention to take his leave. Chun Hao glanced at the red tea and pastries on the table. Shall we not indulge a little? He inquired. We adhere to discipline. During missions, we must not consume food indiscriminately, Lin Nan replied with a slight smile, leading his team back along the original path. Chun Hao raised an eyebrow, His impression of Lin Nan and his team enhanced, prompting him to resolve to attempt to alter the tragic fate of the 339th Corps. Thus, he inquired of Lin Nan, "By the way, if I may be so bold, are there many women in your 339th Corps?" "Mr. Chen Hao, that question is rather forward, is it not? Moreover, you appear to have no shortage of female company yourself." Lin Nan did not immediately take offense. His intuition suggested that Chen Hao was not driven by base instincts, indicating he likely had something more substantial to express. Chen Hao appreciated Lin Nan's rational demeanor. "Do you believe in heightened intuition? The ability to sense that something may transpire in a particular place?" Lin Nan's interest was piqued, even though he had not previously encountered such a concept. However, in a post-apocalyptic world where many have awakened extraordinary abilities, the emergence of peculiar powers was hardly surprising. Therefore, Lin Nan sincerely inquired, "What do you foresee?" "A tumult within the 339th Corps, instigated by a woman. Thus, one must exercise caution around women." Lin Nan nodded appreciatively and saluted Chen Hao with utmost respect before returning to the helipad. Once aboard the helicopter, Lin Nan issued a direct order: maintain close surveillance on all women within the Corps and meticulously monitor their movements. Understood. Watching the helicopter fade into the distance, all Chen Hao could offer was a silent wish for their safety. "I hope all is well." Unfortunately, the disintegration of the 339th Corps occurred shortly thereafter, rapidly affecting everyone in the city, including Chen Hao. Chapter 76. Mutation. The 339th Corps is nestled deep within the mountains, 10 kilometers south of Chiyun Villa. While it may outwardly appear as mere mountains, the interior has been extensively hollowed out, supported by thick steel and concrete mixed with special materials, creating vast spaces. 1,000 soldiers and 200 logistics personnel reside within this immense area, which had recently become somewhat crowded due to the influx of over 2,000 laborers. Faster. Push harder. Our standard here is a minimum of 8 hours. If you fall short of that, reflect on your shortcomings. Hurry up. More effort. Sprint. Sprint. Within a concrete chamber, the fervent chants of determination resonate, for within this room are installed dozens of power-generating bicycles. With vigorous pedaling, one can produce a modicum of electrical energy to be channeled into the base's storage station. Remarkably, there are 20 such rooms within this facility, totaling 1,000 bicycles. And who is tasked with pedaling these contraptions? A rotating shift of 3 teams. 1,000 laborers pedaling for 8 hours, followed by another 1,000 taking their place for the same duration. The 1,000 soldiers stationed at the base also rotate in, seizing any opportunity to contribute their efforts. Only through such relentless exertion can the vast energy expenditures of the base be sustained while striving to conserve fuel for power generation and plan for the long term. Amidst the toil, the former tycoon of the heavenly city, Song Yulin, drenched in perspiration, pedals furiously to prevent any slacking. Each bicycle is equipped with a meter to monitor output. Should the daily electricity generation fall short, rations would be curtailed. In these extraordinary times, even the soldiers are unwilling to support idleness. At last, the shift change arrives. With the announcement from a soldier, Song Yulin gingerly dismounts the bicycle, his legs weary and his waist strained. Once a prominent businessman who indulged in golf and lavish performances, he now finds himself laboring in such arduous conditions. After enduring this for over half a month, he has lost considerable weight. Today, surely he must be close to the second to last tier of rations? With a feeble glance at the meter, his face pales as he discovers he remains at the very bottom tier. The meager standard fare for this tier consists of merely 3 steamed buns and a bottle of water each day. After enduring bland buns for so long, he feels on the verge of nausea. Damn it, when will this torment end? He curses inwardly, contemplating that even serving as a dog for Su Jiang would be preferable, as at least it would afford him a morsel of meat. As he laments, a hand unexpectedly clasps his shoulder from behind, startling him into a hasty apology. "I was just rambling." Yet the figure before him is not a soldier, but Pei Jianhua, who wears an air of mystery as he whispers to Song Yulin. "I have something good." He gestures as if toasting, igniting a spark of joy in Song Yulin's heart. He has long craved this indulgence. Without hesitation, Song Yulin urges Pei Jianhua to lead him outside. "Let us go, quickly." With a sly grin, Pei Jianhua responds, "I knew you would be eager for this." Their camaraderie, once superficial, has morphed into a web of ulterior motives in these dire times. Under Pei Jianhua's guidance, they arrive at a small room in the logistics department, furnished with a modest square table and 2 stools. Most importantly, atop the table sits a small bottle of Erguo 2 and a bowl of scrambled eggs and ham. Song Yulin eagerly takes a seat, devouring the food with unrestrained enthusiasm. Delicious. Truly delightful. Ah, why the rush? Pei Jianhua chuckles, amused by his friend's fervor. Pei Jianhua also took a seat, pouring a glass of Erguo 2 for Song Yulin, and of course, serving himself a small cup as well. As Song Yulin chewed on the ham and egg, he lifted the Erguo 2, tears of happiness nearly spilling from his eyes. Brother, you have no idea. I've been eating nothing but plain steamed buns every day, to the point of nearly retching. Thus, this ham and egg is truly a delicacy from the heavens. He added, I indulge in it only occasionally. Upon witnessing Song Yulin down the erguo too, Pei Jianhua chuckled and casually set his own glass aside, having not taken a sip. Actually, I suppose I owe my good fortune to you. I was just like you, toiling endlessly in the power station, nearly at my wit's end. But who would have thought? You called me to say there were still living souls on your side. I reported this, and lo and behold, I was immediately commended and sent here for logistical support. No longer having to pedal every day? Damn it, how can you even say that? Song Yulin slammed his chopsticks down on the table, startling Pei Jianhua. You bastard. I thought you genuinely had connections with the troops here and could bring me over to enjoy life. Instead, I was just dragged here to be a laborer. Just be content. Haven't you seen those soldiers? Whenever they have a moment, they're also pedaling bikes. This is what we call leading by example. Well, to be fair, they are rather decent folks, Song Yulin sighed, resigned to the current state of affairs. However, Pei Jianhua's expression grew increasingly grim. So, being in logistics, merely moving a few things and tidying up, isn't that quite nice? But now, someone wants to shove me back into the power station. Haha. Who could possibly have the power to send you back? Your wife, Chu Qian. Pei Jianhua glared fiercely at Song Yulin. At the mere mention of her name, Song Yulin felt a chill. The last memory of Chu Qian, with her venomous gaze, was a haunting image he could never erase. What authority does she possess? Huh. I must say, this liquor certainly packs a punch. The more I drink, the warmer I feel. Because there is something added in this drink. Added what? Bull's whip? Tiger's whip? It's Wei Gu. And in an overdose. Enough to make you drop dead. No. What do you mean? Finally, realization dawned on Song Yulin. First, that Chu Qian could indeed send Pei Jianhua back to the power station. And then that Pei Jianhua had laced his drink with Wei Gu. It was unmistakably a trap set by Chu Qian. Yet, Pei Jianhua said nothing, merely stood up, opened the door, and let in a horde of women, one weighing 200 pounds, another emaciated at 60 pounds, and even an elderly woman over 80, her teeth completely gone. Song Yulin's face turned crimson with distress. His mind warned him that even a mere touch from any of these women would leave a lifelong scar. Yet, his body screamed for release, lest he burst from pent-up tension. In a final act of rationality, he attempted to burst forth. Let me out. However, the door was cruelly slammed shut by Pei Jianhua, who, before closing it, did not forget to deliver a heart-wrenching message to Song Yulin. This is the final gift from Commander Chu Qian. She wishes to convey her regards to you, wishing you a pleasant time together as a couple. You all do your utmost. If you perform well, the commander will naturally grant you what she has promised. The small room was immediately filled with the echoes of Song Yulin's mournful cries. Yet, the anguish that resembled the wailing of a slaughtered pig only brought joy to Pei Jianhua, for the more torment Song Yunlong endured, the more generous Chu Qian's rewards would be. However, Pei Jianhua did not anticipate an unforeseen variable, Lin Nan. Damn it! As Lin Nan, accompanied by a battalion of soldiers, approached with an imposing demeanor, Pei Jianhua panicked and instinctively sought to flee. Yet, Lin Nan seized him firmly. Speak. What is happening inside? Pei Jianhua stammered, but just then, a horrific scream erupted from the small room. A soldier immediately rushed forward and kicked the door open. Inside, a grotesque assembly of women, all disheveled, was revealed, and there lay Song Yulin, lifeless, his eyes wide open in death. You. Lin Nan was consumed by fury. He could hardly believe that such an atrocity could occur within this disciplined base. Tell me, who commanded you to act in such a manner? It was the commander. The commander? Nonsense. How could the commander permit such actions? Lin Nan pressed the gun against Pei Jianhua's temple, ready to end the life of this deluded individual. Pei Jianhua, terrified, nearly soiled himself. No, you misunderstand. I was not referring to Commander Wang, but to Commander Chu. Commander Chu? Yes, just this morning, Commander Wang summoned me to the command room and informed me that from now on, Commander Chu holds authority, and I must obey her. Chu Qian. Lin Nan's heart sank as he realized a critical issue. For the past several days, he had heeded Chun Hao's warning to keep watch over the movements of every woman in the base. This was the very reason he and his men had arrived at this location, because those grotesque women were indeed women. Yet, he had overlooked Commander Chu, the newcomer to the base. Damn it. At that moment, he had only thought of finding a woman to assist Commander Wang, who was incapacitated, believing she would be attentive and take good care of him. He never expected to have fallen into her trap. Thus, Lin Nan resolutely decided to eliminate Chu Qian. Otherwise, the 339th Battalion was likely doomed. With a decisive gesture, Lin Nan commanded, "Let us proceed to the command room." Simultaneously, due to the relentless torrential rain, The floodwaters in Tian City had reached an astonishing height of 40 meters, and as the floodwaters eroded the structures, numerous skyscrapers began to collapse, thundering down into the waters, transforming into islands amidst the deluge. Another building has fallen. Chun Hao stood on the deck, watching as yet another skyscraper crumbled with a resounding crash, shaking his head slightly in dismay. Beside him, Xiao Xiao held a fruit platter, offering Chun Hao a slice of apple, and casually fed a piece to Wu Shiqing and Amy, who were busy massaging Chun Hao's legs. Only Bailey Lin felt completely excluded, yearning to join in, but Chun Hao's legs had already been divided among the others. Unless she prepared to massage a third leg. The very thought of that scenario made Bailey Lin's face flush with embarrassment. Brother Hao, recently it seems you've been gazing in that direction. Is something about to happen? It would be best if nothing occurs. Otherwise, it could lead to serious trouble. Chun Hao teased, when suddenly, an unfortunate message arrived. The satellite phone gifted by Lin Nan rang. It was a call from Lin Nan himself, and it was a distress call. Mr. Chun Hao, I apologize, but could you come help me? I might not survive the next 2 hours. Chapter 77, Medical Xiao Xiao Online. Where are you now? Chiyun Mountain Villa? Alright, stay where you are and don't move. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hao swiftly made 3 arrangements. First, he deployed a drone to scout Chiyun Mountain Villa and the surrounding area. Second, he placed the Ark into emergency mode. The deputy commander of the 339th Corps being in trouble could hardly be a trivial matter. It was entirely possible that the next move would involve missiles raining down. Third, he organized a rescue team. Not only did Chun Hao hold Lin Nan in good regard, but for his own safety. He also needed to ascertain what was happening within the 339th Corps. Thus, his gaze fell upon Bailey Lin and Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, this time, I need you to come with me. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded enthusiastically, having longed for such a day, much like her desire to become Chun Hao's partner. Bailey Lin had no objections. She had made a promise to Chun Hao to assist him for 3 years, so she did not refuse. Shiqing, steer the Ark to this position. If you encounter trouble, retreat without forcing it. Then we will take the yacht. What about you? Rest assured, I have my methods. Chun Hao replied with a slight smile, then turned to Amy. The yacht's security is in your hands. Protect the Ark well until we return. I promise to complete the task. Amy declared confidently, patting her chest, the solid muscles producing a dull thud that was rather pleasing to the ear. Alright, let us set off. Chun Hao led Xiao Xiao and Bailey Lin, piloting a 10-meter speedboat directly towards Chiyun Mountain Villa, which was only about 5 minutes away. Unbeknownst to Chun Hao, at that very moment, another group was also gradually approaching the vicinity of Chiyun Mountain Villa. But their intentions were far from a rescue mission for Lin Nan. How is it? I can already scent his blood. It's heading toward Chiyun Mountain Villa. Good. You haven't forgotten Commander Chu's orders, have you? Upon sighting Lin Nan and his accomplices, eliminate them without mercy. I haven't forgotten. Moreover, I've longed to taste the blood of a major general and see how it differs from that of an ordinary person. Once we capture him, do as you please. Let us go. A group of individuals clad in protective suits, navigating a yacht, made their way towards Chiyun Mountain Villa. Unlike Lin Nan and his companions, who donned white protective attire, these figures were adorned in black, a color symbolizing the forces of darkness within the regiment. Master, we have pinpointed the last location of the signal. Where? In the second villa on the left upon entering. Upon their arrival at the foot of Chiyun Mountain Villa, Chun Hao and his companions immediately spotted the jet ski Lin Nan had intended for escape. In preparation for the impending apocalypse, the regiment had amassed a considerable array of transportation. Thus, Chun Hao shot and obliterated the jet ski, simultaneously exchanging a meaningful glance with Bailey Lin. She promptly understood, raising her hand to manipulate the rainwater on the ground, erasing all traces of Lin Nan's blood. Meanwhile, within a villa's living room, Lin Nan lay on the floor in a state of utter despair. His right hand had been severed, and his body bore the corrosive marks of rain. Had it not been for the pacemaker in his chest, sustaining his life, he would have succumbed long ago. I cannot die. I must not perish. I must relay the message of the 339th Regiment to the district. Lin Nan murmured, fixated on the 339th Regiment, a mere minor faction responsible for Tianshu City, overshadowed by the formidable Z3 Corps that commanded the entire Jiang province. If the Z3 Corps intervened, the trivial disturbances of the 339th would be swiftly quelled. But this hinged upon the transmission of the message. I cannot die. I cannot die. Lin Nan's gaze was unfocused, the copious loss of blood clouding his senses. He was oblivious to the approach of Chun Hao and the others. What is his condition? His heartbeat is exceedingly faint. He has lost too much blood. He clings to life solely due to the pacemaker intermittently stimulating his heart with electric currents. Should it cease, he will likely. Xiao Zhao's brow furrowed tightly. At this juncture, the matter was no longer about saving him, but rather, how long he could endure. Chun Hao had no time for lamentation. Every fleeting moment was of utmost importance. Can he still speak? No. He must have previously injected a substantial dose of adrenaline, rendering a small additional dose ineffective. Then we must increase the dosage. Chun Hao insisted. He urgently summoned me for a reason. It is imperative that he convey his message. Whatever he needs, let him speak. I require a medical observation room, along with an ample supply of adrenaline. Without the observation chamber, an excessive injection of adrenaline could lead to his immediate demise. Very well. Chun Hao did not hesitate, promptly conjuring a medical observation room from his spatial domain, which was extracted from the Ark of Noah. Within the Ark, most functional areas can be detached like puzzle pieces. Let us proceed inside. And the enemies? They will not breach our defenses anytime soon. First, let us hear what Lin Nan wishes to convey. Excellent. The three of them approached the medical observation room, constructed of a special alloy, rendering it impervious to ordinary individuals. Though a formidable group was close outside, the remnants of blood have been cleared, yet the tantalizing sweetness of it still lingered in the air. For individuals clad in black protective gear, one of whom sniffed the air and caught the scent of Lin Nan's blood. His nostrils flared. Something was amiss. The scents of the other three individuals were also present. Were there others here? Perhaps reinforcements? No matter. Did not the commander order a search for Lin Nan? His associates are to be eliminated without mercy. Haha. Indeed. Let us ruthlessly dispatch them all. Hahaha. Chapter 78. My temper is quite high at Chiyun Villa, in the living room of the second villa on the left upon entry. A medical observation room's entrance was flashing red, indicating an emergency. A green light would signify the conclusion of the rescue. Through the transparent glass window, one could see Chun Hao and Bai Li Lin standing to one side, while Xiao Xiao was attending to Lin Nan. Oh, what is this? A medical observation room? How is such a large structure transported here? I have heard tales of a fellow named Chun Hao nearby, a spatial ability wielder, who has had interactions with Lin Nan. He must be the one. Spatial abilities, you say? Quite intriguing. It should be exhilarating to engage him. He appears to be quite the handsome lad. My type indeed. A group of four nonchalantly appeared at the villa entrance, eyeing the medical observation room where Chun Hao and the others were concealed, strolling in with a playful demeanor. At this moment, they believed it to be merely an ordinary medical observation room, unaware of its true power. So, who shall take the lead? That is indeed a rare spatial ability wielder. I shall. A burly man stepped forward, casting his gaze upon the nearly lifeless Lin Nan. A wicked grin spreading across his face, for it was his hand that had severed Lin Nan's right arm. This time, your luck has run out. You shall not escape my grasp. Mutation. Wolf transformation. Ah! Amidst a cacophony of ferocious howls, the man's body underwent a grotesque transformation. Morphing from a robust human into a wolfman, his body now covered in thick fur. His fingers transformed into claws capable of slicing through steel. Yasha, take it easy. Don't finish them off too quickly. We want to enjoy the hunt. Rest assured, I shall only slay the two men. The rest are yours to deal with. The werewolf, Yasha, responded with a sinister grin as the dark presence of the regiment. They could not even use their names, only code names to communicate with one another. Most individuals chose code names closely tied to their abilities. With an overwhelming sense of confidence, Yasha approached the glass window of the medical observation room with an intimidating demeanor, unleashing a fierce claw strike against it. Come out. In Yasha's eyes, this strike would surely shatter the glass instantly. However, this glass was crafted from special materials. Thus, when Yasha's claw made contact, it merely sparked against the surface, resulting in the shattering of his own claw. HM. Initially reveling in his wicked smile, Yasha was suddenly overtaken by an excruciating pain surging through his head. It is often said that the fingers are connected to the heart. What more could be said of claws that were literally torn apart? Consequently, Yasha let out a wail. Ah! His cries were haunting and tragic, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, within the medical observation room, Chun Hao remained expressionless, uttering flatly, "Foolish girl, activate sound filtering mode," while simultaneously recording the opponent's extraordinary abilities. Understood, master. After all, before him, the failures of his opponents were commonplace, requiring no particular concern. Moreover, Lin Nan had already awakened. Major General Lin Nan, how are you? Upon seeing Lin Nan regain consciousness and Yasha's attack fail, the special operations team grew increasingly anxious. Their mission was to hunt down Lin Nan and prevent him from conveying information about the 339th Regiment's mutiny to the Jiang Province District. As the deputy commander, Lin Nan had always held the responsibility of supervising the commander and possessed means of contacting the district that even the commander was unaware of. This was precisely why Lin Nan's demise was imperative. Among the team, a man of shorter stature, somewhat stocky, spoke up. Yasha, return. You should focus more on agility rather than aggression. Allow me to take over. Yasha pursed his lips, initially intending to stubbornly assert that he could break through the glass. Yet, The pain in his hand was undeniably severe. No, you cannot. Thus, Yasha retreated, allowing the stocky man to step forward. Once the stocky man approached, he did not rush to attack, but instead meticulously examined the glass window of the medical observation room, particularly the area where Yasha had just struck. Then he chuckled. I see. Indeed, it is made from special materials. However, the greatest flaw of this material is its susceptibility to concentrated attacks, and I excel at such precise strikes. His code name was Iron Fist, capable of smashing through rocks with a single blow, a super soldier of unparalleled strength. Break for me. Boom. The results prove that Iron Fist's power far surpassed that of Yasha. Under the force of his mighty blow, the glass window of the medical observation room was left with a scratch measuring a full 0.01 centimeters. Iron Fist's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. It's so tough? If all goes well, I just need to land another 10,000 punches. Hope remains that substantial damage can be inflicted upon the glass windows of the medical observation room. Yet, it is uncertain whether his Iron Fist will endure after 10,000 strikes. Damn it. Within the ranks of the team, Feng Shun, the leader, began to feel a tinge of agitation. With the newly appointed commander at the helm, failure to achieve merit, or worse, committing a grave error, would likely condemn their team to obscurity. After all, within the 339th Legion, there exist numerous similar awakened groups. Thus, Feng Shun issued a direct command, Iron Fist. Step aside. Since brute force cannot shatter this glass, I shall deplete its oxygen. Without oxygen, let us see how long you can endure. In Feng Shun's recollection, such an isolated medical observation room typically featured an air filtration system, implying a reliance on external oxygen. Therefore, by exhausting the oxygen surrounding the medical observation room, it would naturally succumb to a state of hypoxia without fresh oxygen supply. Alas, this was no ordinary medical observation room. It was equipped with cutting-edge technology. Wind, arise. Feng Shun raised his hands high. In an instant, the air currents within the hall began to whirl violently, coalescing into a colossal tornado. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful winds rapidly twisted, encircling the medical observation room firmly, as the eye of the tornado created a vacuum devoid of oxygen. Let us see how long you can hold out. Ding. Detection of changes in the external air environment initiated a shift in the oxygen supply mode. The current mode was set to internal emergency oxygen supply. Fresh oxygen surged into the medical observation room, not only preventing suffocation, but rendering the atmosphere even more invigorating than before. This left Feng Shun outside utterly astounded. His method had consistently proven effective against those hiding within their shells, never having failed him until now. Yet, Chun Hao and the others were not only surviving, but had even received a watch from Lin Nan. The key. Feng Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. They had never anticipated that Lin Nan would disguise the key to contact the district as a mere watch, waving it before their eyes all along. More crucially, this key now lay in Chun Hao's hands. He could contact the district at any moment. This is all my fault. I should not have brought that woman back. In his final moments, Lin Nan muttered regretfully, lamenting that had he not brought Chu Qian back to the 339th Legion, the Legion would have continued to be a sword safeguarding the people. Now, it had likely transformed into a butcher's blade. However, Chun Hao merely stated a fact, devoid of consolation, grounded in reality. You have erred, but you have also endeavored to amend your mistakes to the utmost. Furthermore, at the critical juncture, you made a profoundly correct choice, finding me. I am surely the one who can rectify your errors. Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, Lin Nan managed a faint smile before peacefully closing his eyes, for he understood that his mission had reached its conclusion. The remaining tasks were now entrusted to Chun Hao, a man stronger than he. How's he? He had already noticed that Xiao Xiao was biting her lip tightly as she spoke. It was not her first encounter with death, yet it was the first time she had witnessed someone who could have died multiple times, enduring until the Grim Reaper himself had struck several blows before claiming their life. In legends, the Grim Reaper's scythe is said to take a life with a single stroke. At this moment, my mood was somewhat foul, prompting me to step outside and vent my frustrations on a few individuals. Chun Hao took off his coat, draping it over Lin Nan's body, a gesture that honored the deceased with the dignity a true soldier deserves. Xiao Xiao, you remain in this observation room. They cannot breach it. Xiao Xiao nodded, understanding that Chun Hao was preparing to unleash his wrath. Accompanying him would only hinder his efforts, rendering her a burden. Chun Hao then turned his gaze to Bailey Lin, who met his eyes with unwavering determination. I wish to fight alongside you. Have you considered this thoroughly? Absolutely. First, I hold immense admiration for this young soldier. It distresses me to see him perish at the hands of these fiends. Second, I refuse to be a mere ornament, having chosen to follow you. I aspire to be of use. Very well. Chun Hao said no more, focusing intently on the 4 adversaries outside, beginning to allocate his targets. I want all 4 of them. You will provide support. Chapter 79, Dream charm, damn it. What good are they? The wind god seethed in frustration, reaching the peak of his animosity towards Chun Hao and his comrades. As they remained ensconced in the medical observation room, his attempts to breach their defenses proved futile, and the oxygen supply was ineffective. If this continued, it would jeopardize his own future. Damn it. Come out. Show yourselves. Just then, the wind god keenly sensed a subtle shift in the air around him, something soft stealthily approaching. Be cautious. Spread out. In the next moment, a barrage of raindrops descended upon the position occupied by the wind god and his companions, akin to a shotgun blast. Even if it did not kill, it would surely leave them battered and bruised. Water? The four of them involuntarily gasped in shock. In this tempestuous realm, possessing the ability to manipulate water was unfathomably formidable. Instantly, a murderous intent surged within the wind god. This individual must not be allowed to survive. They had already established through data that the powers of awakened beings could be cultivated through training. Thus, the optimal way to eliminate awakened beings was the sooner, the better. As footsteps approached, the wind god and his companions simultaneously looked up towards the medical observation room, only to discover that as they had retreated, two figures emerged, one wielding a Barrett rifle, and the other, a woman with long hair. Is it her? The wind god immediately issued orders. You three take down the man. I will handle the woman. In his estimation, Chun Hao might possess immense potential in terms of supernatural abilities, such as tearing through space, dimensional slashing, or cataclysmic spatial explosions. As the legendary spatial abilities are now emerging, the apocalypse has only recently begun, and the supernatural powers have just started to awaken. Thus, Chun Hao's spatial abilities are merely a feeble auxiliary skill. It suffices to leave him to the other three while the strongest of the team confronts the somewhat threatening Bai Lin. Upon receiving Feng Shen's command, Yasha was undoubtedly the most exhilarated among them. Chun Hao. It is worth noting that earlier, when Chun Hao and the others were huddled in the medical observation room, he was the only one injured. Moreover, it was a grievous wound from a wolf's claw, causing excruciating pain. Therefore, Yasha was determined to return this suffering to Chun Hao 100-fold. Chun Hao. With a thunderous roar, Yasha unleashed his agility, transforming into a gray shadow, swiftly approaching Chun Hao. This was his signature move, the wolf shadow disappearance, where he encircled his opponent at remarkable speed, leaving them only with afterimages, utterly defenseless. Ultimately, they could only succumb to despair amidst fear and torment. However, Chun Hao did not even spare Yasha a glance, directly activating his spatial domain, a 5-fold increase in gravity. Instantly, within a 10-meter radius centered on Chun Hao, the gravitational field distorted, amplifying the gravity to 5 times that of the outside world. While this would not result in immediate death for beings accustomed to Earth's gravity, it would certainly catch them off guard. What? Yasha stumbled and knelt before Chun Hao, and just as he realized the gravity of the situation, bang! A gunshot rang out. The werewolf that severed Lin Nan's arm lost its head. Ah! Yasha! Iron Fist, Yasha's friend, was filled with rage, roaring uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he charged towards Chun Hao. You shall die? Ah! However, it was too late for Feng Shen to intervene. He sensed something amiss around Chun Hao, which likely accounted for Chun Hao's ability to effortlessly eliminate Yasha. Yet, Iron Fist foolishly charged forward. As expected, the moment Iron Fist stepped within Chun Hao's 10-meter radius, it felt as if a colossal mountain had descended upon him. It was akin to running swiftly only to be struck by a boulder, rendering him incapable of regaining his balance. Thus, he could only kneel in humiliation. It's over. Beads of sweat erupted on Iron Fist's forehead as he finally comprehended how Yasha had met his demise. He had foolishly approached Chun Hao without understanding his abilities. And now, he was destined to share the same fate. Bang! A gunshot resounded. The one who had shattered Lin Nan's liver was now headless. Next. It's your turn. Chun Hao turned his gaze to the only woman in Feng Shen's group, clad in protective gear, yet her graceful figure unmistakably revealed her femininity. More importantly, this woman had yet to reveal her abilities. Thus, Chun Hao aimed his gun at her. You shall die as well. Wait, I surrender. The woman across from him displayed no hesitation, immediately raising her hands high. Witnessing this scene, the expression on the wind god's face turned ashen, and he bellowed. You traitor. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Bai Lin's torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Had it not been for the gust of wind enveloping him in protection, he would have been riddled with wounds. Cursed be this woman. She is indeed formidable. The wind god gritted his teeth, seething with rage. With 2 of his subordinates felled by Chun Hao's precise shots, a shroud of death loomed overhead, instilling a flicker of trepidation within him. Opposite him stood Bai Lin, a novice in wielding her powers, yet she was reaping significant benefits. So this is how one can utilize their abilities. A revelation. Observing the woman raise her hands, Chun Hao chose to ignore her. continuing to pull his finger towards the trigger, for in warfare, deception is paramount. However, noticing the subtle movement of Chun Hao's finger, the woman across promptly removed her mask, revealing a visage that was indistinct yet stunningly captivating. "Sir, would you truly be willing to slay a beauty such as myself?" Her voice was alluring and chilling, evoking images of noble yet venomous red roses in the listener's mind. Beautiful though they may be, they are thorny. They carry poison. Yet, inexplicably, they remain favored by women, who, fully aware of their thorns, still embrace them with open arms. Much like a woman, one knows she may cause harm. Yet as a man, one cannot help but draw her close. In this moment, Chun Hao comprehended the nature of the woman before him. She wielded the art of seduction. Yet his mental resolve faltered, unwittingly ensnared in her trap. I've succeeded. Observing Meng Mei's control over Chun Hao, the wind god revealed a smirk of triumph. When it comes to sheer combat prowess, Meng Mei may be the weakest among the four. However, in terms of the complexity of her abilities, she reigns supreme, especially against men. For once a man falls into the snare of Meng Mei's charm, none can forsake the warmth and languor that accompanies her enchantment. Enjoy yourself, lad. Then, in the midst of this delightful reverie, pass away without pain. Chapter 80. The weakness of illusions. How intriguing. I have been ensnared. Chun Hao surveyed the spectacle before him, finding it rather amusing, as he beheld a flurry of rose petals swirling through the air, vivid and dripping with color. They were as crimson as blood, cascading in layers that obscured the heavens and the earth from his sight. Yet, this breathtaking scene did not evoke any particular fondness in Chun Hao. After all, men do not harbor an affinity for roses unless they wish to soak their feet in rose petals. Nevertheless, this woman possesses a certain deftness. Recalling Meng Mei's simultaneously clear yet indistinct countenance, Chun Hao felt compelled to applaud her. The situation was akin to strolling along a pedestrian street, only to brush past a stunning beauty. What would be your reaction? Would you not turn to glance back? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. You would look back with keen interest, for such an opportunity may never present itself again. However, that single glance could plunge one deep into an illusion. As illusions resemble hypnosis, the more one concentrates on a single matter, the more susceptible one becomes. Yet, such a rudimentary illusion poses little challenge. I discerned its falsehood at a mere glance. Chun Hao smiled faintly. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous foes skilled in illusionary arts, thus amassing a wealth of experience in dispelling such tricks. Moreover, the more sophisticated the illusion, the more unassuming it often appears, blurring the lines between reality and mirage. Only in this manner can one become ensnared in the quagmire of truth and illusion, finding it increasingly difficult to extricate oneself. It is time to break free. Just as Chun Hao intended to dismantle this inferior illusion, a cold yet heartbreakingly tender voice resonated from behind him. Are you truly willing to leave? To abandon me alone? Chun Hao glanced back and then comprehended the true terror of this illusion. In the flowing river of roses, a woman's silhouette emerged, her heart-shaped face and elegantly arched brows, reminiscent of a princess from a kingdom of roses, possessing the most exquisite visage in existence, an unequivocal perfection. 100 out of 100. Are you really going to leave me behind? The woman inquired amidst the roses, her stunning countenance rendering one utterly entranced. In an instant, Chun Hao recognized the true power of his opponent. What man could resist such allure? One could only willingly succumb. Sensing Chun Hao's mental state growing increasingly relaxed, Meng Mei couldn't help but smirk wickedly. Men. To date, no man has ever escaped this illusion. Thus, in reality, Meng Mei drew forth a sharp dagger, poised to sever Chun Hao's throat, ensuring his demise would be painless, even blissful. However, just as she prepared to strike, her body suddenly stiffened. What is this? You seem to be unaware of the risks inherent in casting illusions. Allow me to enlighten you. Chun Hao's voice resonated in Meng Mei's ears, causing her to gasp in astonishment. For in her perception, Chun Hao was deeply enraptured by desire, incapable of articulating such rational thoughts. What? Are you shocked? Fear not. By the time I finish, everything will be clear. Illusions merely manipulate mental prowess to influence another's will, thereby exerting control. Yet this only holds true if one's own mental strength surpasses that of their opponent. What? Meng Mei exclaimed in surprise, having only recently awakened her abilities. And given that those with illusionary powers typically possess greater mental strength than ordinary individuals, she had always succeeded in casting illusions effortlessly. Little did she know that her success hinged upon certain prerequisites. Thus, driven by intense curiosity and a hint of trepidation, Meng Mei trembled and posed a question to Chun Hao. What if my mental strength is not superior to that of my opponent? Then it would manifest as such. Meng Mei revealed an incredulous expression, for she found herself ensnared by the very roses. Before Chun Hao stood before her, a dagger in hand. He leisurely thrust it towards her body. Meng Mei, in a state of terror, wished to put an end to this nightmare. Yet, it was only then she realized she could not cease the illusion. The dominion over the illusion had been shackled by Chun Hao. As long as he chose not to halt, the phantasm would persist endlessly. Even more terrifying was the fact that Meng Mei's illusion operated at a different temporal pace than reality. It was akin to a fleeting dream. While an hour might elapse within the illusion, merely a second would pass in the external world. Thus, several hours of torment within the illusion would compress into mere seconds outside, delivering an overwhelming strain upon Meng Mei's psyche. This was a form of mental torture that no one could withstand. Meng Mei collapsed to the ground like a broken doll, while Chun Hao merely smiled faintly, finding it amusing. But you may die now, Meng Mei. Feng Shun's eyes turned red with despair. If Meng Mei were to perish, he would be left utterly defenseless. Furthermore, he had long harbored personal affections for her. Consequently, Feng Shun abandoned his ongoing battle with Bai Li Lin and summoned a tempest, rushing towards Chun Hao and the fallen Meng Mei. However, he failed to anticipate that Chun Hao's intent was never to slay Meng Mei, but rather to lure him in. As darkness enveloped him, Feng Shun found himself in a void devoid of wind, sound, and air. A cacophony of strange noises erupted from his throat. And after a violent struggle, he succumbed to asphyxiation within Chun Hao's created space. Ironically, asphyxiation had been his own intended means to eliminate Chun Hao and the others. Meanwhile, Meng Mei, the last surviving member of Feng Shun's group, regained her consciousness after hours of mental blankness. The first figure she beheld was none other than Chun Hao, reclining casually with a devilish smirk. Chapter 81. Control. Seated in a chair, Chun Hao wore a slight, sinister smile. Those awakened with illusionary abilities often possessed the capacity to delve into the hearts of others, probing their memories, controlling their emotions, and even altering their sentiments. Yet, they remained oblivious to the dire risks lurking beneath such terrifying powers. Should their mental fortitude falter against a foe, they would face a backlash. Their memories could be laid bare to scrutiny, their emotions manipulated, and even their feelings subject to modification by adversaries. Thus, Meng Mei had suffered a grievous backlash. After all, in his past life, Chun Hao had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Although his powers had regressed due to the reversal of time, his mental strength remained undiminished, and even grew stronger as he unraveled his inner conflicts. Therefore, within Meng Mei's illusion, Chun Hao accomplished two significant feats. The first was to reflect Meng Mei's illusion back upon her, trapping her within its confines. The second matter involved delving into Meng Mei's memories, uncovering numerous insights about her, particularly regarding the mutiny within the 339th Regiment. In the depths of her true recollections, it was revealed that she never intended to harm Lin Nan. In fact, she discreetly allowed him an opportunity to escape. This was one of the reasons why Chun Hao refrained from eliminating Meng Mei. She was merely a pawn in a larger game, unwillingly entangled in the pursuit of Lin Nan, facing the threat of death herself. In the face of overwhelming circumstances, her only recourse was to assist her former comrades by providing them with a chance. However, it now appears that I may have inadvertently accomplished a third task, which has also influenced her emotions. Chun Hao observed Meng Mei, who gazed at him with admiration, and realized that she had submitted to him. A subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, "You are awake." Meng Mei nodded slightly in response. Chun Hao gently inquired, "Pray tell, what is the current situation within the 339th Regiment?" Despite having glimpsed Meng Mei's memories, Chun Hao could not be certain that she would align herself with him. Hence, it was necessary to probe her with questions to which he already knew the answers. Meng Mei lowered her head and spoke. "Currently, the commander of the 339th Regiment is Chu Qian, a decision personally mandated by Commander Wang." Although there were dissenting voices, after a significant assembly, the leading figures of the regiment suddenly reached a consensus, endorsing Chu Qian as the new commander with full authority over the 339th Regiment. Therefore, I suspect that Chu Qian is also an awakened individual. Meng Mei not only articulated the present state of the 339th Regiment, but also interjected her personal conjectures, driven by the fear that once she answered, Chun Hao might depart. "Oh, how do you ascertain that she is an awakened one?" Chun Hao queried. "Because Commander Wang is not a man prone to being enamored by women. The only reason he would act in such a manner is that it is beyond his control." "Does that imply Chu Qian possesses formidable powers?" Chun Hao continued. "Indeed, she has managed to exert control over several key figures within the base in an extraordinarily brief span of time and can maintain that control, which is certainly no ordinary feat." A deep sense of trepidation washed over Meng Mei. As an illusionist awakened one, her ability to manipulate time against her adversaries was quite limited. In dreams, it could stretch for hours, yet in reality, it barely lasted seconds. However, Chu Qian astonishingly managed to control her targets for several days. And this might not even be her limit. It seems she was indeed a formidable opponent. With a smile, Chun Hao said, "Meng Mei, If I require your assistance in a particular matter, would you be willing to oblige? You wish for me to return and act as your informant? Mengmei was no fool. She had discerned some of Chun Hao's intentions. He nodded in affirmation. I harbor concerns regarding Chu Qian. The last time I encountered her, she was but a humble woman. Yet now she has transformed into a commander. Are you worried that her ambitions will swell, aiming to unify the city and eradicate all opposing forces? I fear it may be more than that. Moreover, it is of paramount importance to note that when women ascend to positions of power, they often tend to adopt extreme measures, acting without due consideration for the consequences. For instance, Chun Hao illustrated the act of driving with his hands. Consider the scenario of driving. If one suddenly encounters a person leaping into the road, a man would instinctively slam on the brakes. However, some women might simply scream, covering their eyes in terror, unable to bear the sight. This elicited a chuckle from Mengmei, who understood that Chun Hao was genuinely concerned about Chu Qian's unpredictable nature, which could amplify the danger exponentially. Thus, Mengmei gently wrapped her arms around Chun Hao's, saying, I can return as an undercover agent, but I have one request. What is it? Chun Hao inquired. I hope you won't abandon me. Mengmei gazed at him with a hint of desperation. Chun Hao assured her, I will not abandon you. Thank you. Mengmei replied with a smile, her nearly flawless visage radiating delight with every expression. After a brief discussion of some details, Chun Hao escorted Mengmei out of the safe house. Subsequently, he flipped his wrist to reveal the watch that Lin Nan had given him, which was, in fact, a satellite communicator capable of linking to the regional command. However, it was severely damaged. Judging by the material of the watch, it should have been crafted from special materials. Yet it had sustained significant injuries. Evidently, the battle had been fierce. Chun Hao furrowed his brow. This was precisely why he had chosen to send Mengmei back to undertake the undercover mission. Currently, there was no way to contact the Jiang province region immediately, so it was imperative to anticipate Chu Qian's next move. What could this deranged woman possibly do next? Chun Hao pondered. Chapter 82. The night owl time was of the essence. We must prepare to return, Chun Hao declared with a sweeping gesture, having laid Lin Nan to rest, leaving no reason to linger at Chiyun Villa. Upon their return, Bai Lin approached Chun Hao with a request. I learned several new techniques during today's battle, and I would like to experiment on the third-floor terrace. Very well, go ahead. Chun Hao nodded, not probing further, as he had more pressing matters to attend to, namely the repair of Lin Nan's watch. Silly girl, please scan it, and see if there is any possibility of repair. Understood, master, scanning in progress. Thus, Bai Lin made her way alone to the terrace, setting up a rain curtain to shield herself from the descending raindrops. She then extended her right hand, and the rain coalesced into a whip within her palm. Crack! Bai Lin lashed the air with the whip, producing a resounding crack. Although the force was considerable, she still felt it insufficient. Therefore, Bai Lin continued to wield the whip, each strike more ferocious than the last. Crack! 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 Boom! Upon hearing an unusual sound from the whip, Bai Lin became alert, only to realize, in her impatience, that she had struck the railing of a yacht. In an instant, the super-hard alloy railing shattered her whip. A powerful recoil surged towards Bai Lin, causing her right hand to throb with pain. Ah! She exclaimed, staggering backward. However, her fall was cushioned by a broad and sturdy shoulder. Who is it? Startled, Bai Lin turned to see the warm smile of Chun Hao. Do not be agitated. Take your time, he reassured her. Thank you, Bai Lin replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Meanwhile, in the clandestine conference room of the 339th Legion, Mengmei was reporting to her new commander, Chu Qian. At that moment, Chu Qian had shed her previous demure demeanor. Clad in a green shirt and draped in a military green commander-esque coat, exuding an aura befitting one in power. With her arms crossed, she cast a cold glance at Mengmei. You are saying that all three of them are dead, and yet you survived at a cost? Indeed, Mengmei affirmed. But what of the item I requested? I'm afraid I was unable to secure it. However, I managed to ensure that he cannot use the key normally for at least 3 days, granting us a window to act against him. Very well. While you did not accomplish the mission, you have made an effort. You may take your rest. Yes, Commander. Mengmei stood at attention and saluted sharply before limping away. Once Mengmei departed, Chu Qian let out a huff through her nose. Night Owl, what is your perspective? A man with a hawkish nose stepped out from the shadows of the secret chamber. He was the most formidable warrior among the awakened in the 339th Legion, Night Owl, and the only man who had ever garnered Chu Qian's favor. Their relationship was both hierarchical and romantic. A glint of skepticism flickered in Night Owl's cold gaze. I believe we cannot fully trust her words. If the key can be tampered with, why not destroy it directly? I share that sentiment. Unless the key's material is beyond her capacity to break. Should we keep her? Let her stay for now. Perhaps her claims hold truth, and she has indeed delayed him, granting us 3 days. And if her words are false, should there be any sign of unrest in Jiang province within those 3 days, she will be the first to pay the price. Understood. Night Owl nodded, a cruel smile curling his lips as he licked them. Before the apocalypse, he had been tasked with executing assassination plans and had harbored a certain madness for slaughter. Now, in the post-apocalyptic world, killing ordinary people no longer satisfied his cravings. Only the awakened would suffice. However, I remain concerned about Chen Hao. As a spatial ability user with a Noah's Ark at his disposal, he can go wherever he pleases. Should the key be compromised, he might very well alert Jiang Province. Then I shall eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing Night Owl voice her desired solution, Chu Qian settled comfortably, propping her leg atop the table, her red high heels gleaming, black Valentinos. Come now, darling. Allow me to rally you for battle. At your command. My dearest queen. Chapter 83. The joy of sisterhood in the spacious 150-square-meter living room of the Noah's Ark. Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing were experimenting with cocktails at the bar. This color is so beautiful. Add a little bit more. And that one, it looks lovely too. Let's add some. Wow, this flavor is quite peculiar. The two women burst into laughter, their bodies swaying with mirth, completely devoid of any tension that one might expect in a post-apocalyptic world. On the contrary, since the onset of the apocalypse, their lives had become more vibrant and colorful. For instance, Xiao Xiao had formerly been ensnared in the shadow of loan sharks, living in constant fear and unable to spend a single penny frivolously, always anxious about someone knocking on her door. However, things had changed drastically since the end of the world. Now she relished delightful meals, enjoyed exquisite drinks, and could see her beloved every day. As for Wu Shiqing, before the apocalypse, she was merely a humble graduate student, buried under endless papers and research. Now, to hell with papers and studies, she was determined to save her life. Thus, the long-repressed spirits of Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing found harmony as they busily concocted cocktails at the bar. What are you two up to? Amy leaned over the bar, observing the murky concoctions they had painstakingly prepared, which lacked any allure. My goodness, is this supposed to be a drink? It looked quite appealing before, but now, with these additions, it has turned into this. Oh dear, how could something that seemed so lovely become this? Well, to be honest, it may be a bit unsightly, but it might taste delightful. Why don't you give it a try? Me? But I'm still just a child. I want to live for a few more years. Oh, this is our carefully crafted cocktail, and no one wants to drink it. Boo-hoo, I'll do it. Baililin appeared at the end of the corridor and confidently took a seat before the three women. Previously, there had always been a sense of distance between Baililin and the others, so her proactive approach was a first. Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy were taken aback, blinking in surprise at Baililin. They sensed a newfound maturity and allure about her. Had she perhaps visited Brother Hao's room? Damn that Brother Hao. Xiao Xiao's anger flared momentarily, but she quickly forgot her indignation when Wu Shiqing timidly posed a question to Baililin. Are you sure you want to drink it? It might be incredibly awful. But then again, just like you said, it may be unsightly but still quite tasty. Baililin smiled faintly, lifted the murky glass, and downed it in one go. After savoring the taste for a few moments, she slowly uttered a few words. It's not bad. Really? Indeed. Yay. Wu Shiqing and Xiao Xiao excitedly embraced each other. Then she picked up the vibrant assortment of spirits and began concocting a second drink. Amy, just wait. We'll prepare one for you too. In truth, I can mix cocktails. Allow me to craft one for you all. Oh, you can? Bai Li Jin replied with a slight smile, snapping her fingers. Streams of colorful liquor flew from the bottles into the shaker, resembling brilliant rainbows, swirling and merging. The colors stratified beautifully. Finally, the concoction was poured into 4 glasses, transforming into radiant cocktails. Wu Shiqing and Xiao Xiao gazed at Bai Li Jin in admiration. Wow, it looks absolutely stunning. I bet it tastes divine. Come, let us savor the flavor. Bai Li Jin said with a smile, taking a delicate sip. Oh, perhaps I overdid the theatrics. It's a bit unpalatable. A wave of anxiety washed over Bai Li Jin. She had intended to foster camaraderie among the sisters on this shared journey, but now she feared that this poorly crafted drink would lead to disdain, especially since she had arrived last and had produced something so distasteful. However, to her surprise, Amy slammed her hand on the table. My goodness, what a delightful drink. I must have another. It has a rather unique flavor. I've never tasted anything like this before. Wu Shiqing chimed in, taking several more sips to savor the taste. As for Xiao Xiao, she took just a small sip before becoming drowsy, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. I'm feeling dizzy. With that, she collapsed into Chen Hao's arms. Chen Hao sighed, covering his forehead. This girl is both inexperienced and loves to drink. Next time there's an event involving alcohol, let us not invite her. She can hardly handle it. Oh, Wu Shiqing and Amy responded readily, yet a mischievous grin crept onto their lips. How could they have only just discovered such a delightful experience? They chuckled. Next time, we must enjoy it to the fullest. Bai Li Jin, too, felt pleasantly surprised. Her earlier concerns had not materialized. Based on her past experiences, she had anticipated a different outcome. Yet here, she found warmth and affection everywhere. Bai Lijin realized she was growing quite fond of this place, surrounded by a formidable man and a group of delightful sisters to share moments with. By the way, should we go fishing? I've discovered that fishing can be quite enjoyable, Amy suggested. Wu Shiqing immediately echoed, yes, yes. Oh, but the constant rain is such a nuisance. Otherwise, it would be wonderful to sunbathe and play golf on this splendid yacht. Do you enjoy playing golf? Bai Lijin asked Wu Shiqing. Wu Shiqing nodded. I play when I have the time. The pressure of preparing for exams is immense. If I don't engage in some physical activity, I feel utterly drained. It turns out that I have a solution. I can play ball on the open balcony. What is this solution? Balan smiled faintly, remaining silent. 10 minutes later, a peculiar spherical shape appeared above the ark, and within this sphere, not a single drop of rain fell upon the open balcony. Wow, this is wonderful. Wu Shiqing and Amy excitedly dashed around the deck, reveling in the delightful sensation of being outdoors, despite knowing it was Balan's ability at play. Not a cessation of the rain. Hee. Let us joyfully engage in play. Amy and Wu Shiqing each took up a badminton racket and began to play on the deck of the Arkansas. Balan stood to the side, smiling, savoring the feeling of gradually integrating into this vessel, becoming one of Chunhao's women, and forming sisterly bonds with his other partners. However, just as the three were enjoying their camaraderie, Chunhao suddenly received a warning from the foolish girl. Alarm! Alarm! A large creature is rapidly approaching. A large creature is rapidly approaching. Chapter 84. Mutated Beasts. What is happening? Chunhao glanced at the control panel, which displayed a 10-meter unknown creature swiftly closing in on the ark, with a distance of less than 3 kilometers remaining. It was expected to make contact in 1 minute. Thus, Chunhao immediately alerted the 3 women on the 3rd floor. There is danger. Quickly retreat to the cabin. Upon hearing the announcement, Wu Shiqing, Amy, and Balan all changed their expressions and hurried towards the cabin. They dared not disregard Chunhao's words. But at that moment, a strange sound rapidly approached from the distance. Oh, ah! The sound was piercingly sharp, like needles piercing into the minds of the 3. Instantly, they collapsed onto the deck. My head. Amy let out a low growl. And in the next moment, her eyes turned blood red. She leapt up from the ground, her face twisted with ferocity as she scanned her surroundings. She had entered a frenzied state, breaking through the adverse reaction. Simultaneously, she sensed that something was swirling relentlessly in the torrential rain around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the downpour, a dark silhouette circled above the ark like a seasoned hunter, waiting for the prey to reveal a flaw, poised to strike with lethal precision. It is waiting for me to make a mistake. Amy realized this as well. Fully aware that the current situation was highly unfavorable for her, the opponent could soar above, while she was confined to the deck, without a sniper rifle to retaliate. The only solution was to help Balan dispel her adverse state. She could manipulate water, and in this torrential rain, she was the strongest. Thus, Amy swiftly surged towards Balan, intending to alleviate her distressing condition. Based on her own recent experience of overcoming her adverse state, Amy believed that with sufficient stimulation, Balan could regain her ability to act. Therefore, Amy prepared to seize Balan forcefully. As her body drew near to the ethereal skies of Bailey Lin, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged, striking Amy with such force that it sent her crashing onto the deck. The swiftness of the attack was astonishing. Amy's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had anticipated the creature's ambush, she had not expected its speed to be so formidable. However, Amy was not one to succumb without a fight. She discerned the creature's appearance, a cat adorned with gray fur and an impressive pair of wings. It is often said that if a cat were to grow large enough, the tiger would no longer reign as the king of beasts. In terms of agility, reflexes, and muscular control, cats undoubtedly surpass tigers. This situation only confirmed that notion. With blood staining her lips, Amy rose to her feet, her gaze aflame with determination as she surveyed her surroundings. She realized that this winged feline was toying with her, having had the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow but choosing instead to keep her alive. The reason was clear: her ability to nullify its sonic attacks enraged the monstrous cat, compelling it to torture her, intending for her demise to be steeped in agony. Yet, this provided an advantage. As long as she could stall for time, Chunhao would arrive. With him by her side, even this winged menace would pose no significant threat. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Amy's thoughts were solely focused on holding off her opponent to afford Chunhao a chance to come to her aid. However, this standoff did not last even a minute. It seemed the monstrous cat sensed an impending danger, swiftly diving down with its razor-sharp claws aimed at Wu Shiqing. Oh no! Amy exclaimed, rushing forward, determined to use all her strength to confront the 10-meter-long feline. Yet, she was completely unprepared for the revelation that the cat's strike at Wu Shiqing was merely a feint. Its true target was her. In an instant, As the giant cat captured Amy, her heart sank, and just as she prepared to resist, the deafening sonic attack erupted at close range, rendering her unconscious in an instant. In that moment of weakness, Amy became the trophy of the Titanic cat, which triumphantly carried her away. Chunhao arrived on the deck just a moment too late. Surveying the stormy chaos around him, his brow furrowing in concern, the most threatening mutated creatures of this apocalypse were beginning to rise. Yet now, another pressing issue demanded his attention. Due to the radioactive nature of the rain, while awakened individuals were immune, ordinary people were not. Exposure to the rain could result in burns akin to fire or, in severe cases, death. The recent tempest unleashed by the giant cat had rendered Bailey Lin powerless, causing her protective rain curtain to falter. Torrential rain lashed against Wu Shiqing, and he thought, she must not come to harm. In a swift motion, Chun Hao dashed forward, scooping Wu Shiqing from the deluge. To his astonishment, he discovered that she appeared completely unharmed. Could it be that she has awakened too? Faced with this unexpected joy, Chun Hao had no time to celebrate. He simply hoisted Wu Shiqing onto his shoulder and approached Bai Lilin, gently pushing her. Lilin, how are you? Bai Lilin gasped for breath, her body trembling before she regained a modicum of mobility, though she struggled to stand upright. I'm fine. But Amy, I understand. Leave this matter to me. You and Shiqing must focus on resting. It is my responsibility for not taking better care of you. As Chun Hao helped Bai Lilin towards the cabin, his expression bore an unprecedented sorrow. How dare anyone harm his woman? Even if the adversary was not human, it was destined to meet its demise. After ensuring Bai Lilin and Wu Shiqing were settled, Chun Hao immediately set off in pursuit, opting not for a speedboat this time, but rather an escape capsule. The capsule's capability to traverse underwater allowed for a silent approach to the target. Let me see where this creature has fled. Chun Hao donned tactical goggles. The moment the grotesque cat had appeared, his companion had activated all detection equipment, monitoring its every move in real time. Therefore, after the creature's departure, the surveillance continued to track its trail, following the direction of the creature's exit. Chun Hao was astonished to discover its destination, Tiandu University, the only institution of higher learning in the city. Why there of all places? In my previous life, I recall a demon emerging from there, nearly exterminating all survivors at Tiandu University. But that was not a cat, it was a man. A demon and a grotesque cat. How could such a petty place as Tiandu University harbor two monsters? With a derisive chuckle, Chun Hao, undeterred, pressed on towards Tiandu University, for his woman was in the clutches of the grotesque cat. As a man, it was his obligation to rescue her. Chapter 85. Tangkai Tiandu University, as the sole institution of higher learning in the city, received immense favoritism, with ample funding and expansive campus grounds, complemented by exquisitely designed academic buildings. However, in the wake of the torrential downpour, all of this had vanished. The only remaining feature was the back mountain of the school, a barren landscape that had been incorporated into the university's expansion plans to enhance its prestige. Little did they anticipate that this seemingly superficial addition would become a lifeline. Honestly, my head is about to explode. When will this chaotic life come to an end? A girl of striking beauty, named Yu Mei, lamented her plight, declaring herself the belle of the literature department, though in reality, she barely achieved a mediocre score, at best 80. Yet her confidence led her to believe she was the most beautiful in the world. Seated beside Yu Mei, a group of girls echoed her grievances, expressing their own dissatisfaction. Indeed, I feel as if I am rotting. I truly long to wash my hair. So do I, but Teacher Tang said we must not touch water carelessly. Who doesn't he know that? However, it is quite unreasonable to expect us to forego washing our hair and bathing altogether. She could be a bit more diligent and fetch some usable water for us. Indeed, it is only right that Teacher Tang, being so capable, should take on a few more responsibilities. A group of girls chattered away, their noise quickly reaching the ears of the boys in the adjacent area. As they were residing in a vast cave, which was divided into numerous smaller chambers designated for various purposes, hearing these girls pondering about washing their hair in such circumstances, and even considering imploring their idol, Teacher Tang Kai-er, to procure water for them, provoked an immediate outburst among the boys. How ridiculous can you girls be? At a time like this, you still want Teacher Tang to fetch water for you? Our discussions are none of your business. How can it not concern us? Teacher Tang's affairs are indeed our concern. TCH. A bunch of losers. Do you think your words convey masculinity? Please. Your remarks are rather crass. Who are you calling losers? We're talking about you. Each of you is utterly useless. If you were of any help, why would Teacher Tang have to toil away alone outside? And you, are you of any use? We admit we are not. That's why we thought of having Teacher Tang assist us in finding water, to spare her the trouble of us going out ourselves. Good grief. You lot. A group of boys were left speechless with fury. Such shamelessness, defended with such audacity, truly left them at a loss for words. At that moment, a tall and slender boy cast a disdainful glance at the girls. You wish to wash your hair, do you? I can help with that. There's no need to trouble Teacher Tang over such trivialities. You can? Yu Mei and the others were taken aback, for there were over a dozen of them. And Teacher Tang couldn't possibly provide for them all. She could only ensure that each had a bottle of water to drink and 2 meals a day, which meant most would still go without. Thus, Yu Mei incredulously confirmed, Xian, do you truly have water for washing hair? Do you have that much water? Just wait. Xian replied, and turned to walk towards a nearby smaller cave. When he returned, he held a large bottle of water in his hands. The eyes of Yu Mei and the other girls lit up with excitement. There really is water. Xian, you usually keep to yourself. How did you manage to store so much? But before they could finish their sentence, Yu Mei and the others noticed something was amiss. For the color of the water was slightly yellowish. Yet before they could comprehend what was happening, a stream of liquid suddenly splashed onto their faces and heads. Following that, a pungent odor invaded their nostrils. This is urine. This is urine. Ah! Yu Mei and the others instantly screamed. They could not accept the horrifying reality that they had been splashed with urine. Even more unbearable was the salty taste that lingered in their mouths. Yet, as Xian observed the frantic antics of these girls, a flicker of reluctance gleamed in his eyes. You girls are truly fortunate. This was originally meant for my final moments. Yet, Xian feels no regret. This group of girls is simply insufferably annoying. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy knocking reverberated from the cave entrance, and upon hearing the sound, Xian and the others recognized that Tang Kaier had returned. To ward off potential beast attacks, Tang Kaier and Xian fashioned a makeshift wooden door from some floating desks and chairs, blocking the cave entrance. Each time she ventured out, she would secure it properly, returning to knock thrice. Just as Xian was about to open the door, Yu Mei and the others rushed ahead to do so first. Wah, teacher. Xian and his friends are bullying us. They not only threaten us, but they also splashed urine on us. Their cries of grievance left Xian and the other boys speechless, especially as they conveniently omitted the part about wanting to use Tang Kaier like a servant to fetch shampoo. As Xian and the others prepared to explain, Tang Kaier, clad in a raincoat, waved her hand to signal for silence. She stepped inside, removing her raincoat's hood to reveal a stunningly gentle visage, her features delicate and imbued with grace. One glance at her would reveal that she hailed from a family of scholars. Tang Kaier surveyed the aggrieved faces of Yu Mei and the other girls, then glanced at the furious expressions of Xian and his companions, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. All right, let us put an end to this petty squabbling. Today, I found some compressed biscuits for us to share. But teacher, protested Yu Mei, you cannot listen to just one side of the story. If you let me speak further, I must also allow Xian to respond. I am certain their version will present an entirely different narrative, don't you think? The implication was clear. Tang Kaier understood that in Xian's account, Yu Mei's group would be painted as the antagonists. Thus, Yu Mei pursed her lips and fell silent, though privately she cursed vehemently. Damn, that wretched girl. How dare she not help me get my revenge? Ugh, what a farce. Noticing that Yu Mei and her friends had quieted down, Tang Kaier nodded slightly at Xian and the others before heading towards her resting area. Once she closed the door and turned on her flashlight, her expression abruptly turned pale. Lifting her shirt, she revealed a gaping 10-centimeter wound on her abdomen. This was inflicted by the monstrous cat. Could she endure any longer? Tang Kaier's complexion turned grim as she realized that for days, she had been searching for medicine, particularly antibiotics, to no avail. If this continued, even as an awakened being, she might meet her demise. Just then, a strange sound reached her ears, causing her expression to shift dramatically. This sound was not something a human could produce, and it was rapidly approaching her. Chapter 86. A day as a couple, is this ultrasonic? Why is it manifesting at this moment? Tang Kaier slightly furrowed her brow at the sound of ultrasound, a frequency beyond human perception yet detectable by other natural beings, such as fish. Humans can emit ultrasound through devices to drive away or lure fish for capture. However, another common application of ultrasound severely disrupts fish activity: radar. The principle of radar involves emitting ultrasound waves and detecting their reflections to ascertain the presence of obstacles ahead. Yet these emitted waves do not evade fish, making them unwitting victims of radar technology. This is why Tang Kaier reacted so intensely to the ultrasound. She had awakened her abilities and transformed into a mermaid. Was there a fishing boat nearby? No. If a fishing vessel intended to catch fish, it would have set sail directly from the port in Tian City, which has harbors. What could be the reason, then? With this thought, Tang Kaier understood she could no longer remain seated, whether human or mermaid. One is compelled to confront the unknown dangers and seek clarity. Thus, she donned her clothing and stepped outside. I'll be out for a moment. You all stay in the cave and don't wander around. Teacher Tang, where are you going? He Xian trailed after Tang Kaier to the cave entrance, hesitantly expressing his thoughts. I can help you. Thank you. However, I can manage. Besides, your abilities are better suited to protect your classmates. Wouldn't that be more beneficial? Tang Kaier smiled warmly, her charm eliciting a swift heartbeat in He Xian. He nodded vigorously. I will ensure the safety of my classmates. Thank you for your help. Tang Kaier, clad in a raincoat, stepped into the torrential downpour. Her slender figure grew increasingly powerful amidst the rain. This was the essence of a mermaid. The more water there was, the stronger she became. Thus, land was her weakest battlefield. Gradually, she transitioned from walking to running, then to sprinting, shedding her clothes until she was left with her exquisite form in a bikini. With a splash, Tang Kaier dove into the water, her body enveloped in a layer of translucent, iridescent scales, while her legs fused into a magnificent tail. Like a blooming lotus, she illuminated the underwater realm, resembling a divine presence descending into the depths. Over there, Tang Kaier breathed effortlessly underwater, moving with grace. With a gentle leap, she soared like a bird through the sky, effortlessly covering several meters. At that moment, Chun Hao, seated in a capsule submarine, marveled at the breathtaking sight of exquisite educational buildings submerged beneath the waves. Countless fish, drawn by the torrential rain, navigated through the concrete jungle that once symbolized human ingenuity. Can humanity triumph over nature? At this instant, nothing could be more ironic and mocking than this scene. Yet, the thrill of observation was abruptly interrupted. Alert! Alert! A humanoid entity is approaching rapidly. A humanoid entity is approaching rapidly. Humanoid entity? Activate holographic vision. Understood, Master. The observation method of the capsule submarine was instantly transformed from radar and visual lookout to a holographic projection, utilizing hidden cameras on the submarine. The surrounding scenery was projected in real time before Chun Hao. In that moment, he caught sight of the mermaid Tang Kaier, who was swiftly approaching from a distance. Is it really her? Chun Hao felt a wave of surprise, for he and Tang Kaier were acquainted. To be precise, they were university alumni who had participated in a social event where they had briefly played the role of a one-day couple. This concept was designed to foster intimacy between two individuals by allowing them to experience a day of couple-like activities, such as shopping, watching movies, and taking photographs. The extent of their engagement depended on their mutual affection. Those with lower affection levels might merely stroll about, while those with higher affection might find themselves seeking a hotel to rest together midway through their day. However, due to certain students' ulterior motives, which led them to partake in the event merely for the sake of the experience, the university intervened and terminated the activity. Thus, Chun Hao and his peers became the last of the one-day couples. He never anticipated encountering her here, and she appeared even more enchanting than before. Chun Hao couldn't help but reflect on their past. They had been so innocent at that time, and their feelings were remarkably pure. For someone like Chun Hao, who had genuinely lived through apocalyptic circumstances, such untainted emotions were exceedingly rare. At the moment Chun Hao recognized Tang Kaier, she too became aware of him, albeit noting the capsule submarine first. What is that? She hovered in place, observing the submarine from a distance, for she knew that Tiandu University possessed no vessel of such caliber. Thus, she remained an observer. At that instant, however, Tang Kaier heard a series of sound waves. Someone was employing sound to communicate with her. Kaier, hello, I am Chun Hao. Do you remember me? Chun Hao? Tang Kaier was slightly taken aback. She had not expected to encounter him again under such circumstances. In reality, unlike Chun Hao, who was rather oblivious, Tang Kaier had orchestrated their pairing as one-day couples by influencing the judge to ensure her arrangement with him. Tang Kaier, adhering to her principle of being gentle on the outside yet strong within, would always find ways to pursue those she fancied. At that time, the tall, slender Chun Hao, with his scholarly demeanor, had piqued her interest, prompting her desire to learn more about him, which led to their brief coupling. Afterward, she had attempted to reach out to Chun Hao several times, but he had been preoccupied with his studies and work, leading her to refrain from further pursuits. Tang Kaier understood well that no man appreciates being reminded of his struggles while seeking the affection of the woman he admires, as it can evoke feelings of inadequacy and profound insecurity. Thus, Tang Kaier has been patiently waiting for Chun Hao to rise above poverty and boldly embrace life and love. However, the world has plunged into chaos. In response, Tang Kaier echoed Chun Hao's call across the distance. Are you truly the Chun Hao I know? Yes, it is I, the one who focused solely on diligent study and work, oblivious to your pursuit of me. Upon realizing that Chun Hao was utterly unaware, Tang Kaier felt a mix of anger and amusement. She was incensed by Chun Hao's deliberate feigning of ignorance towards her feelings, yet found humor in the fact that he was, in truth, aware of her affections. He had even learned to jest, yet still remained oblivious. What could his thoughts about her be now? A sense of nervous anticipation began to creep over Tang Kaier.